Chapter 2304. Do you think he'll believe it? He only needed the woman to sleep with only him after becoming his girlfriend. As for himself, he wouldn't stop playing around. He always said that every man plays around. One could steal a horse while another could not look over a hedge. Lu Jinglang was a stereotypical playboy and he was a bad man. Once he heard that Zi Beiying's boyfriend was much better than him, he was angered. He really wanted to know who Zi Beiying's boyfriend was. Since you said that your boyfriend is much better than me, tell me who he is. Do I know him? If he's really much better than me, he must be one of the heirs in high society in the capital. I might not know every important heir in the capital, but I do know most of them, said Lu Jinglang. Lu Jinglang deliberately said that Zi Beiying's boyfriend must be an heir in the capital because he honestly didn't believe it. He simply wanted to embarrass Zi Beiying. Although Zi Beiying was very beautiful, she was from another city. She had no business or connections in the capital, so it was impossible that she could know quality men. Even if she managed to meet them, quality men wouldn't choose her. Nowadays a beautiful appearance wasn't rare and one's family background weighed a lot. And given Xianxia's family background, it was very lucky that they could meet him, so he refused to believe that Zi Beiying could know someone better than him. His family wasn't one of the richest families in the capital, but it was also very rich. The woman next to Lu Jinglang got excited once she heard that he knew 2/3 of the important heirs in the capital. If Lu Jinglang could introduce one of them to her, her dream would come true. However, she knew it was impossible. She wasn't Lu Jinglang's girlfriend, she was kept by him as a sex partner. He wouldn't introduce her to another wealthy man. If other wealthy men knew he did that, they would be mad at him. Lu Jinglang was reluctant to ruin his relationship with them. Since you want to know, I can tell you now. In order to stop Lu Jinglang from bothering her, Zi Beiying said, his name is Xu Jinchen. What? Hearing that, Lu Jinglang was shocked. He had definitely heard of Xu Jinchen, but Xu Jinchen didn't know him. However, how did Zi Beiying manage to get Xu Jinchen's liking? She must be lying. Lu Jinglang didn't believe that Zi Beiying could become Xu Jinchen's girlfriend. Ridiculous. Do you think I'll believe it? Xu Jinchen is far out of your league. It's impossible that he would choose you. Lu Jinglang sneered and humiliated Zi Beiying. The woman next to Lu Jinglang had also heard of Xu Jinchen's name, and she rounded her eyes in shock too. Although it wasn't proven yet, she still got jealous of Zi Beiying. Both of them were women, but Zi Beiying was a lot luckier than her. Zi Beiying didn't only attract Lu Jinglang's attention, but also became Xu Jinchen's girlfriend. Being questioned by Lu Jinglang, Zi Beiying wasn't mad. She only felt that Lu Jinglang was ridiculously funny, so she sneered. You can go to ask Xianxia about it if you don't believe me. Although in Lu Jinglang's eyes, there was a huge gap between him and Xu Jinchen, Zi Beiying felt her family and Xu Jinchen's family enjoyed the same high status. In fact, the Zi family was more influential than the Xu family to some extent. After all, the Zi family was involved in legal and illegal businesses. Whether it was the authorities or the rich, they had to respect the Zi family. Therefore, Zi Beiying didn't think that she was showing off when she told other people that her boyfriend was Xu Jinchen. If she told them her family background, she would really be showing off. Lu Jinglang was disappointed. Could it really be true? If not, Zi Beiying wouldn't tell him to ask Xianxia about it. If it was true, would Xu Jinchen punish him for chasing and bothering Zi Beiying? Lu Jinglang was very scared of Xu Jinchen. No, it was impossible. He still refused to believe that Zi Beiying's boyfriend was Xu Jinchen. Zi Beiying had a close relationship with Xianxia, so Xianxia would surely lie for her. Although Lu Jinglang tried to deny it, he was mostly convinced. It was just hard for him to accept it. At this time, Xu Qinyan arrived. Zi Beiying had called Xu Qinyan to shop together, but Xu Qinyan was delayed and came a while later. Hi, Beiying, Ji Yu Ning, Nan. Upon seeing them, Xu Qinyan ran over. Xu Qinyan didn't know Lu Jinglang, but Lu Jinglang knew her and had actually seen Xu Qinyan more times than he had seen Xu Jinchen. He had only met Xu Jinchen twice at parties, because Xu Jinchen rarely took part in an event. Xu Qinyan, on the other hand, was present very often, so he was able to see her more often. However, they had only seen each other before, and he didn't dare to strike up a conversation with her due to the huge gap between their status. As a result, when Lu Jinglang saw Xu Qinyan's attitude towards Zi Beiying, he realized that Zi Beiying told the truth, but it wasn't easy for him to accept it. Even if the woman next to Lu Jinglang didn't know Xu Qinyan, she could see that Zi Beiying was really Xu Jinqian's girlfriend given Lu Jinglang's reaction. Therefore, she was filled with jealousy. Your friend. Xu Qinyan gave a glance at Lu Jinglang. No, we should go now, said Zi Beiying, then she ignored Lu Jinglang and left with her friends. Xu Qinyan could see that something unpleasant had happened between them, but it wasn't the right time to ask about that now, so she walked away first. Lu Jinglang didn't dare to stop them this time, because he was unwilling to offend the Xu family. Now, he was only worried that Zi Beiying might tell Xu Jinqian about what he had done today. If Xu Jinqian learned about his behavior, he might be punished. At this moment, Lu Jinglang was irritated, so he directly walked out, leaving the woman behind. The woman understood that Lu Jinglang was in a terrible mood now, and didn't dare to bother him. She was quite upset that Lu Jinglang didn't buy clothes and bags for her, but she was more afraid that he might dump her. If she was dumped, she might not be able to find a more generous boyfriend than Lu Jinglang. Chapter 2305, Jinqian isn't available. Lu Jinglang wasn't only generous, he was also very good in bed, so she was reluctant to leave him. She hated pleasing rich, old men who were mean and bad in bed, and she had to pretend to enjoy having sex with them. What happened? Xu Qinyan asked when they had walked away. Just a friend of my friend. I met him a few times, but we aren't familiar. He's a terrible man, so I don't want to talk to him, said Zi Beiying. Xu Qinyan wasn't born yesterday, so Zi Beiying couldn't fool her by saying that nothing had happened. Oh, I see. Xu Qinyan accepted her explanation. They walked around until it was time for lunch. After having lunch, they continued to shop. All women like shopping. Whether they lacked clothes or not, they always needed more. After shopping for hours, all of them bought some clothes, shoes, or jewelry. Although Ji Yuning had her own garment shop, it didn't mean she had to wear Gufen all the time. She would get bored if she wore the same brand for a long time. As for jewelry, Ji Yuning wasn't very interested in it. She had a whole set of jade jewelry made from the king's green, but she only wore the necklace. Leng Xiaoting also sent her a lot of jewelry, but she felt it wasn't convenient to wear bracelets. After all, she often fought with other people, and the bracelets could be easily broken. Therefore, Ji Yuning put them in her telepathic eye space, and would wear them when it was necessary. Whenever they walked around in a shopping mall, they often ran into familiar faces. Zi Beiying met someone she knew earlier, and now Xu Qinyan saw some acquaintances. In a luxury jewelry store, they met a mother and a daughter. Because the woman took very good care of her skin, she looked much younger than her age. Her daughter was at the same age as Xu Qinyan. Oh, hi, Qinyan, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. The woman greeted Xu Qinyan with a broad smile once she saw her, then she turned to look at Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying. She was amazed by the two beautiful girls. Although she had seen many pretty girls before, Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying were prettier than any of the girls she had ever met, so she was surprised by their astounding beauty. However, when the woman's daughter saw Zi Beiying and Ji Yuning, she looked jealous. She was beautiful too, but her appearance showed what kind of person she was, and she looked a little mean. Besides, the jealousy in her eyes proved that she wasn't a kind and friendly person. Nice people wouldn't show obvious jealousy just because other people were better than them. Only mean people hated being overshadowed. Hi, Qinyan. The young girl greeted Xu Qinyan. Her voice was very gentle, but sounded insincere. Hi, Mrs. Yao, Li Wei. Xu Qinyan politely greeted them. The Yao family and Xu Qinyan's family were familiar, so they weren't strangers. How are your mother and aunt doing recently? Asked Mrs. Yao. They are very well, said Xu Qinyan. Your cousin, Jinqian, is still single. I bet your aunt must be very anxious about that, right? Mrs. Yao asked with concern, but she was actually trying to get some useful information. Zi Beiying frowned. She understood why Mrs. Yao asked that question, and so did Ji Yuning. Xu Qinyan wasn't dumb either, and knew what Mrs. Yao wanted to hear. Right when Xu Qinyan was about to say something, Mrs. Yao continued. Although Jinchen is still young, many people at his age already have a girlfriend or boyfriend. It's understandable that your aunt is worried about Jinchen's future. I can understand your aunt, because Li Wei is also single and she's already 25 this year. At the beginning, Zi Beiying and Ji Yuning weren't sure of Mrs. Yao's intention, but now they figured out that she wanted Xu Jinchen to be her daughter's boyfriend. Zi Beiying was a little displeased, but wasn't mad. After all, Mrs. Yao didn't know that Xu Jinchen already had a girlfriend and the girl was her. Even if she was aware of it, it wouldn't change anything because Xu Jinchen disliked Yao Liwei. Thank you so much for your care about Jinchen, Mrs. Yao. Actually, Jinchen already has a girlfriend, and my aunt is very satisfied with his choice, said Xu Qinyan. She knew that Mrs. Yao wanted Xu Jinchen to be Yao Liwei's boyfriend, and Yao Liwei had tried to attract Xu Jinchen's attention. Unfortunately, Xu Jinchen had no interest in Yao Liwei. Xu Qinyan had a good impression of Yao Liwei, but it was Xu Jinchen's personal affair after all. As an outsider, she couldn't interfere. All the families that were familiar with the Xu family had tried to introduce their daughters to Xu Jinchen, because Xu Jinchen was the only single man in the Xu family. Xu Qinyan's own younger brother was too young and wasn't an adult yet, so her younger brother wasn't their focus. Because they were in the same circle, the Xu family didn't stop them from introducing girls to Xu Jinchen, but it was up to Xu Jinchen whether he wanted to choose a girlfriend from among them. If either of them was unwilling to be together, their parents wouldn't force them. Yao Liwei had failed to attract Xu Jinchen's attention, but she didn't give up. After all, Xu Jinchen was very outstanding in almost every aspect. She could hardly give him up. Hearing the news, Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei were upset. What? Jinchen already has a girlfriend? Mrs. Yao exclaimed. She couldn't accept it, but she immediately realized that she shouldn't forget her manners, so she acted happy for older Mrs. Xu. Oh, I'm so happy for your aunt, but who is Jinchen's girlfriend? My younger sister-in-law wasn't born in the capital, but Singapore, said Xu Qinyan. She directly addressed Zi Beiying as her sister-in-law, which meant the Xu family already accepted Zi Beiying. Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei understood why Xu Qinyan said that, and were very disappointed. Oh, what does her family do? Asked Mrs. Yao. She wanted to know whether the girl's family was more influential than the Yao family. If not, it would be harder for her to accept the result. If it was, she would feel better. Xu Qinyan understood what Mrs. Yao wanted to know, but she actually didn't know much about Zi Beiying's family. She only knew that Zi Beiying's family wasn't worse than the Xu family, so she said, I don't know much, but I'm sure my younger sister-in-law's family is no worse than our family. My aunt even said that it's Jinchen's honor that he can win the girl's heart. Chapter 2306, Life is full of dramas. Xu Qinyan wasn't deliberately lavishing praise on Zi Beiying's family, but she wanted to make Mrs. Yao give up. Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei were surprised. Since the girl's family wasn't worse than the Xu family, they couldn't judge. Well, love is unconditional. I don't think it's anyone's honor. It's not a business alliance after all, said Yao Liwei at this moment. She sounded as if she was defending Xu Jinchen's relationship with his girlfriend, but she was actually implying that Xu Jinchen got together with his girlfriend for the girl's family background. Afterwards, she asked, I bet Jinchen's girlfriend must be very pretty. He's extraordinarily handsome after all. Yao Liwei's words were contradictory. Xu Qinyan didn't think much about that, but Zi Beiying and Ji Yuning understood her implication. Therefore, Zi Beiying said, if you think love is unconditional, why do you care about appearance? Don't you think neither family background nor appearance is important as long as there is true love? Hearing that, Xu Qinyan suddenly realized that Yao Liwei's words weren't right, but she wasn't sure whether Yao Liwei did it on purpose. Anyway, she had a good impression of Yao Liwei, so she was unwilling to think of her as a bad person. Yao Liwei was displeased when Zi Beiying embarrassed her. How could this woman easily see through her? She's my younger sister-in-law. Liwei, do you think she matches Jinchen? Xu Qinyan said, pointing at Zi Beiying. Both Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei were astonished. To their surprise, this woman turned out to be Xu Jinshan's girlfriend. All of a sudden, they felt embarrassed for what they just said. They just asked about Zi Beiying's family background and appearance right in front of her. It was really embarrassing. And, Zi Beiying was extremely beautiful. She and Xu Jinshan were a perfect couple. Nice to meet you. Zi Beiying politely greeted Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei, but the meaningful smile on her face made them feel more embarrassed. They felt as if they made a joke of themselves. Anyway, Zi Beiying greeted them of her own accord, so they had to respond, or they would seem rude. Therefore, Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei forced a smile and nicely replied to Zi Beiying. Nice to meet you. They seemed polite on the surface, but they were actually very displeased. Yao Liwei was extremely jealous of Zi Beiying now, because Zi Beiying was prettier than her and was born in a more influential family. She also became Xu Jinshan's girlfriend. I'm sorry, Mrs. Yao Liwei, I think I need to go now, said Xu Qinyan. She didn't want to waste more time on them. Sure, see you. Mrs. Yao felt embarrassed, so she didn't stop them from leaving. She actually hoped that they could leave as soon as possible. After that, Xu Qinyan and the others walked away. When they were far away, Ji Yuning complained. Well, we've encountered a lot of drama today. Lu Jinglang stood in their way first, then Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei showed up. Coincidentally, all of them had something to do with Zi Beiying and Xu Jinshan. Life is full of drama. Zi Beiying agreed with Ji Yuning. Love stories were always dramatic. A person might have many admirers, but he or she would only have one love. Therefore, some people would be happy, while some were doomed to be hurt. Xu Qinyan didn't know what had happened before she came, but she indeed felt Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei were really funny, so she didn't ask them about the other drama. After Ji Yuning and the others walked away, Yao Liwei complained. Xu Qinyan must have done that on purpose. She didn't tell us that woman is Xu Jinshan's girlfriend, so we were very embarrassed. In fact, Yao Liwei never liked Xu Qinyan, and was very jealous of her. However, she wanted to leave a good impression on the Xu family, so she forced herself to be nice to Xu Qinyan. She thought that Xu Qinyan deliberately embarrassed them, but she didn't have evidence. She simply disliked Xu Qinyan and blamed her for it. I don't think so. Qinyan wouldn't do something like that. Mrs. Yao disagreed. Because she met Xu Qinyan more often than Yao Liwei did, she knew that the Xu family's members weren't bad people. In addition, she wasn't biased against Xu Qinyan, so she could think normally about this matter. She didn't see that Xu Qinyan did it on purpose. Instead, they said something they shouldn't have said aloud, so they were the unreasonable ones. Mrs. Yao was more mature than her daughter. Yao Liwei was unhappy that her mother defended Xu Qinyan. She wanted to argue with her mother, but gave up in the end. Although it was impossible for her to be together with Xu Jinshan now, the Yao family still had to maintain their relationship with the Xu family, so she couldn't publicly criticize Xu Qinyan no matter how much she was displeased. If other people heard them, it would damage their reputation. Well, Xu Jinshan is indeed a quality man, but we can't force him to choose you. You've known each other for so long, if you could become his girlfriend, you would have been together with him a long time ago. So, don't think too much about it now. You'll find your Mr. Right. Mrs. Yao comforted Yao Liwei, hoping that she wouldn't be too sad. Mrs. Yao had hoped that Yao Liwei could be together with Xu Jinshan, but she didn't have much confidence. After all, the Yao family was hardly comparable to the Xu family. So she didn't think it was very likely to happen. Therefore, she wasn't surprised by the fact that Xu Jinshan already had a girlfriend. It was easier for her to accept it than it was for Yao Liwei. I know, said Yao Liwei, but she sounded upset. She understood it very well, but she just couldn't control her emotions. When it was about 3 p.m., Ji Yuning and her friends went back to their own homes. Xu Qinyan had another appointment in the afternoon, while Ji Yuning needed to go to the Sihewan. Back in the Sihewan, only Shengguan Yang, Stone, and Lao Zhang were there. Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing went to work in the flower shop and would come home for dinner. Even if Miao Jingjing had almost made a full recovery, it was safer for her to stay in the Sihewan because she wasn't strong enough. She could also cultivate in the Sihewan. After Ji Yuning went back to the Sihewan, she chatted with Shengguanyang for a while, then went to see the tree vine in the backyard. Chapter 2307. The difference of the Sihewan. Because it only had been a few days, the tree vine didn't have a big change, but it indeed changed a little. My owner, when can you bring me to a place with thicker magical power? Upon seeing Ji Yuning, the tree vine asked. It couldn't wait to go to the place where the magical power was thicker. You need to be patient. I'm busy these days. I can't bring you there yet, said Ji Yuning. Fine. The tree vine was slightly disappointed, but it had to accept it because Ji Yuning wasn't free. Leng Xiaoting knew that Ji Yuning finished her exam yesterday, so he came back this afternoon as well. Once Leng Xiaoting was back, Ji Yuning told him that she was going to City B in the morning the day after tomorrow. This time, Leng Xiaoting couldn't go to City B with Ji Yuning because he needed to deal with something else. He could only stay in the capital for 2 days if he didn't have sudden tasks. Therefore, he could only go visit Ji Yuman after she gave birth to the baby. Jing Yunyao would stay with Ji Yuman when Ji Yuman delivered, but she wouldn't go with Ji Yuning when she leaves now. She would also go see Ji Yuman after the delivery. The Tang family didn't know about Jing Yunyao yet, so Ji Yuning planned to introduce Jing Yunyao to the Tang family this time. Even if the fact that Jing Yunyao was Leng Xiaoting's mother was still a secret, Ji Yuning would marry Leng Xiaoting sooner or later, so the Tang family would meet Jing Yunyao in the future. They would become a large family after all. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting about going to City B, and also told him about what had happened to Miao Jingjing. Knowing that Miao Jingjing had been kidnapped and almost died, Leng Xiaoting was mad. Although Leng Xiaoting rarely met Miao Jingjing and knew very little about her, since Jing Yunyao was friends with her, she was one of them. Leng Xiaoting might be unfamiliar with Miao Jingjing, but he still cared about her. Luckily, it was a blessing in disguise and the evil cultivator was already dead, so Leng Xiaoting's anger faded away. At 5:30 p.m., Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing got back. They chatted for a while, then went to have dinner. After dinner, they rested for half an hour, then Leng Xiaoting made an excuse and left with Ji Yuning. They seldom met and they would separate in 2 days, so they had to make full use of the time they had together. Shangguanyang and the others understood that they needed some private time, so nobody stopped them. However, right after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked out of the Sihewan, they sensed a cultivator nearby. Because Shangguanyang had cast a spell on the Sihewan, even if there were cultivators outside, they couldn't sense the cultivators inside. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't sense a cultivator while in the Sihewan, but could when they left. Did the nearby cultivator come there coincidentally, or did the cultivator notice something different? Although average cultivators couldn't see any differences, cultivators at high levels could see the difference. In order to not expose themselves, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting immediately backed into the Sihewan once they sensed the cultivator. After that, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look for the cultivator. She wanted to know whether she knew the cultivator. It was an old man about 70. He was wearing a beige traditional suit, and was standing by the river, about 20 meters away from the Sihewan. This old man was a stranger to Ji Yuning. He was staring at the direction of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. With a frown, he seemed to carefully think about something. Obviously, he noticed the difference of this Sihewan. It was true that the old man found out that the Sihewan was different from other courtyards. He was at a high level, so he could see that the Sihewan had more than one spell cast on it. There was a spell on the Sihewan which stopped outsiders from sensing the cultivators inside. However, although the old man could see the difference of the Sihewan, he also realized that the master who cast the spells on the Sihewan was much stronger than him. As a result, he couldn't remove the spells. In fact, he had no intention of doing that, because it was unnecessary. There was no reason for him to damage other people's work. Besides, there must be a master living inside. If he wanted to damage it, he might not succeed. Out of curiosity, the old man stopped there and observed the house carefully. He wanted to know who lived in it. He hadn't heard of any cultivators who were good at spells in the cultivation world, or perhaps he didn't know all the masters since he was in retreat for a long time. Actually, he just sensed the air of another cultivator, but it quickly disappeared. He bet the cultivator must have shown up for a very short while, then went inside again. The old man didn't think the cultivator discovered him, because the cultivator was at a lower level than him. And it was true that Leng Xiaoting didn't sense him, but Ji Yuning did. Although Ji Yuning was at a lower level, she had the blood of the phoenix in her body, so she was able to sense a cultivator at any level. However, if there was a long distance, she might not be able to. After the old man sensed the air of another cultivator who quickly disappeared, he felt as if someone was looking at him. And it came from the same direction. When he turned to look in that direction, he saw nothing but a wall. It aroused his curiosity. What was going on here? It was impossible for him to know that someone had a pair of jade eyes and could see him through the wall. Ji Yuning's gaze fell on the old man for only a few seconds. As soon as she saw that the old man noticed what she was doing, she withdrew her sight. As a result, the old man thought it was just an illusion. Even if the old man noticed the difference of the Sihewan, it wouldn't be a big deal, because the whole cultivation world was aware of the existence of Shangguan Yang. Once the old man learned that this house was Shangguan Yang's residence, he would lose interest in it. Anyway, Ji Yuning wouldn't allow him to discover her and Leng Xiaoting's real identity. Without delay, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the hall. They told Shangguan Yang and the others that there was a cultivator outside. Shangguan Yang wasn't surprised that someone would notice the difference of the Sihewan. He never wanted to keep it a secret. He didn't think the spell he cast on the Sihewan was perfect, so he knew it would be noticed sooner or later. Chapter 2308, the senior elder of Tiandaozong. Because they didn't know whether the old man was a friend or an enemy, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning disguised themselves as Qing Feng and Qing He in order to avoid meeting the old man. Lao Zhong left after making the meal, so Stone was the only mortal left in the house. Given the current situation, Leng Xiaoting needed him to leave, so he told Stone to take a few days off. Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing went directly back to their rooms. If the old man came in, they wouldn't appear. The old man had no malice for the people in the Sihewan, but he was very curious to know who was living there. Therefore, the old man decided to pay them a visit. Although it was an abrupt visit, he was unwilling to leave without figuring out who was living there. If there were familiar faces, it wouldn't be impolite. Accordingly, the old man walked to the front gate of the Sihewan and knocked on it. Ji Yuning came to open the door. This time, she showed her level as the cultivator, Qing He. Once the door opened, the old man said politely, "Miss, sorry to bother, I just passed by and could see that there are spells cast on this Sihewan. I thought that there must be people of my kind living in it, so I knocked on the door. Would you please introduce me to the master who cast the spells?" The old man didn't bother to hide his intention, because he wanted to show his sincerity. Moreover, he needed a good reason to get in the house. Nobody was stupid. If he lied, he would easily be seen through. "Since we are of the same kind, you are our guest. Please come in," Ji Yuning said. She had a different appearance now, so she didn't mind meeting the old man. In addition, she could see that this old man was very kind, so there was no reason for her to be rude to him. "Thank you very much." The old man thanked her, then followed her inside. As soon as the old man entered the Sihewan, he was shocked, because it was filled with magical power. At this moment, the old man was even more impressed by the level of the master who cast the spells on this house. "Miss, may I know your name?" asked the old man. He was still very polite. He didn't think lightly of Ji Yuning just because she was much younger than him. "My name is Qing He," said Ji Yuning. "Qing He." The old man was surprised and asked, "Are you Senior Shengguan's disciple, Qing He?" He had heard about the kung fu competition held in the cultivation world last time, and was astonished by the fact that Shangguan Yang was still alive. If Shangguan Yang was the master who lived in this house, it wouldn't be surprising that this house was protected so well. "Yes," said Ji Yuning. She wasn't surprised that this old man was aware of Shangguan Yang's relationship with her. Hearing Ji Yuning's answer, the old man got excited. "Oh, I didn't know it's Senior Shangguan who lives here. Since Senior Shangguan is here, I think I must see him." Sir, do you know my master? What should I call you? Asked Ji Yuning. I'm the senior elder of Tiandaozong, Yu Zhonghong. Yu Zhonghong introduced himself. Oh, hi, Elder Yu, very honored to see you. When I visited the cultivation world last time, I heard you were on a retreat. Ji Yuning was slightly surprised when she heard that the old man was the senior elder of Tiandaozong. She could see that the old man was at a very high level, but she wasn't sure how high his level was. Therefore, she thought that this old man couldn't be an ordinary cultivator, but she didn't expect him to be an elder of Tiandaozong. Yeah, I was on a retreat and didn't come out until a few days ago, said Yu Zhonghong. As they talked, Ji Yuning brought Yu Zhonghong to the living room. In the hall, only Shengguan Yang and Leng Xiaoting were present. Master, the guest is here, said Ji Yuning. Yu Zhonghong hadn't seen Shengguan Yang in reality before, but he had seen Shengguan Yang's photos, so he was sure that the person in front of him was Shengguan Yang. Honored to see you, Senior Shengguan. I'm the senior elder of Tiandaozong, Yu Zhonghong. Yu Zhonghong bowed to Shengguan Yang. Although they were at the same age, there was a gap between their levels, so Yu Zhonghong had to be very respectful of Shengguan Yang. Because cultivators respected the strong, even if you were older than another cultivator, you still needed to show your respect as long as your level was lower. Shengguan Yang didn't put on any airs, especially in front of people who were kind to him. Therefore, he also stood up and politely replied to Yu Zhonghong. Hi, very nice to see you, Elder Yu. Please have a seat. After that, Yu Zhonghong sat down with Shengguan Yang. And Ji Yuning went to pour a cup of tea for him. I'm sorry for the abrupt visit. Please forgive me, Senior Shengguan, said Yu Zhonghong. Although he paid a sudden visit, he thought that he should apologize to show his manners. It's not abrupt at all. We were supposed to meet each other last time in the cultivation world, said Shengguan Yang. He didn't mind it at all. I was on a retreat back then, so I was absent at the Kung Fu competition. I didn't know you had visited the cultivation world until I came out. It's a great pity that we didn't see each other. Luckily, I coincidentally found your residence right after I left the cultivation world, said Yu Zhonghong. He told the truth. Shengguan Yang enjoyed a high status and he was on a very high level too, so Yu Zhonghong was interested in seeing him. Senior Shengguan, I have to say that your two disciples are really impressive. They won the first and second prize with so many magical crystals. Saying that, Yu Zhonghong complimented Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. He was very sincere. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning gained a lot of fame after the competition in the cultivation world, and became idols of many cultivators. Many people were also jealous of them. Well, they're indeed talented and powerful, otherwise I wouldn't have picked them. Shengguan Yang laughed when Yu Zhonghong complimented his disciples. Ha ha, you're right. Senior Shengguan, your two disciples are still very young. I bet they'll be very successful in the future, said Yu Zhonghong. He was certain that Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning had potential. They were talented, and had Shengguan Yang who was at a very high level as their master. Yu Zhonghong enjoyed chatting with Shengguan Yang. However, he felt embarrassed to stay for too long, so he was ready to leave after half an hour. Before he walked away, Yu Zhonghong gave a glance at Leng Xiaoting, then said, I have a disciple who is at the same age as Qing Feng. He's at a lower level, but is also in the golden core stage. If it's possible, I hope you two can have a competition for fun. No problem, said Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't a bad idea. They knew that Yu Zhonghong's disciple was Baili Zongyang, but Yu Zhonghong was unaware that they were familiar, both in real life and as their aliases. Chapter 2309, Don't Call Me in the Siheiwan. Yu Zhonghong also sensed a weak breath of another cultivator, but it was a newcomer who just started cultivating. It was Miao Jingjing. In addition, Yu Zhonghong sensed the breath of a monster, which was the tree vine. However, that was just a feeling, and Yu Zhonghong didn't bother to look around. It wouldn't be surprising no matter what Shengguan Yang kept by his side. However, Yu Zhonghong couldn't sense the breath of Jing Yunyao, because Jing Yunyao was at a higher level than him. Moreover, there was thick magical power in the Siheiwan, so it was hard to be sure whether there was someone of a different kind. After Yu Zhonghong left, Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing walked out. They wanted to know who the guest was. It's the senior elder of Tiandaozong, Yu Zhonghong, said Shengguan Yang. Oh, Elder Yu. Jing Yuniao nodded. He doesn't seem to be a bad man, said Shengguan Yang. Elder Yu was the most virtuous and respected in the board of elders. It should still be the case now. Jing Yuniao said. In other words, Yu Zhonghong was the best in the board of elders. That was her impression of Yu Zhonghong over 20 years ago, because she had left the cultivation world for more than 20 years. Some things might have changed. Therefore, she wasn't too sure of it now. In the board of elders, Yun Hongqing was also respected by a lot of people. The other two elders, however, didn't have a good reputation. They were selfish and ambitious. So they didn't get along well with Yun Hongqing and Yu Zhonghong. They always schemed against them. However, they hadn't done anything unacceptable yet, so they couldn't be regarded as bad people. Because Jing Yuniao had left the cultivation world for more than 20 years, she didn't know that Baili Zongyang was Yu Zhonghong's disciple. When she left, Baili Zongyang was still young and hadn't been accepted as a disciple by Yu Zhonghong. After staying for a while longer, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left too. Yu Zhonghong went back to Century City where Baili Zongyang stayed. Baili Zongshe already went back to the cultivation world at noon, so Baili Zongyang was left alone in his house. Yu Zhonghong visited him along with several servants. After Yu Zhonghong arrived at Baili Zongyang's residence, he said, I walked by the Imperial Garden today and noticed a Siheiwan with spells cast on it. Because it's a master who cast the spells on the house and even I can't remove them, I got curious and paid a visit. A spell master. Hearing that, Baili Zongyang was greatly surprised. Why did so many masters appear in the mortals' world all of a sudden? He had met Shengguan Yang and Shengguan Yang's disciples first, then the mysterious master who injured Jing Yunfei, and now there was another master who was excellent at spells. It wasn't a secret that Jing Yunfei was injured, and members of the major families were all aware of that. They didn't bother to laugh at Jing Yunfei. Instead, they were amazed that there was such a master in the outside world, and it was a woman. Who's the spell master? Baili Zongyang asked curiously. It's Shengguan Yang, said Yu Zhonghong. Baili Zongyang wasn't shocked by that name, but he still said in surprise, it's Senior Shengguan. Wow, I can't believe he's also so good at spells. His male disciple is at a slightly higher level than you. If it's possible, I think you can have a competition with him for fun. You'll benefit a lot from it, said Yu Zhonghong. Although Baili Zongyang wasn't as good as Leng Xiaoting and was very likely to lose if they had a competition, Yu Zhonghong didn't want him to win, but to learn. Of course, master, said Baili Zongyang. Ever since he had learned that Leng Xiaoting was Shengguan Yang's disciple, he always had the idea of having a competition with Leng Xiaoting. However, he felt it might be a little rude and abrupt, so he never talked about that with Ji Yuning. He wasn't familiar with Leng Xiaoting, so he could only get in touch with Leng Xiaoting through Ji Yuning. Even if he wasn't close to Ji Yuning, they were friends now. Baili Zongyang didn't tell Yu Zhonghong about Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning's real identities. He had promised them to keep it a secret. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt anyone. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to Mid-Level's mansion, they chatted for a while on the sofa with the TV on, then started fooling around. Unfortunately, right as Leng Xiaoting was about to penetrate her, his phone rang. Leng Xiaoting was instantly mad, but had to answer it. Every time Ji Yuning saw Leng Xiaoting being so upset after being interrupted, she found it hilarious and laughed. Stop laughing at me. I promise you won't be able to laugh at all later. Leng Xiaoting squinted at her and sounded very dangerous. The next second, he kissed her lips. It wasn't painful, but Ji Yuning still gave him a glare. However, her glare wasn't useful at all, and instead aroused Leng Xiaoting. He almost lost control of himself at this moment. He couldn't wait to throw himself at her and have passionate sex for the whole night. However, he had to pick up the call right now and hoped it wasn't serious. After taking a deep breath, Leng Xiaoting calmed himself down, then picked the phone up. The moment he saw the caller's name, Leng Xiaoting was disappointed, because it was Xu Jinshan. Xu Jinchen came back to the capital together with him, and had said that they could go out for a gathering if they were free tonight, so it must be for that reason that Xu Jinchen interrupted him at this time. Leng Xiaoting wanted to hang up, because he wouldn't go, but he was worried that it might be something serious. What? Leng Xiaoting coldly asked once he answered the call. Xu Jinchen could hear the anger in Leng Xiaoting's tone, so he was struck dumb for a second. He thought that Leng Xiaoting had encountered something unpleasant. He didn't think that Leng Xiaoting was mad at him for his interruption. Hey, what are you doing now? Why don't we? Xu Jinchen said. Knowing that Xu Jinchen just wanted to meet up with him, Leng Xiaoting interrupted before Xu Jinchen could finish. No, I'm busy now. If there is nothing important, don't call me. The second he finished, Leng Xiaoting hung up on Xu Jinchen. Chapter 2310, Do You Want More? Xu Jinchen was stunned by Leng Xiaoting's scolding. After hanging up, he didn't come back to his senses until a couple of moments later. He thought that Leng Xiaoting might have encountered something unpleasant. Therefore, he was slightly worried and hesitated to call Leng Xiaoting again. However, Leng Xiaoting hung up on him so fast, which meant it wasn't convenient for Leng Xiaoting to answer a call now. It might not be a good idea for him to call Leng Xiaoting once more. What? Won't Xiaoting come? Seeing the worry on Xu Jinchen's face, Xu Jinlin asked. Xiaoting said he's occupied. He can't come. He shouted that don't call him again unless there is something very important. I'm just a little worried, said Xu Jinchen. He had many guesses, but never thought that he had interrupted Leng Xiaoting in the middle of having sex with Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Xu Jinlin frowned and comforted him. Perhaps he's dealing with something important. Don't worry, Xiaoting isn't weak. He can handle it. Because it was still early and wasn't 10 p.m. yet, Xu Jinlin had no idea about what Leng Xiaoting was really doing at this time. Right, Leng Xiaoting was very strong and he would be fine. Thinking of that, Xu Jinchen felt relieved. Ji Yuning, however, snorted with laughter. Really? Do you think it's a good idea? Of course, you're much more enjoyable than drinks, said Leng Xiaoting with an evil smile, then threw himself at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning turned around and pressed Leng Xiaoting against the sofa. The next second, she opened her legs and sat on his crotch. Her body was so close to his. Looking at him, she said amorously, "You are on top every time. This time, I'll be on top." As she said that, her heart was pounding faster. In fact, she was shy and nervous, because it was a bold move for her. They had been together for a long time, so Ji Yuning felt they could experiment a bit more in sex and try something different. Anyway, she was alone with him now. It was their private time. Facing Ji Yuning's boldness, Leng Xiaoting got excited. He couldn't wait to see what she would do next. Great, you'll take the lead today. Leng Xiaoting smiled happily. Ji Yuning avoided his eyes a little and regretted doing it all of a sudden, but it was too late to get down now. All right, then she would ride him till the end. Without delay, Ji Yuning began to kiss his lips. His face, his nose, his jaw, his Adam's apple, and his chest. Her hand moved slowly downwards, making Leng Xiaoting tremble a little with pleasure. He was completely aroused. However, he didn't want to stop Ji Yuning, so he tolerated it no matter how uncomfortable it was. Actually, he was enjoying it and felt happy that his girl wanted to learn to get him excited now. How is it? Is it uncomfortable? Ji Yuning deliberately did it at a slow speed to make Leng Xiaoting suffer. Looking at his reaction, she felt sorry for him, but had to admit that it was very pleasant. Ningning, when can you let me in? Leng Xiaoting stared at Ji Yuning, looking pitiful. Now, the atmosphere in the room turned sexy, and they didn't stop until they were both exhausted. Ningning, I need to ask you about something, said Leng Xiaoting seriously all of a sudden. Staring at his serious face, Ji Yuning became serious too. What is it? Did I get better in bed? Leng Xiaoting asked with a serious expression. Ji Yuning instantly flushed red. She turned her eyes away and didn't dare to look at him. She thought it was something important, but unexpectedly it was so embarrassing. However, it was actually very important for a man. No man wanted his woman to not approve of his sexual prowess, because sexual pleasure was happiness. Does your silence mean I didn't get better? After waiting for a while, Leng Xiaoting still didn't get an answer from Ji Yuning, so he became a little upset. He had confidence in himself, but he needed to hear the answer from Ji Yuning's mouth. Are you serious? Ji Yuning felt that he definitely got better in bed, but she felt too shy to answer that question. Isn't it serious enough? Do you feel you can't answer it right now? I'll work harder to help you figure out the answer, said Leng Xiaoting, then he immediately turned and pressed Ji Yuning under him. It seemed he would keep on penetrating her if she refused to give him an answer. Ji Yuning was annoyed. She realized that she had to give him an answer. Therefore, even if she was quite embarrassed, she still said, yeah, you're much better now. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was satisfied and the smile on his face became broader. However, it wasn't over yet, and Leng Xiaoting continued to ask her, do you like it? How can you have so many questions? Ji Yuning argued. If you don't answer my question, it means you don't like it and you don't think I got better, said Leng Xiaoting. He suddenly became stubborn. Ji Yuning was speechless. Since when did he like to go down a dead end? Of course I like it, said Ji Yuning in the end. Do you want more? Leng Xiaoting continued. No, said Ji Yuning, because she was exhausted. Then you don't actually like it, and you don't think. Leng Xiaoting said the same thing again. He was forcing Ji Yuning to say that he was much better in bed now, and she really liked it and wanted more. Ji Yuning could say that he was much better now and she really liked it, but she was too shy to say that she wanted more. However, she knew she couldn't dodge the question, so she decided to satisfy Leng Xiaoting's needs. Yeah, I want more. Ji Yuning interrupted before Leng Xiaoting could finish. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoting got excited again, but he didn't move right away, and continued to ask, what do you want? I want. Ji Yuning flushed again and avoided Leng Xiaoting's eyes. What? Leng Xiaoting swallowed and asked again. His eyes were full of burning desire. Ji Yuning took a deep breath and gave in. I want you. In an instant, Leng Xiaoting lost control of himself and directly penetrated Ji Yuning. After a short break, they had a passionate sex once more. However, because both of them had used a lot of strength, this time, it didn't last long, but they still didn't stop until they were completely out of strength. Leng Xiaoting felt a little sorry, but he just couldn't control himself in front of Ji Yuning. Chapter 2311. A strange hole. Early the next morning, Xu Jinchen called Leng Xiaoting and invited them to climb the mountain together. Although they were very busy at work, they needed to relax when they were free. However, the purpose of climbing the mountain this time was not purely for fun. Xu Jingchen heard a rumor from Xu Jinglin that there was a strange hole on Shanyan Mountain. It was very windy inside, and people couldn't go farther forward after walking for about 30 meters. If people continued to go in, they would be blown down. There was strong wind in the hole. It was so strong that it could blow people down. It was really unbelievable. Obviously, it wasn't normal. Nobody knew the reason for it. Many people had tried to figure it out, but failed. Afterwards, it was blocked with steel bars to prevent people from entering. It would be bad if something went wrong. In the past, Xu Jingchen would just think that these things were just hearsay, and would only regard it as rumors and wouldn't take it seriously. However, ever since he learned that there were people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts in this world, he didn't think that the strong wind was too shocking. He was only curious about whether it was true. If it could really blow people down, it must be unusual. He wanted to find out more about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't go so far in such cold weather. He was a strong man, so he could stand the low temperature, but he was worried about Zibeiyin. He actually didn't want to take Zibeiyin with them, but Zibeiyin argued that she had to join them, so he agreed. Xu Jinchen's description aroused Leng Xiaoting's curiosity. He was mainly afraid that there might be monsters or ghosts, which could hurt innocent people if they didn't get rid of them as soon as possible. If there were really monsters or ghosts, a few steel bars wouldn't stop them. It was child's play. Leng Xiaoting told Ji Yuning about it, and Ji Yuning agreed that they should go to see the hole. Xu Jinchen believed it might have something to do with monsters or ghosts if the strange strong wind really existed. Therefore, it should be a dangerous trip. He didn't call other people except for Zibeiyin and Chen Meng. Chen Meng came back with them yesterday. So when they gathered together, Xu Jinlin shared the rumor with them. In fact, Xu Jinlin had invited them to visit it, but Xu Jinchen turned him down with the excuse that they needed to deal with something else. They could go there next time when they were free. Xu Jinchen simply did that to stop Xu Jinlin from going there. After all, Xu Jinlin was too weak to handle it. He might be injured if he went there. Zi Beiying and Chen Meng, on the other hand, were both strong. With Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning's help, they would be safe even if they weren't very helpful. Soon they were ready to go. They didn't meet in the city, but decided to directly meet at the foot of Shanyan Mountain. Shanyan Mountain was located in the south of the capital, about 70 kilometers away from the Nanchang district. It was the highest mountain near the capital, with an altitude of 15–18 meters. Shanyan Mountain was mainly composed of volcanic rocks. The mountains in the territory were towering and the valleys were deeply cut. It was a relatively dangerous scenic spot around the capital. Besides, it wasn't close to the capital, so there weren't many visitors, especially in winter. Actually, not many people came to climb the mountain in the winter, which was a good thing for Ji Yuning and her friends, because it would be convenient for them to take action if anything unusual really happened. After Xu Jinchen and the others arrived and waited for about 10 minutes, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came. They had had breakfast, but it would take a long time to climb the mountain today, so they brought bread and water with them. If they were lucky and caught wild animals, they could eat the wild animals too. Once they met, they didn't waste any time and went to buy tickets before climbing the mountain. After all, it was a scenic spot, and the development of it cost money, so visitors needed to buy tickets. Although they came for the cave, they didn't rush. Like everyone else, they climbed the mountain at their usual speed, but given their physical strength, it was very easy for them to climb. As a result, they were much faster than average people. The cave was located at 2/3 of the height of the mountain, and the altitude of the mountain was very high, so it took a long time. Although they were very fast, they still had to spend slightly more than an hour on the road. Along the way, they only met about 20 visitors who came to climb the mountain as well. Perhaps because it was morning there weren't many visitors. There were also several fork roads on the mountain, which lead to different viewpoints, so there might be more visitors in other places and they just didn't see them. However, in addition to them, there was another group of 4 who also came to visit the cave. It was 2 men and 2 women. All of them were very young, and should be college students about 20 years old. They hesitated to go in at the entrance of the cave, because they had also heard the rumor. Although they weren't sure whether it was true or false, they still felt scared and wondered if there was a ghost inside. They didn't believe in ghosts, but felt frightened at the thought of ghosts. When they saw Ji Yuning and her friends come, they felt slightly relieved. If there was a larger group of people, they wouldn't be so scared. As Ji Yuning and her friends walked closer, the group of college students were stunned by their outstanding appearances. All the men were handsome and the women were extraordinarily beautiful. However, when the 2 college girls saw Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying, they got jealous of them. They were pretty too, but were barely comparable to Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying. The girl with short hair was only a little jealous of them, and had no hatred for them. The girl with long hair, however, was full of jealousy and showed obvious hostility. Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying didn't care about that, because they didn't bother to compare themselves with the 2 college girls at all. The next second, the long-haired girl who was jealous of Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying walked towards them. She had what she believed to be the most attractive smile on her face. She originally walked towards Leng Xiaoting, but she paused for a while after a few steps, then turned to Xu Jinchen. "Hi, are you going into the cave?" she asked in a gentle voice. The answer couldn't be more obvious, and the girl simply wanted to strike up a conversation with them. She actually wanted to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting first, but he looked too cool so she didn't dare to go closer. Xu Jinchen, however, looked much nicer, so she turned to Xu Jinchen. Chapter 2312, Why Do We Have to Agree? Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying exchanged a glance. Zi Beiying wasn't mad. She was honestly a bit displeased, but she didn't bother to argue with the girl. The short-haired girl witnessed everything the long-haired girl did and showed disdain. The long-haired girl's purpose was too obvious. She just couldn't get rid of the bad habit of striking up a conversation with handsome men whenever she saw them. Although the short-haired girl knew the long-haired girl's behavior wasn't right, she had no intention of stopping her. They didn't get along after all, and she would love to see the long-haired girl embarrass herself. The two college boys, however, didn't know much about girls' thoughts, so they thought the long-haired girl really wanted to find out whether Shu Jinshin and his friends wanted to go into the cave as well. If they were going inside too, they would be more than willing to go with them. Therefore, they didn't stop the long-haired girl either. "Yeah," said Shu Jinshin in a flat voice. He could see the long-haired girl's purpose, so he had a bad impression of her. However, if he didn't give an answer, he would seem impolite, so he replied to her question. "We'll go inside too, but we don't have many people. We're a little scared. Can we go in together?" said the long-haired girl. She even acted pitiful, trying to win Shu Jinshin's sympathy. "You can stay outside if you're scared. We don't need more companions." "We're not afraid," said Shu Jinshin coldly, then he left the long-haired girl. He walked to hold Zi Beiying's hand and entered the cave before the other people. Shu Jinshin didn't do that just because he was afraid that Zi Beiying might be mad. Even if Zi Beiying was absent, he would still do that, because he hated pretentious and calculating girls. Moreover, if those college students followed them inside, they would only be a burden. Shu Jinshin didn't want to be burdened. However, he couldn't chase them away, so he thought they could leave those college students behind by walking faster. If the college students were scared, they should stop walking deeper. In addition, there were several forks in the cave. After they separated, those college students might not dare to enter the windy road. Other than that road, the other roads were safe, or the cave wouldn't be open to the public. The long-haired girl didn't expect Shu Jinshin to embarrass her publicly and instantly became mad. What was worse, Shu Jinshin held another girl's hand and directly walked by her. Although she had wondered whether they were a couple, she wasn't very sure of it. Not every man and a woman were a couple when they stood together. There were 4 of them and there was only one couple in their group. She and another boy weren't a couple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to strike up a conversation with Shu Jinshin. The short-haired girl gloated over the long-haired girl's bad luck. She had tried to strike up a conversation with the man right in front of his girlfriend. It wasn't surprising at all that she was ignored. The 2 college boys didn't think much about it. They only felt Shu Jinshin's attitude was a little unacceptable. The short-haired girl's boyfriend said nothing. Although he was displeased with Shu Jinshin's attitude, he didn't think Shu Jinshin had to agree to go with them. The other boy, however, couldn't stand it. Because he liked the long-haired girl, he was protective of her, so he immediately stood out and stopped Shu Jinshin and Zi Beiying. "I think your behavior is out of line," he said angrily. The long-haired girl was very satisfied when the boy stood out for her. She enjoyed it when men chased and protected her, because it showed her charm. However, she disliked that boy, but she didn't reject him because he was good-looking and was born in a rich family. He also treated her very well, so she gave him hope, but never accepted him. "My behavior is out of line." Shu Jinshin frowned a little. He didn't understand why the boy criticized him like that. "Why do I have to agree to go with you?" Shu Jinshin didn't want to argue with the boy, but he couldn't tolerate selfish people. If the boy didn't find fault with him, he would say nothing, but the boy picked on him. The boy suddenly didn't know what to say. It was true that they couldn't force Shu Jinshin to go in with them. "It's all right. We can go in by ourselves." The short-haired girl's boyfriend immediately came over to pull the boy back. They had no position to criticize Shu Jinshin. The boy also realized that he was being unreasonable, so he said nothing further, while Shu Jinshin left with Zi Beiying. Witnessing that, the long-haired girl was disappointed. But she knew that she couldn't criticize Shu Jinshin for disagreeing with them. After that, Leng Xiaoting also walked into the cave, holding Ji Yuning's hand. The long-haired girl felt heavily hit. Why were handsome men always other girls' boyfriends? Chen Meng was handsome too, but wasn't comparable to Leng Xiaoting and Shu Jinshin. He was also much older than them, so the long-haired girl didn't pay special attention to him. After Leng Xiaoting and the others entered the cave, the 4 college students caught up with them. Even if they refused to go with them, they could follow them. There was nothing wrong with that. Ji Yuning and the others indeed said nothing about it, but they could speed up to get rid of them. Without delay, Ji Yuning and her friends walked faster. Seeing them walking forward so quickly, the 4 college students clearly knew that they were trying to get rid of them. They were very displeased, but had to swallow their anger because they couldn't blame them for that. At the beginning, they could still follow, but gradually they were left behind. There were many bends in the caves, so the 4 college students soon lost Ji Yuning and the others when they were a distance away. Even though they knew that there were people ahead, they were still scared. After walking for another while, they reached a fork. At this moment, they had no idea which way Ji Yuning and her friends took. They were clearly aware that Ji Yuning and her friends deliberately got rid of them, but they thought that they could catch up by following closely behind. Unfortunately, they soon lost them after finishing 2/10 of the way. "Damn it. They're so bad. They got rid of us on purpose," said the long-haired girl in anger. Chapter 2313, Could there really be monsters or ghosts? Why are you always blaming other people? It's not their duty to wait for us, said the short-haired girl. She couldn't stand the long-haired girl's temper. The long-haired girl was mad, but didn't know how to retort. The boy who liked her also agreed with the short-haired girl, so he didn't defend the long-haired girl this time. "I won't go ahead now. I'm going back," said the long-haired girl. This cave wasn't only scary, it was also creepy and cold. It was very uncomfortable. "Well, why don't we go back now?" The boy who liked the long-haired girl immediately agreed. He cared about the long-haired girl, and was slightly frightened too. Although there were lights in the cave and the way was bright, the long and empty road filled them with horror. The short-haired girl and her boyfriend were also unwilling to go deeper, so they agreed to go back. After feeling that the 4 men and women stopped following them, Ji Yuning and the others slowed down. Although they came because of the strange wind, they couldn't ignore the sight of the cave. The passage inside this cave wasn't that big. Sections of it were 2 or 3 meters high, while some were 7 or 8 meters high, but there was only a crack at the top. This cave was naturally formed. Even if it had been artificially transformed, at most it was paved with pebbles and lights placed on both sides. At the forks in the cave, there were road signs, so it wasn't difficult to find the hole leading to the windy road. The passage leading to the windy road was named Windy Hole. Is there really a strong wind? After hearing this rumor, Zi Beiying was the one who didn't believe it the most, because she didn't know that there were ghosts and monsters in this world. However, after seeing this windy hole, she felt it might be true. "We'll see when we feel the wind," said Shu Jinchen. Because there was still a long distance from the windy spot and there was no strong wind at the entrance of the cave, they weren't sure if there was really a strong and strange wind. However, as keen as Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, they noticed the sound of the wind blowing in front of them, but it wasn't very loud. Before they witnessed it, they couldn't determine that it was abnormal even if it was windy. It was possible that it was an artificial wind in order to attract visitors. They continued to walk ahead. After walking for 5 minutes, they felt an icy wind blowing at their faces. It made the low temperature go down a few more degrees. However, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't sense any breath of monsters or ghosts from it. They couldn't be sure that it had nothing to do with monsters or ghosts, because they were still a distance away from the destination. Anyway, they were certain that it wasn't an artificial wind. There is really wind. Zi Beiying was more surprised. To her astonishment, there was really wind. "Are you scared?" Shu Jinchen asked. Because Zi Beiying hadn't witnessed monsters and ghosts with her own eyes yet, Shu Jinchen was worried that she might be afraid if there were really monsters and ghosts. "I'm not. There is nothing to be afraid of." "Are you afraid?" Zi Beiying argued. She had been through a lot after all, and didn't think the wind was scary. "Beiying, do you believe in monsters or ghosts?" Ji Yuning asked. She felt it was necessary to help Zi Beiying be mentally prepared. "No," said Zi Beiying at once. However, when she thought about the question Ji Yuning asked, she suddenly wondered whether monsters and ghosts were real. Thinking of that, Zi Beiying stiffened a little in panic. "Do they really exist?" she asked with hesitation. Ji Yuning smiled and said, "Anything can exist in this world, so I prefer to believe in them." Before they ran into monsters or ghosts, Ji Yuning couldn't be honest with Zi Beiying. At this moment, Zi Beiying started feeling nervous. Did monsters and ghosts really exist? If so, it would be frightening. Don't worry. If they are real, I'll protect you. Xu Jinchen squeezed Zi Beiying's hand a little and comforted her. I'm not afraid at all. Zi Beiying was relaxed. Ji Yuning only told her that there could be anything in this world. It didn't mean that monsters and ghosts were real. Even if they were real, she wouldn't be afraid since the others didn't look scared. After that, they walked deeper and the wind became stronger. However, it seemed to be natural, and they still couldn't feel the breath of any monsters or ghosts. Do you feel cold? Xu Jinchen asked with concern. Not really, said Zi Beiying. It wasn't cold, but she was getting worried as the wind grew stronger. Could it really have something to do with monsters or ghosts? However, even if she was anxious, she didn't show it on her face. After walking for another while, they finally reached the entrance of the hole that was cut off by steel bars. When they got here, they felt a strong wind. They could barely open their eyes and were shivering with cold. If it became stronger, it would be a gale, and they would hardly be able to walk then. Therefore, the scenic spot chose to cut off here, because it was difficult for people to walk farther ahead, and it wasn't easy to develop the cave. Could there really be monsters or ghosts? This wind is so weird. Zi Beiying asked. At this time, she finally felt cold and looked scared, but she could still bear it. She was physically strong and had put on many clothes because she knew it would be very cold in the cave. Even Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng felt very cold too. Only Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting stayed warm because they were protected by their magical power. I don't think so, said Ji Yuning. She said that to comfort Zi Beiying. And in fact, she and Leng Xiaoting indeed didn't feel the breath of any monsters or ghosts from the wind. However, it couldn't be natural wind because they were far from the outside world now. There were no lights ahead and it was completely dark, so Ji Yuning's jade eyes were of little use now. Xiaoting and I will go in to have a look. You can guard out here. Don't stand facing the wind, then you won't be very cold. No matter how long we stay in there, don't come in. If we don't come out within an hour, you can leave first and go back to the foot of the mountain to wait for us, Ji Yuning said to Xu Jinchen and the others. Chapter 2314. Get into the windy hole. Ji Yuning said that because she was afraid that they might encounter an accident and be unable to come back soon. If they were really in danger, Xu Jinchen and the others wouldn't be able to rescue them, so they shouldn't come in no matter what happens. They had to leave. Ji Yuning didn't think that she and Leng Xiaoting would be injured. Even if they ran into trouble, they would get themselves out. What? You two are going in there? It's too dangerous. Zi Beiying didn't think it was a good idea. Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng understood Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's worries, so they agreed. Even if they disagreed, it was useless. Therefore, Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng said, sure. Zi Beiying couldn't believe her ears. How could Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng agree to let Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting go in without them? She was anxious and annoyed. She felt that they didn't care about Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting at all. Alright, Xiaoting and Ji Yuning will be fine. It might not be so dangerous inside. Perhaps they'll soon come back. Xu Jinchen actually wasn't sure whether it was dangerous, and simply said that to comfort Zi Beiying. In case Zi Beiying wasn't convinced, Xu Jinchen added. Xiaoting also agreed with Ji Yuning. That's an order for us. We can't stop them. If we dare to stand in their way, we'll be punished according to the rules in the military. Do you want to see me and Chen Meng punished? Xu Jinchen seemed very pitiful. He was reluctant to be punished for that. What? Zi Beiying was surprised. They weren't carrying out a task. How come it was an order? Seeing Zi Beiying's confused face, Leng Xiaoting said, yeah, we'll do what Ningning just said. This is an order. At this moment, Zi Beiying couldn't say anything about it. She wasn't dumb, and she knew that soldiers could never say no to orders from their leader. She was unwilling to see Xu Jinchen punished. In addition, since Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng believed in Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, she could only agree. Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng had been Leng Xiaoting's comrades for years, so they should be very aware of his abilities. Leng Xiaoting agreed to go in with Ji Yuning, which meant that Ji Yuning wasn't weak, otherwise Leng Xiaoting wouldn't allow her to take the risk. Moreover, just as Xu Jinchen said, they might come back soon. However, Zi Beiying was still worried about their safety, so she said to Ji Yuning, "You must be careful. Come out as soon as possible." "Don't worry, we'll be fine," said Ji Yuning. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were ready to go in. The hole was welded by steel bars, so if they wanted to get in, they had to cut them. Ji Yuning took out a dagger and handed it to Leng Xiaoting. Because Xu Jinchen and the others were present, Leng Xiaoting couldn't use his sword, or it would expose more of his secrets. Dagger would be of the same use. However, a dagger wasn't able to cut the steel bars, so Leng Xiaoting used his magical energy. Used with magical energy, the dagger could easily ruin a building. It couldn't be easier to cut a few steel bars. Only Leng Xiaoting, a cultivator at a high level, could do that. "Are you going to use this dagger to cut those steel bars?" Zi Beiying didn't think it was possible. Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng were aware that Leng Xiaoting had superpowers, so they knew it wouldn't be a problem, but they didn't know that Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator. The moment Zi Beiying finished speaking, Leng Xiaoting quickly cut 3 steel bars with the dagger, which shocked Zi Beiying. It really could do that, and it seemed very easy. Before Zi Beiying could figure it out, Leng Xiaoting cut off the lower parts of the 3 steel bars. As a result, the middle parts of the steel bars fell and showed an empty space big enough for a person to go in. Leng Xiaoting went in first, followed by Ji Yuning. Afterwards, they walked inside, and soon disappeared in the darkness. Zi Beiying didn't come back to her senses until Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were totally gone. She glanced at the broken steel bars, and still couldn't understand how Leng Xiaoting made it. "Jesus, it's so unbelievable." "No need to worry, Xiaoting is much stronger than you think," said Xu Jinchen to comfort Zi Beiying. He didn't think it was wrong that Zi Beiying was worried about Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, because he cared about them too. Even though they knew that both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were very strong and they believed that they would be fine, they were still a little worried. In fact, Zi Beiying had taken Leng Xiaoting as her dream man before, but Xu Jinchen didn't mind it. If it were another man, he might be mad and think that Zi Beiying still had a place for them in her heart, and that is why she was worried about their safety. However, Xu Jinchen didn't have that concern. He believed that Zi Beiying was loyal to him. Sure, after witnessing Leng Xiaoting's ability, Zi Beiying was less worried. Once Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning got in, they used the night luminescent pearl to light the hole. Even if it wasn't very bright, it was enough for them to see the path. The farther they went, the stronger the wind became. Ordinary people could barely move a step now, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting only had some difficulties. They could still move as usual. When the wind became so strong that it could blow people down, they found it hard to move ahead, but they were still able to walk forward. As Ji Yuning walked forward, she used her jade eyes on the road in front. Perhaps because of the magnetic field, she could only see a short distance of 10 meters. It was still completely dark ahead. "It's really strange. Where does this wind come from? I thought there might be monsters or ghosts, but I can't sense them at all." Ji Yuning frowned with confusion. "Right, I guess we can only keep going to see what's ahead of us," said Leng Xiaoting. He felt that it was strange too, but they needed more clues. As they walked ahead, the wind became stronger and stronger, and it became more and more difficult for them to move. However, because they still couldn't see anything dangerous, they had to continue to go forward. Right when they felt it was difficult for them to go ahead, they saw a sparkling barrier, but they didn't know what was behind it. Even Ji Yuning's jade eyes were useless now. She could only see white everywhere ahead. Chapter 2315. Before her reincarnation, "I can't see what's behind the barrier," said Ji Yuning with a big frown. She couldn't see through it, so she wasn't sure whether it was dangerous and whether they should continue to explore it. "Let's go closer and throw something over," said Leng Xiaoting. After that, they moved closer to the barrier. Ji Yuning took out an ingot of silver from the telepathic eye space and threw it to the barrier. The ingot of silver hit the barrier and fell. It couldn't cross it. Could it be a time-traveling tunnel or something? Ji Yuning suddenly had such a bold idea, but she really thought it was a bit possible. After all, given her experience, she felt that nothing was impossible. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting agreed it was possible, but didn't think it was very likely. There could be anything behind the barrier. Why don't we just go back now? Leng Xiaoting said. This was the first time that he wanted to give up. He was worried that they might not be able to bear the result if they touched the barrier. He was unwilling to take this risk. Ji Yuning hesitated for a second, then accepted Leng Xiaoting's idea. In fact, she was also worried about the unknown danger behind the barrier. Her jade eyes were useless in such a situation. If it was really a time-traveling tunnel behind the barrier, they might be separated after going in. In that case, they couldn't come back. What should they do then? Therefore, it was better if they did not touch it. Anyway, ordinary people couldn't get here, so nobody would be in danger as long as no one came here. If anyone dared to risk his or her life to come here, they could do nothing about it. They didn't want bad things to happen, but they couldn't save everyone. After that, they turned around and were about to leave. Unexpectedly, the accident happened right at this moment. All of a sudden, they felt that a powerful force was sucking them back, which made them pale in shock. However, before they had time to struggle and escape, they were completely absorbed by this force, then lost consciousness. When Ji Yuning woke up again, she found herself lying on a bed in a bedroom. The first idea that appeared in her mind was that she and Leng Xiaoting had left the cave. However, she didn't know how, because she was unconscious at that moment. Anyway, since they were out now, Leng Xiaoting must be with her. Where was he? Upon thinking of Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning got up and looked for Leng Xiaoting. She glanced around, and strangely found that this bedroom was very familiar. Abruptly, Ji Yuning jumped out of the bed in horror. Wasn't this the single apartment she had lived in before her reincarnation? Why was she here? Ji Yuning was scared and couldn't believe her eyes. She immediately left the bed and ran to the bathroom to look at herself in the mirror. After she saw her face in the mirror, Ji Yuning backed up in fright. She was no longer Ji Yuning. She saw Tang Aining's face in the mirror. How was it possible? How did it happen? She came back to the time before her reincarnation. It was hard for Ji Yuning to accept it. It must be a dream. Ji Yuning pinched herself a few times, and it hurt. If it was painful, it meant that she wasn't in a dream. Was that barrier really a time-traveling tunnel? Did she really travel in time back to the days before her reincarnation? Ji Yuning couldn't accept that result. She went back to the side of the bed and drew out her phone. It showed the date before her reincarnation. It was a month before she was murdered by Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin. She was off these days, so she enjoyed herself in her own apartment. In her memories, Qi Ziyu would call her out to have a meal together that afternoon. Ji Yuning immediately read the messages in her phone. She was right. There were indeed messages between her and Qi Ziyu. It was 3 p.m. now, and she still had 3 hours. Although Qi Ziyu was only taking advantage of her, he seemed to be a very good boyfriend on the surface, otherwise she wouldn't have been fooled. However, Ji Yuning was still unable to accept what had happened to her just now. Where was Leng Xiaoting? Where did he go? Did he travel back in time as well? Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting without delay, but his phone was turned off. After that, she called the number she used after her reincarnation. The one she used as Ji Yuning. The call was answered, and she heard a familiar voice. Hi, who is that? This is Ji Yu-ning's mother. She isn't home and left her phone at home. It was Ji Yu-man. Because she already took Ji Yu-man as her own mother and had deep affection for Ji Yu-ning, she almost cried when she heard Ji Yu-man's voice. However, she was still in a mess now, and could easily lose control of her emotions. Ji Yu-ning had to calm herself down. She said she had made a mistake and quickly hung up. After hanging up, Ji Yu-ning was completely stunned. Did she just go back to the very beginning of the story? No, there should be a way back. Right, she needed to find the cave and the barrier, then she would be able to go back. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning went to change her clothes. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning remembered that ordinary people couldn't get into the cave, so she immediately checked whether her telepathic eye space and abilities still existed. Luckily, they still existed, and Ji Yuning felt relieved. If she lost her abilities, she wouldn't be able to go into the cave. She went out later, and drove straight to Shanyan Mountain. Because it was only 2 years before they climbed the mountain, Shanyan Mountain was still the same. Ji Yuning drove there and climbed up the mountain as fast as possible. Because it was a cool autumn, which was very suitable for climbing mountains, there were many visitors. Seeing Ji Yuning climbing up fast, other visitors were astonished. She didn't seem to be climbing the mountain at all. She seemed to rush to be reincarnated. It was true, because Ji Yuning indeed rushed to leave this world and get back to her body after her reincarnation. However, when Ji Yuning reached the cave, a question dawned on her. She and Leng Xiaoting were absorbed into the barrier and disappeared together. If she went back right now, Leng Xiaoting would be left alone. If she went back without him, Leng Xiaoting would be absent in the world after her reincarnation. Therefore, Ji Yuning stopped. She decided to find Leng Xiaoting first. Chapter 2316, Meet Chiziu again. She was too shocked earlier, so she forgot that. Without delay, Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting, but his phone was still turned off. Perhaps he was carrying out a task. Left with no choice, Ji Yuning could only go back. In order to not lose Leng Xiaoting, she sent Leng Xiaoting a message so that he would call her back after he turned on his phone. Ji Yuning, Xiaoting, this is Ningning. Call me back once you read this message. Ji Yuning wanted to say a lot to him, but the message was too short. Most importantly, Ji Yuning was worried about whether Leng Xiaoting still remembered her after he traveled back in time to 2 years ago. Therefore, it wasn't a good idea if she said too much in the message. Ji Yuning was very afraid that Leng Xiaoting would forget her, because she honestly would know what to do then. Anyway, it was useless to be worried now. She needed to see him first. In case Leng Xiaoting forgot her or didn't call her back after reading her message, she called him every 2 hours. At 5:30 p.m., Ji Yuning was on her way back to the city center. Her phone suddenly rang and it was Chiziu. In a terrible mood, Ji Yuning didn't want to pick up Chiziu's call. She was unwilling to waste time on him now. Did she still hate Chiziu after traveling back in time? She still hated him a little, but didn't hate him to death. After all, she had already taken revenge after her reincarnation. However, it didn't mean that she would tolerate him if they dared to mess with her. Her phone continued to ring. Ji Yuning couldn't turn it off, because she was worried that she might miss Leng Xiaoting's call. However, if Chiziu wouldn't stop calling her, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be able to get through to her because of the busy line. Therefore, Ji Yuning directly blacklisted Chiziu's number. About 10 minutes later, Ji Yuning's phone rang again. She felt that it must be Chiziu. He couldn't get through to her, so he used another number. However, even if it might be Chiziu, Ji Yuning felt that it could also be Leng Xiaoting, so she still answered it. The moment Ji Yuning picked it up, she heard Chiziu's angry scolding. Tang Aining, what's wrong with you? I called you so many times. Why didn't you answer it? I couldn't get through to you afterwards. Did you blacklist my number? She wasn't surprised that it turned out to be Chiziu, but she was disappointed that it wasn't Leng Xiaoting. As a result, Ji Yuning coldly said, Chiziu, don't call me again. Leave me alone, or I'm afraid I'll lose control and kill you. Chiziu was obviously scared by Ji Yuning's words. After seconds of silence, he said, Tang Aining, what did you say? How dare you say that to me? How dare I say that to you? Because I know your real purpose. Chiziu, I'm warning you to stay away from me, or I'll really kill you. Ji Yuning threatened, then hung up on him. This time, she really didn't want to see Chiziu, or she might lose control of herself and kill him when she saw him living a good life. She had the same attitude towards Tang Bingsun, Tang Yaxin, and Ji Yijing. After that, Ji Yuning didn't receive a call from Chiziu again. About 10 minutes later, Tang Bingsun called her. Obviously, Chiziu told Tang Bingsun what she had said to him and Tang Bingsun took action. Ji Yuning was unwilling to answer his call, but she didn't want him to occupy her line, so she picked it up in the end. Ningning, come home tonight. We'll dine together, said Tang Bingsun in a cold voice without any affection for a daughter as a father. No, I need to deal with something else. Ji Yuning directly refused. She knew it was a treacherous plot and there was a trap laid for her ahead. She wasn't afraid, but she was in no mood to deal with them. If she went to see them, she might lose control of herself and kill them. After all, after she was reincarnated, it took a lot of effort to take revenge. Now they were alive and standing in front of her, and she would feel what she had done was meaningless. What do you need to deal with? Come home now. I need to see you. Tang Bingsun ordered in a serious tone. Ji Yuning almost swore at him. Without a word, she directly hung up on Tang Bingsun and blacklisted his number. After a few minutes, Ji Yuning's phone rang again. It was Ji Yijing, but Ji Yuning hung up without hesitation. No matter how they called her, she refused to answer their calls. They sent her messages afterwards and threatened her to go back home, but Ji Yuning ignored all of them. When she got back to the city center, it was slightly past 6 p.m. It was time for dinner, but Ji Yuning didn't have any appetite, so she went directly back to her apartment. However, right after Ji Yuning got out of her car, she was surrounded by 5 men in black suits, including Qi Ziyu. Upon seeing Qi Ziyu, Ji Yuning was mad and had the thought of killing him. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't realize that Tang Bingsun would send people to catch her at her apartment after failing to get through to her. Anyway, she was back now, and she didn't think those men could catch her. They were no match for her after all. Qi Ziyu looked at Ji Yuning, no, Tang Aining with mixed emotions. Because she had said that she knew his real purpose on the phone, he got anxious and reported it to Tang Bingsun. They wanted to know whether Tang Aining had found out something abnormal. He believed that he had acted very well in front of Tang Aining. How could she find out their dirty secrets? Aining, your father wants to see you, said Qi Ziyu in a gentle tone as always. However, he came with many bodyguards, which made his words barely persuasive. Qi Ziyu, didn't you hear what I said on the phone? Ji Yuning squinted at him, her voice icy. She was so strange in Qi Ziyu's eyes now that he even felt frightened facing her. Qi Ziyu was only an ordinary man, while Tang Aining was a professional killer, so ordinary people couldn't bear the pressure she put on them. Qi Ziyu understood that Tang Aining was very strong, so he brought several strong bodyguards with him. Aining, what happened? Although Qi Ziyu guessed that Tang Aining might have found out their dirty secrets, he was reluctant to admit it without an affirmative answer. It seems you won't leave me alone if I don't make it very clear. Ji Yuning sneered. Qi Ziyu seemed to hold out hope until faced with the grim reality. Chapter 2317. Not a cultivator. She had the intention of letting him go, but he wouldn't leave her alone. If she didn't do something right now, she might miss this great chance to punish him. Ji Yuning put on a vague smile and said meaningfully, Qi Ziyu, aren't you trying to keep your position in the Tang family by being together with me? I know Tang Yaxin is your real girlfriend. You refused to have sex with me, not because you respect me, but because you don't want to anger Tang Yaxin. If she's mad, she'll abandon you, and you won't be able to take revenge. Hearing that, Qi Ziyu turned pale in an instant. Ji Yuning really knew his dirty secret, which even Tang Bingsun and Tang Yaxin were unaware of. The next second, Qi Ziyu became aggressive and even had the idea of killing Ji Yuning. Since Tang Aining found out his dirty secret, he couldn't allow her to live. If she told Tang Bingsun about that, his plan would be totally ruined. Catch her. Qi Ziyu gave an order at once. Those bodyguards were his people, so he could trust them. Even if he killed Tang Aining, they wouldn't tell Tang Bingsun. The moment Qi Ziyu finished, the bodyguards rushed to catch Ji Yuning. If she were still Tang Aining before her reincarnation, it might take her some time to beat all of them. However, now she was a different person and she was much stronger than before. Once she moved, the bodyguards were barely comparable to her and could hardly fight back. Within a minute, they were all beaten up by Ji Yuning without any strength to struggle. Qi Ziyu backed away in horror. Since when did Tang Aining become so strong? He knew that Tang Aining was very strong, but it turned out that she was much stronger than he thought. What? Ji Yuning glared at him, and walked towards him step by step. Qi Ziyu was scared and stepped back with a deathly pale face. What do you want to do? Qi Ziyu asked. Although he could see that she was unkind to him, he still hoped that she could let him go. If Tang Aining attacked him, he would be injured in a second. What do I want to do? I warned you not to mess with me, but you wouldn't listen. Ji Yuning sneered. Aining, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's your father who ordered me to take you back to the Tang family's house. He told me if you refuse, I can use violence. Qi Ziyu explained. Although it was the truth, he wouldn't admit that it was actually his idea to kill Tang Aining, or he would be doomed. And, Aining, I really love you. I don't understand why you think I'm taking advantage of you. I swear there is nothing between me and Tang Yaxin, said Qi Ziyu. He even acted hurt as if he was purely innocent. I wasn't born yesterday. Ji Yuning sneered. She didn't bother to waste more time on Qi Ziyu, and directly attacked him. Qi Ziyu subconsciously fought back, but he was too weak compared with Ji Yuning. Once he failed, Ji Yuning kicked him to the ground. Before Qi Ziyu could get back to his feet, Ji Yuning punched and kicked him heavily. She didn't mean to injure him seriously, because she had no intention of disabling or killing him. She just wanted to vent her anger on him and beat him black and blue. Qi Ziyu screamed in pain and attracted the attention of other people in the parking lot. However, there were only a few people in the parking lot. Several people stood out because they had a sense of justice, but they soon figured out that Qi Ziyu came to cause the woman trouble. Unfortunately, the woman beat him instead. Therefore, nobody bothered to stop Ji Yuning. In fact, Ji Yuning looked very violent, and no one dared to stop her. They didn't want her to vent her anger on them. After a while, Ji Yuning stopped. She coldly looked at Qi Ziyu, who shrank on the ground, and warned him. Disappear from my sight from now on. Don't ever try to fool me again, or I'll injure you more seriously than this time. As soon as Ji Yuning finished, she got in her car and drove away. She didn't want to go back to her apartment now. She didn't go to stay in a hotel either, but went straight to Mountain River Garden. Although she wasn't sure whether Lang Xiaoting also kept the memories before they traveled back in time, she had to go see him. Normally, Lang Xiaoting would stay in Mountain River Garden when he was back in the capital. She also had a key to her house in Mountain River Garden, so she decided to go there. She only wanted to find Lang Xiaoting and try to go back to their life. Mountain River Garden was the same before and after she moved in, while Lang Xiaoting's house had the same lock, so Ji Yuning easily opened it and got inside. The layout of the house was what she was familiar with. After Ji Yuning got in the house, she didn't move anything in it. She just quietly sat on the sofa, looking at her phone, waiting for Lang Xiaoting to call her back. Even though Lang Xiaoting could be gone for days or half a month to do a task and she might have to wait for many days, she still hoped that Lang Xiaoting would reply to her as soon as possible. It had been a long time. Xu Jinchen and the others must be very worried about them, and she was more anxious than them. There were so many people who loved and cared about them in that world. If they heard that they were missing, they would be heartbroken. Although what happened in that world might disappear because they traveled back in time, she had no idea what was really happening. While she waited for Lang Xiaoting to come back, she was extremely anxious. She didn't feel sleepy at all, and checked her phone once in a while. All of a sudden, at 3 a.m., Ji Yuning heard a car stop outside the house. The first idea that appeared in her mind was that Lang Xiaoting was back, and she immediately used her jade eyes to look out. It was really Lang Xiaoting's car. He stopped it outside the door, then got out of it to open the door before driving into the house. Ji Yuning didn't stop her car in the house, but somewhere else. She didn't show up when Lang Xiaoting was back, because she couldn't sense the breath of a cultivator from him. It meant that Lang Xiaoting wasn't a cultivator now. In other words, this wasn't the Lang Xiaoting who was already engaged with her. No wonder he didn't call her back. If he was the Lang Xiaoting she knew, he would certainly call her back after the accident happened. He would search for her and make sure that they were safe, then they would go to Shanyan Mountain together to see whether they could go back to their life. Chapter 2318. Show me the proof. Suddenly, Ji Yuning didn't know how to face Leng Xiaoting, but she had to meet him. She didn't go out and waited for Leng Xiaoting to come in. The lights were off in the room, but Leng Xiaoting found out that someone was in his house when he took out his key and was about to open the door. Instantly, Leng Xiaoting was mad. Who was in it? He only arranged for his subordinate to clean his house regularly. His subordinate never stayed here, so Leng Xiaoting believed that it wasn't his subordinate. Who could it be then? Leng Xiaoting could only walk in to see who the person was. Therefore, even if he was aware that there was a person in his house, he still opened the door and walked inside. If he left right now, he wouldn't be able to know who was in his house and what the person wanted. Being alert, Leng Xiaoting went into the house. He could feel that the person was in the living room, but the person didn't move at all or seem aggressive after he came in. It confused Leng Xiaoting. Who are you? Why are you in my home? Leng Xiaoting asked. He didn't turn on the lights. I'm the one who sent you messages. I need to talk with you about something serious. Don't worry, I have no intention of hurting you, said Ji Yuning. Then she stood up and walked towards Leng Xiaoting. Although the house was completely dark, Ji Yuning could still see Leng Xiaoting's face clearly. He was as cold as when she met him for the first time. Somehow, Ji Yuning was very disappointed. Because Leng Xiaoting felt no hatred from Ji Yuning, he didn't attack her right after he got into the house. However, she told him that she was the person who sent him messages, but he didn't know a girl called Ningning. He had read the messages, but it was too late, so he didn't call her back. He decided to do that the next morning. Even though he didn't know this girl called Ningning, since she knew his number, his name, and even wanted to talk with him about something serious, he would still call her back. Leng Xiaoting turned on the lights afterwards, then saw Ji Yuning, or Tang Aining to be specific. However, it was just a strange face in his eyes, but he could see that this woman was very strong. How did you get in here? Leng Xiaoting coldly looked at her and asked. Although Leng Xiaoting coldly stared at her, Ji Yuning remained tender to him. I have my own way. Ji Yuning didn't tell him how she got in, because he would be suspicious of his subordinate if she told him that she had a key to his house. Since Ji Yuning refused to tell him, Leng Xiaoting stopped asking about that. He asked her about something else. What do you want to talk to me about? Do you know a girl called Ji Yuning? Ji Yuning asked. She knew that she would receive a negative answer, but she was still full of hope. No, I don't, said Leng Xiaoting in a flat voice. It was his real reaction. Although Ji Yuning knew that it would be a negative answer, she was still upset when she heard it from his mouth. She was unwilling to give up, so she asked, do you believe in people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts? Leng Xiaoting frowned. He felt that it was a very strange question, but he still said, no. Have you been to City F? Ji Yuning asked. No, Leng Xiaoting replied. Ji Yuning was more and more disappointed. If I tell you people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts really exist in this world, and incarnations are real, will you believe it? Ji Yuning asked. Even if Leng Xiaoting wasn't a cultivator now and couldn't recognize Ji Yuning, he was Jing Yunyao's son after all. He had cultivators' blood, so Ji Yuning thought that she could talk about that with him. Who are you? What are you talking about? It's really strange. Leng Xiaoting stopped answering Ji Yuning's questions, because it sounded ridiculous. However, he didn't think that she was crazy, so Leng Xiaoting somehow felt that what she said might be true. If you want to know who I am, answer my questions, said Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting was cold to other people, but he had patience. He actually had great patience, because they had to wait at the airport for days and nights to catch their target. When they carried out a task, it required a lot of patience. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting wasn't mad just because Ji Yuning didn't tell him right away. He was only used to being cold. How could I believe your words just like that? If you want to convince me, show me the proof. Seeing the serious expression on Ji Yuning's face, Leng Xiaoting frowned. Did people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts really exist in this world? This was the first time that he had ever heard about that, so he was very curious about it. Besides, if they really existed, it would be harmful for the whole society. Therefore, he couldn't stand on the sidelines. I surely can prove that, but you must be prepared, said Ji Yuning. After a few seconds, she let the monster fox out of her telepathic eye space. Witnessing the fox show up from nowhere, Leng Xiaoting was stunned. With a single move, Ji Yuning convinced Leng Xiaoting that people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts really existed in this world. Ordinary people couldn't make a fox come out of nowhere. Was she a monster? Staring at Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting suddenly didn't know what to say. Do you believe it now? Ji Yuning asked, but she could see that Leng Xiaoting was convinced from his expression. Yes. Although it was hard for Leng Xiaoting to digest the news right now, he still did his best to calm himself down. Well, tell me who you are. What's your purpose? It's a long story. I hope you have patience. Ji Yuning said, since you now accept that people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts really exist in this world. You should know this world is different from what you believe. In fact, you'll meet me in a month and I will actually be another girl by then. I'll die in a month, and my soul will possess the body of a girl named Ji Yuning in City F. You'll carry out a task in City F. You'll be injured and we meet by accident. What? Did she just say that they will meet in a month? She will die by then and her soul will possess another person's body. Chapter 2319. Sure, I'll go with you. It sounded so unbelievable that Leng Xiaoting could barely believe it, but Ji Yuning just proved it right in front of him. Ji Yuning continued. After we meet a few times by chance, we'll begin to interact with each other. Then we fall in love and become boyfriend and girlfriend. They would fall in love. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting looked at Ji Yuning with mixed emotions, but he had no affection for her. After all, she was only a stranger in his eyes now. Instead, he felt a little embarrassed. At this time, he couldn't imagine that he would fall in love with a girl. I know you can't believe my words, but I know everything about you. I won't talk about your family background. It isn't a secret, and doesn't mean anything. There is something about that and not many people know it. I know you're the chairman of the xianxia organization. Only your grandfather is aware of that. Other family members of yours don't know it. I also know the names of your comrades. They are Xu Jinchen, Chen Meng, Si Ming, I Weishan. Ji Yuning said the names of Leng Xiaoting's comrades, and Leng Xiaoting became more and more surprised. Only a very few people were aware of that. Your mother, Yunyao, loves ancient yards, so your father built Shaoyao Mountain Villa for your mother. I also know about the Singapore munitioner, the Zi family. I know Zi Xiaoman and Zi Beiying, and I also know, Ji Yuning said many things that only Leng Xiaoting or people who were close to him could be aware of. It was nearly impossible for outsiders to know that. Was what she said true? If not, how did she manage to know all of this about him? Looking at the serious expression on Ji Yuning's face, he didn't think she was lying. After we've been together for more than a year, we meet each other's family. Although we're not officially engaged, we believe that we're going to marry. We introduced ourselves as a couple to other people. Therefore, I have a key to your house, and I got in with it. In fact, I also have the key to Mid-Level's mansion and the Sihewan. Saying that, Ji Yuning took out the key and showed it to Leng Xiaoting. At this time, Leng Xiaoting was more shocked than ever and didn't know what to do. However, he didn't interrupt Ji Yuning, and let her continue. Actually, your mother isn't dead. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting couldn't stay calm any longer. He immediately asked, what? My mother isn't dead. Right, but she lost her memories after the accident happened that year. She's been living at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. By chance, we'll find her and help her get her memories back. In fact, your mother is a cultivator. Although she was seriously injured and was about to die that year, she was rescued afterwards. She lost her memories, so she couldn't come back to see you. You inherited her cultivator's blood, so you're also a cultivator. You just need some time, said Ji Yuning. My mother is a cultivator. I'm also a cultivator. Leng Xiaoting could hardly believe it. It was difficult for him to accept it. He knew what a cultivator was, but he had only seen them on TV before. It was normally a role in fantasy novels, and he couldn't believe that cultivators really existed. In addition, both his mother and he were cultivators. Right, and I'm actually a cultivator too. We have the same master. His name is Shengguan Yang, said Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting received too much shocking news at a time, so he didn't know what to do all of a sudden. After a while, Leng Xiaoting asked, since you said we'll meet in a month and so many things will happen afterwards, why did we meet right now? That's the ultimate purpose of my coming to you today. Xu Jingchen heard rumors of a strange hole in Shanyan Mountain from Xu Jinglin. It said that there is a strong wind inside, which can blow people down. After we heard, we were worried. There might be monsters or ghosts, so we went to have a look. Because we're cultivators, we are able to keep going against the wind, then we reach a barrier. At first, we threw stuff at the barrier, but it bounced back. I even joke that the barrier could be a time-traveling tunnel or something, and we stopped touching it. Because we're worried that accidents might happen, we turned around and walked away. However, right as we turned around, we were absorbed by a powerful force. After I woke up, I found that I traveled about a year back in time. I'm back in my own body now, Ji Yuning said. I decided to find you first, and we can go to Shanyan Mountain together. I want to see whether we can go back to our life through that barrier. If we disappear just like that, our life in a year might not exist. Even if it still exists, our families and friends will be worried about us, said Ji Yuning, feeling very sad. She even cried. Because Leng Xiaoting didn't know Ji Yuning yet, he felt nothing when Ji Yuning told him that they were actually a couple. However, he somehow felt sorry for her when she cried. Sure, I'll go with you. Leng Xiaoting agreed. He didn't bother to think about the result or whether Ji Yuning lied to him. In fact, Leng Xiaoting was mostly convinced by Ji Yuning, so he wanted to know whether what she said was true. If Ji Yuning told the truth and he could go back to his life in a year, he would be willing to go with her. Ji Yuning's face lit up when Leng Xiaoting agreed. She said in a hurry, let's go there right now. There won't be visitors at night, and we can take action. Leng Xiaoting nodded, so he drove Ji Yuning to Shanyan Mountain. Along the way, they barely talked. After all, they were strangers now, and honestly didn't know what to say in addition to serious matters. In fact, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning wanted to talk with each other. Ji Yuning hoped that Leng Xiaoting could remember her by finding out more of what had happened between them. However, he wasn't the Leng Xiaoting she knew right now, and he had no affection for her. She was worried that he might hate her if she talked with him about their story. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, actually wanted to ask Ji Yuning about what would happen between them. He also wanted to see whether he would remember her, but the condition was that he really traveled a year back in time. After thinking about it for a while, he felt it might be a little sensitive. He didn't want to make Ji Yuning more upset. Therefore, neither of them said anything. Chapter 2320. There is something wrong with him. The city center wasn't close to Shanyan Mountain, but there was little traffic on the road late at night, so they soon arrived. Shanyan Mountain was very scary late at night with wild animal howls everywhere. If ordinary people came, they would certainly be frightened and wouldn't dare to go in. However, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't bothered. They climbed up at their fastest speed. Once they reached the cave, they went into it without a pause. Although Leng Xiaoting was mostly convinced by Ji Yuning, he still had doubts. However, when he felt the wind in the cave and noticed that the wind was getting stronger, he gave up some of his doubts. It was indeed abnormal for there to be such a strong wind in this cave. He also had the idea that it might be a publicity stunt made by the scenic spot to attract visitors. However, if it was really a publicity stunt, it should be done during the day when there were visitors, or it would be meaningless. When they went to the place where the steel bars were welded, Leng Xiaoting obviously felt his body become cold. After all, the current Leng Xiaoting wasn't the Leng Xiaoting after he became a cultivator, and his physical fitness was naturally much worse. Ji Yuning was also worried about that. Leng Xiaoting wasn't a cultivator now. Could he get in? No matter what, they had to try. If they couldn't get in, she would tell him to go out. Whatever happened, she wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to him. How do I get in? Leng Xiaoting asked, looking at the welded hole, frowning slightly. They didn't have the tools to open it now. Leave it to me, said Ji Yuning, and a dagger appeared in her hand. She put magical energy into it, and cut the steel bars in an instant. Witnessing that, Leng Xiaoting was shocked again. He didn't expect this dagger to be so sharp. It couldn't be the effect of this dagger, so Ji Yuning must be very strong. She said that she was a cultivator, so it should be easy for her to cut open the steel bars. After that, Leng Xiaoting followed Ji Yuning inside. As they walked ahead, Leng Xiaoting felt it was becoming more and more difficult for him to go ahead. Seeing that, Ji Yuning protected him from the strong wind. Are you all right? Leng Xiaoting asked. Although he felt a little uneasy with a woman protecting him, he didn't take Ji Yuning lightly. He knew that there were many strong women, especially in the army. In addition, Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. She was a cultivator, so it was very normal that she was stronger than him. At this time, Ji Yuning could still go ahead against the strong wind, while he could barely move a step forward. Therefore, in order to not be a drag on Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting could only hide behind her. Due to the help of Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting could go farther ahead. However, Ji Yuning could only block half of the wind because she was little and Leng Xiaoting was tall. As a result, as they went further ahead, it was increasingly difficult for Leng Xiaoting to move ahead, so Ji Yuning decided to help him by pulling his hand. Leng Xiaoting subconsciously wanted to get rid of her hand, but Ji Yuning said, "The wind is becoming stronger. I must hold you tightly." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting didn't get rid of her, but he soon got used to it, perhaps because Ji Yuning told him that they were a couple. He only felt a little embarrassed, but he had to tolerate it in order to keep on going ahead. Ji Yuning pulled Leng Xiaoting ahead, so it became difficult for her as well, but she wouldn't give up. She was determined to go back to their life in a year. She wanted Leng Xiaoting to be the same Leng Xiaoting she knew. Right as they struggled to step forward, they finally saw the barrier, which was only 10 meters away from them. After a glance at the barrier, Leng Xiaoting was shocked and was more convinced by Ji Yuning's words. He also hoped that he could travel a year later in time with Ji Yuning through this barrier. Even though he knew nothing about himself after a year and could barely imagine it, he sincerely hoped that they could go back to their life. However, when they were 5 meters away from the barrier, a person showed up at the front. It was Leng Xiaoting, and he was still wearing the same clothes when they were absorbed into the barrier. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, then her face lit up. Xiaoting. The Leng Xiaoting who was pulled by Ji Yuning was astonished. Looking at the man who looked exactly the same as him, he thought that the man must be him a year later. "Ningning, let him go. Leave with me. We can't stay here too long," Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning, standing before the barrier. "Do we need to send him back?" Ji Yuning asked. She was talking about the Leng Xiaoting pulled by her. For some reason, she had a strange feeling that this Leng Xiaoting would be in trouble once she let him go. "No need. What happens here is the past. It doesn't matter. As long as we enter this barrier, everything in this place will become the past," said Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning agreed on that, so she let the Leng Xiaoting go, but he turned to catch her hand. Ji Yuning was surprised and turned to look at him. Before she could say anything, he said, "I think there is something wrong with him." He was talking about the Leng Xiaoting standing in front of the barrier. He couldn't tell why, but he just had that feeling. Ji Yuning was taken aback. There was something wrong with that Leng Xiaoting. How was it possible? "Ningning, let him go right now. Come over here. We must leave as soon as possible," Leng Xiaoting urged her, sounding anxious. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning felt that he looked very strange. Was there really something wrong with him? Ji Yuning turned to stare at him, and said, "Xiaoting, let the flood dragon out. I need it." Once she said that aloud, it meant that she was also suspicious of Leng Xiaoting. If he was really Leng Xiaoting, her words would hurt him. However, Leng Xiaoting's reaction aroused her suspicion. In such a situation, she must be careful. Leng Xiaoting frowned in displeasure, and questioned Ji Yuning. "Ningning, are you suspicious of me because of him?" Hearing his reply, Ji Yuning became more suspicious of him, because Leng Xiaoting would never question her like that. Instead, he would directly let the flood dragon out to prove that he was the real Leng Xiaoting. I wasn't suspicious of you earlier, but now I think you're not the real Xiaoting. The real Xiaoting would never question me like that. He'd just let the flood dragon out to prove himself, said Ji Yuning, looking at him coldly. Chapter 2321. Think of someone hearing that Leng Xiaoting blinked and explained. It's an emergency. Stop wasting time on arguing. If we don't leave right now, we won't ever be able to leave this place. Although that Leng Xiaoting only blinked, Ji Yuning still caught it. It seemed that he wasn't the real Leng Xiaoting. Who was he then? Why did he have the same appearance as Leng Xiaoting instead of someone else? Why did he suddenly appear? It won't take you much time to let the flood dragon out. Why can't you do that? Even if Ji Yuning was sure that he wasn't the real Leng Xiaoting, she still wanted to make him expose himself. If so, you don't need to go back now. All of a sudden, that Leng Xiaoting changed his attitude and became violent. The next second, he attacked Ji Yuning with a pair of angry eyes. Ji Yuning was sure that he wasn't the real Leng Xiaoting, but she was still sad when he attacked her. Left with no choice, she fought back at once. The Leng Xiaoting at her back was unwilling to burden her, so he let Ji Yuning go once the other Leng Xiaoting attacked her. However, Ji Yuning immediately turned to grab his hand. If she let him go, he would quickly be blown away by the strong wind. He might knock against the walls in the cave. As a result, he could die or be seriously injured. You don't need to worry about me. Leng Xiaoting felt touched that Ji Yuning was so protective of him. Although she protected him because she cared about the Leng Xiaoting a year later, he was protected by her right now. No, I won't let you go, Ji Yuning said with determination. Because the other Leng Xiaoting was fake, this Leng Xiaoting must be real. No matter what, she wouldn't allow him to be injured. Leng Xiaoting tried to get rid of her, but found that Ji Yuning was unbelievably strong. He couldn't get rid of her, so he gave up in the end. Ji Yuning wasn't dumb and wouldn't fight against the fake Leng Xiaoting alone. Without delay, she let the monster fox out of her telepathic eye space. Even though the monster fox wasn't at a high level, it was very helpful in such a situation. Besides, the man was a fake Leng Xiaoting, so he wasn't stronger than her. With the help of the monster fox, Ji Yuning was able to fight against him while she protected the real Leng Xiaoting at her back. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning failed to defeat the fake Leng Xiaoting and was finally forced to leave the cave. If the real Leng Xiaoting wasn't with her, she could defeat the fake Leng Xiaoting, but she refused to abandon the real Leng Xiaoting. After Ji Yuning and the real Leng Xiaoting were far from the barrier, the fake Leng Xiaoting didn't chase after them. Are you all right? The real Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning with concern. Because of him, Ji Yuning failed to defeat the fake Leng Xiaoting, which made him feel guilty. He also blamed himself for not helping her. I'm fine, said Ji Yuning. Even though she failed to defeat the fake Leng Xiaoting, she wasn't wounded. She knew that she couldn't win, so she chose to protect herself first. I'm sorry. The real Leng Xiaoting apologized. He just burdened Ji Yuning, so she failed. You don't need to apologize to me. I brought you here, so I should say sorry to you, said Ji Yuning. I agreed to come. If I wasn't willing to come here, no one could force me. Leng Xiaoting didn't want Ji Yuning to blame herself. Ji Yuning knew Leng Xiaoting very well, so she stopped talking about that topic. What should we do now? Leng Xiaoting asked. Ji Yuning didn't reply to him right away, because she didn't have an idea either. She wouldn't abandon Leng Xiaoting anyway. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning thought of Jing Yuniao. Although Jing Yuniao had still lost her memories now, she was a cultivator in the Yuanying period. If Jing Yuniao came to help them, they could easily get into the barrier. I thought of someone. Let's go now, said Ji Yuning. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting, then he walked out with Ji Yuning. At this moment, it wasn't bright yet, but it was nearly dawn, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting immediately climbed down the mountain. They needed to go back to the car before dawn. Because it was about the summer, the sky turned bright very early. Luckily, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting successfully got back into the car before dawn. Who did you think of? Leng Xiaoting asked. Your mother, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was surprised. See, can you find her right now? He got excited. Although he asked that question, he was sure that Ji Yuning could find his mother, or she wouldn't say that to him. Moreover, they met in a year, so Ji Yuning must have the number of his mother. As long as his mother used the same phone number, it should be easy for them to find his mother. Ji Yuning had told Leng Xiaoting too many things earlier, and Leng Xiaoting couldn't digest all of them within a short time, so he forgot about Jing Yunyo for the time being. In fact, if he could travel a year ahead in time with Ji Yuning, he should be able to see his mother. I have her phone number, but it's still early now. We don't need to rush. Let's go have breakfast first. I'll call her when she's up, said Ji Yuning. No problem. Even though Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to see his mother, it was indeed very early now. His mother should still be asleep, so he decided to be patient. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to have breakfast. After having breakfast, it was nearly 7:30 a.m., and Jing Yunyo should be up at this moment. Therefore, once Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were in the car, Ji Yuning called Jing Yunyo. She got through to Jing Yunyo and Jing Yunyo asked, "Hi, who's that?" "Hi, Mrs. Jing, this is Ji Yuning. I know what I'm going to say might be a little abrupt, but I think it's better for me to be straightforward. I know the real reason why you lost memories 15 years ago. Do you want to know?" Ji Yuning hit the point once Jing Yunyo answered her call. She called Jing Yunyo Mrs. Jing instead of Mrs. Shen, which meant that she knew her real identity. What? Jing Yunyo was very surprised at this time. She was astonished that Ji Yuning knew who she was and the fact that she had lost her memories after being injured 15 years ago. Ji Yuning even knew the truth behind the accident. Didn't her cousin tell her that nobody knew that? Therefore, Jing Yunyo became alert and asked coldly, "Why should I believe you?" Why? Since Ji Yuning knew who she was and what had happened to her, it should be very convincing. Chapter 2322, Nice to see you, Mrs. Jing, because I know your real identity. Your name is Jing Yunyo, the daughter of the Jing family, one of the 4 major families in the cultivation world. Your mother died when you were young. Because you're not talented, you were always bullied by your step-brothers and sisters. Your father didn't care about you. Only your cousin, Jing Jining, treated you well and defended you. However, he couldn't protect you all the time, so you worked very hard on cultivation. You made quick progress and finally won some attention, but you were very disappointed at the Jing family and left the cultivation world afterwards. You can't remember what you've been through after you left the cultivation world. You now live at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. You changed your name to Shenyao. Your cousin, Jing Jining, doesn't allow you to go to the capital, because you might regain your memories there. Your enemies are there too, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Jing Yunyo became silent. It wasn't because she was surprised that Ji Yuning knew all the above about her. They weren't secrets, and all the cultivators in the cultivation world were aware of them. She was silent because Ji Yuning called her after knowing she was still alive. Did Jing Jining tell Ji Yuning about that? She didn't think it was possible. Then why did Ji Yuning do that? How do you know so many things about me? What's your purpose? Jing Yunyo coldly asked. Mrs. Jing, as a cultivator, you should know there are many unbelievable things in this world. Like the fact that people can travel in time. I know that because we'll meet in the future. Because of an accident, I traveled back in time. Now I must go back to my future life, but I encountered some trouble. Someone who's stronger than me blocked my way. I can't go back on my own. I thought of you, so I hope you can help me, said Ji Yuning. In fact, Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether Jing Yunyo would agree to help her. After all, even if she knew many things about her, Jing Yunyo might not believe her. Instead, Jing Yunyo might think that she had a malicious purpose and refused to come. Anyway, Ji Yuning had to give it a try. Travel in time. As a cultivator, Jing Yunyo understood that there were many unbelievable things in this world, but she wasn't familiar with time traveling. However, she didn't think it was impossible just because it sounded strange to her. When Ji Yuning told Jing Yuniao that she traveled back in time and they would meet in the future, Jing Yuniao was astonished. She wasn't fully convinced, but wasn't completely doubtful either. Whether it was the truth or not, she really wanted to get her memories back. Because of that, she had to agree to help Ji Yuning. Therefore, Jing Yuniao agreed to go to the capital to help Ji Yuning, and also warned Ji Yuning not to fool her, or she would punish her. Jing Yuniao was in the Yuanying period right now, and there were only a few cultivators who were at a higher level than her, so she wasn't afraid of Ji Yuning. Upon thinking that he was going to see his mother soon, Leng Xiaoting got nervous. They had been apart for 15 years and the affection between them was much weaker, but they were related by blood, so he couldn't control his emotions. In the meanwhile, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting stayed at Shanyan Mountain. They originally planned to go to pick Jing Yuniao up at the airport after she arrived, but Jing Yuniao rejected. She told them to choose a place for their meeting. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting understood that Jing Yuniao was very cautious, so they agreed and waited for her at Shanyan Mountain. Although Jing Yuniao wouldn't arrive until that night, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't want to go anywhere now. So, they stayed at Shanyan Mountain. Leng Xiaoting seized the chance and asked Ji Yuning more about Jing Yuniao. Ji Yuning told him everything, so Leng Xiaoting learned more about Jing Yuniao. After knowing the story, Leng Xiaoting felt sad. He was sorry for Jing Yuniao and began to hate the Jing family. When Jing Yuniao arrived at Shanyan Mountain, it was completely dark, because she needed to take a 5-hour flight to get to the capital from City Zhe and it took about 1.5 hours to reach Shanyan Mountain from the airport. She took the circular road around the city, so it was actually fast. If she took the roads through the city, it would take 2 or 3 hours. Because Shanyan Mountain was a scenic spot, there was a commercial district at the foot of the mountain. There were all kinds of businesses like hotels, restaurants, and so on with many visitors, so it wasn't strange that Jing Yuniao came here late at night. If no one stayed there, the taxi driver might refuse to drive Jing Yuniao here. If it was the wilderness and she came alone, the taxi driver might think that she was a female ghost or something. It was scary, and the taxi driver might be frightened. After getting out of the car, Jing Yuniao needed to go to the parking lot before Shanyan Mountain through the commercial district, which was 100 meters long. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were waiting for her in a car. Right after Jing Yuniao got off the plane, she kept observing the surroundings to see if there was anything wrong. Although she found nothing wrong along the way, she stayed alert, because there could be a trap anywhere. It might even be set at Shanyan Mountain. Once Jing Yuniao showed up at the parking lot, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting saw her. The moment Leng Xiaoting saw Jing Yuniao, he was struck dumb. Filled with excitement, he had an impulse to rush to her, but Ji Yuning had told him that Jing Yuniao had lost her memories. Jing Yuniao didn't know him, so he had to control himself. Since Jing Yuniao was here, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting also got out of their car. When they got out of the car, Jing Yuniao noticed them and turned to look at them. There was a distance of 20 meters between them. It was dim around, but Jing Yuniao could still recognize them immediately. When she saw Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yuniao stiffened a little, because she felt his appearance was familiar and strange. However, she was sure that she had never seen him before. Jing Yuniao couldn't figure out why right now, so she gave it up for the time being. She knew it was the girl who called her, so she directly walked to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked towards her as well. After they were closer, Ji Yuning greeted Jing Yuniao. "Nice to see you, Mrs. Jing, I'm Ji Yuning." "Nice to see you too, Miss Ji Yu," said Jing Yuniao, but she couldn't help glancing at Leng Xiaoting next to Ji Yuning. Chapter 2323. Just a stranger. Somehow, she felt this man looked very familiar, but he seemed very young. He should be about 24. If she was just familiar with his face, it wasn't a big deal, because they might have met before and she couldn't remember his face. However, the point was that she felt there was intimacy between them. How could that be possible? Leng Xiaoting noticed that Jing Yuniao was sizing him up. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually quite excited in his heart, because she was his mother. She had only lost her memories. Ji Yuning just told him that cultivators could live longer, especially cultivators at high levels. They could stay young forever. So because Jing Yunyao was at a high level, she seemed to be in her early 30s. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting didn't have doubts when he saw that Jing Yunyao looked much younger than he thought. In addition, he found that she closely resembled the woman in his memories. Most importantly, he had a strange feeling that they were very close. Only mother and son could have such intimacy. Mrs. Jing, do you think he looks very familiar? Ji Yuning asked in an affirmative tone. Jing Yunyao came back to her senses, but didn't reply to Ji Yuning right away. She stared straight at Ji Yuning, trying to figure out her purpose from her expression. However, she couldn't see any malice from Ji Yuning's expressions. Ji Yuning must be good at acting, or she really had no evil purpose. Anyway, Jing Yunyao still didn't answer Ji Yuning's question. Instead, she asked, "When can you tell me the truth of the accident which happened 15 years ago?" "I can tell you about it right now," said Ji Yuning. She wasn't worried that Jing Yunyao might regret agreeing to help her deal with the fake Leng Xiaoting in the cave if she told her about it now, because she had spent some time with Jing Yunyao and knew that Jing Yunyao always kept her promises. So she was willing to trust her. "Aren't you afraid I'll leave and won't help you deal with your enemy if you tell me right now?" Jing Yunyao was surprised that Ji Yuning was willing to trust her. Since Jing Yunyao asked that question, it proved that she was an honest person. "I know you, and I think I can trust you. If you really regret it, it only means that you don't believe me. After all, I'm just a stranger to you right now," said Ji Yuning. If Jing Yunyao wouldn't help her deal with the fake Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning wouldn't blame Jing Yunyao. She would only think that Jing Yunyao didn't believe her. After all, she was just a stranger to Jing Yunyao, and it was understandable if Jing Yunyao didn't believe her. Therefore, even if Jing Yunyao didn't help her, she wouldn't complain about it. Hearing Ji Yuning's answer, Jing Yunyao said nothing further. Although she wasn't sure whether she would get along with Ji Yuning in the future, she wouldn't regret it as long as Ji Yuning told the truth. "If you don't mind, we can talk about it while we climb up the mountain. The person I'm going to deal with is in the cave up the mountain," said Ji Yuning. After that, 3 of them climbed up the mountain and Ji Yuning said to Jing Yunyao, "Because you didn't want to stay in the cultivation world, you left and met a man called Leng Yuanan." Ji Yuning told Jing Yunyao how she met Leng Yuanan and fell in love with him and they got married afterwards. Because Ji Yuning didn't know many details, she only told her a brief story. Jing Yunyao was shocked to know that she actually had a husband and a son. Unfortunately, her husband died 15 years ago. "Where is my son now?" Jing Yunyao asked in a hurry. "This is your son. His name is Leng Xiaoting," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao was struck dumb. She immediately turned to look at Leng Xiaoting. He was her son. In an instant, she had mixed emotions. No wonder she felt there was intimacy between them. Unexpectedly, he was her son. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting lost control of his excitement. Because he usually stayed cold, he didn't have an emotional reaction. "You're indeed exactly the same as my mother. You only look younger. Ji Yuning told me that you're a cultivator at a high level, so you can stay young for a long time." Because Jing Yunyao had no memory of her marriage and son, she had stayed alone for the past years. Now her son suddenly showed up, and she didn't know what to say or do all of a sudden. Anyway, she had no intention of pushing Leng Xiaoting away. Instead, she felt quite comforted. They were related by blood after all. "I'm sorry, I can't remember anything now," so, Jing Yunyao apologized. His biological mother was right in front of him now, but she couldn't remember him. It was painful, so Jing Yunyao apologized to Leng Xiaoting. She felt bad about it, because she couldn't remember her son even if her son was right in front of her. Never mind. Leng Xiaoting understood that it wasn't easy for Jing Yunyao to digest the shocking news within a short time, so he didn't urge her. He only felt a little sad, because it was such a twist of fate. After composing herself, Jing Yunyao asked, "Why did Leng Yuanan and I die?" She always wanted to know why she was injured, but Jing Jining only told her that she would be killed if she dared to enter the cultivation world again. She believed that she must have messed with someone, and the person who wanted her dead must be at a higher level than her. She was no match for that person, so she stayed out of the cultivation world. Although she was a member of the Jing family had a very important and stable position in the cultivation world. She was only an unimportant daughter in the Jing family, so her father wouldn't stand out for her against anyone. However, it seemed more complicated than she thought. You fell in love with a mortal, which was against the rules in the cultivation world, so your father got mad and ordered to kill you too, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao was shocked. It turned out to be her father. She was surprised, but didn't think it was impossible, because her father was very cruel. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was astonished. He couldn't believe that it was his so-called maternal grandfather who ordered the killing of his father and mother. I'm not lying, because your cousin is aware of the truth. If you want to make sure of it, you can ask him, said Ji Yuning. After knowing the truth, both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao were in a bad mood. Only after a long while, did they finally feel better. Chapter 2324. It's just an illusion. After that, Ji Yuning told Jing Yuniao what had happened after she traveled back in time. Jing Yuniao said, since you traveled back in time through a barrier, everything here shouldn't really exist. It might just be an illusion. You just intruded into an illusion. That's my guess, and I'm not sure of it, but I think it's highly likely. An illusion. Hearing that, Ji Yuning suddenly felt it might be true. It wasn't easy to travel back in time after all. If so, I think it can be the truth. If it's really an illusion, what should I do now? Ji Yuning asked. Ji Yuning understood what an illusion was, but she knew very little about it. It was still a strange thing for her. There is an entrance and exit to each illusion. As long as you can find the entrance, you can get back to your life. I think the barrier you just mentioned could be the entrance and exit, said Jing Yuniao. She wasn't sure, but it was very likely to be the answer. Then I guess we have to go back to the barrier, said Ji Yuning. She had also thought that they could go back to where they came from through the barrier. Although Jing Yuniao just met her son and had to watch them leave right now, she knew that they couldn't stay here if it was really an illusion. Because an illusion could continue to change and make trouble, it would torture people and drive them crazy. And after they went crazy, they would die. If Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting died, what should their families and friends do? Jing Yuniao would suffer the pain of losing her son in the future. Therefore, no matter how reluctant she was, she had to do her best to help them get out of here. They went to the cave again and walked into it. Although Ji Yuning already told her there was wind in it, Jing Yuniao still felt it was strange when she felt it in reality. After all, this was the first time that she had ever met such a thing. After a while, they reached the place where the steel bars were welded. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting connected the steel bars before they left, no one found out. However, instead of welding it, they directly glued it together with super glue, and could easily take it apart with a little force. Therefore, when they went to the hole where the steel bars were welded, Ji Yuning went directly to take down the broken steel bars, then they got in. Because Jing Yuniao was in the Yuanying period, the wind barely bothered her, while Leng Xiaoting could only stand behind her. Due to Jing Yuniao's help, it was much easier for them to get closer to the barrier. The still fake Leng Xiaoting was still standing in front of the barrier. As soon as the fake Leng Xiaoting saw Ji Yuning coming back, his face lit up. Ningning, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. Let's go back now. It seemed as if nothing had happened before. He seemed to be the real Leng Xiaoting. He was so good at acting that Ji Yuning was almost convinced, but in the end it was impossible for her to believe him. If he was the real Leng Xiaoting, he wouldn't have no reaction when he saw Jing Yuniao. Stop acting. I won't believe you, said Ji Yuning coldly. Ningning, what happened? I'm not acting. Did something go wrong? I don't want you to misunderstand me, said Leng Xiaoting, looking a little hurt. It made Ji Yuning feel that he might be the real Leng Xiaoting. However, he was the fake Leng Xiaoting and it wouldn't be changed. If Ji Yuning was an ordinary girl, she might have been convinced by him. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ji Yuning sneered. Ningning, stop arguing. We should go back right now. We've disappeared for so long. Jinchen and the others should be very anxious. Facing Ji Yuning's mockery, Leng Xiaoting wasn't mad at all. He only looked anxious. If you want me to believe that you're the real Xiaoting, let the flood dragon out now, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the fake Leng Xiaoting became angry in an instant and came to attack Ji Yuning right away. Leave him to me. Seize a chance and go through the barrier, said Jing Yunyo, and immediately went to fight with the fake Leng Xiaoting. The fake Leng Xiaoting obviously was no match for Jing Yunyo, so she soon controlled him. At this time, Ji Yuning pulled the real Leng Xiaoting and rushed to the barrier. Before the barrier, the two turned back and gave Jing Yunyo a glance, then ran into the barrier. However, an accident happened at this time. Ji Yuning successfully got in the barrier, but Leng Xiaoting was bounced away the second he touched it. In the barrier, Ji Yuning was scared. She subconsciously wanted to catch Leng Xiaoting, but everything in her sight suddenly disappeared, so did the barrier. Even though Ji Yuning wanted to go back, she couldn't see the road. Now, she was sure that Leng Xiaoting and she had entered an illusion. She didn't actually travel in time back to the days before her reincarnation. That Leng Xiaoting, however, didn't make it. Did it mean that he wasn't the Leng Xiaoting who traveled back in time with her? Thinking of that, Ji Yuning felt it was possible. If he was the Leng Xiaoting who traveled back in time with her, he wouldn't have no memory and ability while she kept all her memories and abilities. Because of that, Ji Yuning didn't feel upset when Leng Xiaoting failed to go through the barrier with her. Where was Leng Xiaoting right now? Did he go into another illusion alone? That must be the answer. It was true that Leng Xiaoting entered another illusion. After he woke up, he didn't travel back in time to a certain year, but he went to a misty forest. The first idea that appeared in his mind was that he traveled back in time to this misty forest. He also had other guesses. Perhaps this was another world, like the cultivation world, which was separated from the mortals' world. Anyway, for the time being, Leng Xiaoting couldn't believe that it was an illusion. He didn't care about whether it was another world or not. He was very anxious once he found that Ji Yuning was absent. He had to find her as soon as possible. Unfortunately, in an unknown situation, Leng Xiaoting had no idea where to search for Ji Yuning. Ningning, are you with me? Can you hear me? Say something if you can hear me. Chapter 2325, Who do you choose? Leng Xiaoting shouted as he looked for Ji Yuning. Because it was a misty forest with poor visibility, it was hard for him to see anything with his eyes. In addition to shouts, Leng Xiaoting also used his senses to search for Ji Yuning. However, after a few hours, he still couldn't find Ji Yuning, nor could he walk out of the misty forest. Leng Xiaoting became more anxious. He didn't know whether Ji Yuning was safe. After looking for Ji Yuning for a while longer, Leng Xiaoting heard noises of a fight. Therefore, he quickly went there. When he was closer, he saw two women in a fight. One of them was Ji Yuning. However, Ji Yuning was no match for the other woman and was beaten back step by step. Ningning. The second Leng Xiaoting saw Ji Yuning, his eyes lit up. He immediately ran to Ji Yuning to help her and used his magical energy to hit the woman who was fighting against Ji Yuning. Once Leng Xiaoting took action, the woman who was in the fight with Ji Yuning couldn't fight back. She was hit by Leng Xiaoting's magical energy and flew a few meters away till she fell on the ground. The woman turned to look at Leng Xiaoting in shock. She sadly criticized him. Xiaoting, how could you hurt me for her? Hearing her criticism, Leng Xiaoting frowned in confusion, because her tone and expression closely resembled Ji Yuning's. However, her face and voice were totally strange to him. He didn't think he had met her before. Why did he feel that she looked like Ji Yuning? Xiaoting, you're finally here. Ji Yuning, who stood next to Leng Xiaoting, said happily. Upon hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Leng Xiaoting came back to his senses. He was eager to see whether Ji Yuning was injured, so he ignored that woman. The woman who was injured by Leng Xiaoting was Tang Aining. In other words, Tang Aining had a fight with Ji Yuning, appearing in Leng Xiaoting's illusion. It was a test for him. It had nothing to do with the real Ji Yuning, because it was all fake images in the illusion. Normally, people and things that you cared about most would show up in the illusion, and you had to choose. Ningning, are you all right? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. I'm fine, said Ji Yuning. Great. Leng Xiaoting felt relieved. Xiaoting, let's go now. Ji Yuning pulled Leng Xiaoting and wanted to leave. She didn't bother to punish Tang Aining. Wait. Tang Aining, however, wouldn't let them go. She stood up and stared at Leng Xiaoting with a sad expression. Xiaoting, I'm the real Ji Yuning. She is fake. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting frowned, because that woman didn't look or sound like Ji Yuning at all. However, Leng Xiaoting somehow felt there was a close similarity between Ji Yuning and her. At the same time, he had a strange feeling when Ji Yuning held his hand. Anyway, the feelings didn't last long, and he forbade himself from thinking like that. Ningning by his side now. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting turned to look at Tang Aining coldly. Miss, I'm not blind. I can recognize my fiancé. No, she's fake. I'm the real one, said Tang Aining. Tang Aining, enough. You tried to possess my body in order to be alive again. It's so selfish, said Ji Yuning angrily. She seemed very mad and hurt. Tang Aining. Leng Xiaoting had heard of that name. He knew that she was Tang Bingsun's daughter and Ji Yuning's master. Did she try to rob Ji Yuning of her body in order to come alive? In an instant, Leng Xiaoting was mad at Tang Aining. As a cultivator, he wasn't surprised that a person became a ghost after she died and wanted to possess someone else's body. It could happen. Ji Yuning, you know that you're already dead. If I hadn't been reincarnated into your body would have been rotten long ago. You wouldn't be able to meet Xiaoting. Tang Aining sneered. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb. What? Ji Yuning was already dead before meeting him. After Tang Aining died, her soul possessed Ji Yuning's body. Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't fully convinced by Tang Aining's words, he couldn't help but take it seriously. So what? Since your soul has left my body, it means you shouldn't stay in my body any longer. You should leave me now. This is my body, and I'm Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning admitted that what Tang Aining just said was true. Because even Ji Yuning admitted it now, Leng Xiaoting suddenly didn't know what to do. Without a word, he gave a glance at Ji Yuning, then at Tang Aining. Xiaoting, you can only choose one of us. Will you choose her or me? Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting hesitated, because they were both Ji Yuning no matter if one had her body while the other had her soul. It was a very difficult choice. Xiaoting, I'm the one who's been in love with you for over a year. Will you leave me just because I have a different appearance now? Tang Aining asked. Of course not, said Leng Xiaoting subconsciously. He loved Ji Yuning not for her beautiful appearance. Ji Yuning interrupted. How about me? My body has been with you for more than a year as well. Will you abandon me? No, I won't, said Leng Xiaoting. Although he was cornered now, he couldn't abandon Ji Yuning, or he would be irresponsible. What should he do now? Who will you choose between us? Ji Yuning and Tang Aining asked him at the same time. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to say, because it was really hard. It wasn't realistic for him to take both of them away. He couldn't accept that, and they wouldn't be willing to do that either. Tell us, who will you choose? Leng Xiaoting was cornered. In the end, he replied. If it's possible, I only want to go back to my life before I entered the barrier. I only want Ji Yuning with both her body and soul. Only when her soul is in her body is she the girl I love. Upon hearing that, Ji Yuning and Tang Aining shut their mouths, then their bodies disappeared in the air. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting was scared. Ningning. He searched around in anxiety, but couldn't find Ji Yuning and Tang Aining. Finally, he realized something wasn't right. Chapter 2326, Leave the illusion. Perhaps he didn't really see Ji Yuning and Tang Aining, and might be in an illusion now. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting felt it was highly likely, because they shouldn't have disappeared so abruptly if they were real. Luckily, Sheng Guanyang had told him about illusions, so it wasn't strange to him. However, how should he get out of here now? Where was Ningning? Since he could enter an illusion, Ji Yuning must be in an illusion too. He wondered whether they were in the same illusion. Most importantly, he wanted to know whether Ji Yuning was safe and whether she could leave the illusion. Leng Xiaoting was filled with worry, but he couldn't do anything about it. If Ji Yuning was in the same illusion as him, he hoped that they would meet as soon as possible, then go out together. If she wasn't, he hoped that he could leave this place quickly. He hoped that he would see Ji Yuning after he got out of here. He entered this illusion on his own, so he had to leave it by himself as well. After Ji Yuning crossed the barrier, she didn't go back to where she was before she entered the barrier. Instead, she found herself in a white place. It was covered entirely in white, and she couldn't find its beginning or end. Ji Yuning understood that she was in another illusion now. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy for her to go back to her own life. Ji Yuning didn't know what to do now, so she could only walk along to see if there were any clues. She had no idea how long she had walked, but suddenly she saw a beam of light quickly approaching her from the front. Ji Yuning was frightened and immediately avoided it. However, even though she was very agile, she was still almost hit by the beam of light. Before Ji Yuning could relax, the beam of light attacked her once more. Ji Yuning swiftly avoided it again. The light beam attacked Ji Yuning endlessly, and more appeared. Although Ji Yuning used her magical power to make herself faster, after a long time, she was losing strength and slowed down. Finally, she was injured by a beam of light. The beam of light cut Ji Yuning's arm, and it felt as if she was being burned by fire, leaving Ji Yuning in pain. However, the beams of light wouldn't stop attacking her, and Ji Yuning continued to dodge, but more and more parts of her body were injured. Gradually, Ji Yuning was out of strength, and almost passed out. However, right at this moment, Ji Yuning felt that the energy in her lower abdomen was running around, especially in her energy center. She felt that the flow of magical power was expanding as if it was going to explode. She understood that the energy in her body had reached another level, and she was about to break through to the next level now. Ji Yuning stopped paying attention to the beams of light which were attacking her and her injured body. She immediately sat down cross-legged and relaxed, trying to focus on the energy inside her body. She moved it to hit the barrier. In such a situation, if she didn't break through to the next level right away, the energy in her body would expand till it exploded. Then either her tendons or energy center would be broken. She would suffer a very terrible result. As a result, Ji Yuning had to ignore the aggressive beams of light and sit down at once. Normally, cultivators could feel it when they were about to go to the next level, and would be prepared for that. Just like what Jing Yunyo had done before. They were all prepared beforehand. It wasn't strange that Ji Yuning always advanced to the next level in a crisis, but it wasn't common. It usually happened when a cultivator was about to go to the next level, and there were outside influences that urged the energy in their body to gather, so the cultivator suddenly needed to break through to the next level right away. When Ji Yuning was fighting against the beams of light, the energy inside her body became active, so she needed to break through to the next level now. The beams of light continued to attack Ji Yuning, but they couldn't injure her anymore. Once they touched her body, they were absorbed. It wasn't easy to break through the barrier, and might take a very long time. Therefore, at the beginning, when Ji Yuning moved her magical energy to hit the barrier, it stood firm. Luckily, Ji Yuning had the blood of the phoenix. With its magical power, Ji Yuning became stronger and the barrier began to shake after a short while. Due to the magical power, Ji Yuning's wounds started healing. Once the barrier shook, Ji Yuning gave it another heavy hit and it finally broke. After the final hit, she successfully broke through. She managed to get to the peak of the heartbeat stage by turning the power into qi. It was significant progress. Ji Yuning actually wanted to seize this chance and tried to directly get to the golden core stage of turning qi into energy, because she felt that she could continue. However, right after she got to the stage of turning qi into energy, she had to suffer 9 heavenly thunders. Therefore, as soon as she broke through the barrier, the heavenly thunder came down. It was impossible for her to go to the next level right now. She had to avoid the heavenly thunder as fast as possible, or she might die, and she didn't want to lose her life. Although Ji Yuning lost a lot of strength when she broke through the barrier, she quickly filled herself with strength under the help of her magical power. Therefore, she could still avoid the heavenly thunder. Because the heavenly thunder was very powerful, even if it failed to hit Ji Yuning was still affected by its great force. So she was slightly injured inside. Right when heavenly thunder came down, a crack appeared in the illusion and Leng Xiaoting saw it. Leng Xiaoting knew that it was the heavenly thunder, and there must be a cultivator who was going through the heavenly tribulation. However, Leng Xiaoting thought that he might get out of here through the crack. He wasn't sure of it, but he thought that it was possible and he wanted to try. Without delay, he took out his sword and flew towards the crack. He did his best to avoid the heavenly thunder along the way. It was very difficult, because the heavenly thunder was close to him. He could easily be hit if he wasn't careful enough. As a result, Leng Xiaoting failed several times when he avoided the heavenly thunder. At the fourth time, he succeeded in rushing out of the crack. He wasn't hit by the heavenly thunder, but he was shocked by their great force. Even his soul trembled a little and he almost fell from his sword. If he really fell, all his efforts would become a failure. After he rushed out of the crack, Leng Xiaoting indeed got back to the barrier in the cave with strong wind. In other words, he was really out of the illusion. However, Leng Xiaoting wasn't happy, because he didn't see Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning got out before him, she would be waiting for him here. Therefore, if she was absent, she must be in the illusion, so Leng Xiaoting couldn't be happy. Chapter 2327. Don't be mad. He wanted to get into the illusion again to search for Ji Yuning, but he knew that he might not succeed. If he couldn't find the exit the next time, Ji Yuning would also be worried if she could see him after coming out. However, wasn't there anything he could do? Because he was worried about Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting didn't go out. He understood that Xu Jinchen and the others must be very concerned, but Ji Yuning didn't come out yet, so he was unwilling to leave. At the same time, Ji Yuning also saw the crack and it was very close to her. She also thought that it might be the exit, and she could get out through it. She wasn't sure of it, but she wanted to try. However, if she wanted to get out through the crack, she could only knock against the heavenly thunder and go up through it. It was very dangerous, but nothing good came without risk. Therefore, no matter what the result might be, she would give it a try. Only 3 heavenly thunders were left, so Ji Yuning only had 3 chances. If she couldn't leave through the crack within 3 times, she would have to think of another way. Without delay, Ji Yuning took action. She summoned up all her strength and rushed to the heavenly thunder. However, it wasn't easy. Ji Yuning failed the first time and the heavenly thunder hit her in her arm. Instantly, her face contorted in agony and she almost cried. Even if only her arm was hit, the force nearly killed her. She could feel that her arm could have been broken. Fortunately, she was only injured, and her arm wasn't broken. She survived. She was injured, but she wouldn't give up. After a second, 2 heavenly thunders came down together, which meant it was Ji Yuning's last chance. Ji Yuning summoned up her courage. Facing the heavenly thunder, she rushed to the crack. This time, she knocked against the heavenly thunder and was heavily hit by it. Ji Yuning felt that her body was about to be torn apart. Her soul trembled and she began to lose consciousness. However, she did her best not to faint and continued to rush to the crack. If she couldn't get out through it, or the crack wasn't the exit, all she was doing would be meaningless. She chose to risk her life and go against the heavenly thunder simply because she wanted to leave through the crack. If she didn't knock against the heavenly thunder, she wouldn't be seriously injured. Accordingly, if the crack wasn't the exit, she would be greatly disappointed. After the heavenly thunder finished, the crack was about to disappear. Ji Yuning was seriously injured and felt that she might give up at any moment, but she still persisted and ran towards the crack. Finally, when the crack was about to disappear, she got out of it. When she went into a dark space from a white space, Ji Yuning couldn't get used to it for a few seconds, so she saw nothing in front of her. However, she smelled something familiar. It was Leng Xiaoting's unique smell. Ji Yuning didn't care whether she traveled back. She felt relieved when she smelt Leng Xiaoting. She relaxed at once and lost her strength. Leng Xiaoting stood and waited outside, so he saw Ji Yuning once she got out. His face lit up at once, and he also noticed that she was injured, so he supported her right away. Leng Xiaoting could see that she was injured and also felt that the energy was out of control in her body. Without delay, he helped her stabilize it. When he did that, he sensed that her level was different now and was surprised. Given Ji Yuning's current level, she should be at the peak of the heartbeat stage. In other words, it was Ji Yuning who was going through the heavenly tribulation just then. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting felt scared for her, because it was very dangerous. He was absent when she was risking her life. He even got out from the crack while she was suffering the heavenly tribulation. Leng Xiaoting felt a little guilty. Luckily, both of them survived and Ji Yuning was safe although she was injured. After Leng Xiaoting's help, the energy in Ji Yuning's body began to stabilize over time. Ji Yuning's face became ruddy as well, and she gradually regained consciousness. Xiaoting, is it you? Ji Yuning asked with uncertainty, because she was afraid it was just an illusion. Yes, it's me. We're both out now. Leng Xiaoting could feel Ji Yuning's anxiety, and immediately hugged her to comfort her. Great, said Ji Yuning, feeling very relieved. Afterwards, Ji Yuning used her own magical power to cure herself. After a while, she was much better, then she stood up and left with Leng Xiaoting. Let me carry you on my back, said Leng Xiaoting. Because Ji Yuning was injured, Leng Xiaoting was worried about her. Thanks, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't completely well yet, but she could walk and looked fine. However, since Leng Xiaoting wanted to carry her on his back, she was unwilling to reject his kindness. There was a distance from here to the exit, so they talked with each other about what they had been through after entering the illusion. When Leng Xiaoting told his story, he hesitated to tell Ji Yuning every detail, because he wasn't sure whether he should. It wasn't only an illusion in Leng Xiaoting's eyes, but was also something real. What's wrong? Ji Yuning asked. Don't be mad if I tell you, said Leng Xiaoting. He still wanted to know the answer. What? Did you do something that'll upset me in the illusion? Ji Yuning joked. Although she joked about that, it aroused her jealousy. Of course not. Leng Xiaoting denied at once. It's something else. What is it? Tell me now, or I'll really be mad, said Ji Yuning, acting angry. From Leng Xiaoting's expression, she could see that it wasn't something normal, so she was a little nervous. I met you in the illusion, and a woman called Tang Aining. Tang Aining told me. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting paused, while Ji Yuning stiffened. What did she say? She asked. Feeling that Ji Yuning's body stiffened, Leng Xiaoting was sure that what Tang Aining had told him might be true. However, he still wanted to hear the answer from Ji Yuning's mouth. Even if it was the truth, he didn't mind. He was only worried that what had happened in the illusion might happen in their real life. Chapter 2328, The Wind Is Gone. He honestly didn't know whom to choose if it happened in reality. No matter who he chose, he would hurt the other, and there wouldn't be a complete Ji Yuning if either of them was absent. He wouldn't stop loving Ji Yuning even if she was incomplete, but the condition was that the other incomplete Ji Yuning didn't exist. After that, Leng Xiaoting told Ji Yuning about his conversation with Tang Aining and Ji Yuning in the illusion. Ji Yuning felt a little uneasy when she heard the whole story. In fact, she was willing to admit that she possessed Ji Yuning's body after Tang Aining died. After all, she never planned to keep it a secret from Leng Xiaoting forever, and she had already told Shengguan Yang about that. She just hadn't told Leng Xiaoting yet. Since he was aware of that now, she thought that she could tell him everything about it. However, because she didn't know whether Leng Xiaoting would be bothered by it, she lacked confidence. After a deep breath, she finally opened her mouth. It's true that my soul possessed Ji Yuning's body after I died as Tang Aining. I told you that I took revenge for Tang Aining, but it's actually for myself. I didn't know how to explain it to you back then, so I lied and said that Tang Aining is my master. I met you a few days after my reincarnation. Do you mind? I don't mind it at all. I'm just scared that it might happen in our real life. I don't know what I'd do then, said Leng Xiaoting, sounding a little aggrieved. He was a strong man. He had never been scared of facing danger before. Before Ji Yuning successfully became a cultivator, he had to face her early death while he would stay young forever, but he still decided to die with her and leave his mother who he just met. However, what happened to him this time was really a problem for him. Leng Xiaoting soon accepted the fact that Ji Yuning's body was actually possessed by Tang Yining's soul. As a cultivator, he had witnessed many unbelievable things. Knowing that Leng Xiaoting wasn't bothered by that, Ji Yuning felt relieved. She wasn't worried that it might happen in reality, so she comforted Leng Xiaoting. Relax, it won't happen in reality. When I successfully became a cultivator, my soul was completely integrated with Ji Yuning's body. We won't separate. Really? Leng Xiaoting's face lit up. If so, it would be for the best. Of course. In fact, our master is already aware of it. Because he could see that my body and my soul belong to different people, I told him the secret. Master said I have the blood of the phoenix, so it should be easy for me to become a cultivator. I just need to mix my soul with my body so that I can cultivate. So I didn't begin to cultivate until my soul mixed with my body, said Ji Yuning. After hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was more relieved. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had almost reached the entrance of the cave, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to let her down. She used her jade eyes to look outside, and she could see that Xu Jinchen and the others were still there. If they saw Leng Xiaoting carrying her on his back, they would think that she was injured and would be worried about her. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were actually a little surprised that Xu Jinchen and the others were still waiting for them outside. They had disappeared for so long. Why didn't they look worried? Ji Yuning had that thought, not because Xu Jinchen and the others didn't seem worried, but because she thought that they should be worried after they had disappeared for so long. Therefore, an idea dawned on Ji Yuning. Was the time different after they entered the illusion? Thinking of that, Ji Yuning took out her phone and glanced at the time. She was right. Although she had stayed in the illusion for nearly a day, only an hour had passed outside. Obviously, a day in the illusion was an hour in reality. If so, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't worried. It was the truth. Although Ji Yuning had stayed in the illusion for almost a day, only an hour had passed in the outside world. Therefore, Xu Jinchen and the others were slightly anxious, but they could stay calm and didn't leave. Hey, you're out. How is it? Is anything wrong inside? Seeing Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting come out, Xu Jinchen and the others were relieved. Nothing abnormal, but it's indeed not safe inside. I think we better block this entrance with stones, said Leng Xiaoting. He wouldn't tell what he had been through in the cave. Hearing that, Xu Jinchen and the others agreed. Do we need to do that by ourselves or leave it to the staff of this scenic spot? Xu Jinchen asked. Even if the scenic spot should be responsible for that, they might not be reliable, so Xu Jinchen asked Leng Xiaoting about that. You can go out before us. Guard 10 meters away. Ningning and I will deal with it, said Leng Xiaoting. Xu Jinchen and the others agreed, then walked away. They knew that Leng Xiaoting could handle it well. Once they were gone, Leng Xiaoting let the flood dragon out and told it to block the entrance of the cave. There were many stones and the entrance wasn't large, so it wasn't difficult. Within a short time, it was done. Instantly, the wind was gone on that path. Xu Jinchen and the others could also feel it from 10 meters away. Although they were aware of Leng Xiaoting's and Ji Yuning's abilities, they were still amazed by their efficiency. Zi Beiying was especially shocked. Jesus, they're so fast. They're always more efficient than other people. Xu Jinchen was surprised, but felt more proud of them. You're not as efficient as them. Why are you so proud? Zi Beiying rolled her eyes at Xu Jinchen. Leng Xiaoting is my boss. Xu Jinchen wasn't affected at all. He admired Leng Xiaoting, and didn't feel jealous of him at all. Several visitors who climbed up the mountain for the wind suddenly felt the wind was gone halfway. It aroused their doubts. What happened? I just felt the wind, but it's suddenly gone. Right, the breeze can't be the so-called strong wind. I think it might be a lie that there is an abnormally strong wind. Chapter 2329, Tell Leng Xiaoting to put on a face mask. Actually, I heard that the wind in this big cave is actually created by the scenic spot. The staff put a blower in the cave, or some kind of machine that can blow strong wind, then deliberately spread such a rumor as a gimmick to attract visitors. I've heard of that too. I didn't believe it at the beginning, because it's very electricity consuming, but now I think it's possible. The wind is gone all of a sudden. I bet the machine is out of electricity. Do we need to go there now? The wind is gone. Why do we have to go there now? It'll just be a waste of time. Why don't we go to other roads? There are a lot of beautiful views. Perhaps there is wind ahead. Let's go farther forward to have a look. In the end, they still decided to have a look, but they planned to not go far. If they couldn't feel the wind within a few minutes, they would turn around. After blocking the entrance, Ji Yuning left. Ji Yuning, you're so amazing. How could you finish that work so quickly? Once Ji Yuning came, Zi Beiying complimented her excitedly, holding her arm. Zi Beiying wasn't trying to find out any secrets about Ji Yuning, she was just curious about it. Sorry, it's a secret. I can't tell you. Ji Yuning joked, but she really couldn't tell Zi Beiying. Fine. Zi Beiying didn't insist or get mad. They climbed down the mountain and met several people who came because of the strong wind. When they saw Ji Yuning coming from the cave, one of them asked, "Excuse me, is there really a strong wind ahead?" "Oh, there is no wind." "Well, then I think we'll just go home." As soon as they heard that there was no wind, they were quite disappointed. Since there was no wind, they felt it was unnecessary for them to continue to go forward. Because Ji Yuning and her friends came to Shanyan Mountain to see the windy cave and to have a trip, they didn't go back right after the problem was solved. Instead, they continued to enjoy themselves at the mountain. Because the problem with the windy cave was done, they could relax more and enjoy their trip. It was almost noon now, so there were more visitors climbing up the mountain than before, but most of them were the same age as Ji Yuning. They probably had a tour together while they were on vacation. Ji Yuning and her friends were very good looking, so they attracted a lot of attention along the way. A girl even fell down the stairs when she couldn't look away from Leng Xiaoting. Luckily, her friends supported her, and she wasn't seriously injured. "Well, I think someone is too attractive to have a look around. It may hurt other people," said Ji Yuning acidly after they walked far away. Hearing that, Xu Jinchen and the others turned to look at Leng Xiaoting. They wanted to see how he would make Ji Yuning happy. Leng Xiaoting didn't seem worried at all, because he knew that Ji Yuning wasn't really mad. "Do you want me to put on a face mask in the future? You've said that before, but you never put it on." Ji Yuning argued. "I don't have a face mask now. If we can find any places selling face masks after we climb down the mountain, I'll buy one and put it on." "How about that?" Leng Xiaoting said in a serious tone. Actually, he had a face mask, but it was in the Chenkin bag. Because Xu Jinchen and the others were present, he couldn't take it out. Although he knew that Ji Yuning was just joking, he was willing to have fun with her in order to make her happy. "Do you think Xiaoting will really go buy a face mask and put it on?" Zi Beiying approached Xu Jinchen and asked. She knew that they were just joking, but she was very curious about it. If Ji Yuning was serious, would Leng Xiaoting really go to buy a face mask and put it on? "I think Xiaoting will do it as long as Ji Yuning is serious," said Xu Jinchen seriously. Even though it was childish, it was how a loving couple got along with each other. Leng Xiaoting loved Ji Yuning deeply, and would do whatever Ji Yuning wanted him to do. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting heard Zi Beiying's conversation with Xu Jinchen. She was actually just joking and didn't mean to let Leng Xiaoting put on a face mask, but she suddenly wanted to see Leng Xiaoting with a face mask on after hearing Zi Beiying's conversation with Xu Jinchen. "No need to buy one after we climb down the mountain. We'll be back by then. It's meaningless to put it on. I have a face mask here. You can wear it," said Ji Yuning and took a face mask out of her bag. Leng Xiaoting needed to open his Chenkin bag to take stuff out, but Ji Yuning didn't need to do that. She could take out her stuff at any time with the cover of her backpack. "Sure." Leng Xiaoting put on a resigned look, but there was love in his eyes. He took the face mask from Ji Yuning's hand, then put it on. Seeing that, Ji Yuning was very satisfied. After Leng Xiaoting put on the face mask, he attracted less attention from other females, and Ji Yuning felt much better. In fact, Ji Yuning was displeased when so many females were staring straight at Leng Xiaoting, but she wasn't mad or jealous. If it was possible, she hoped that those women could stop staring at Leng Xiaoting, because they seemed to ache to swallow him alive. There must be some of them who were obscenely undressing him with their eyes. No way, you have a face mask with you. Zi Beiying was shocked. Well, when I need to do some bad things, I must cover my face, or it'll cause trouble if my face is exposed, said Ji Yuning. Oh, I understand. Zi Beiying immediately understood what Ji Yuning was implying. Ji Yuning had some fame after all, so she had to pay more attention to her image and not expose herself, or she could be in trouble. And it was not only celebrities, ordinary people also needed to cover themselves when they did bad things. Afterwards, they continued to walk. After Leng Xiaoting put on the face mask, there were fewer women staring at him, but this time, Xu Jinchen became their focus. Xu Jinchen wasn't much less attractive than Leng Xiaoting, and those women actually weren't only focusing on Leng Xiaoting earlier. Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng were also attractive to them. After all, different people had different tastes. Leng Xiaoting was just too noticeable to be ignored, so there were more people who were staring at him than Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng. The girl who fell had that accident precisely because she couldn't move her eyes away from Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, it was Zi Beiying's turn to be unhappy now. Chapter 2330, Survive danger. If they only gave Xu Jinchen a few glances, Zi Beiying wouldn't be really mad, but some girls even came to ask for his WeChat account. Xu Jinchen rejected them, but Zi Beiying was still displeased. Ji Yuning, do you have another face mask? I think someone here also needs one, said Zi Beiying in annoyance. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and the others were amused. Sorry, I don't have any more face masks, said Ji Yuning. Although she had another one, she had used it before, so she couldn't give it to Xu Jinchen. Zi Beiying could only give Xu Jinchen a glare. It's not my fault that I'm handsome, said Xu Jinchen, feeling aggrieved. Then he tried to please Zi Beiying. If I were ugly, I wouldn't have won your heart. I wouldn't have had the courage to pursue you. Zi Beiying laughed and felt much better, but she still snorted a little. I'll carry a face mask with me next time, all right. Xu Jinchen continued. I didn't say that. You can make the decision on your own. Zi Beiying was pleased by Xu Jinchen's words, so she became happy again. She wouldn't force Xu Jinchen to put on a face mask, but she was very happy that Xu Jinchen was willing to please her. That was how a loving couple got along with each other. Women were sensitive. However, even if they were mad after arguing with their men, as long as their men were willing to please them, they would soon be fine. Some women might be different, but it was that way in most cases. Sure, I decided to do it on my own, said Xu Jinchen at once. He didn't want Zi Beiying to think that he was forced to do that, so he tried to look sincere. Zi Beiying said nothing further, and just held Ji Yuning's arm while walking. They began to chat and laugh. After Zi Beiying and Ji Yuning walked away, Chen Meng joked with Xu Jinchen. How do you feel now? How did he feel now? Xu Jinchen understood what Chen Meng was implying. Chen Meng asked him how he felt when Zi Beiying put pressure on him. Chen Meng didn't think that Zi Beiying was bullying Xu Jinchen. He just wanted to know how Xu Jinchen felt when he spoiled his girlfriend. Whether it was his fault or not, he was always wrong. Xu Jinchen didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he enjoyed it, so he said blankly, I feel very good about it. I'm more than happy to make my girl happy. Chen Meng put on a resigned smile and said nothing. In fact, he enjoyed it too. At 11:30 a.m., they began to climb down the mountain. It took much less time climbing down the mountain, so they reached the foot in half an hour. It was soon 12 p.m., and was time for lunch, so they went to dine at a restaurant in the commercial district. After they finished the meal, they left. Because Ji Yuning and Xiaoting needed to visit the Leng family that afternoon, they didn't go with Xu Jinchen and the others, and instead went straight to the Sihewan. Before that, Ji Yuning called Jing Yunyao and asked where she was at the moment. Jing Yunyao was at the Flowers and Plants Trading Center, so Ji Yuning told her to go back to the Sihewan, so that they could go visit the Leng family a bit later. Ji Yuning didn't tell Jing Yunyao that she broke through to the next level. She decided to tell Jing Yunyao and Shangguan Yang when they met. Because Jing Yuniao was close to Sihewan, she arrived there earlier than Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning had the blood of the phoenix, so her level couldn't be seen. So Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yuniao didn't see any differences. Ji Yuning didn't bother to say anything, and instead directly showed her abilities. When Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yuniao witnessed her new skills, they were both shocked and excited. Ningning, when did you break through to the next level? Sheng Guanyang asked in a hurry. It wasn't strange, but it was a shock, so Sheng Guanyang was curious. Xu Jinshan called us and invited us to climb up Shanyan Mountain together this morning. He heard from his older brother that there is a strange cave filled with strong wind. It can easily blow people away. It sounded abnormal, so we went there in case there were monsters or ghosts. And when we reached the point of the strong wind in the cave, we found welded steel bars, which were used to stop visitors from going forward. Xiaoting and I were afraid there were monsters and ghosts, and the steel bars could only stop mortals, so we went in. The wind was indeed very strong. It was even difficult for us to move forward. At the end of the cave, there was a barrier. I threw something at it, but it bounced back once it touched the barrier. It looked very dangerous, so Xiaoting and I decided to leave. However, once we turned around, we were absorbed into the barrier, and Ji Yuning told them the whole story. After knowing that they had gone into illusions, Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yuniao were scared. Although they were already out and safe now, they were still frightened by the danger they had run into in the illusions. Even if it was an illusion, they could really be injured. If they couldn't escape from it, they could die inside, because if they couldn't find the exit, they would be trapped in it. Luckily, it was dangerous, but they survived, and Ji Yuning even broke through to the next level. She was at the peak of the heartbeat stage now, which was significant progress. I'm glad you're both fine. I guess it was a blessing in disguise, said Sheng Guanyang. Because it was an accident, he didn't criticize them. He only reminded them to be careful in the future. How's the cave right now? Although people can't get in it, it might be dangerous. What if other innocent visitors are absorbed? Said Jing Yuniao. Don't worry, I've already blocked the road. Nobody should be hurt. I'll go to check on it again if I have free time in the future, said Leng Xiaoting. It was blocked now, but that place was very strange, so he decided to visit the cave as long as he had time in the future to prevent any accidents from happening. Great. Jing Yuniao was relieved. After staying in the Sihewan for a while, Leng Xiaoting and the others left for the Leng family's house. Every time they visited the Leng family, the atmosphere was always the same. Master Leng and Leng Yuanzhen's family were happy to see them and they chatted with laughter. Chapter 2331, Zhang Shuyuan's in bad health. Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia, however, avoided seeing them. Leng Yuanzhen also kept his distance from them as usual, but they talked once in a while. He was a mature man after all, and wasn't as mean as Zhang Shuyuan. Although he never liked Leng Xiaoting, he didn't forget his manners when they were in the same room. After the meal, Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia went upstairs, while the other people chatted in the living room. When Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia left, Jing Yuniao said to Leng Yuanzhen, "Yuanzhen, if it's possible, tell Shuyuan to have a medical check in the hospital." Jing Yuniao said that because she could see that Zhang Shuyuan was in bad health. Although Jing Yuniao didn't know about medicines, she could see whether a person was in good health. Although Jing Yuniao didn't get along with Zhang Shuyuan, she was willing to help if Zhang Shuyuan was in a bad condition. She could see that Zhang Shuyuan wasn't well, so she decided to remind Leng Yuanzhen to pay more attention to Zhang Shuyuan. Everyone was surprised and Leng Yuanzhen anxiously asked, "Do you mean Shuyuan is ill?" He wasn't mad at Jing Yuniao for saying that Zhang Shuyuan was in bad health. He was simply astonished. In addition, he had no reason to doubt Jing Yuniao's words, because Zhang Shuyuan was his wife. They slept together and he had noticed that Jing Yuniao couldn't sleep well recently. However, it wasn't too serious, so he didn't think that she was physically ill. He had asked her whether she felt uncomfortable, but Zhang Shuyuan denied it. She only said that she couldn't sleep well, so he didn't pay much attention to that. "Yeah, but you better not tell her that I told you, or she'll refuse to have a medical check," said Jing Yuniao. Zhang Shuyuan hated Jing Yunyo after all, and would certainly act against anything Jing Yunyo said. Although it was none of Jing Yunyo's business, she hoped that Zhang Shuyuan could have a medical check, so she reminded Leng Yuanchen about that. For Master Leng's sake, Zhang Shuyuan should stop harboring the grudge between them. I know, Leng Yuanchen said and thanked her. Thanks, Yunyao. Jing Yunyao did it out of kindness, so he had to be polite and show his gratitude. After that, Leng Xiaoting and the others left. Jing Yunyao's kindness also impressed Master Leng and other members of the Leng family. Even though Zhang Shuyuan was very bad towards Jing Yunyao still reminded Leng Yuanchen to care more about Zhang Shuyuan. If Zhang Shuyuan learned about that, would she be grateful? Would she change her attitude and get along with Jing Yunyao afterwards? After Leng Xiaoting and the others were gone, Leng Yuanchen went back to his room. In the room, he said to Zhang Shuyuan, I haven't felt well recently. Why don't we go to have a medical check together in the hospital tomorrow? You don't sleep well these days either. Leng Yuanchen was worried that Zhang Shuyuan might think too much if he directly told her to have a medical check, so he made up an excuse. Have you been working too hard? Upon hearing that Leng Yuanchen didn't feel well, Zhang Shuyuan asked with concern. Zhang Shuyuan wasn't a nice person, but she cared about her husband and kids. Yeah, I'm indeed stressed, said Leng Yuanchen. Sure, I'll go with you tomorrow. I can have a medical check too. Zhang Shuyuan didn't think much and agreed. Although Zhang Shuyuan didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere, she was willing to do a medical check since she was going to the hospital with Leng Yuanchen tomorrow. After Ji Yuning and the others left the Leng family's house, they went back to the Sihewan. Leng Xiaoting really wanted to have some private time with Ji Yuning, but it was late. It would be about 11:30 p.m. after sending Jing Yunyao back to the Sihewan. If they still went out at this time, it would be too late, so Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning decided to stay in the Sihewan tonight. After arriving at the Sihewan, Ji Yuning chatted with the others for a while before she went to cultivate. She just broke through to the next level, and needed time to stabilize it. When Ji Yuning went to cultivate, Leng Xiaoting stayed by her side. Because Ji Yuning was going back to City B today, she went to her company that morning and told Chen Kanji that she was leaving. Leng Yuanchen took Zhang Shuyuan to have a medical check in the hospital. Due to their high status, they didn't wait long for the result. Leng Yuanchen was healthy, but there was indeed a problem with Zhang Shuyuan's body. She had myelodysplasia. Myelodysplastic syndromes (MDS) were a group of heterogeneous myeloid clonal diseases originating from hematopoietic stem cells, characterized by abnormal differentiation and development of myeloid cells, manifested as ineffective hematopoiesis, refractory cytopenia, hematopoietic failure, and high-risk acute myeloid leukemia (AML) transformation. There were no obvious leukemia lesions, but there was a trend, and changes would occur within a short period of time if there was no surprise. There weren't pathological changes yet, so it wasn't difficult to cure. If there were, it would become hard. Hearing the result, both Leng Yuanchen and Zhang Shuyuan were shocked. They didn't expect that Zhang Shuyuan was really ill. At this moment, Leng Yuanchen felt more grateful for Jing Yunyao's kindness. If it hadn't been for her, they wouldn't have found out about the illness until it got a lot worse. Zhang Shuyuan didn't know it was because of Jing Yunyao that Leng Yuanchen took her to have a medical check in the hospital. She only felt grateful that they found out before it became serious. Back in their home, Leng Yuanchen told Master Leng, and Master Leng was shocked too. Since Jing Shuyuan was ill, she had to be treated. Master Leng called Jing Yunyao at once and told her the result of Zhang Shuyuan's medical check. He also thanked her for her kindness. Jing Yunyao didn't care about that too much, but neither she nor Ji Yuning would treat Zhang Shuyuan. It wasn't a serious disease, and Zhang Shuyuan could be treated in the hospital. Ji Yuning would only help her if she had serious cancer. It wasn't a bad thing for Zhang Shuyuan to be taught a lesson in the hospital. At 1 p.m., after they had lunch and rested for a while, Leng Xiaoting drove Ji Yuning to the airport. Ji Yuning flew to City B at 2:40 p.m. Separation was always sad. Even if Ji Yuning didn't go back to City B, Leng Xiaoting had to go back to the military base that afternoon. In other words, they had to separate. No matter how unwilling they were to leave each other, Leng Xiaoting could only watch Ji Yuning disappear from sight. Myelodysplasia is a rare type of blood cancer. Chapter 2332. Have a game when you're free. After Ji Yuning was gone, Leng Xiaoting also left. While Ji Yuning waited to board, she received a call from Baili Zongyang. "Hey, what are you doing now?" Baili Zongyang asked. "I'm at the airport. I'm going back to City B. May I help?" Ji Yuning asked. Baili Zongyang normally wouldn't call her when there was nothing wrong. They weren't familiar enough to have a casual talk on the phone. Therefore, Baili Zongyang only called Ji Yuning when he needed her help. "Oh, I see. I just need a favor. Can you help me with something?" Baili Zongyang said with slight embarrassment. "What is it?" Ji Yuning said. "After I learned that your fiancé is Qing Feng, I always had the idea of having a spar against him for fun. I just didn't know how to ask. However, a few days ago, my master, the senior elder of Tiandaozong, visited Senior Shengguan's residence and met you. He told me that he wanted me to have a competition with Qing Feng if it's possible, but he isn't familiar with Senior Shengguan, so he didn't know how to plan it. I thought that since we're not strangers, you might be able to help me with that. Can you ask your fiancé whether he's willing to have a spar against me?" Baili Zongyang said. Baili Zongyang understood that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't refuse if his master brought him to see Leng Xiaoting, because Leng Xiaoting had given his master that promise. However, he wasn't sure whether Leng Xiaoting was truly willing. If Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to do that, he wouldn't insist, so he hoped that Ji Yuning could help him. Ask if Leng Xiaoting was willing. As Shangguan Yang's disciple, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't say no if Shangguan Yang asked him to do it. However, Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé, so Leng Xiaoting didn't need to take too many things into account. Baili Zongyang originally didn't rush, and decided to talk to Ji Yuning about that when they met. His master, however, wouldn't stop talking about it. Therefore, he called Ji Yuning today. Ji Yuning was a little surprised when she heard that Baili Zongyang was Yu Zhonghong's disciple, but she didn't think it was a big deal that Baili Zongyang wanted to have a spar against Leng Xiaoting. "Oh, Elder Yu is your master," Ji Yuning said. "Of course you can have a spar against Xiaoting. I believe he'll be more than willing to do that. It can also help him improve his skills. Xiaoting will be going back to the military base today, and I'm going to City B too. Can I call you when we're free? We can do it then." Baili Zongyang was relieved when Ji Yuning told him that Leng Xiaoting was willing to have a spar against him. If he was turned down, it would be embarrassing. "Sure, no need to rush. We can do it when we're all free." After hanging up, Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting and told him about it. Although she knew that Leng Xiaoting was willing to have a competition with Baili Zongyang and accepted Baili Zongyang's invitation for him, she still felt that she needed to talk to Leng Xiaoting about it to show respect for him. Baili Zongyang also told his master about it. Yu Zhonghong didn't know that Baili Zongyang had met Qing Feng and Qing He before until now. They also kept in touch. However, Baili Zongyang didn't tell him Qing Feng's and Qing He's names in the mortals' world. Instantly, Yu Zhonghong got mad. "You young brat, why didn't you tell me that you've met them?" He kept on wondering how he should bring Baili Zongyang to see them, but it turned out that they had already met before. "Didn't you say you want to bring me to see them? I left the chance to you. If you weren't bothered by it, I wouldn't have called her." Baili Zongyang joked with Yu Zhonghong. "You young brat, how dare you make fun of me?" Yu Zhonghong was mad, but he understood why Baili Zongyang didn't tell him that he had met Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting before. Now that Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning agreed to have a competition with Baili Zongyang, Yu Zhonghong was relieved. Ji Yuning had told the Tang family that she was coming back to City B beforehand, so the Tang family arranged for a chauffeur to pick her up. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't ask her subordinate to pick her up. Ji Yuning didn't rush to go to her company in City B, and instead went to see her family first. All the members of the Tang family were excited to see Ji Yuning back. They knew that Ji Yuning was a mature and stable girl, but she was very young. As the chairman of a large business group, they were worried that she might be too stressed. Ji Yuning was their pride, and they cared about her. Knowing that Ji Yuning was home, Cao Wenxin came to see her at once. Tang Jiakai was also back and they kept talking to Ji Yuning about everything. They kept in touch on WeChat, but they rarely met. It was totally different when they could meet in reality. Ji Yuning said that she was doing very well, and they could see that she had a ruddy face and kept in shape, so they were relieved. After having dinner and resting for a while, Cao Wenxin left. Because Cao Wenxin had her own career now and she needed to work tomorrow morning, she didn't stay. If she didn't need to work, she would have stayed and slept with Ji Yuning. The next day, Ji Yuning went to her company after lunch. Ji Yuning didn't tell Fu Yanming that she would come to the company. She didn't mean to surprise him. Even if she didn't trust Fu Yanming, Chen Kanji had her trust. After all, she hired him. Moreover, Fu Yanming managed the company very well. Ji Yuning didn't know why. Every time she came to the company, she ran into unpleasant things. Last time, Fu Yanming was in trouble with his ex-wife, and this time it was about a general staff member. As soon as Ji Yuning's car entered the company gate, she saw under a tree not far from it, a flimsy and shabby old man in his 60s standing there. A bag in both hands, he looked at the gate, shivering with cold. He didn't seem to be a beggar, and must be looking for someone. Ji Yuning had sympathy for such a poor old man, so she didn't drive to the underground parking lot. She directly stopped the car at the parking space outside the company. Afterwards, she got out of her car and walked towards the old man. Chapter 2333, Is There Another Reason? Hi, may I help? Ji Yuning asked. Oh, miss, are you working for this company as well? The old man smiled kindly at Ji Yuning. Yeah, who are you looking for? Perhaps I can help you. Ji Yuning said, It's very cold outside. Why don't we go in? No, I'm too dirty. I don't think I should go in, but would you please help me find a person? The old man refused to go in at once. He was from a poor countryside and was dirty everywhere. He didn't want to dirty Ji Yuning's beautiful company. It's fine. Let's go in now, said Ji Yuning. Although the old man was a little dirty, Ji Yuning didn't care. If this old man had a choice, Ji Yuning believed that he wouldn't wear dirty, thin clothes. There must be a reason for it. No need, thanks, said the old man. It's fine. Come on, let's go in, said Ji Yuning and went to pull the old man. Seeing that, the old man immediately avoided her. Miss, I'm dirty. You shouldn't touch me. I don't want to dirty your hand. I'll just follow you. The old man didn't want to dirty such a clean young girl, so he stood away from her. When Ji Yuning insisted on taking him inside, he accepted her kindness. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning felt sad. She took the old man to the hall of her company. On the way, she asked, May I know the name of the person you're looking for? I'm searching for my son. His name is Malaquan, but I don't know which department he's in, said the old man. Hearing that, Ji Yuning slightly frowned. If the old man's son was working for the Shengning organization, his son should have a high salary. Why didn't his son buy thick clothes for him in such a cold winter? Was there another reason? Did you contact him before you came here? Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, the old man seemed a little embarrassed. I lost my phone and I can't remember his phone number, so I could only wait here. It's fine. I'll take you in to rest for a while. I'll help you find him, said Ji Yuning. Thank you so much, miss. You're really a good girl. The old man was grateful and excited. Ji Yuning took the old man in and all the staff respectfully greeted her. The old man didn't know why they all called her Chairman Ji Yu, but he could see that they were very respectful of her. He thought that this girl might have an important position in the company, but he didn't ask. Ji Yuning took the old man to have a seat on the sofa. The old man didn't dare to sit down at first, because the sofa was too clean, but he listened to Ji Yuning after she persuaded him to sit down. Afterwards, Ji Yuning ordered a staff member to pour the old man a glass of warm water, then she walked to the reception. Hi, Chairman Ji Yu. Once Ji Yuning walked closer, the receptionist smiled at her. "Which department is Ma Lequan working in?" "Tell him that his father's here," said Ji Yuning. "No problem, Chairman Ji Yu," said the receptionist. She immediately found out which department Ma Lequan worked in, then called him. "What? My father is in the company now. What is he doing here?" Ma Lequan was very displeased when he heard that his father came. Hearing Ma Lequan's tone, Ji Yuning frowned, so did the receptionist. His attitude was really bad. However, they were outsiders, so they couldn't judge. "Where is he now?" Ma Lequan asked. "In the hall," said the receptionist. Her voice wasn't as gentle as just now, and had become a little cold. "Tell him to wait outside." "I'm coming down," said Ma Lequan, then hung up on the receptionist. The receptionist turned to look at Ji Yuning with mixed emotions. "Chairman Ji Yu, Ma Lequan said he's coming down, but he told me to tell his father to wait outside." The receptionist was mad, because it was so cold outside. How could Ma Lequan tell his father to wait outside? His father only wore thin clothes, and it must be very uncomfortable for him to wait outside. Exactly because his father had waited outside for too long, Chairman Ji Yu brought the old man in. Speaking of that, Ji Yuning was a really good boss. People nowadays mostly stayed away from the poor and tried to form a close relationship with the rich. If other rich people saw Ma Lequan's father in thin and shabby clothes, they might take him as a beggar and chase him away. It was impossible for them to take him in. Because of that, the receptionist admired Ji Yuning very much. In fact, the staff working in the Shengning organization had high salaries. Even the receptionists were paid more than those in other companies. Ma Lequan was in the planning and marketing department, and his salary was more than 15,000 yuan, but he was such a terrible son that he refused to buy better and warmer clothes for his father. "No need, just wait in the hall," said Ji Yuning. She was also slightly angered by Ma Lequan's attitude. However, before she figured out the reason why Ma Lequan treated his father so badly, she couldn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps Ma Lequan was guilty, but there might be a problem with his father. Ma Lequan's father could have done something bad before, to cause Ma Lequan to hate his father now. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't go upstairs right away. She decided to learn more about the situation before taking action. In order to not let Ma Lequan see her and hide his real attitude, Ji Yuning went to stand by the reception after telling the old man that Ma Lequan was coming down. Ji Yuning had no intention of minding other people's business, but she had to do something if she found such a terrible person working in her company. Before long, Ma Lequan came down. Once he walked into the hall, he saw his father sitting in the seating area. In an instant, he was filled with displeasure and looked mad. After that, he immediately walked to his father. Standing in front of his father, he questioned angrily, "Didn't I tell the receptionist to let you wait outside?" The old man was embarrassed when he faced Ma Lequan. He stood up at once and carefully said, "The girl told me to wait here. She didn't tell me to go out." Hearing that, Ma Lequan wanted to vent his anger on the receptionist, but he didn't do that right now. He only told his father to leave and said that they would have a talk outside. This time, Ji Yuning didn't stop them, but she followed them when they went out. Chapter 2334, The Leader of the Company. Seeing Ji Yuning walking out, the receptionists immediately understood what she was going to do. In an instant, she admired Ji Yuning more than ever. Their boss was really a nice person. Ma Lequan took his father to the door of the company. Under the tree where no one was there, he said angrily, "Who told you to come to the company to see me? Didn't you know to call me first? Look at your clothes. If my colleagues know that you're my father, I'll be humiliated." He showed obvious disdain. Standing not far away, Ji Yuning had a big frown. Ma Lequan's behavior was unacceptable. Given the old man's reaction, it seemed that his son had done that many times before, but he still felt sad. However, because he was already used to it, he didn't argue with his son. "I lost my phone, and I can't remember your number, so I didn't know how to call you. Didn't your girlfriend say that she'll marry you after you buy a house in City B? I know we're too poor to afford a house, but since you're determined to marry her, Your mother and I decided to sell our old house in the town. We have 300,000 yuan now. I came to give it to you. You can pay the down payment for a house in City B, said the old man, then handed Malaquan the bag he held in his arms. Hearing that, Malaquan changed his attitude and took the bag at once. Where do you live then? Malaquan asked. We built a small house on the land. We can live inside for a while. After you buy a house, we can, said the old man. I'll just rent an apartment for you in the town. It only costs several hundred yuan a month. I can afford that. Before the old man could finish, Malaquan interrupted. He didn't want his parents to move in and live with them. His girlfriend had made it very clear that she wouldn't live with his parents after they married. They had totally different habits, and it might cause conflicts. Actually, it was Malaquan who disdained his own parents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have quarreled with his parents for his girlfriend. He even took away his parents' savings, but didn't allow them to live with him. The old man was completely disappointed, but he didn't oppose it since his son already made the decision. Well, no need to waste money. Your mother and I will just live in the small house. It's on the vegetable field and very convenient. The old man disagreed with Malaquan's idea of renting an apartment for them. They wanted to move in and live with their son simply to see them more often. If they couldn't see each other, they would just live in the small wooden house. Fine, you can leave now. I still need to work. Because his father rejected his offer, he didn't insist. It wasn't bad, because he could save some money every month. Oh, sure, said the old man, then he turned around and was about to leave. He looked very upset. At this moment, Ji Yuning opened her mouth and walked over. Malaquan's attitude was so unacceptable that she couldn't stand it any longer. Just because his girlfriend wouldn't marry him until he bought a house in City B, he robbed his parents of everything. Although his parents were willing to help him, Malaquan wasn't grateful at all. He even refused to live with them and let them stay in a small crude wooden house on the vegetable field. It was indeed easy for young people to have conflicts with the old generation, but they still should take care of their parents. If they wanted to buy a house in City B, they should do it on their own. How could they rob their parents of all the money? He was so selfish that even his parents were hurt by him. He could be harmful for the company too. Malaquan and the old man turned to look at Ji Yuning. Upon seeing Ji Yuning, Malaquan was scared. He respectfully called, "Hi, Chairman Ji Yu." Because he was a little guilty, he avoided meeting her eyes. Although he was already used to treating his father like that, he knew that it wasn't right. He was afraid that Ji Yuning might have a bad impression of him after hearing their conversation. He didn't want to be fired. Malaquan, it seems that you don't care about your father at all. He's wearing thin clothes, yet you didn't ask him whether he's cold or not. You didn't take him to buy thicker clothes. If you need a house to get married, why don't you work hard on your own? Why did you rob your parents of money? They're willing to do it because you're their son. Why did you refuse to let them move in and live with you? I don't think you should take your parents' money. You should work hard and buy a house by yourself, said Ji Yuning. Malaquan felt very embarrassed. He didn't think it was a big deal until Ji Yuning criticized him face to face. However, without his parents' help, it was impossible for him to buy a house. If he couldn't buy a house within a year, his girlfriend would break up with him. He loved his girlfriend deeply, and was reluctant to break up with her. Ji Yuning continued, "If a girl really loves you, she won't force you to do something you can't do. She'll be willing to work hard with you for your future. Do you think it's really acceptable to treat your parents like this? I know it's your family affair. As an outsider, I shouldn't interfere, but you're working for me. I think I can tell you to keep some moral principles." Malaquan was frightened. He didn't want to leave the Shengning organization, because he earned a high salary here. He had mixed emotions. Are you a leader of this company? The old man realized that this young girl wasn't ordinary, but she was too young to be a leader of such a big company. Although he was touched when Ji Yuning defended him and he felt grateful to her, he didn't want his son to lose his job because of him. "Yes, I'm the owner of this company," said Ji Yuning. The old man thought that Ji Yuning was only Ma Laquan's supervisor, but unexpectedly she was the owner of this company. It scared him. "Miss, please don't fire my son. His mother and I are willing to give him the money. We want to help him," the old man explained in case his son was fired. Even if he was aggrieved earlier, he now was filled with worries. He was a father after all, and he cared about his son even if his son treated him badly. "I know you're willing to do that, but I've witnessed his attitude. As the owner of this company, I can distinguish the bad from the good. Ma Laquan was accepted by my company, so he must be very skilled. I don't want to lose talent, but I dislike unethical people. I can give him a chance, but he must prove himself," said Ji Yuning. Chapter 2335. I'm sorry, Chairman Ji Yu. Although Ji Yuning disliked Ma Laquan's attitude towards his father, she wouldn't fire him just because of that. He was merely self-abased and cared too much about his face. They were a family after all, and his father gave him money simply because he wanted him to live a good life. Ji Yuning wouldn't stir things up between them. If it was possible, she hoped that Ma Laquan could feel grateful to his parents and stop exploiting them. He accepted his parents' kindness, so he should take care of them. If he could prove that he wasn't a bad son, Ji Yuning was willing to keep him in his position. She didn't have the right to order him to change, but she could decide whether to fire him. "I'm sorry, Chairman Ji Yu. I shouldn't have asked my parents for money. I'll give the money back to my father right now. Please forgive me this time." Ma Laquan immediately admitted his fault. Although he was unhappy about it, he was respectful of Ji Yuning, so he was willing to listen to her. Besides, his behavior was indeed unacceptable. Without delay, he returned the money to his father. Well, the old man didn't want to take the money, because he sincerely wanted to help his son. However, after knowing Ji Yuning's importance, he was worried that Ma Laquan might be fired if he didn't take the money. Therefore, the old man held the money in hands, having no idea what to do. "Sir, I won't stop you from helping your son, but I hope that you can care more about your wife and yourself," said Ji Yuning. Because it was their family affair, she couldn't judge. After that, she turned to Ma Laquan and said, "I didn't mean to forbid you from taking the money. You just can't leave your parents behind after taking their money. They sold their only house to support you. It's unacceptable that you don't allow them to live with you. Let me say it again. If your girlfriend really loves you, she won't force you to do something that is beyond your abilities. It's understandable that she needs a house and safety, but you better work on that by yourself." Ji Yuning didn't say that to stir things up between Ma Laquan and his girlfriend. She simply wanted to remind him to keep his reason. "Chairman Ji Yu, I understand. I'll reflect on my fault," said Ma Laquan. He indeed accepted Ji Yuning's advice and realized that he shouldn't treat his parents like that. However, he couldn't make a complete change within a short time, because his character was formed over a long time. Ji Yuning didn't expect him to be a filial son overnight, but she hoped that he could care more about his parents. He shouldn't exploit his parents just to live a good life. There was no perfect man in this world. We all had our burdens to bear. As long as she didn't catch him doing bad deeds, she wouldn't fire him casually. After Ji Yuning's involvement, Ma Laquan stopped exploiting his parents. He realized that it wasn't right, and he stood in awe of Ji Yuning. Ma Laquan's father still gave him 200,000 yuan and only kept 100,000 yuan for his wife and himself. Ma Laquan also didn't abandon his parents. He transferred a certain amount of money to them every month. It wasn't much, but was enough for their living expenses. However, that was what happened afterwards. Before Ji Yuning left, she told Ma Laquan to have a meal with his father and buy some thicker clothes for his parents. It was very cold outside, and his father was only wearing thin clothes. When it was done, Ma Laquan should send his father to the train station before coming back to work. Ma Laquan's parents lived in a town, but it wasn't far from the capital, so his father could get home in 2 hours. The receptionists at the front desk looked out once in a while. They tried to see how it went after Ji Yuning walked out. Although there was a distance and they couldn't hear their conversation, they could see them. From their behavior, it was obvious that Ji Yuning criticized Ma Laquan and Ma Laquan was scared of Ji Yuning. Oh, I hope that Ma Laquan isn't so bad. His father looks so pathetic. Yeah, but it seems that our boss just criticized him. Hope that he can change his attitude and treat his father well. Although there must be a reason for that, and some kids hate their parents because their parents treat them badly first, I don't think his father is a bad father. Alright, Chairman GU is coming. Stop talking about it now. Hearing that, they closed their mouths at once. Fu Yanming didn't know what had happened downstairs just then, nor that Ji Yuning came. He didn't hear about it until Ji Yuning was in the office. He reported the recent situation of the company to Ji Yuning. Even if they were targeted a few times, no serious trouble was caused. Sales of their products were as high as always. Ji Yuning stayed in the company for about an hour, then left. She called Yuzi and asked whether she was free to meet. Yuzi now enjoyed great fame in the fashion industry. She was a famous designer, so Charm was promoting more expensive gowns. Many celebrities even wanted Yuzi to design and make customized gowns for them. Yuzi received too many orders to finish, so she was always occupied. However, no matter how busy she was, she still had time to eat, sleep and date. She only had less time to date now. Yang Zichen was unhappy about that, because his girlfriend was too busy to date him. Therefore, he came to spend some time with Yuzi once he was free and she was too busy to go see him. Therefore, many staffers were envious of Yuzi and her boyfriend's affection for her. Even though Yuzi was famous and made much more money now, she didn't think she was superior to other people. She still loved Yang Zichen deeply as usual. Because Ji Yuning was back in City B, Yuzi had to see her, but they could only meet at the company this time. As a result, Ji Yuning needed to go there in person. Ji Yuning had no plan to let Yuzi come to see her. She only asked whether Yuzi was in the company so that she could go meet Yuzi. After arriving at the company, she saw Peng Xiaoman by chance. "Hi, Chairman Ji Yu." Upon seeing Ji Yuning, Peng Xiaoman excitedly greeted her. Ever since she came to work in City B, she hadn't seen Ji Yuning again. Chapter 2336. Everything will become better. However, they weren't very familiar since they had only met a few times after Ji Yuning saved Peng Xinghao. And because Ji Yuning had saved them, she respected and admired Ji Yuning a lot even if they weren't familiar. "Hey, how do you feel after working here?" Ji Yuning asked with a smile. "Everything is great here. Chairman Ji Yu, I should thank you for that," said Peng Xiaoman. She felt very lucky to meet Ji Yuning. Without Ji Yuning's help, she and her younger brother wouldn't be living a good life today. "It's all right. Everything will become better," said Ji Yuning. "I believe so. Everything will become better. Chairman Ji Yu, I should stop bothering you now. I'll get back to my work." Peng Xiaoman understood that Ji Yuning came to see Yuzi, so she stopped bothering her. Ji Yuning gave a nod, then went to Yuzi's studio. Speaking of Peng Xiaoman, we must mention Zhou Weifan here. When Peng Xiaoman stayed in the hospital, Ji Yuning had arranged for Zhou Weifan to protect them for a while. During this time, Peng Xiaoman gradually fell in love with him, but they were separated before they had a chance to get to know each other better. After they separated, Peng Xiaoman thought of Zhou Weifan once in a while. However, because Zhou Weifan said nothing about their relationship, she could only keep her affection for him in her heart. Actually, Zhou Weifan had special feelings for Peng Xiaoman as well, but he didn't realize it back then because he knew very little about romantic relationships. In fact, Zhou Weifan often thought of Peng Xiaoman as well after he left her. He couldn't stop thinking about what she was doing, whether she had eaten, whether she was living a good life. However, he lacked courage to contact her, since there was no good reason. When he finally had a few days off, Zhou Weifan deliberately visited City B and asked Peng Xinghao out for a meal. Peng Xinghao formed a good relationship with Zhou Weifan when he stayed in the hospital, so they exchanged numbers, but Zhou Weifan didn't have Peng Xiaoman's number. He wanted to get it, but felt embarrassed to do so. When Zhou Weifan asked Peng Xinghao out, he also tried to ask Peng Xiaoman out. He said that he came to City B for business and wanted to see them. Peng Xinghao didn't know whether Zhou Weifan really came for business, but he was aware that his older sister liked Zhou Weifan. He also had a good impression of Zhou Weifan. If it was possible, he hoped that Zhou Weifan could become his brother-in-law. Therefore, Hung Xinghao felt excited when Zhou Weifan came and asked them out for a meal. Hung Xiaoman was also thrilled when she heard that Zhou Weifan came and invited them to have a meal together, but she was nervous too. Nevertheless, she still went to meet him, because she also wanted to give each other a chance. They weren't familiar yet, so it was too early for them to get together. When Zhou Weifan saw Hung Xiaoman, he was also anxious, but that was very normal because both of them had special feelings for each other. After they met, Zhou Weifan talked very little with Hung Xiaoman, but they were interacting with one another. Even when they were in the capital, they rarely talked. Afterwards, Zhou Weifan came to see them twice in a month. Even when he didn't come, he would contact them once in a while. Although Zhou Weifan and Hung Xiaoman weren't a couple yet, they gradually became familiar and got to know each other better. As time went by, they became more and more clear of their affection for each other. And if nothing unexpected happened, they would be together after a while. Ji Yuning was unaware of all the above, because she was unwilling to interfere in her subordinates' personal affairs. If Zhou Weifan could really get together with Hung Xiaoman, Ji Yuning would let him choose whether to come over to City B after her security company was established here. In the capital, her security company was on track. Because it was affiliated with the Shengning organization, it was very popular. If nothing unexpected happened, Ji Yuning would open a branch in City B next year. She had to keep a strong team of security guards in City B in case the Tang family needed them. The Tang family owned a large business group, controlling countless companies in different industries, but it didn't have a security company. As a result, if anything bad happened, they needed time to summon a team of strong security guards. If Ji Yuning prepared a strong team for them in City B, they could summon them whenever they needed it. After Ji Yuning met Yu Zi, it was late, so she went back to the Tang family's house. She was staying there because she came back to City B alone. When Ji Yuning was free in City B, she regularly gathered together with Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai invited her separately, but Ji Yuning didn't accept their invitation and let them compete. In the end, Cao Wenxin defeated Tang Jiakai, because all of Tang Jiakai's friends were males, while Ji Yuning was a girl. If there were rumors, it would cause Ji Yuning unnecessary trouble. Tang Jiakai also realized that after Cao Wenxin pointed out the problem, so he gave in. Tang Jiakai originally didn't think much about it. He only wanted to show off his beautiful and outstanding younger sister in front of his friends. Since Ji Yuning agreed to meet Cao Wenxin and her friends, he didn't bother to meet with his friends. Instead, he went with Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning. Cao Wenxin had an appointment with her old friends, like Gao Chengyun and the others, because it was a weekend and they were free today. Ji Yuning was familiar with all of them and there were no strangers. This time, Ji Yuning noticed that Gao Chengyun had already changed his attitude towards Cao Wenxin. He wasn't closer to Cao Wenxin, but seemed to be in an intimate relationship with Tang Jiayao. Gao Chengyun had admired Cao Wenxin for a very long time, but there was no happy ending. Actually, nothing romantic happened between them. Cao Wenxin got a boyfriend afterwards, so Gao Chengyun gave up on her over time. Since he got over it, he could and would pay his attention to other girls, and Tang Jiayao attracted him. Tang Jiayao was Zhu Yuanzhen's friend, but they rarely met before. They didn't become familiar until they met more often later. Tang Jiayao was a beautiful and strong lady, and she easily attracted men's attention and appreciation even if they only met several times. After all, only when a man's heart was occupied by another woman would he ignore other outstanding girls. Chapter 2337, Pregnant. Gao Chengyun and Tang Jiayao weren't a couple yet, because neither of them wanted to have a sexual relationship. They took it very seriously and wouldn't get together until they knew each other better. Cao Wenxin often gathered together with them, so she could see the change between them. Cao Wenxin wasn't a self-centered person, so she didn't think it was wrong that one of her admirers started to chase another woman. Instead, she felt happy for Gao Chengyun because he could start a new life. They were true friends, so they each hoped that the others could live a better life. They drank together, but Cao Wenxin felt like vomiting after a short while, so she immediately ran to the washroom. Seeing that, everyone was surprised. No way, she goes to vomit after drinking so little. Did she do that on purpose to avoid drinking? It's not her style. Is she carrying? And Ran suddenly said, implying that Cao Wenxin might be pregnant. It was just a joke, so everyone began to laugh about it. All right, her younger brother is here. Don't make such jokes. Don't take it seriously. Zhu Yuanzhen immediately told them to stop. If Tang Jiakai took it seriously, Cao Wenxin might get mad at them after she learned about it. I wasn't born yesterday. I know you're joking. Tang Jiakai was displeased. He was several years younger than them, but he was already 22 this year. He was a grown-up man. He even shared dirty jokes with them, so it was no big deal in his eyes. If you think I'm too young for that topic, Ningning is 3 years younger than me. Tang Jiakai argued. Ji Yuning didn't leave us an impression that she's a young girl, said Gao Chengyun. Oh, do you mean she's old? Tang Jiakai squinted, looking dangerous. He turned to Ji Yuning and said, Ningning, Gao Chengyun just said that you're old. I didn't say that. I just mean that Ji Yuning is mature and stable. I always feel that she's a mature woman. Gao Chengyun explained at once with an innocent expression. He didn't say that Ji Yuning was old. It was Tang Jiakai who said that. Ji Yuning put on a resigned smile. She wasn't mad because she knew that they were just joking. In addition, she was indeed the eldest one among them. She was actually nearly 30, while they were mostly about 26 years old. Humph. Tang Jiakai snorted at Gao Chengyun and stopped talking about it. I need to see how Wenxin is now. Cao Wenxin had stayed in the washroom for a while, and Ji Yuning was worried about her, so she stood up and went there. She didn't take it seriously when Zhu Yuanzhen joked that Cao Wenxin might be carrying, but now she thought it might be true. She only had doubts. After all, feeling like vomiting didn't mean that Cao Wenxin was pregnant. It could be a problem with her stomach. Outside the door of the washroom, Ji Yuning knocked on it. Wenxin, are you all right? I'm fine. Cao Wenxin replied inside, but she sounded weak. It seemed she just vomited heavily. Do you need to have a medical check in the hospital? Ji Yuning said. She was afraid that Cao Wenxin might really be pregnant and alcohol could be harmful. If Cao Wenxin only felt uncomfortable, she could give her a power crystal to help her get better. However, if Cao Wenxin was really pregnant, she should stop drinking now. Although Ji Yuning disapproved of pregnancy before getting married, they must face the problem if Cao Wenxin was really pregnant. Cao Wenxin opened the door and walked out. Her face was a little pale, and she said, no need. Perhaps my stomach is acting up after I ate hot pot today. I'll be fine tomorrow. Even if Cao Wenxin said that, Ji Yuning was still worried, and decided to have a look with her jade eyes. After that, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look at the inside of Cao Wenxin's stomach. With a glance, Ji Yuning made sure that Cao Wenxin was really pregnant. However, she couldn't tell her about it right now, so she took out a power crystal and gave it to Cao Wenxin. Stop drinking tonight. If you continue to drink, this medicine will be useless. You'll still feel uncomfortable in your stomach, said Ji Yuning. For the time being she agreed with Cao Wenxin that there might be a problem with her stomach. Sure, since she felt uncomfortable in her stomach, she didn't want to drink any longer. She wouldn't harm her own body. After taking the power crystal, Cao Wenxin felt much better. Back in the room, and Ran asked, Wenxin, are you all right? Why did you vomit after drinking so little? Everyone turned to look at Cao Wenxin with concern. Maybe the hot pot we had today is too spicy. My stomach is acting up now, said Cao Wenxin. They indeed had hot pot this afternoon, so they thought it might be the reason. If you feel uncomfortable, stop drinking now, or you'll feel more uncomfortable, said Gao Chengyun. Cao Wenxin nodded, then she stopped drinking. She only had some water with them. When it was late, they separated. Cao Wenxin went back to the Tang family's house with Ji Yuning and Tang Jiakai. Although Cao Wenxin had a separate room in the Tang family's house, Ji Yuning told her to sleep with her in the same room tonight. She wasn't going to tell Cao Wenxin that she was pregnant. She just wanted to talk about it with Cao Wenxin so that Cao Wenxin could be mentally prepared. After they washed themselves, they began to chat while lying in bed. As they chatted with each other, Ji Yuning deliberately talked about pregnancy. She asked, Wenxin, have you ever thought about what you'll do if you had an unintended pregnancy? What? Cao Wenxin was struck dumb. She didn't know how to reply to that question. She had thought about that before, but they were very careful normally. However, they didn't take any precautions against pregnancy last time. No, surely she wouldn't get pregnant just because of that. If you get pregnant before getting married, will your parents be mad? Ji Yuning asked. Of course, they'll surely be mad, said Cao Wenxin. Although she had never thought about getting pregnant before she was married, she didn't want it to happen, so she got anxious upon thinking that it might really happen. What if you're pregnant? What will you do? Ji Yuning asked. If I'm really pregnant, I'll surely get married. I can't have an abortion. I won't do that unless Xinbei refuses to marry me, said Cao Wenxin. Chapter 2338, Do You Miss Me? Although she believed that Xinbei was a responsible man, she worried that Xinbei might refuse to marry her and not want their baby. Ji Yuning wasn't very familiar with Xinbei, but she also believed that Xinbei was a responsible man, so she wasn't really worried about that. She was only afraid that it might be difficult for Tang Yunrong and the Tang family to accept. Although they were very satisfied with Xinbei, it wasn't an honorable thing that their daughter had a premarital pregnancy. Nobody wanted it to happen. All right, let's drop that topic. Ji Yuning didn't want to talk about it too much in case Cao Wenxin was bothered. Oh, are you free tomorrow? Yeah, I'm free on weekends, said Cao Wenxin. Go somewhere with me, said Ji Yuning. She planned to take Cao Wenxin to have a medical check, but she couldn't tell her about it right now, or Cao Wenxin might not be able to sleep tonight. To visit a friend in the hospital, said Ji Yuning. They were going to the hospital, but they actually wouldn't visit a friend. Oh, sure, said Cao Wenxin and agreed. It was late, and they soon fell asleep. Because Cao Wenxin had no idea about the truth, she had a sound sleep. The next morning, they had breakfast in the Tang family's house, and after resting for a while, Ji Yuning went out with Cao Wenxin at 9 a.m. Tang Jokai wanted to follow them, but Ji Yuning told him to stay at home. Since Ji Yuning didn't want him to go with them, Tang Jokai didn't insist. After walking away from the Tang family's house, Ji Yuning said to Cao Wenxin, Wenxin, I need to tell you something very important. It's about you. Don't be scared. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin had a premonition. What is it? Do you know why I talked about premarital pregnancy with you last night? Actually, I thought that you might be pregnant given the reaction of your body last night. I only had that thought, so I talked about it with you beforehand. I wanted to know your thoughts. Anyway, we need to do a medical check to make sure of it, said Ji Yuning. Even if she was already sure of it, she couldn't tell Cao Wenxin right now. It was hard for her to explain how she managed to know. Cao Wenxin was stunned. What? She might be pregnant. After thinking for a while, she remembered that her period was indeed a few weeks late. However, because her period was irregular and she just started her business recently, she didn't pay much attention to it. In an instant, Cao Wenxin had mixed emotions. If she was really pregnant, she would be excited and scared. She felt happy because she loved Xinbei, and she was scared because she didn't know how to face her family. Really? Cao Wenxin said after she came back to her senses. Although she really hoped that she could marry Xinbei, she didn't think it was the right time now. After all, they weren't married yet, and a premarital pregnancy was really embarrassing. She didn't care about that, but her family might feel humiliated. So, we need to have a medical check to make sure of it. Be prepared, said Ji Yuning. Cao Wenxin immediately realized why Ji Yuning told her that they would go to visit a friend in the hospital. In fact, Ji Yuning just wanted to take her to have a medical check. What if I'm really pregnant? What should I do? Cao Wenxin panicked. What else do you want to do? You should get married. Xinbei and you are adults. You can get married now, said Ji Yuning. It was the best way to solve that problem. She didn't think that Cao Wenxin should have an abortion. It would hurt her body, and also meant that she wasn't going to marry Xinbei. If so, there was no need for them to be together further. Accordingly, they had to get married. Cao Wenxin might be criticized if Tang Yunrong and the Tang family learned about it, but it already happened and they had to face it. Well, I'm afraid that my parents, Cao Wenxin felt guilty. You have to face it even if you're scared. If you're really pregnant, you can't keep it a secret for long, said Ji Yuning. Cao Wenxin fell silent, because Ji Yuning told the truth. No matter how scared she was, she had to face the problem. However, she was extremely anxious. Although she wasn't sure of it yet, it was very likely to be true. Ji Yuning couldn't help her, so she left Cao Wenxin alone. After they arrived at the hospital, they soon had a medical check. The result was out and Cao Wenxin was sure that she was pregnant. She had been pregnant for about 10 days. After making sure of it, Cao Wenxin was completely struck dumb. She was happy yet worried. Back in the car, Cao Wenxin asked Ji Yuning, "Ningning, what should I do now?" Even though she knew that she had to face it, she was too scared to do it now. If you're not prepared to talk about that with your family yet, wait for a few days. You can tell Xinbei about it first, said Ji Yuning. Cao Wenxin indeed needed time to digest the news and be prepared for the baby, so she listened to Ji Yuning and decided to wait for a few days. "Ningning, can you drive me back to my own apartment?" Cao Wenxin asked. She needed to be alone for a while. "No problem, call me whenever you need me. Take care of yourself these days." Ji Yuning wasn't worried that Cao Wenxin might lose her reason, because Cao Wenxin was very mature. "Thanks," said Cao Wenxin. It was true that she wouldn't lose her reason just because of that. She was only afraid to meet her family, but she was actually very happy that she was pregnant. After that, Ji Yuning drove Cao Wenxin back to her apartment. In her own apartment, Cao Wenxin didn't call Xinbei at once, but calmed herself down first. She didn't call Xinbei until she was calm. Because Cao Wenxin just called Xinbei yesterday, she knew that he didn't have a task now, so she could get through to him. However, although Xinbei didn't need to carry out a task, he still needed to work, so he couldn't come to see Cao Wenxin. Before long, Xinbei answered the call, joking. "What? Do you miss me?" I need to tell you something," Cao Wenxin stammered. She believed that Xinbei was a responsible man, but she was still worried. She didn't know what Xinbei would do after hearing the news. Would he be happy or unhappy when he learned that he was a father now? Chapter 2339, Proposal. Even if he would take responsibility, she would still be sad if he was unhappy to hear the news. "What is it?" "I'm listening," said Xinbei. Hearing Cao Wenxin stammer, he was afraid that it might be bad news. I'm pregnant," said Cao Wenxin. "What?" Hearing that, Xinbei was amazed. He abruptly stood up from the chair, too shocked to believe his ears. Did you just say that you're pregnant?" "Yes," Cao Wenxin said. She was very nervous, because she wasn't sure whether Xinbei was happy or unhappy to hear it. "Oh my, you're pregnant. You're pregnant. I'm a father now. I'm going to be a father. I'm so thrilled. Xianxia, will you marry me?" "No, you must marry me. I'll marry you right now. Just give me some time," said Xinbei excitedly. He loved Cao Wenxin so much that he couldn't wait to marry her. Actually, since Cao Wenxin became his girlfriend, he decided to marry her, especially after their relationship became stable. He always wanted to propose to Cao Wenxin, but they hadn't been together for a long time. So he didn't want to scare Cao Wenxin if she wasn't prepared. However, since Cao Wenxin was pregnant now, he didn't have to worry. It was time for him to make a proposal. Cao Wenxin was surprised for a second, then felt greatly relieved. She was excited too, because the baby was welcome. He loved her and wanted to marry her. "Xianxia, give me some time. I'll go to ask for leave from Xiaoting right now. Just give me some time," said Xinbei. "Sure," said Cao Wenxin. After that, they hung up and Xinbei immediately went to see Leng Xiaoting. Because they didn't have a task now, Leng Xiaoting let him go as soon as he heard the reason. Leng Xiaoting wasn't prepared to be a father now, but Xinbei had gotten a girlfriend later than him and became a father earlier than him. Most importantly, he was going to be married soon. Leng Xiaoting would be lying if he said that he wasn't jealous of Xinbei. However, he could do nothing about that, because Ningning was too young and didn't reach the age of consent yet. If she reached the age of consent, he would definitely take her to get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Afterwards, they would have their baby. With Leng Xiaoting's permission, Xinbei went upstairs to pack up at once. Because he ran upstairs, he almost knocked Ximing over at the turn of the stairs. Seeing Xinbei running in a hurry, Ximing asked, "Xinbei, did anything go wrong?" Xinbei said excitedly, "No, Wenxin's pregnant. I'm going to propose to her." "What?" Ximing was astonished, and got jealous at the same time. He had been together with Chu Yuxin for a longer time than Xinbei and Cao Wenxin, but Cao Wenxin got pregnant before Chu Yuxin. He wasn't blaming Chu Yuxin, because they were very careful. Chu Yuxin and he were occupied with work now, and they seldom spent vacations together, so it wasn't appropriate for them to marry or have a baby. He wanted to marry, but he respected Chu Yuxin. He wouldn't force Chu Yuxin to stop working just because he wanted to get married. He was very respectful of Chu Yuxin's work as well. Although he was envious of Xinbei, as Xinbei's close brother, he still felt happy for him. "Congrats. We must celebrate it after you settle the date." "Of course, I'm going to pack now. I can't wait to propose to her," said Xinbei, then was about to run away, but Ximing stopped him. "Do you plan to propose to her like that? It's too simple. I don't see your sincerity. Look, you must make a good plan, and we all must be present. It must be a grand proposal," said Ximing. Although he wasn't romantic, he knew that a proposal must be grand to show the importance of the girl. Xinbei was taken aback, then realized that it was indeed too simple and abrupt if he went to propose to Cao Wenxin like that. He didn't want Cao Wenxin to think that she wasn't important in his heart. "Well, everyone is busy now. Can you go with me?" Xinbei said. "Even if not all of us can be present, at least a few of us could go with you. There isn't much work these days. Xiaoting will let us go. You must make a proposal in front of your close brothers. As for the setup, I'm afraid you can only turn to Xiaoting for help if you want to propose today. Although you better do it on your own, it's a special situation. We need to treat it differently. If you decide to propose tomorrow, you can do the setup by yourself today." As an outsider, Ximing could clearly see the problem, but Xinbei was too excited to think about details. Xinbei's anxiousness could easily ruin the big night. "I want to propose today. I'll ask Xiaoting whether he can allow a few bros to go with me. Oh, I also need him to help me with the setup," said Xinbei. Without delay, he ran outside. He couldn't wait a moment longer to go back to City B to propose. Ximing was free now, so he followed him. When Xinbei ran downstairs, he almost knocked Xu Jinchen over. Luckily, Xu Jinchen avoided him quickly. "Where are you going?" Xu Jinchen asked. "To see Xiaoting." Xinbei didn't tell Xu Jinchen that Cao Wenxin was pregnant and he was going to propose in case Xu Jinchen stopped him and asked for details. Xu Jinchen indeed let him go. It was true that if he learned about Cao Wenxin's pregnancy, he would certainly stop Xinbei and ask about the details. The moment Xinbei ran away, Ximing came downstairs. Even though Ximing didn't rush out as hurriedly as Xinbei, he also walked fast. "Why are you also in a hurry? Are you going to see Xiaoting as well?" Xu Jinchen asked. "Come on, let's go. I'll tell you on the way. Xinbei's girlfriend is pregnant. He's going to propose." He rushed to leave, but I stopped him. "A proposal is very important. He must take it seriously, so I told him to ask Xiaoting for help. Some of us must go with him and make a good setup for a romantic proposal. He must show how much he loves his girl by doing that." "He accepted my advice, so he's running to see Xiaoting," said Ximing. Xu Jinchen was surprised and had mixed emotions. Xinbei's girlfriend was already pregnant, but he was still single. Anyway, his close brother was going to be a father and get married, he surely felt happy for him. Chapter 2340, Doomed to be together. Xinbei went to see Leng Xiaoting again, and told him that he was going to propose. Leng Xiaoting didn't know that Xinbei wanted to get married as soon as he went back home, so he didn't think about that. If Xinbei was going to propose, Leng Xiaoting certainly would let a few of their brothers go with him. Because Leng Xiaoting needed to deal with something, he wouldn't go with them, otherwise he would go to see Ji Yuning along the way. Leng Xiaoting told Ai Weishan and Zhao Weixian to go with Xinbei since they were free now. 2 soldiers who were led by Xinbei also went with them. Leng Xiaoting's subordinates were all men, so he didn't think they could set up a good proposal. So he decided to turn to Ji Yuning for help. After all, Ji Yuning was a girl, and knew girls much better than men did. Cao Wenxin was also Ji Yuning's cousin, so Ji Yuning knew her very well. After Xinbei and the others walked out of his office, Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning. He chatted with Ji Yuning for a short while before he got to the point. "Ningning, I need you to help me with something. Do you know that Wenxin is pregnant?" asked Leng Xiaoting. He wanted to make sure whether Ji Yuning knew or not. Ji Yuning understood that Cao Wenxin must have called Xinbei, and Xinbei shared the news with Leng Xiaoting afterwards. After all, Xinbei needed Leng Xiaoting's permission to leave so that he could propose to Cao Wenxin. With Leng Xiaoting calling her and saying that he needed her help, it must have something to do with Xinbei and Cao Wenxin. However, Ji Yuning didn't know what exactly it was. "Yeah, I know. Only she and I are aware of that right now. She doesn't know how to face her family, so I told her to relax for a few days." "I bet Xinbei already heard the good news," said Ji Yuning. "Right, Xinbei just asked me for leave. He wants to propose to Wenxin right away, but he doesn't have much time to set up a good proposal. Can you help us with that?" said Leng Xiaoting. "He'll propose." Ji Yuning was surprised, but it was understandable that Xinbei wanted to make a quick proposal after knowing Cao Wenxin got pregnant. "No problem, I'll handle that. Keep it a secret from Wenxin. Xinbei will contact you once he arrives. You two can discuss what to do next," said Leng Xiaoting. "Sure, I know," said Ji Yuning. She definitely wouldn't let Cao Wenxin know, or it wouldn't be a surprise. Well, all of a sudden, Leng Xiaoting gave a sigh. "What?" Ji Yuning asked with a smile. "Ningning, why haven't you reached the age of consent yet? I have to wait another 2.5 years. Leng Xiaoting complained. It was torture for him to wait so long. Although they were determined to marry each other and would get married sooner or later if nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be legal until they had the marriage certificate. Fit. Ji Yuning snorted with laughter. It turned out that Leng Xiaoting was upset because Xinbei was going to propose to Cao Wenxin. "It's not my fault. It's fate which made me be reincarnated in a body of 18 years old. Anyway, if I was reincarnated in the body of an over 22-year-old, I might not have met you. I might have had a boyfriend or gotten married already," said Ji Yuning. It was hard to tell what exactly would have happened. Compared with other possibilities, it was the best result that she was reincarnated in Ji Yuning's body. Leng Xiaoting was scared. It was true that he might not be able to meet Ji Yuning and be together with her if she was reincarnated in another person's body. "So, it is what it is," said Ji Yuning. "Right, and we're fated to be together this life." Leng Xiaoting stopped complaining about it. "Yes, we're meant to be together," said Ji Yuning with a smile. She was willing to please Leng Xiaoting by saying something he wanted to hear. After chatting for another while, they hung up. Because Ji Yuning was driving, Leng Xiaoting didn't want to distract her. Xinbei needed a romantic proposal set, so Ji Yuning didn't go to eat in the Tang family's house, but went to work on it right away. It was a lot of work and she alone couldn't finish it within a limited time. She needed a professional planner. Due to the weather, they could only make the proposal indoors. So after pondering over it, Ji Yuning chose Xianxia Hotel. She would call Cao Wenxin to dine together in the hotel, which wouldn't arouse any suspicions. In case there were no good rooms left later, Ji Yuning went to book a large private room first before going to meet a professional planner. Because they didn't have much time, they hired a lot of people to finish the setup at 3 p.m. At noon, Ji Yuning received a call from Xinbei. Xinbei said that he should arrive at City B before 4 p.m. and the city center at about 5 p.m. if nothing unexpected happened. Xinbei didn't tell Cao Wenxin that he was coming to City B today. Instead, he told her that he would go to see her tomorrow. He made an excuse that he was occupied today and couldn't leave until his work was done. Therefore, Cao Wenxin thought that she would only see Xinbei tomorrow. Ji Yuning also called Cao Wenxin at noon. She said that she was going to treat a few friends this afternoon and invited Cao Wenxin to join them. Cao Wenxin seldom turned Ji Yuning down, so she agreed. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Gao Chungyun and directly said that Xinbei was going to propose to Cao Wenxin at Xianxia Hotel today. If they were free, they could come. Gao Chungyun was greatly surprised to hear the news, but he already got over Cao Wenxin, so he wasn't very sad. Cao Wenxin was still his good friend, so they had to be present. Even if they weren't free, they would clear their schedule for that. Therefore, Gao Chungyun agreed at once, and Ji Yuning reminded him to keep it a secret from Cao Wenxin. Ji Yuning didn't tell them that Cao Wenxin was pregnant. She thought that it was better to keep it a secret for now. She would let Cao Wenxin tell them later. At 5 p.m., Xinbei and his bros arrived, but they had rushed over, so Xinbei didn't buy a proposal ring yet. He needed to buy one right now. He could buy an average ring for the proposal, and book a custom-made ring for their wedding. Before long, Xinbei bought the ring he needed. Although he didn't have time to carefully pick a ring, the one he bought wasn't cheap. At 5:30 p.m., they reached the set. Upon seeing the set Ji Yuning made for him, Xinbei and the other men were all amazed. Chapter 2341, Proposal. As soon as Xinbei reached the set, he began to get nervous. He was nervous not because he was afraid that he might be rejected, because Cao Wenxin wouldn't do that. It was just his first time, so it was unavoidable for him to be nervous. "Be careful, single men, don't get too jealous of the loving couple," said Zhao Weixian. The other single men agreed and laughed. "If you don't want to be single any longer, find yourself a girlfriend," said I Weishan. "That's easy for you to say. No matter who wants to date us, she must tolerate the long distance. We can only meet once in several months. I don't think many girls can stand that. If there are, I wouldn't have stayed single for so long," said Zhao Weixian. Zhao Weixian had a girlfriend before, but they broke up precisely because of the long distance. He met another girl later, and had a good impression of her. He tried to chase her, but she rejected him because he spent most of his time in the military base and carrying out tasks. Different people had different aims. You just haven't met the right one yet. "See, many of our bros have a girlfriend now," said I Weishan. It was hard to tell when people would fall in love with the right one. Nearly everyone had his or her own problems in love. Not everyone could meet someone who loved them too. We couldn't force another person to accept us just because we liked him or her, and vice versa. It was very normal that people fell in love with someone who didn't love them the same way. However, usually, people could find their right one. Only when two people were both in love could they be happy together. Zhao Weixian understood that as well, so he never forced any girl to stay with him. He completely understood their worries. However, he still felt upset sometimes. Gao Chungyun and the others arrived at Xianxia Hotel at about 5:30 p.m. Although they had seen countless romantic proposal sets before, they were still shocked by the set Ji Yuning made this time. Not only was it impressive, but it was also full of love. They were all sensitive people, so they unavoidably got excited. Ji Yuning arrived at Wufu Hills at 5:30 p.m. to pick Cao Wenxin up. She deliberately delayed it so that the other people could have enough to arrive. Cao Wenxin didn't ask Ji Yuning who she was going to treat, because she might not know them. Ji Yuning had too many friends, and she only knew a few of them. As soon as Ji Yuning parked the car at the hotel, Ji Yuning sent a message to Xinbei and told them to get ready. The second Xinbei read her message, he told the others to light the candles. Because there were many of them, they soon lit all the candles, then turned off the lights. After a few minutes, Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin came. When Ji Yuning pushed the door open, she slightly pushed Cao Wenxin ahead, so Cao Wenxin became the first one who entered the hall. The moment the door was open, Cao Wenxin was struck dumb by the setup inside. The private room was full of rose petals and candles, surrounded by many balloons and colorful lights. From under her feet to the middle of the private room was a carpet of rose petals, with candles lit on both sides. In the middle of the hall was a large peach heart paved with rose petals, and there was also a circle of peach heart candles around it. Standing in the middle of the peach heart, Shinbei was wearing a military uniform with a huge bunch of roses in his hands. And behind Shinbei, there was a banner that read, "Cao Wenxin, please marry me." Obviously, Shinbei was proposing to her. Cao Wenxin understood that Shinbei would make a proposal sooner or later after she told him that she was pregnant, but she didn't expect it to happen today. Shinbei had just told her that he couldn't come back until tomorrow. Cao Wenxin immediately realized that Shinbei purposely did it to surprise her. Cao Wenxin burst into tears of excitement. Standing there, she didn't know what to do. Shinbei walked towards her instead. She didn't come back to her senses until Shinbei was in front of her. Holding Cao Wenxin's hand, Shinbei walked to the peach heart in the middle. Without a word, Cao Wenxin followed him to the center of the peach heart. All of a sudden, Shinbei let her go. Flowers in hand, he stared at her with a pair of tender eyes. "Xianxia, I know we've only been together for a short time, but it's not that short. We seldom meet and I know I'm always absent, but I'm sure that I love you. I love you deeply. You're the one I want to spend the rest of my life with. Perhaps because of my profession, I can't be with you every day, but I'll do whatever I can to take care of you and protect you." Xianxia, saying that, Shinbei knelt down on one knee, handing the flowers to Cao Wenxin. "Will you marry me?" he said very seriously. Cao Wenxin didn't take the flower and say yes right away, because she was too excited and surprised to stop crying. She covered her mouth with both hands, trying not to be ugly with tears. "Marry him, marry him, marry him." Right at this moment, Ai Weishan, Gao Chungyun, and the others walked out and shouted. Because they hid in the darkness and Cao Wenxin focused on Shinbei, she didn't see them until they walked out and she was astonished again. Cao Wenxin didn't take the flowers from Shinbei's hands yet, so they wouldn't stop urging her. They recorded the romantic proposal scene with their phones, and Zhao Weixian had a video call with Xu Jinchen, so Xu Jinchen could see the proposal live. Xu Jinchen, Leng Xiaoting, Chen Meng, and Ximing were watching the video and felt excited too. Xu Jinchen and Ximing also urged Cao Wenxin to accept Shinbei's proposal. This was the first time that they had ever witnessed a proposal made by their bro, but unfortunately they couldn't be present because they were busy with work. Leng Xiaoting could see Ji Yuning once in a while in the video. Whenever Ji Yuning appeared, he couldn't move his eyes away from her. He ached to make a grand proposal to Ji Yuning, but he couldn't do that right now. Seeing the romantic scene, Ji Yuning couldn't help imagining how Leng Xiaoting would propose to her in the future. To be honest, she was looking forward to it. Once Cao Wenxin came back to her senses, she took the flowers from Shinbei's hands, then Shinbei put the proposal ring on her finger. Chapter 2342, Take action alone. After that, they hugged each other and had a long loving kiss, surrounded by their friends' loud applause. At this moment, Cao Wenxin was filled with love. There was nothing more touching than a proposal and wedding in a woman's life. When the proposal was over, they were ready to have a meal. Dishes were ready, so once they sat around the table, the dishes were served. Before Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin came, no one talked about Cao Wenxin's pregnancy, so Gao Chungyun and the others had no idea about that. They didn't know until they began to chat after the dishes were placed on the table. As soon as they heard that Cao Wenxin was pregnant, they were astonished. "No way. It was just a joke I made yesterday. It's true." And Ran was struck dumb. "Joke? What joke?" Cao Wenxin asked curiously. "Didn't you vomit yesterday? I joked that you might be carrying, but I didn't expect it to be true. You said you were better, so we just thought your stomach was acting up," said Ran. Cao Wenxin was a little embarrassed. It turned out that they had already talked about her pregnancy when she vomited in the washroom. They didn't take it seriously, but Ji Yuning did. "Does your family know yet?" Zhu Yuanjun asked. "Not really," said Cao Wenxin and became anxious. Shinbei noticed her emotions, so he held her hand tightly and comforted her. Don't worry, I'll visit your family with you tomorrow and we can talk about it then. In fact, Xinbei was also worried. Although he didn't think Cao Wenxin's family would stop them from getting married, premarital pregnancy wasn't an honorable thing after all. Her family could still be mad at him. If they were really mad, Xinbei hoped that they would vent their anger on him, instead of Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin felt better after Xinbei comforted her. Everyone could see her anxiety, so they changed the topic at once. Even if they agreed that premarital pregnancy wasn't a good thing, they didn't think it was shameful. Cao Wenxin was already pregnant, so Xinbei had to take responsibility. Luckily, he was a responsible man. Xinbei proposed to Cao Wenxin once he learned that she was pregnant, which proved that he truly loved her and their baby. Xinbei, I'll give you the bill for the proposal set up later. Don't forget to settle it, Ji Yuning said, half-jokingly, but Xinbei indeed needed to pay the bill. It didn't cost much, but was very meaningful, so Xinbei had to settle the bill by himself. Ji Yuning brought it up in front of them not because she was afraid that Xinbei would deny it. Xinbei had over 100 million yuan after all, so a few thousand yuan was nothing in his eyes. Most importantly, it was his proposal to Cao Wenxin, and he even bought a ring which cost hundreds of thousands of yuan for her. Ji Yuning mentioned it simply because they were very familiar. She knew that they wouldn't mind and she wanted to make them laugh. No problem. Xinbei laughed. He didn't feel embarrassed or annoyed when Ji Yuning said that. He wasn't mean and he accepted the joke. After the meal, Xinbei invited them to have fun together in a club. It was a special day today, so there was no reason for them to be a wet blanket. And after they separated for the night, Weishan and his bros went to stay in Xianxia Hotel, while Xinbei went to Wufu Hills with Cao Wenxin. It was late, so Ji Yuning went back to her house at Wufu Hills as well. Although her house at Wufu Hills was always empty, it was cleaned regularly, so it was spotless all the time. She could sleep there anytime. She simply needed to get a quilt cover. Back in Wufu Hills, Ji Yuning talked with Leng Xiaoting on the phone for a while before she went to bed. However, at 2 a.m., Ji Yuning's phone suddenly rang and the caller was Leng Xiaoting. Seeing his call, Ji Yuning squinted and abruptly sat up. Without delay, she picked it up. It must be something serious, so Leng Xiaoting called her in late night. Xiaoting, what's wrong? Ji Yuning asked seriously. Ningning, I need your help. We've been chasing a criminal who just arrived in City B. I can't go to City B now. So tell Weishan and the others to handle it. The criminal is a professional killer, so he's very strong. Most importantly, there is a mysterious person with him. I think the person isn't normal. I'm afraid they might be injured, so I need you to help them, said Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to drag Ji Yuning into the trouble. Even though she was skilled and strong, it was a very dangerous task. He didn't want Ji Yuning to be hurt. However, if Ji Yuning didn't help, he was worried that Weishan and his other teammates might not be able to handle the situation. If they were ordinary men, even if there were 5 professional killers, they wouldn't be afraid. Weishan and the other men were well-trained special forces and weren't worse than those professional killers. They were even stronger than those professional killers. Unfortunately, the criminal might be with a person with superpowers, so Weishan and the others might not be able to defeat them. Leng Xiaoting didn't want Ji Yuning to be hurt, but the criminal held one of his bros hostage. His teammate was injured and was in a very dangerous situation, so he had to do something. Anyway, he believed that Ji Yuning could handle it. He was worried simply because he cared about her. Sure, but I need to take action alone, said Ji Yuning. She didn't disdain Weishan and the other men, but her action might be limited if they went with her. No, it's too dangerous if you're alone, said Leng Xiaoting and disagreed at once. I'll be fine. I have a monster fox and the tree vine with me. If your teammates go with me, I can't let them out and my actions will be limited, so will my abilities. I could be in greater danger. Ji Yuning explained. Leng Xiaoting had to agree with Ji Yuning. In addition, if there was really danger, Ji Yuning alone could quickly run away. If Weishan and other men went with her, she would have to protect them and even spare effort to save them. She might put herself in danger because of that. Chapter 2343, Protect yourself first. Well, I think you can just stay. We can do it after I arrive, said Leng Xiaoting after thinking about it for a while. He was still afraid that Ji Yuning might be injured if she took action alone. Xiaoting, I know you're worried about me, but I need more practice to improve my skills. If you're always worried and won't allow me to put my skills into practice, I can't make progress. Since you already told me about it, you can't stop me from catching the criminal, said Ji Yuning seriously. She knew that Leng Xiaoting was worried about her, but she needed practice to improve her skills. During these days, she rarely had a fight. Only Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yunyao practiced with her when they were free, but it was different from a real fight. If she wasn't in real danger, she couldn't exploit her potential. Since Ji Yuning said that, Leng Xiaoting understood that he shouldn't stop her, so he gave in. Fine, but you must protect yourself from being injured. They are holding one of my soldiers hostage, but if there is any danger, protect yourself first. Leng Xiaoting wasn't selfish and he cared about his soldiers, but it was unreasonable to put Ji Yuning in danger just to rescue the hostage. If the hostage couldn't be rescued and Ji Yuning was injured, it would have been a bad decision. No problem, I promise that I'll protect myself well. If there is any danger, I'll run away, said Ji Yuning. She mainly wanted to set Leng Xiaoting's mind at rest. She would do her best to save people, but wouldn't put herself in danger. She was helpful, but she couldn't save everyone. Hearing Ji Yuning's promise, Leng Xiaoting was relieved. After that, they hung up. Ji Yuning needed to change, then she went out and contacted Leng Xiaoting for the location of the criminal. Leng Xiaoting called Ai Weishan and told them not to take action. Knowing that Ji Yuning asked to take action alone in case her abilities were limited, Ai Weishan wasn't mad. He knew that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't ordinary people. Both of them had superpowers, so they were naturally much stronger than them. Although they knew that both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning had superpowers, they weren't clear about their specific abilities. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning also kept some secrets from them. Therefore, Ai Weishan understood why Ji Yuning wanted to take action alone. However, he was also worried about her safety. Boss, are you sure that Ji Yuning will be fine alone? Ai Weishan asked with concern. Of course, no need to worry about her, said Leng Xiaoting. He actually didn't want to let Ji Yuning take action alone, but Ji Yuning insisted and he couldn't stop her. Since Leng Xiaoting said that, Ai Weishan said nothing further. Xinbei was ready to go out, and would meet Ai Weishan and his other bros with Ji Yuning. However, before Ji Yuning came, he received Leng Xiaoting's call and Leng Xiaoting told them that Ji Yuning would go alone. Xinbei was astonished. He directly asked Leng Xiaoting, Boss, are you sure you'll let Ji Yuning go there alone? He was aware of Ji Yuning's unbelievable abilities, and believed that Ji Yuning could solve the problem, but he was surprised that Leng Xiaoting would agree. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that Leng Xiaoting had to agree if Ji Yuning insisted. She insisted, said Leng Xiaoting, sounding a little unhappy. Fine. Since Leng Xiaoting already agreed, Xinbei couldn't stop Ji Yuning. As soon as Xinbei finished the call with Leng Xiaoting, he saw Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, are you sure that you'll be fine if you take action alone? Xinbei walked towards her. Although he believed in Ji Yuning, he still couldn't help worrying about her. I'll be fine, said Ji Yuning. You must be careful. No matter what danger you run into, protect yourself first, said Xinbei. Although one of their mates was held hostage and he was very worried about him and hoped that Ji Yuning could rescue him, Ji Yuning was innocent after all. If anything dangerous happened, he still wanted Ji Yuning to be safe. Sure, said Ji Yuning, then drove away. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting sent photos of the criminal, the person with superpowers and the hostage to Ji Yuning. After remembering their faces, Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting and asked him for the location of the criminal. Leng Xiaoting tracked them by hacking into surveillance cameras. Because their car never stopped moving, he could only tell Ji Yuning their current location. Ji Yuning couldn't end her call with Leng Xiaoting so that Leng Xiaoting could tell her wherever they went over time. Ji Yuning sped up and immediately chased after the criminal. Seeing Xinbei coming back after walking out, Cao Wenxin asked, What? Don't you need to carry out a task? No need. Someone else replaced me, said Shinbei as he hugged Cao Wenxin. He didn't tell her that it was Ji Yuning. Cao Wenxin was pregnant now, so he didn't want to worry her. Cao Wenxin didn't bother to ask further about it. It was Shinbei's work and his work was always confidential. She was a smart girl, and knew what she shouldn't ask about. The criminal obviously didn't intend to stay in the city, so he moved towards the suburbs until he reached a barren mountain, where there were no surveillance cameras. As a result, Leng Xiaoting couldn't find out where he was right now. Ji Yuning had to search for the criminal on her own afterwards. Normally, criminals would find an unobtrusive place to stay for a while after they came to the wilderness. It was the best place for them to hide since there were no surveillance cameras. It was large, but Ji Yuning could easily look for what she wanted with the help of her jade eyes. Leng Xiaoting lost the criminal, so Ji Yuning ended her call with him and directly put her phone into her telepathic eye space. After Ji Yuning drove into a place where there were no surveillance cameras, she put the car into her telepathic eye space as well, then set out on foot to find the criminal. The car would be noisy and would easily be noticed. Ji Yuning didn't want to alert the criminal. Ji Yuning walked very fast, but barely made any noise. At the same time, it was a little windy, so nobody could hear her. With the help of her jade eyes, Ji Yuning searched for the criminal as she walked. Chapter 2344, Where are they? The criminal and the other two people drove there, so they should be easily found. Ji Yuning first walked ahead along the traces left by their car and didn't stop using her jade eyes to look for them. However, the terrain was really difficult. Although there was a flat road and the car could drive in, there were a lot of trees and many hills farther away which the car couldn't drive in. Therefore, Ji Yuning guessed that they should be nearby after they stopped the car where the car couldn't go further. Or they left the car here and walked to their destination. Either way, it should be easy for Ji Yuning to find their car. After following the traces for about 100 meters, Ji Yuning saw a car in the dense small woods. The car was exactly like the one which the criminal took. Leng Xiaoting had sent her the screen capture of the car, so she recognized it immediately. The criminal and the person with superpowers weren't in the car, but there was a man lying on the rear seats. He was already unconscious, tied up, with his mouth gagged. Given his appearance, Ji Yuning believed that he must be Leng Xiaoting's soldier. Ji Yuning kept on moving closer. After observing around for a while, she saw nobody nearby. How could they leave the hostage alone in the car? The hostage seemed seriously injured, so he couldn't run away even if he woke up now. Ji Yuning didn't know whether they left to deal with something and would come back later, or if they directly ran away after leaving the hostage in the car. Either way, Ji Yuning had to rescue the hostage first. After Ji Yuning walked closer, she used her jade eyes to see the inside and outside of the car to see whether there were traps. If there wasn't any, she would take action then. If there was a bomb, the car might explode once she touched it. That would be the worst result. She could dodge the explosion, but the hostage inside would die. Ji Yuning checked the car and found no bomb, so she tried to open the car. Unfortunately, the car door was locked, so she had to break the window. Ji Yuning took out a dagger and put magical energy into it. After cutting the window a few times, it broke. Without delay, Ji Yuning pried the car door open. Afterwards, she cut the ropes around the man's body off, then pulled off the adhesive tape on his mouth. The hostage was seriously injured, but luckily he was still alive. Ji Yuning immediately put magical power into his body. Because he was still alive, his wounds quickly healed and his face became ruddy. After a while, he woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, Ji Yuning stopped. The man was scared when he saw a person in front of him. He subconsciously jumped up and shrank to keep a distance away from Ji Yuning. He seemed defensive. Because it was dark, he couldn't see the person's face. He could only see a high ponytail, so it must be a woman. "Who are you?" he asked and stayed alert. "Leng Xiaoting asked me to rescue you," said Ji Yuning. Xiaoting. The man was surprised, but also felt slightly relieved. However, he wasn't fully convinced. "Who are you then?" "I'm his girlfriend," said Ji Yuning. "Girlfriend?" The man was struck dumb for a second. Leng Xiaoting told her to rescue him and she was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. An idea dawned on the man. Are you Xiaoting's fiancé? It wasn't a secret that Leng Xiaoting already had a fiancé, but they had never met her. Now he saw her in reality and got excited even though he couldn't see her face clearly. Yes, I'm his fiancé, said Ji Yuning. The man, Dao Lin, was relieved right away. He introduced himself. Nice to see you, my name is Dao Lin. Xiaoting is my leader. Because he was excited to see Ji Yuning, he forgot that he was still in a very dangerous situation now. Dao Lin trusted Ji Yuning, not only because of her words, but because of his own judgments. He didn't feel any malice from her. If she was hostile to him, she wouldn't have helped him get rid of the ropes. Moreover, he suddenly realized that he was feeling much better now. Even if his body was still uncomfortable, he could move around now. It must be Ji Yuning who treated him. He didn't know what Ji Yuning had done for him to become so much better after being injured seriously. Dao Lin thought of what his comrades had been through before. They had been badly injured too, and Leng Xiaoting gave them a pill. After taking the pill, they got much better, so Dao Lin guessed that Ji Yuning must have helped him take the same pill. Dao Lin was curious about it, but felt embarrassed to ask Ji Yuning. Oh, when did you pass out? Where is the criminal and the other person? Ji Yuning asked. If Dao Lin passed out just now, he should know where they went. If he had been unconscious for a long time, he might know nothing. Either way, she had to ask him about it. I was knocked unconscious by them not too long ago. I heard them say that they would go to find an ancient grave in the mountain before I passed out, said Dao Lin. Hearing that, Ji Yuning squinted slightly. Get out of the car now. Ji Yuning said to Dao Lin. Dao Lin didn't realize that he was still in the car until Ji Yuning said that to him, then he immediately got out of it. I need to continue to chase them. You can't stay here alone, said Ji Yuning. She took out her car key and handed it to Dao Lin. My car is at the intersection. Over there. Walk away along this road. You should be able to see my car about 2 meters ahead. Drive to Wufu Hills. Xinbei is waiting for you there. I'll send him a message and tell him to meet you at the gate. No, if I drive your car away, what will you do? Dao Lin refused at once and looked worried. It's too dangerous for you to chase them alone. Relax, since Xiaoting sent me here, I can handle it well. Do you need me to call Leng Xiaoting and let him give you that order in person? Ji Yuning said. Because she was unwilling to waste time, she directly threatened Dao Lin. Leng Xiaoting's words were orders to them, so they had to obey. Chapter 2345, Find Antiques. No need. I'll do whatever you say. Dao Lin gave in right away. He would leave before Ji Yuning anyway, so there was no need to call Leng Xiaoting. He didn't want to waste time here either. Therefore, Dao Lin took Ji Yuning's car key and left in the direction Ji Yuning told him. Ji Yuning also left the place and went deeper. At the same time, she sent a message to Xinbei and told him that she found Dao Lin. Dao Lin was on his way to Wufu Hills, so he could wait for him outside, while she would continue to search for the criminal. At this time, Xinbei was lying in bed, but he wasn't asleep, because he was worried about Ji Yuning. They should have been carrying out the task tonight, but Ji Yuning went there alone. In other words, Ji Yuning helped them, so he couldn't sleep now. It was very dangerous after all. He understood that Ji Yuning was very strong, but one could never be too careful. Without any news from Ji Yuning, he couldn't sleep. And it was not only Xinbei, Weishan and the other men had the same worry. They all stayed awake. If they could still sleep well in such a situation, they would be totally ungrateful. Their phones were on the entire time. They wouldn't mute their phones so that they could answer calls once their phones rang. Even if there was only a message, they must read it whenever their phones rang. As a result, once Xinbei's phone rang, he heard it and quickly took it out. It was a message from Ji Yuning. Knowing that Ji Yuning already found Dao Lin and that Dao Lin was on his way to Wufu Hills in her car, Xinbei abruptly sat up on the bed in great shock. It was too efficient. Even if he knew that Ji Yuning was very outstanding, he was still amazed by her efficiency. Because he made big movements, Cao Wenxin was woken up by him. Seeing him sitting there, Cao Wenxin asked, "What's wrong?" "My comrade who was held hostage was rescued. He's on his way to Wufu Hills now. I need to meet him." "You can continue to sleep now," said Xin Bei, then kissed Cao Wenxin's forehead. "All right." Cao Wenxin didn't ask more about what had happened and went back to sleep. She was a pregnant woman now, so she needed more sleep. Afterwards, Xin Bei got out of the bed and went downstairs. He called Ai Weishan at once and told Ai Weishan that Ji Yuning had already found Dao Lin and that Dao Lin was on his way to Wufu Hills. Dao Lin was in a very dangerous situation, so they were all worried about him. Therefore, when they heard that he had been rescued and was coming back, they couldn't stay in their places and rushed to Wufu Hills right away. No matter what, they had to see Dao Lin as soon as possible. Although Dao Lin was only a subordinate, the Red Flame cherished every soldier who served them. Every life mattered. Most importantly, they were serving their country and deserved great respect. After Xin Bei called Ai Weishan, he called Leng Xiaoting too. He wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning had told Leng Xiaoting the news yet, so he thought that he should give Leng Xiaoting a call. Ji Yuning didn't tell Leng Xiaoting that she had already found Dao Lin, because she was in a hurry and forgot. After sending Xin Bei a message, she directly put her phone into the telepathic eye space. As a result, Leng Xiaoting didn't know that Ji Yuning had already found Dao Lin and that Dao Lin was on his way back until Xin Bei called him. Leng Xiaoting was relieved when he heard the news, because the criminal wouldn't have a hostage to threaten Ji Yuning with. Without any worries, Ji Yuning could do whatever she wanted to do. However, Leng Xiaoting was still worried about Ji Yuning, so he immediately left the military base and flew to City B on a private jet. He couldn't relax until he saw Ji Yuning safe and sound. Ji Yuning didn't know where the criminal and the person with superpowers went. She could only rely on her senses to search for them, but she didn't do it alone. When Dao Lin was far away, she let the monster fox out and told it to help her. Ji Yuning told it to not go too far so that they could hear each other if either of them found their target. Since the criminal and the person with superpowers went to an ancient grave, Ji Yuning couldn't find them on the ground. She had to find the ancient grave instead. As long as she found the ancient grave, she would soon find them. Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether they already knew the location of the ancient grave. After searching around for half an hour, she finally found a grave tunnel, so the ancient grave should be nearby. Ji Yuning immediately released some magical power to tell the monster fox to come back. If the monster fox found their target before her, it would have made some sounds. They were in the wilderness after all, so it was very normal for wild animals to make sounds. Once Ji Yuning released some magical power, the monster fox felt it and ran towards her. Ji Yuning didn't put it into the telepathic eye space, but kept it by her side. Anyway, it was dark in the wilderness, so no one could see them. Since the ancient grave was nearby and the criminal along with the person with superpowers were still absent, Ji Yuning guessed that they must have entered the grave tunnel. The grave tunnel was 3 meters under the ground. It wasn't shallow, so Ji Yuning couldn't see what was under it. She could only see things 2 meters under the thick dirt. Therefore, Ji Yuning couldn't know which side of the grave tunnel was the ancient grave and which side was the entrance. She could only let the monster fox help her. Ji Yuning told the monster fox to find whether there was an entrance, because it didn't have jade eyes and couldn't see what was in the grave tunnel. After walking along the grave tunnel for a few meters, Ji Yuning saw a fork in the tunnel, making it harder for her to find the entrance. Although she could directly dig a hole from the ground, she didn't think it was a good idea. Even if she entered the grave tunnel, she still needed to search ahead. It was dangerous inside, and there might be traps. She could handle it, but it was unnecessary trouble. Chapter 2346, Why Don't You Join Us? Since Ji Yuning found an ancient grave, she was unwilling to leave, but she had to catch the criminal first. The ancient grave was always there, but the criminal might run away if she didn't catch him right now. Ji Yuning continued to search along the grave tunnel. After a few meters, she saw a fork again. After encountering several forks, Ji Yuning was a little frustrated. There were so many forks. It seemed to be a maze. Ji Yuning guessed correctly. There was indeed a maze grave tunnel inside, which was designed to stop gravediggers from finding the burial chamber. Given the complexity and size of the grave, the person buried in it must enjoy a high status. After searching around for a long time, they finally found the entrance. It was the monster fox that found it. Following the monster fox's sounds, Gu Ning ran to the entrance and saw many footprints, which implied that at least 5 people had been here. In other words, not only the criminal and the person with superpowers, but there were also other people who entered the grave. They could either be the same group, or there were 2 groups of people, but Gu Ning felt that they must be in the same group. Covered by many tree branches, the entrance wasn't easy to notice. Normally, people wouldn't see it when they walked by. Since she found the entrance, Gu Ning had to go in. When Gu Ning was in the grave, she had no intention of avoiding the criminal and his mates, so she directly took out the night luminescent pearl to light the way. Afterwards, she walked ahead, following the footprints. About 10 minutes later, Gu Ning heard their voices at the front, but she couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about. Anyway, she knew that they were right ahead of her. Gu Ning didn't avoid them and walked closer to them. Within a few seconds, she heard a man's annoyed voice with impatience. "Fuck, we're back to where we were earlier. It's a maze. It's so difficult. If it was easy, other people would have found it before us." Right, someone found this grave before us after all. The night luminescent pearl could light a large area, so they noticed it when Gu Ning was 5 meters away. In horror, they immediately turned to look at the light and stayed alert. However, they didn't bother to turn off their flashlights. They were all strong men, so they weren't afraid even if there was a stranger. When they saw a woman and a fox, they were stunned and surprised. They were stunned because the woman was young and pretty. Moreover, they were surprised that she dared to come here alone. It seemed that she was a very bold woman. As for the fox, it was just an ordinary fox in their eyes. They didn't think it had any differences. A middle-aged man who had a foreign face and was suspected by Leng Xiaoting to be a person with superpowers, however, squinted and became alert once he saw the monster fox. He could see that this fox wasn't just an animal. There was strong power in it. Because he knew very little about monsters in Gu Ning's country, he didn't know how to explain it. He was only sure that this fox might be aggressive. The foreign man could see that Gu Ning wasn't weak, but he couldn't see her special abilities. Gu Ning didn't pay special attention to the foreign man, but she felt evil power from him, so she was sure that he wasn't an ordinary man. However, she didn't know exactly what abilities he had. Anyway, he wasn't a threat to her. "Who are you?" a man asked Gu Ning. "Who else do you think I could be in this grave?" Facing 5 tall, strong men, Gu Ning didn't seem scared at all. On the contrary, she had the air of a gangster. Those men surely knew that only gravediggers would show up in a grave. "Little girl, it's complicated here. Why don't you join us? If we can find treasures, we can share. What do you think?" the criminal nicely said to Gu Ning. He was slightly suspicious of Gu Ning, so he wanted her to go with them so that he could observe her. If there was no problem with her, they could find treasures together and share. If there was a problem with her, they would directly kill her. Actually, if Gu Ning agreed with alacrity, it would only make them more suspicious of her. Gu Ning could see their thoughts. "Well," she sneered, "what if you kill me after finding the treasures? There are many of you, while I'm alone, so I think we better not go the same way." Saying that, Gu Ning moved to go in another direction. "Wait a second," the criminal shouted. He didn't become more suspicious of Gu Ning after Gu Ning refused to go with them, but he still stayed alert. Therefore, he felt it was better that Gu Ning went with them. "Don't worry, we won't hurt you. It's a large ancient grave. There should be a lot of treasures. We can't take all of them. We're willing to share," said the criminal. Gu Ning pretended to ponder over it for a while, then agreed. "Sure, I'll trust you once. In fact, even if you have the intention of killing me, you might not be able to do it. I hope we do not have any conflicts. We all came here for wealth. There is no need to kill, right?" She had no plan to kill them right now. Since she was already in the grave now, she decided to find treasure first. If she killed them before finding treasures, it would be troublesome. If she beat them unconscious and left them here, she might not be able to get back to the same place after finding treasures. Besides, Ji Yuning wasn't clear about the foreign man's abilities yet. What if he fought back? She couldn't kill him and could only injure him seriously. She also couldn't carry them while she went to find treasures. It was ridiculous. After finding treasures, she could put them into her telepathic eye space, then injure them and pull them out. It could save a lot of energy. Chapter 2347, A Magician. Sure, said the criminal. After that, Ji Yuning went ahead along with them. The foreign man sized up Ji Yuning and the monster fox, especially the monster fox. He tried to figure out how aggressive it was. Although he didn't think that he wouldn't be able to defeat a woman and a fox, he needed to know more about them in order to be well prepared. Even if he couldn't know them completely, it was better for him to know something. Ji Yuning could feel that the foreign man was sizing her up, but she didn't care. The monster fox met the foreign man's eyes. It squinted and looked dangerous, so the foreign man immediately withdrew his sight. He could see nothing with a glance. May I know your name? You can call me Li, said the criminal. Li wasn't his real name. The criminal's real name was Ma Shibiao. Ji Yuning didn't know what crimes he had committed, but it must be very serious since Leng Xiaoting's team was sent out to catch him. Besides, the criminal used to be a professional killer. He must have killed many. Call me Ji Yu please, said Ji Yuning. There was no need to hide her real surname. It wasn't a big deal even if they learned about her identity. They would either be killed or put in jail after today. They wouldn't have any chances to take revenge. Miss Ji Yu, where are you from? Ma Shibiao asked. City B, said Ji Yuning. How did you know there is an ancient grave here? Ma Shibiao asked. Why are you asking me so many questions? Do you want to know my background or what? We just met. We have the same goal. After we get what we want, we'll separate. It's meaningless even if you know more about me. Are you still suspicious of me? Please don't think too much. Ji Yuning mocked. Ma Shibiao and his mates had to agree that they thought too far. They didn't think that other people would know their whereabouts, but they stayed alert because they were very careful. Even though they were less suspicious of Ji Yuning, they still stayed alert. Miss Ji Yu, what is that in your hand? The foreign man asked. He had noticed the night luminescent pearl in Ji Yuning's hands for a long time, but Ma Shibiao wouldn't stop asking Ji Yuning questions earlier, so he didn't interrupt. The night luminescent pearl made him feel very comfortable, so he believed it was valuable. Ma Shibiao and other men didn't notice the bright object in Ji Yuning's hands until now. Is that a night luminescent pearl? Ma Shibiao asked in great surprise. He had seen many kinds of treasures, so he recognized them by a glance. Most people had heard of night luminescent pearls, but only a few had seen it in reality. Therefore, even if they knew it could shine, not many people could recognize it. Ma Shibiao hadn't seen it with his own eyes before, but he had seen it on TV. It was a round, shining bead, so it must be a night luminescent pearl. However, he never believed that night luminescent pearls were as valuable as people said. It wasn't that bright, but it was indeed worth a lot of money. Yeah, it's a night luminescent pearl, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the others were more surprised. Ma Shibiao said, where did you get it? From another ancient grave, said Ji Yuning. Those men didn't doubt that, because there were many treasures in ancient graves. It wasn't surprising that Ji Yuning could find a night luminescent pearl. It was hard to find a night luminescent pearl in general, but it could be easily done in an ancient grave. What's a night luminescent pearl? The foreign man asked. It's a rare jewel of high value which can shine, said Ma Shibiao. That's all he knew. He was an ordinary man, so he didn't know that the night luminescent pearl contained endless magical power. In fact, the magical power of night luminescent pearls were only very helpful for cultivators. For ordinary people, it could only improve one's health. Therefore, Ma Shibiao didn't have much interest in the night luminescent pearl. He didn't lack money, so he wouldn't bother to have conflicts with Ji Yuning for the night luminescent pearl. It's not that he thought that he couldn't defeat Ji Yuning, it was just unnecessary. The foreign man wasn't an ordinary man, so he could feel that the night luminescent pearl was very special. It made him feel very comfortable. He actually was a little tired after traveling a long distance, but he felt much better after absorbing the energy of the night luminescent pearl. Therefore, he wondered whether this night luminescent pearl had a certain kind of energy that he didn't know of yet. Because of that, he had a desire to steal it. Once he wanted it, he would try to get it by hook or by crook. He was very interested in the night luminescent pearl, but he wouldn't steal it right now. They shouldn't have conflicts at this moment, so he would take action after finding the treasures in this ancient grave. During this time, he must learn more about Ji Yuning and the fox. Ji Yuning didn't talk to them much, but she observed them quietly, especially the foreign man. She wanted to figure out his identity. From the foreign man, Ji Yuning could see that he had a black crystal ball the size of a fist. What surprised Ji Yuning was that there was a figure in the crystal ball. She knew that it couldn't be a human being. If she guessed correctly, it must be a soul. The soul of a dead person was a ghost. If it was really a ghost, Ji Yuning wouldn't be surprised at all, because this foreign man wasn't an ordinary man. In addition to that, in the backpack of the foreign man, there was also a 60 centimeters long magic wand. Yes, it was the magic wand, which Ji Yuning had seen in the movie. It was the magician's weapon. In other words, this man might be a magician. He carried a crystal ball and a magic wand, so Ji Yuning bet that he must be a magician. A magician was a character frequently mentioned in European and American folklore, fantasy literature, and tabletop and video games, referring to a group of people who could mobilize some kind of mystical power. Magicians could also be called wizards, witches, sorcerers, soothsayers, seers, etc. Chapter 2348, Fall into a puddle. This foreign man had a crystal ball with a soul in it, and a magic wand, so Ji Yuning believed that he should be a sorcerer. She was right. The man was a sorcerer. His name was Nicholas, and he was from country F. Ji Yuning saw his ID card in his bag, so she learned his name and nationality. Besides, she found all of them carrying guns and daggers. It wasn't surprising, because they were fugitives and were in a dangerous grave. They surely carried weapons with them in case they encountered danger. After trying to get more information from Ji Yuning by talking, Ma Shibiao started to focus on the situation they were in right now. It was a grave tunnel, dark and damp, and there were snakes, worms, rats and ants, so they had to be careful. If they were bitten by accident, they could be poisoned. Even if those animals weren't poisonous, it would be disgusting if they touched them. Because the night luminescent pearl contained magical power, those animals were attracted to it, but they didn't dare to come close due to its light. They weren't used to light after living in the darkness for years. In addition, they were too weak to face the magical power of the night luminescent pearl. If they were too close, they would feel uncomfortable. As Ji Yuning walked ahead, she used her jade eyes to observe the surroundings. She tried to find the right passage to get straight to the master chamber as soon as possible. However, because the grave tunnel was intricate and occupied a large area, it was inevitable that Ji Yuning would repeatedly walk through the same passage. After they walked through a passage once, Ji Yuning remembered its position to avoid walking through it again. However, at one of the forks, Ji Yuning disagreed with Ma Shibiao and the other men. The passage that Ma Shibiao and the others wanted to go in would bring them back to the passage they just walked through. Because they didn't have jade eyes, they couldn't see it, but Ji Yuning could. She refused to take the passage and proposed to take another road. Those men, however, thought their choice was better, so Ji Yuning said, "We just met by chance. I don't have to follow you all the time. If you insist on going that way, I think we can separate right now." In fact, it was impossible for them to separate. Ji Yuning wouldn't separate from them, and they wouldn't either. Ji Yuning simply said that to force them to go with her. She didn't have time to argue with them. She ached to find the treasures as fast as possible. After getting the treasures, she would deal with them. Even if Ma Shibiao wasn't very suspicious of Ji Yuning now, he still didn't want her to leave their sight. Moreover, she might help them if there was really danger. Anyway, they weren't sure which passage was the right path towards the master chamber. They just relied on their senses to decide. So since Ji Yuning seemed determined, they gave in and followed her behind. Some people had entered this ancient grave before them and might have been trapped when they couldn't find the way out, so they saw skeletons along the path every now and then. They were professional killers and had witnessed countless bloody scenes, but they were still slightly scared when they saw the skeletons. At the same time, they were also worried. What if they couldn't find the way out? What if they were trapped here too? They had totally forgotten how they got here. This wasn't the first time that they had gone into an ancient grave, but they weren't professional grave diggers. This was only their third time grave digging. For the first 2 times, it wasn't difficult, because the ancient graves they had visited before were small, but they felt it was quite hard this time. They were worried that they might not be able to find the way out, but they weren't scared. They could dig a way out above their heads anyway. It was dangerous and the grave might collapse, but it was a way out, so they still had choices. After they followed Ji Yuning, they didn't go back to the same passage again, so they began to rely on Ji Yuning to find the right path. They felt that she could lead them to the master chamber. Although Ji Yuning led the way, she didn't walk at the front. Ma Shibiao's 2 friends were at the front, then Ma Shibiao, followed by Ji Yuning and the monster fox. And at Ji Yuning's back was Nicholas and his friend. Because the grave tunnel wasn't very wide and was only about 80 centimeters, it could only allow 1 person to go through at a time. Suddenly, a man at the front exclaimed and fell directly into the ground. The piece he stepped on was a puddle, which was just enough to accommodate 1 person. Seeing that, everyone was scared. Ji Yuning, however, stayed calm, because she had seen the puddle, but she didn't tell the man to avoid it. She wasn't that kind and was walking behind him. If she told him to be careful, those men might ask how she saw it. Anyway, the puddle wasn't very deep. It was less than 2 meters, and the man wouldn't drown. However, there were some sharp things in the puddle. If the man fell inside, he might be cut, but it wouldn't be fatal. If it was going to kill him, Ji Yuning would have reminded him to be careful. Although they were fugitives, she still wanted to catch them alive and hand them to Leng Xiaoting. After the exclamation, the second man walked ahead to pull the first man out of the puddle. The first man's calf was cut by a sharp object, leaving a large wound which wouldn't stop bleeding. Luckily, they carried medicine with them in case they were injured. Therefore, once the first man was pulled out, his friends helped him treat and dress the wound. Damn it, there is a pit. Ma Shibiao swore. He seemed to blame the person who was buried in this grave for setting this puddle to prevent other people from intruding. Let me walk at the front, said Ji Yuning. She didn't aim to protect them, but simply wanted to find the master chamber as soon as possible. Ma Shibiao agreed. If there were any traps, Ji Yuning would be the first one to fall into trouble. He didn't want his friends to be hurt. Therefore, Ji Yuning started walking at the front, while Ma Shibiao followed behind her. The injured man needed his friend's support to step forward, so he walked at the back. There were still many traps, puddles, and hidden weapons, but Ji Yuning avoided all of them. Chapter 2349. The Master Chamber. Seeing that Ji Yuning swiftly avoided the hidden weapons, Ma Shibiao and the other men were amazed by her abilities. It seemed that she wasn't weak at all. If they walked at the front, they might not be able to avoid all the attacks. Therefore, they became more alert to Ji Yuning. Ma Shibiao had no intention of keeping all the treasures in this grave as his own. They were willing to share with Ji Yuning. She was alone anyway, so she couldn't take much. He just hoped that Ji Yuning had the same idea. As they met more and more traps, they got closer and closer to the master chamber. Although they hadn't found it yet, they were still excited. They couldn't deny that Ji Yuning was very helpful along the way. After they walked ahead for another while, Ji Yuning saw a cavern next to the grave tunnel 5 meters away. Because there was a wall in the middle, nobody could see it. The chamber was about 10 square meters large with walls in every direction. It was empty, so it wasn't the master chamber. However, if they wanted to find the master chamber, they had to enter this chamber. Although there was nothing inside, nor even a door, there might just be a wall in the middle. Either way, they had to get into the chamber first. Because the wall was about 1 meter thick and it was completely dark in the chamber, Ji Yuning couldn't see clearly. She stopped at the wall next to the chamber. Ma Shibiao asked curiously, Miss Ji Yu, is there anything wrong with this wall? Ma Shibiao was very smart. Once he saw that Ji Yu Ning stopped in front of the wall, he guessed that there might be something wrong with it. Yeah, I think there might be a chamber behind this wall, said Ji Yu Ning. Everyone was surprised and couldn't believe it. Miss Ji Yu, can you tell us why? I don't see any differences in this wall, said Ma Shibiao. He couldn't believe it, but he was curious to know why Ji Yu Ning said that. My fox smelt something different. If you don't believe it, you can continue to walk ahead. Anyway, I'll dig through this wall, said Ji Yu Ning. In order to keep her secret from them, she lied that it was the monster fox who found it. Those men were convinced. After all, foxes indeed had a much better sense of smell than humans, so it was possible that this fox smelled something they couldn't smell. Whether there was a chamber behind this wall or not, they would join Ji Yu Ning since she insisted on digging through the wall. If they continued to walk ahead while Ji Yu Ning found the chamber, they could miss treasures. Besides, they might not be able to find the way back if they walked ahead. They could end up in trouble and lose Ji Yu Ning's help. Thinking of that, Ma Shibiao agreed. If so, let's dig now. They all carried tools, so they immediately took out their tools to dig through the wall. Because they only needed to dig a hole which could allow a person to go inside, 2 men were enough. Ji Yu Ning wasn't an ordinary person, but she was a woman after all, so Ma Shibiao felt embarrassed to let her do the work. So he told 2 of his subordinates to dig first. Criminals weren't bad people all the time. At least, Ma Shibiao took care of Ji Yu Ning because she was a woman. However, Ji Yu Ning wouldn't let him escape. The wall was about a meter thick, so it wasn't difficult to dig across. At the beginning, Ma Shibiao and the other men thought that it might only be 50 centimeters thick, but they were wrong. They even doubted whether there was really a chamber behind it. When they finished 2/3 of the work, Ma Shibiao said, "Did the fox make a mistake?" "Go on, I believe it's right, because I have met the same situation before," said Ji Yu Ning. Therefore, they continued to dig and finally the wall was broken. There is really a chamber. Everyone was thrilled to see the chamber behind the wall, but a black thing suddenly rushed out and knocked against the man in the front. The man stepped backwards and scared other people away. It turned out to be a large bat, but luckily the man wasn't injured. The bat immediately flew away after hitting the man. "Fuck, it hurt me." The man wasn't injured, but it was painful, so he swore. Because a bat suddenly rushed out, they were worried that there might be other bats, so they didn't go over right away, but waited to see what would happen next. "Boss, what should we do now? No one knows whether there are more bats or unknown dangers." The man who was knocked by the bat asked Ma Shibiao. Before Ma Shibiao said anything, Ji Yu Ning said, "Put a torch inside. No matter what is in there, it'll stay away once it sees the light." Ji Yu Ning used her jade eyes to see the inside of the chamber, and she saw no more bats, but there were many other snakes, rats, and small animals. Therefore, it was necessary to chase them away with a torch. They needed to go in to see more. Ma Shibiao wasn't mad even though Ji Yu Ning interrupted him, because he had no idea what to do. He had never been through something like this before. Ji Yu Ning seemed to be experienced, so they were willing to listen to her. After all, with Ji Yu Ning's help, they found this chamber. They all felt that they would find treasures by following Ji Yu Ning. "Do as Miss Ji Yu said," said Ma Shibiao. Ma Shibiao was their leader, so they wouldn't do anything unless Ma Shibiao gave them the order. Before long, they made a torch and lit it, then moved it to the hole. They didn't continue to dig after lighting the torch. They waited for a long while, then continued when they heard nothing. One man kept on holding the torch by the hole. Chapter 2350. Wait for more news before long. They finished the work, so the man holding the torch went in first. He was nervous and anxious, but he had to protect his leader by going inside before them. Moreover, with him having the torch, he should be the first one to go into the chamber. Therefore, the man carefully went through the hole into the chamber. Although there were some snakes, rats, and small animals, they all moved away once they saw the light. They didn't dare to attack the man. Seeing that, the man was relieved. The others outside didn't follow him in, but waited for him to make sure that there was no danger. "Boss, it's safe inside. Come on in now, but I don't see an exit. It seems to be a closed chamber," said the man after glancing around the cavern. Ma Shibiao didn't move right away, but turned to look at Ji Yuning. He needed her advice, because it was just a closed cavern. At this time, Ma Shibiao already took Ji Yuning as the leader, so he asked her advice all the time. "Let's go in first. We need to be careful. There might be traps around. If there is nothing inside, I don't think this cavern would exist. It's even separated by a wall." Ji Yuning said, "Anyway, the wall is already broken. We must go in to have a look." They hadn't carefully observed it yet, so Ji Yuning couldn't jump to conclusions. Ma Shibiao agreed. No matter what, the wall was already broken, so they should go inside to have a look. In addition, it was also possible that there was another chamber behind to the wall of this cavern. After that, they climbed inside one after another. The next second, they began to observe the cavern. The cave wasn't big, only being about 10 square meters. The four walls were made of bricks, and there was nothing special about it. They couldn't see any differences, so they hoped that Ji Yuning, or the monster fox to be specific, could find anything different. The monster fox had no idea what it should do, but it listened to Ji Yuning and walked around the walls for a while as if it was observing something. Ji Yuning directly used her jade eyes to see whether there was another chamber next to this one. Without surprise, there was indeed another cavern. Although it was also empty, there was a grave tunnel leading from it. Ji Yuning didn't know what was at its end. They needed to go inside to figure it out. "There should be another chamber," said Ji Yuning. "Dig the wall." Ma Shibiao made the order at once. He had 3 subordinates. One was injured and one held a torch, so only one left to dig the wall. Although it took some time, it wasn't tiring. After Ji Yuning separated from Dao Lin, it had been 1.5 hours, so Dao Lin had already arrived at Wufu Hills. Before he arrived, Xinbei and the others had been waiting for him for a long while, but they didn't lose their patience. They were only worried that Dao Lin might encounter some trouble on his way. Xinbei remembered Ji Yuning's car, so he recognized it once it approached. Dao Lin came back, so he should be fine. In the distance, Dao Lin saw 3 men standing at the gate of Wufu Hills, recognizing Xinbei and his other comrades. He stopped the car at Wufu Hills, then got out. "Dao Lin, are you all right?" Even if they knew that Dao Lin was fine, Xinbei and the other men still asked him with concern. "I'm fine. I'm just a little worried about Ji Yuning," said Dao Lin, feeling guilty. Because of him, Ji Yuning went to the wilderness late at night. She had rescued him and even went to chase the criminal. She was just a girl. Even though Leng Xiaoting agreed to let Ji Yuning carry out the task, which proved that Ji Yuning had the abilities, Dao Lin was still worried about her. "Relax, she'll be fine," said Xinbei to comfort him and themselves. "How was the situation when Ji Yuning found you?" Weishan asked. Ji Yuning only told Xinbei that she had found Dao Lin and Dao Lin would soon be back. She didn't tell him more details. "When Ji Yuning came, I was unconscious in the car. The criminal was gone. I heard they found an ancient grave and left to dig it. Ji Yuning told me to leave before her with her car, while she left to chase the criminal on her own. I didn't want to leave before her, but she put pressure on me with Xiaoting's authority. I had to listen to her and came back first," said Dao Lin, looking very guilty. "All right, don't be guilty. It's Xiaoting's decision. We must obey his order. Let's go back and wait for more news. Xiaoting is coming here, and should arrive in a few hours," said Xinbei and took them to have a rest in Cao Wenxin's place. Cao Wenxin agreed because it was very late now. This time, the wall was half as thick, so they soon dug a hole through it. Because a bat had attacked them last time, the man who went to dig the hole was much more careful this time. When the wall was about to break, he stood aside in case there was anything rushing out. Once he walked aside, the man holding the torch walked closer. When he saw nothing, the man continued to dig. After a while, a hole which allowed a person to climb through was ready, and the man holding a torch went in first again. After he was in, he only saw snakes, rats and other small animals. He wasn't attacked. "Boss, there is a passage." Upon seeing the passage, the man reported it to Ma Shibiao. Ma Shibiao's face lit up at once. He felt they could soon find the master chamber through the passage. When they got into the chamber, they indeed saw a passage, so they went ahead together. Ji Yuning still walked at the front. She didn't need a torch because the night luminescent pearl was much more useful. All the snakes, rats, and other small animals didn't dare to approach her. She only needed a torch when she needed to burn something. Chapter 2351, Afraid of Danger. The passage was tortuous. After walking about 10 meters, they reached a stone door. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes and saw a large chamber behind it. From her direction, she could see another stone door at the front of the chamber, but she couldn't see what was behind it yet. On both sides of the stone door, there were 2 coffins. They were like guardians, guarding both sides of the stone door. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning couldn't see what was in them. In addition to that, there was nothing else in the chamber. However, there were many small holes around the walls of the chamber. If Ji Yuning guessed correctly, there should be hidden weapons. "Given my experience, there might be hidden weapons, so we must be careful," said Ji Yuning. Even if Ji Yuning didn't remind them to be careful, they would be very cautious, but now they had to be even more careful. Ji Yuning searched around the stone door for the switch. If there wasn't one, they would try to break the door. After searching for a while, Ji Yuning found a different stone on the wall, so she assumed that that was the switch. The next second, she pressed it down. Because Ji Yuning was unwilling to be stained with any dirty things or poisons, she put on gloves. The stone was really loose, so when Ji Yuning pressed it, it sank in, then the stone door moved with a loud groan and slowly opened. Seeing that, everyone was happy. When the stone door moved, Ji Yuning stepped a little back, because there were hidden weapons. She didn't know whether they would be unleashed. The others didn't know that, and didn't think further about it, so they just stood there. They didn't notice that Ji Yuning stepped back either. Ji Yuning didn't remind them to step back because they found the master chamber. It was time for her to get rid of them. Since there were hidden weapons, she would let them go in first. If the hidden weapons could help her get rid of them, it would be for the best. Seeing Ji Yuning's behavior, the monster fox did the same thing. Ji Yuning didn't make big moves because she didn't want to attract their attention. At their back, Nicholas was watching her. Therefore, she casually moved behind Ma Shibiao's 2 subordinates. When the door was mostly open, several arrows were shot out from inside. They were scared and immediately ran back to hide. The man at the front couldn't avoid the arrows quickly, and was shot in the arm. It wasn't serious, but he was injured. At least he couldn't use this arm for the time being. When all of them backed to the turn of the grave tunnel, the arrows finally stopped. Ma Shibiao's other subordinate dressed the injured man's wound at once. At this moment, Ma Shibiao had 2 injured men. "Fuck, there are hidden weapons," said Ma Shibiao angrily. Although it was very normal that there were traps and hidden weapons in an ancient grave, he was mad upon thinking that 2 of his subordinates were already injured. They couldn't carry many things later. It's very normal. The more hidden weapons there are in a grave, the more treasures there should be. Like only rich people have safes in their homes, because poor people don't have valuable things to take care of, said Ji Yuning. Ma Shibiao felt much better once he thought that there might be a lot of valuable objects in the chamber. Nicholas barely said anything along the way. He followed them in silence, but Ji Yuning never ignored him. After all, he wasn't an ordinary man, and Ji Yuning wasn't sure of his abilities yet. No matter how strong Ma Shibiao was, he was just a mortal, so Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of him at all. "So, what should we do now? Will there be more hidden weapons?" Ma Shibiao asked. "Let someone walk over there, and we'll know," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, they frowned. It was too dangerous. Although all the men here were Ma Shibiao's subordinate except for Nicholas, Ma Shibiao was reluctant to risk their lives. "It's too dangerous. Do you have any other ideas?" Ma Shibiao asked. He wasn't frightened, but it was too risky. If there was another idea, he wouldn't need to take the risk. "You want the treasures, so you shouldn't be afraid of danger. You look like a coward now." Ji Yuning laughed at him, then directly walked ahead. Ma Shibiao was angered by Ji Yuning's words, but couldn't say anything about it, because Ji Yuning walked out alone. It proved that she was braver than them. The other men felt embarrassed, but Nicholas stayed calm. He didn't go over because he wasn't the leader in this grave-digging team. There was no need for him to take the risk. In addition, he wanted to see Ji Yuning's abilities. As soon as Ji Yuning walked over, arrows shot out. Ji Yuning held 2 daggers in her hands. She didn't run away, but directly fought against the flying arrows. She planned to see how long these arrows would continue. There weren't many flying arrows, but it wasn't easy to deal with. 5 arrows were shot over at a time, so there would be over 100 arrows after several rounds. Ji Yuning could handle the flying arrows well, and it didn't take much energy. She was only a little tired. Nicholas and the other men were amazed by her agility. Perhaps only Nicholas could do the same thing. Ma Shibiao and his subordinate might not be able to handle it. After over 100 arrows were shot, it suddenly fell silent. The grave tunnel was quiet, but the chamber wasn't. It was only the first barrier outside the chamber. There were many hidden weapons in the grave tunnel, so there must be more in the chamber. After all, it was easier to hide in the grave tunnel than in the chamber. There were corners and turns in the grave tunnel, but there were only 2 coffins in the chamber. There was no place where they could hide. By then, they had to rely on their own abilities to protect themselves. After the hidden weapons in the grave tunnel stopped, Ji Yuning ignored Ma Shibiao and the other men, and walked ahead alone. Seeing that, Ma Shibiao and the other men immediately followed. They now fully believed that they would be safe and get the treasures by following Ji Yuning. Chapter 2352, Who should do that? Ji Yuning walked to the door of the chamber, but she didn't rush in. She observed it thoroughly first. This tomb chamber was very large, about 50 square meters. In front of the stone door, there was a canal about 2.5 meters in width, but there was no bridge, so they had to jump over by themselves. It was very difficult for ordinary people to do that. With the help of the 5 meters long road before the canal, Ma Shibiao could jump over, but his subordinates weren't able to. 2 of them were injured, and the uninjured one looked weak. On the other hand, it couldn't be easier for Ji Yuning and Nicholas to jump over the canal. They couldn't swim over, because there were strange creatures in it. They floated on the surface of the water now, so it was impossible for them to swim over. Looking at this canal, Ma Shibiao frowned. Can we jump over? Given his abilities, he thought that he could, but he still had worries. Even if he jumped over, how should he get back with treasures later? He couldn't throw the treasures over, because they were fragile. They would be worthless if they were broken. You look skilled. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Ji Yuning mocked. Ma Shibiao was displeased, but he knew that it wasn't a problem for Ji Yuning to jump over. He didn't want to embarrass himself by arguing with her. Little fox, go over before us. There must be more hidden weapons. Have a try, then come back right away. Don't waste time there, and don't get injured, said Ji Yuning. She decided to let the monster fox test it first. The monster fox was very agile, so Ji Yuning wasn't worried about it. Without delay, the monster fox flew over, easily crossing the canal, and landed on the ground opposite. The moment the monster fox touched the ground, arrows were immediately launched from all directions to where the monster fox was standing. There were more than the arrows Ji Yuning had dealt with earlier. Witnessing that, Ma Shibiao and the other men were scared. If they just jumped over, they might not be able to handle it and the arrows would pierce into their bodies. The monster fox, however, avoided all the arrows and immediately jumped back. As soon as it was back, the flying arrows stopped. The mechanism in the tomb chamber was inductive. As long as there was an intrusion, it would activate the mechanism and launch hidden weapons. How many hidden weapons are there? Ma Shibiao asked. He wasn't particularly asking Ji Yuning, he was just wondering. We can just continue to test it. When it stops, it's over, said Ji Yuning. There are too many flying arrows. Who can do the test? Ma Shibiao said. It was obvious that he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't order his subordinates to do it either. Ji Yuning understood what Ma Shibiao was implying. She sneered and said, we can throw something over. There were too many flying arrows, so Ji Yuning was unwilling to do the test alone. Even if she had to jump over and could handle it, she was reluctant to let Ma Shibiao and the other men share what she earned by doing nothing. Sure, let's throw something over. Ma Shibiao agreed at once. Do it now. Take your valuable stuff out first. Then throw your backpack over. You can do it one by one. If it's too light or too few, it might not be able to test the hidden weapons, said Ji Yuning. Ma Shibiao agreed, but he still did nothing. Ji Yuning didn't know whether something light could trigger the hidden weapons, and she purposely wanted to make them throw more stuff over. Ma Shibiao stopped hesitating and told one of his subordinates to do it first. The subordinate didn't dare to waste time. There was nothing valuable in his backpack, and they carried guns on them, so he directly threw his backpack over. However, nothing happened after his backpack fell to the ground. Why? Ma Shibiao asked. Perhaps it's too light. Throw another backpack over, said Ji Yuning. She thought that she might have guessed correctly. If it was too light, it couldn't trigger the hidden weapons. Therefore, another man threw his backpack over. There were some tools inside, so it was a little heavier. Once the backpack touched the ground, flying arrows shot out again. Countless arrows hitting the backpack. It didn't stop until nearly 200 flying arrows were shot. After observation, Ji Yuning came up with a guess that every block on the ground was a hidden weapons mechanism. Once the mechanism of this block was triggered, hidden weapons would be fired, and it would stop when it was touched next time. The ground was made of 9 square divisions. In order to prove her guess, Ji Yuning told the monster fox to jump over to the place it had just touched. She told it not to touch any other blocks. The monster fox obeyed her order and jumped over to the same place. Because the monster fox quickly came back after its first jump, there were still a lot of arrows left and they shot out this time. Although the monster fox could avoid them, it was very dangerous. There were too many sharp arrows, while it could only protect itself from being shot within a block about 2 square meters big. If it touched another block by accident, more arrows would be shot at it. After over 100 arrows were fired out, it stopped. Added with those that were shot out last time, there should be about 200 arrows. Accordingly, Ji Yuning was sure that each block could fire about 200 arrows. When the monster fox got back, Ji Yuning told it to jump over once more. She told it to step on the same block it just touched. Ji Yuning was right. After the monster fox touched the same block, there were no more arrows. Ma Shibiao and the other men, however, thought there were no more hidden weapons. They were very excited. It's amazing. There are no more hidden weapons. No, I think only the 2 blocks where the fox and the backpacks are won't fire any more hidden weapons. There should be more hidden in other places. It's a 9 square division. After my test, I guess that each block is a trigger. The hidden weapons won't stop hitting us until all the traps have been triggered. What? Ma Shibiao was shocked. In that case, there were 7 blocks left, but they didn't have enough things to trigger the traps. Chapter 2353, She's really amazing, we don't have enough things to do that. Could you let your little fox finish that work? Said Ma Shibiao. The fox was very agile, so he thought that it wouldn't be a problem. What? Ji Yuning turned to look at Ma Shibiao disdainfully. If I had known that you were so useless, I would have come here alone. Ma Shibiao couldn't stand it and argued angrily. Miss Ji Yu, I know we relied on you to get here, but you can't humiliate me again and again just because of that. Stop bullying me. His subordinates were also mad at Ji Yuning. They had no intention of hurting her, but they felt reluctant to be humiliated by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning snorted. If so, I don't want the treasures inside now. If you want them, go get them by yourself. Once she finished, Ji Yuning turned around and was about to leave. It seemed that she indeed lost interest. However, Ma Shibiao didn't want her to leave. Miss Ji Yu, do you have to be so unreasonable? I'm unreasonable. It's you who is treating me as if I'm an idiot. Why do I have to do everything for you? I can only have 1/6 of the treasures. It's not worth my effort. Why shouldn't I leave? Said Ji Yuning. Ma Shibiao didn't know what to say. In fact, if he were Ji Yuning, he would also feel it was unfair. Fine, you can have 2 shares, said Ma Shibiao. As long as Ji Yuning was willing to solve the problem for them and take them to find the treasures, they wouldn't mind giving her one more share. However, she must have the abilities to safely leave here. I need 3 shares. I'll have 2, while my little fox can have 1 share. It's done a lot for us, said Ji Yuning. She didn't mean it when she said that she would leave. It took a lot of effort to come here, so she wouldn't leave with nothing. She just wanted Ma Shibiao to give in. In fact, even if she didn't help, Nicholas could help them get rid of the hidden weapons in this chamber. She also knew that Nicholas was observing her silently. Anyway, Ji Yuning had no intention of hiding her real abilities. It seemed that Ma Shibiao had no idea about what Nicholas could do, or he wouldn't have turned to Ji Yuning for help every time. It was true that Ma Shibiao was unaware of how strong Nicholas was. He only thought that Nicholas was as strong as him, so he didn't think Nicholas could do what he couldn't. Ji Yuning continued, "You can't get the treasures by doing nothing. 2 of you must join us in the fight. There are 7 blocks left. My fox and I will deal with 4 of them, while you can handle the other 3 blocks. It should be easy for you." "No problem." Ma Shibiao hesitated for a few seconds, but still agreed in the end. He bet that Nicholas and he should be able to handle it. He didn't ask Nicholas for his opinions because they came together. There was no reason for Nicholas to stay on the sidelines. Actually, if Ji Yuning hadn't come, they would have had to do everything on their own. Ji Yuning might be mad if they did nothing. This girl and her fox were very skilled and had solved so many problems for them. They also agreed to deal with 4 blocks, so they only needed to handle 3 blocks. In that case, they were at an advantage, and there was indeed no reason for them to refuse. If they disagreed, they would have to deal with all the blocks by themselves. "Great, my fox and I will go first. You can follow us. If we do it at the same time, it'll be too dangerous when all the hidden weapons are triggered," said Ji Yuning. "Sure," said Ma Shibiao. Because Ma Shibiao and the other men were present, Ji Yuning ran a distance before she made a jump. If she directly jumped over, they would be stunned. She didn't need to hide some of her abilities, but she should keep her secrets from strangers. However, because it seemed too easy for Ji Yuning to jump over, Ma Shibiao and the other men were amazed. "Jesus, it seems so easy for her," said one of Ma Shibiao's subordinates. "She's really impressive. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so disdainful to our boss just now," said another man. Once he said it aloud, he realized that he shouldn't have said that. He immediately turned to look at Ma Shibiao. Unsurprisingly, Ma Shibiao was displeased, but he said nothing. He had to admit that Ji Yuning was really impressive. "I'm sorry, boss," said his subordinate in horror. Ma Shibiao remained quiet, so his subordinate didn't dare to say anything again. Ji Yuning and the monster fox jumped over and stepped on 2 blocks separately, which triggered the hidden weapons. Because they did it at the same time, 2 batches of arrows were fired. There were so many sharp arrows that it scared everyone. This time, Ji Yuning didn't deal with it just with her bare hands. She directly used her magical energy to get rid of the flying arrows. For the time being, Ji Yuning was unwilling to completely show her superpowers, so she limited herself. In other people's eyes, she was only avoiding the arrows. Nicholas, however, could see something different from her. He could feel a powerful energy from Ji Yuning, but he was a foreigner and knew nothing about kung fu or magical skills. He didn't know what the power was exactly. He could only conclude that Ji Yuning wasn't weak. Before long, Ji Yuning and the monster fox got rid of the flying arrows, and it became quiet again. After taking a breath, Ji Yuning and the monster fox jumped to 2 other blocks, triggering the hidden weapons once more. Although there were already 4 blocks without hidden weapons now, Ji Yuning and the monster fox had to move around within the block they jumped to in order to completely get rid of the hidden weapons. However, even if there were countless flying arrows, Ji Yuning and the monster fox were still able to handle it well. They were almost injured a few times, but luckily they were fine. Chapter 2354. Ghosts exist in this world. Seeing Ji Yuning and the monster fox handling the situation with ease, Nicholas and Ma Shibiao were more impressed. Although Nicholas thought more highly of Ji Yuning, he still believed that he could defeat Ji Yuning because he had his own secret weapon. After a few minutes, Ji Yuning and the monster fox had completely gotten rid of the hidden weapons linked to the 4 blocks, so they jumped back to the stone door. Now, it's your turn, Ji Yuning said to Ma Shibiao. Ma Shibiao and Nicholas didn't hesitate. They directly jumped over after doing a run-up. It couldn't be easier for Nicholas, while it took some strength from Ma Shibiao. They stepped on the safe blocks before moving to the blocks still linked with hidden weapons. Nicholas could handle the flying arrows easily, but it was a little difficult for Ma Shibiao. His clothes were quickly torn in several places. When he was almost done, a flying arrow hit his arm. Luckily, there was only a shallow cut, which wasn't serious. Now there was only 1 block left. Because it was only 2 square meters large and 2 men could barely stand on it together, Nicholas told Ma Shibiao to stay away. Ma Shibiao was injured, so he decided to do it alone. Although all the flying arrows would attack the same block, they were coming from all directions and would fly through some of the other blocks. As a result, Ma Shibiao didn't just stand there and do nothing. He still had to avoid the arrows. It was just easier for him now. After all the flying arrows were finished, it was finally quiet. However, it was only quiet for the time being, because they weren't sure whether there would be other traps. They believed that there would be more, but they just didn't know where they were hidden. After handling the 2 blocks of flying arrows, Nicholas wasn't injured, but his clothes were torn in 2 places. Once it was done, Ji Yuning and the monster fox jumped over again to meet them. Ma Shibiao's 2 injured subordinates couldn't get over, but the uninjured subordinate successfully jumped over after a run-up. It cost him much effort to jump over. And if he had made a shorter leap, he would have fallen into the water. Therefore, the man felt quite lucky when he made it. After the man came over, he immediately went to dress Ma Shibiao's wound. While they did that, Ji Yuning didn't rush to search for treasures. Instead, she used her jade eyes to see what was in the 2 coffins. After a glance, she was scared. The corpses in the coffins didn't rot, and remained as fresh as living people if they were just asleep. Inside the coffins were a man and a woman, who looked about 20 years old. They were wearing the same white ancient costumes, like the uniform costumes of ancient sects. There was a Taoist magic figure on their chests. Upon seeing that, Ji Yuning realized that they had already turned into ghosts. Once the Taoist magic figure was removed, they would wake up. Afterwards, Ji Yuning looked at the stone door behind the 2 coffins, but she only saw darkness. This was the 3rd time that Ji Yuning had encountered such a situation. It happened at the Kunlun sect's place the first time when she was in the tower where Shangguanyang stayed. Then there was the barrier in the windy cave at Shanyan Mountain. And now was the 3rd time. Therefore, Ji Yuning guessed that this ancient grave had something to do with cultivators. If so, she was afraid that she might get nothing this time, but that wasn't a big deal, because she didn't want to deal with difficult problems. She thought that she better stay away from unknown danger. At that moment, Ma Shibiao's wound was completely dressed, so he walked straight to the coffin. He couldn't wait to see what treasures might be in the coffin. Wait a second. Ji Yuning stopped him at once. What? Ma Shibiao stopped and turned to look at Ji Yuning in confusion. You can't open them, said Ji Yuning. Why? Ma Shibiao was displeased. Aren't you afraid that there might be zombies or something inside? Ji Yuning asked. Ma Shibiao was taken aback, then laughed. Zombies? Do you believe in ghosts? I don't believe it at all. Not only Ma Shibiao, but his subordinates also didn't believe in it. Instead, they felt it was very ridiculous. Even if you don't believe in it, this gentleman who came with you should believe in it, right? Ji Yuning said and stared at Nicholas meaningfully. It seemed that she knew something different about Nicholas. Nicholas squinted and sized Ji Yuning up. He wanted to know whether she could see something different from him or if it was just her guess. Ji Yuning didn't bother to hide her reaction, so her meaningful look made Nicholas believe that she could see his differences. Nicholas was mad and became more alert to Ji Yuning. Who was she? How could she see his differences? Was she an enemy or friend? Ma Shibiao also turned to look at Nicholas and asked, Nicholas, do you believe in ghosts? Although he asked that, Ma Shibiao didn't think that Nicholas would believe in ghosts. Yes, I do, said Nicholas. Since Ji Yuning could see his differences, there was no need for him to hide any longer. They would put their cards on the table sooner or later. Given what Ji Yuning said, could there really be ghosts in the coffins? Ma Shibiao was surprised. He couldn't believe his ears. What? You believe in ghosts? Because they do exist, said Nicholas firmly. Ma Shibiao refused to believe it. You're just a bunch of cowards. You don't dare to open the coffins. If so, I'll do it. Ma Shibiao was slightly angry. He felt that they were too timid to open the coffins. Once he finished, he walked to the coffins. Great, since you insist on opening them, I won't stop you, but don't beg for help then, said Ji Yuning. She didn't bother to stop him this time. Although she wasn't sure whether she could handle the two ghosts, she believed that she could run away. Chapter 2355, The less trouble the better. Although she wanted to catch Ma Shibiao and Nicholas alive and hand them to Leng Xiaoting, she didn't care about it if they were killed. Anyway, they would be sentenced to death after Leng Xiaoting caught them. Ji Yuning back to the edge of the room, waiting to see the drama. Nicholas also walked towards her. He wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning was right and whether there was really a ghost, but he thought that he better be more careful. Seeing their reaction, Ma Shibiao panicked a little. Could there really be ghosts? Was there a ghost in this coffin? Ma Shibiao hesitated. However, he only hesitated for a few seconds, then went to open a coffin. Miss Ji Yu, have you seen ghosts before? Nicholas asked. Although he asked that question, he actually already had the answer. If Ji Yuning hadn't seen ghosts before, she wouldn't be so calm now. Yes, how about you? Ji Yuning asked. She asked that casually, because she was sure that Nicholas had met ghosts before. He even carried a soul with him. Because Nicholas was sure that Ji Yuning had seen ghosts before, he wasn't surprised when Ji Yuning admitted it. What do you think? He asked instead, returning Ji Yuning's question. He was trying to find out how much Ji Yuning knew about him. Ji Yuning understood his purpose, but she didn't care. How could I know whether you've seen ghosts before? She smiled. Even though Ji Yuning said that, Nicholas thought she was lying. If she didn't know, how could she know that he believed in ghosts? Miss Ji Yu, do you know me? Nicholas asked. This is our first meeting. I don't even know your name. I don't think we've met before, said Ji Yuning honestly. Nicholas wasn't convinced. If so, why do you think that I believe in ghosts? Just my feelings, said Ji Yuning. Her feelings. He didn't think so. Before Nicholas continued to ask Ji Yuning questions, Ma Shibiao had already opened a coffin and saw the body lying inside. Instantly, he got a fright and dumped the coffin lid, running away. Jesus, there was a body in it and it was preserved so well it was as if there was a person sleeping inside. However, it didn't seem to be a living person. In that case, it could only be a ghost. Oh, what's wrong? Why are you so scared? Ji Yuning made fun of them. She knew that they were frightened by the body in the coffin. A ghost, Ma Shibiao pointed at the coffin in great horror. Although it wasn't proven yet, he believed that it was a ghost. What else could it be? Would anyone deliberately sleep inside to scare other people? Nobody would be so bored and annoying. A ghost. Nicholas was scared too. He wasn't surprised by the existence of ghosts, but he was astonished that there was really a ghost. The next second, Nicholas turned to observe Ji Yuning. Did she know that there was a ghost in the coffin? Who was she? How could she know? Or was it just a guess? A ghost. Didn't you refuse to believe in ghosts? Why did you say there is a ghost now? Ji Yuning laughed at him. She wasn't scared at all when she heard there was a ghost. Normally, mortals couldn't see ghosts. So how could Ma Shibiao and his subordinates see it? Mortals couldn't see normal ghosts, but this ghost wasn't normal. After a ghost reached a certain level, it could become an entity. Or as with this female body, a spell was cast when they died so that they wouldn't rot and their soul stayed in the body. In fact, Ji Yuning knew very little about it, but as a cultivator, she wasn't surprised by such strange things. Ma Shibiao was struck dumb. He indeed refused to believe in ghosts earlier, but now, Ma Shibiao and his subordinates didn't know what to say. It was still difficult for them to accept that ghosts really existed in this world, but they had to admit that it was true. At the same time, they were also surprised that Ji Yuning was aware of the ghost in the coffin. Who was she? How could she know that there was a ghost? She didn't seem scared at all. Nicholas hadn't seen a local ghost before, so he immediately went up to have a look. He wasn't scared of ghosts either. Ji Yuning didn't go ahead. She stood at the edge, enjoying watching the drama. At the front of the coffin, Nicholas saw a female body lying in the coffin. It was wearing local, ancient costumes. Although the female body was kept well, its face was completely pale without any breath. It was dead without doubt. However, Nicholas couldn't smell rotting either, so it confused him. Ji Yuning knew the reason. It was because of the Taoist talisman on its body. When Nicholas saw the Taoist talisman, he reached out his hand to pick it up out of curiosity. "Stop it." Ji Yuning stopped him at once, then walked over. Nicholas stopped. He wasn't mad because Ji Yuning interrupted him. Instead, he felt that Ji Yuning told him to stop for a reason. Ji Yuning walked to the front of the coffin. After a glance at the body in it, she turned to look at Nicholas and said, "If you pull off the Taoist talisman, this ghost will wake up. If it wakes the other one up, we'll be in great danger." Hearing that, Nicholas gave up the idea of removing the Taoist talisman. He wasn't scared, but there was nothing valuable in this coffin. There was only a sword next to the body. It was a good sword, but he didn't have to take it away. Therefore, the less trouble, the better. "Why don't we leave these two coffins here and open this stone door instead?" Ma Shibiao said. Although he was frightened by the ghost, they could stay away from the coffins since Ji Yuning said that they would be fine as long as they didn't move the bodies inside. They were already here, so they had to take something away with them. "The treasures should be hidden behind the door." "No, you can't move this door either. There might be something scarier than these two coffins behind it," said Ji Yuning. Even she was reluctant to touch the stone door. So she didn't want them to do that, unless they were willing to risk their lives. Chapter 2356. Not a female ghost. "If we can't take anything, it'll be a total waste of our effort," said Ma Shibiao, feeling devastated. "Is treasure more important than your life?" Ji Yuning laughed at Ma Shibiao. Ma Shibiao was struck dumb. Obviously his life mattered more than treasure, but he was still unwilling to give up. "Why are you so sure that there is danger? Perhaps it isn't dangerous at all. If you don't believe me, do whatever you want. I won't join you," said Ji Yuning airily, then she walked back to the edge of the room. At the edge, she paused and said, "Oh, you better close the coffin now." The next second, she directly jumped back to the stone door on the other side. This time, she didn't do the run-up, and just made a leap. It seemed that she could do qigong, which shocked everyone. Who was this girl? How could she do that? Nicholas stared at Ji Yuning carefully. Now he was almost sure that Ji Yuning also had superpowers, but he didn't know what her skills were. It seemed that he must be very cautious when he dealt with Ji Yuning. Now, Ma Shibiao was left in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he should open the stone door or not. Anyway, he called his subordinates to help him close the coffin first. However, an accident happened when they put down the lid. Ma Shibiao's hand suddenly slipped, so the corner of the coffin lid fell first. By coincidence, it fell on the chest of the female corpse and pressed on the Taoist talisman. Seeing that, Ma Shibiao was scared and immediately let the lid go and stepped back in case this female ghost woke up. "Don't," Ji Yuning tried to stop him, but it was too late. Ji Yuning was furious. Actually, if he could carefully put the lid in place, it would be fine, but the Taoist talisman was removed after he moved his hands. All of a sudden, the female body suddenly opened her eyes. It directly shook off the coffin lid on its body and flew out of the coffin. Ma Shibiao and his subordinates were terrified. At this moment, Ji Yuning showed surprise. She couldn't believe this female ghost. No, it shouldn't be a female ghost, because it was alive, and Ji Yuning sensed that she was a cultivator. Even Ji Yuning was amazed at this time. Once the woman was out, she directly attacked Ma Shibiao and his subordinates because she felt that they woke her up. Ma Shibiao was frightened, but he used to be a professional killer, so he was still able to fight back. Out of great desire to survive, he did his best to deal with this woman. He was strong, so the woman couldn't defeat him within a short time, but his subordinates were much weaker and were soon beaten by the woman. Ji Yuning had no intention of helping them right now, she knew that Nicholas would do that. They were a team after all, so Nicholas shouldn't be willing to watch Ma Shibiao being injured. When Nicholas saw that Ma Shibiao was about to lose, he joined the fight. He had a good relationship with Ma Shibiao, so he wouldn't let him be injured right in front of him. However, even though Nicholas joined the fight, the two of them still couldn't defeat the woman. It was barely a draw. Miss Ji Yu, come and help us. If you don't team up with us, you won't be able to escape after we lose. Ma Shibiao shouted to Ji Yuning. I don't think so. I can figure out a way and leave, said Ji Yuning. Knowing that the woman was alive and wasn't a ghost, she wasn't worried at all. Therefore, she decided to let the woman injure them before she caught them. You, Ma Shibiao was mad. None of you can escape, said the woman. They had intruded into their place and interrupted them, so it was impossible for them to safely leave. You can't blame me for that. Although I intruded, I told them not to move the coffins. They wouldn't listen. Since you're not dead, why must you lie in the coffin all the time? Why don't you go out and visit the beautiful world? Ji Yuning said as if she was innocent. She mentioned aloud that this woman actually wasn't dead. Not dead. Nicholas and Ma Shibiao were shocked. If this female, ghost, wasn't dead, it meant that she wasn't really a ghost. Nicholas couldn't judge whether this woman was still alive or already dead, but she had lain in the coffin for a long time. She couldn't be a living person, so he believed that she was a ghost. However, Ji Yuning said that the woman wasn't dead. In fact, Ji Yuning thought it was a ghost at the beginning, but she sensed that she was a cultivator after the Taoist talisman was removed. Nicholas and Ma Shibiao were confused. If this woman wasn't dead, why did she lie in the coffin? Anyway, there must be a reason for that. The woman was also astonished. How could you know that I'm not dead? Because I sense the same breath of a cultivator from you, said Ji Yuning and immediately released the breath of a cultivator. The woman was surprised to know that Ji Yuning was also a cultivator. However, Ji Yuning didn't seem to be at a high level. How could she hide her breath as a cultivator? Was she actually at a very high level to be able to hide her breath as a cultivator? Thinking of that, the woman was more surprised. Even if Ji Yuning was at a very high level and could hide her abilities, the woman wasn't fully convinced because Ji Yuning was too young to do that. There were young cultivators who were at a very high level, but there were very few of them. So it was hard for the woman to believe it. Why didn't I sense your breath of a cultivator earlier? Asked the woman. I hid it, said Ji Yuning. She knew that the woman misunderstood her, but she didn't bother to explain. Chapter 2357. Draw her over. Although the woman still couldn't believe that Ji Yuning was at a very high level. It was true that Ji Yuning hid her breath of cultivation. In that case, the woman was unwilling to be her enemy. If so, as long as you promise that you won't tell anyone else what has happened here, I'll let you go, but these men must stay. I'll deal with them, said the woman. If Ji Yuning was willing to keep it a secret, she could trust her. No, Ma Shibiao shouted reluctantly. He wasn't willing to watch Ji Yuning leave while he was killed here. Sorry, I can't, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Ma Shibiao thought that Ji Yuning wasn't so cold-blooded and wouldn't leave them here. However, what Ji Yuning said afterwards left him in despair. They're criminals. I have to catch them and take them back. You can beat them, but don't kill them. They'll be sentenced to death after I take them back. I just need them to be alive for the interrogation, said Ji Yuning. You, Ma Shibiao was shocked. At the same time, he realized that Ji Yuning was indeed not one of them. Who are you? Ma Shibiao angrily questioned her. Even if he already had the answer, he still wanted to hear it from Ji Yuning's mouth. I was sent here by the military, said Ji Yuning. Ma Shibiao fell into silence. The two men, Ma Shibiao's subordinates, standing behind Ji Yuning immediately realized that something wasn't right after hearing that she came to catch Ma Shibiao. They originally thought that Ji Yuning wouldn't watch them die here and they might survive, but now they figured out that they would only be caught if they stayed here any longer. Therefore, the two exchanged a glance and planned to run away. Unfortunately, once they moved, the monster fox stood in their way. They knew how strong the monster fox was, so they gave in at once. I'm a foreigner. I didn't commit any crimes in your country. You have no power to catch me, said Nicholas. He tried to persuade Ji Yuning to let him go, and what he said was the truth. I only need to catch you. I don't care why and how you'll be punished. That's something our leader should consider, said Ji Yuning. Nicholas was mad. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what he could say. Ji Yuning obviously had no patience with them. All right, I can do you this favor. I won't kill them. You can take them away, the woman said to Ji Yuning. The woman agreed with Ji Yuning on that. Since they were both cultivators, she believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't tell other people about her secret. Ji Yuning said that she was sent here by the military, while those men were criminals, which left a good impression on the woman. The next second, the woman directly punched Ma Shibiao's chest, and he was knocked several meters away. He fell at the edge of the canal and almost fell into the water. Because Ma Shibiao was immortal, he couldn't stand a cultivator's magical energy. Besides, the woman used a lot of magical energy in this punch, so blood spurted out of Ma Shibiao's mouth at once. He couldn't stand up again. This woman was too strong. After injuring Ma Shibiao, the woman said, "Don't tell anyone what has happened here." Of course, I won't tell anyone about it. Do you plan to still stay here after waking up? Ji Yuning asked. She had the intention of drawing this woman over to her side. I don't think it has anything to do with you, said the woman. Ji Yuning raised her eyebrow and said nothing. She didn't give up, but decided to talk about it after the woman injured Nicholas. Nicholas was left alone to fight with the woman after Ma Shibiao was wounded. And without Ma Shibiao's help, Nicholas was soon at a disadvantage. At this moment, Nicholas hadn't used all of his skills yet. Once he realized that he was going to lose, he took out his wand and waved it towards the woman. Then, a black gas that could be seen with their eyes attacked the woman. That black gas was an evil force. If ordinary people were affected by it, they would feel uncomfortable right away and lose strength. The more evil force they touched, the weaker their bodies would become. If they were surrounded by the evil force, they would soon die, because the evil force could corrode human beings' flesh. Both Ji Yuning and the woman squinted a little. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised because she was aware that Nicholas was a magician, but the woman was unaware of it, so she was slightly surprised. However, she soon calmed down and directly got rid of the black gas with her magical energy. This time, Nicholas was taken aback. To his surprise, this woman could easily get rid of his evil force, because in his opinion his evil force was very strong. Although Nicholas was astonished, he soon accepted it because he knew that they were people with superpowers. Nicholas didn't feel too shocked, even if the woman easily fought back. She was a strong enemy after all, and he didn't expect to defeat her within a short time. Therefore, Nicholas continued to wave his wand towards the woman and MPRE black gas attacked the woman. Without hesitation, the woman used her magical energy to get rid of it again. In her eyes, Nicholas was too weak and his evil force was barely harmful. Ji Yuning had the same idea. She was at a lower level than the woman, but even she had confidence that she could defeat Nicholas. So it should be very easy for the woman to do so. Although Ji Yuning wasn't sure of the exact level of the woman, she believed that the woman was stronger than her. If she guessed correctly, the woman should be in the golden core stage. Nicholas could emit an evil force with his wand, and he could also use it to make himself invisible in front of the woman for a short time. However, it was only useful for mortals and cultivators at low levels. It wasn't of great use before high-level cultivators. Even though high-level cultivators couldn't see him, they could still know his position with the help of their senses. Chapter 2358, Senior and Junior Disciples. Therefore, even if Nicholas made himself invisible, he still failed to hurt the woman. On the contrary, he was injured by the woman. This time, Nicholas was extremely mad and became anxious. This woman was so strong. He didn't expect to encounter such a strong person here. She could easily get rid of his evil force and his invisibility was of no use before her. Given the current situation, he realized that all of his skills were useless in his fight against the woman, so he had to play his trump card. It was the soul in his crystal ball. Without delay, Nicholas took out the crystal ball and let the soul out. The woman didn't know what Nicholas was doing, so she didn't stop him from doing that. Ji Yuning was aware, but she didn't bother to stop Nicholas. She wasn't deliberately putting the woman in danger, but she thought it was better to deal with the soul as well since they targeted Nicholas. After all, the soul was harmful. If they didn't give Nicholas the chance to let the soul out, they wouldn't be able to catch the soul even if they could get the crystal ball later. All of a sudden, Ma Shibiao and his subordinates saw a person, or a strange creature to be specific, appear out of nowhere. They were all stunned. Was this a ghost? Although the woman turned out not to be a ghost, they were almost convinced that ghosts really existed after what had just happened to them. As a result, looking at the soul which showed up suddenly and didn't have the appearance of a human, they believed that it should be a monster or a ghost. To Ma Shibiao's astonishment, Nicholas kept such a strange thing with him. The soul was full of resentment, because it was completely covered in black gas, which also meant it was very strong and aggressive. Once the soul joined the fight, it became a little difficult for the woman to defeat Nicholas. This time, Ji Yuning couldn't stand on the sidelines. With a leap, she went to help the woman. Ji Yuning directly fought against the soul. Ji Yuning wasn't at a high level, but she had the help of her magical power, so the magical energy she released wasn't weak. It was even stronger than the woman's magical energy, and could easily fight back the soul's evil force. Witnessing that, the woman was shocked. This girl was indeed very strong. Compared with Nicholas, the soul was much more resistant. When Ji Yuning hit it with her magical energy, it only shook a little and wasn't injured at all. If it hit Nicholas, he would surely be injured, although not seriously. Nicholas was a sorcerer, but he relied on his wand and crystal ball for strength. He wasn't actually stronger than ordinary people. After living with evil forces for a long time, he looked evil too. Nicholas was good at fighting, but it had nothing to do with his wand and crystal ball. He practiced the skills on his own. There were wizards who weren't good at fighting or could barely fight. After all, magical skills had nothing to do with kung fu. The soul was very strong, so even Ji Yuning couldn't control it within a short time. Without the soul's help, Nicholas was soon at a disadvantage again. It was hard for him to win, so he became anxious. However, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Seeing that the soul couldn't defeat Ji Yuning, he realized that he was doomed this time. However, Nicholas refused to admit it, unless he was caught. He still did his best to fight against the woman. As time went by, Nicholas was out of strength, and was knocked away by the woman's magical energy, then knocked himself against the other coffin. The woman was scared and immediately ran over. No, the man lying in the other coffin was the woman's senior. They had the same master. After the coffin was knocked over by Nicholas, the man lying inside rolled out onto the ground and was pressed down by the heavy coffin. The woman went over and easily moved the coffin with a simple wave of her hand. Afterwards, she supported the man and removed the Taoist talisman on his chest. Once the Taoist talisman was removed, the man opened his eyes. He was still a little confused and it took him some time to get back to his senses. After a few seconds, the man saw the woman and looked very surprised. "No way, yeah, it's me." The woman was thrilled when the man woke up, and she almost cried in joy. They finally saw each other again, and could be together again. Although she felt that she had only slept, she felt many years had passed after she woke up. "Oh, it's you." The man was also very happy to see the woman. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her tight. Nicholas was injured by the woman's punch, but he could still move and walk around. Seeing that the woman was happily chatting with the man, Nicholas seized the chance and lifted his wand to attack the woman. Unfortunately, the moment he moved, Ji Yuning saw him and directly took out a gun to shoot at Nicholas. Bang! The loud gunshot scared the woman and the man. Nicholas was shot in the arm and his wand fell to the ground. It was impossible for him to continue to attack the woman. Although the woman and the man didn't know it was a gun, they saw Nicholas injured by it, so they believed that it was a hidden weapon. However, it was too loud, so it wasn't good. Once it fired, all of their enemies would be alerted. They knew very little about guns. I understand that you're super excited to see each other, but it's obviously not the right time to tell each other how much you miss one another now. Why don't you do that later? Ji Yuning said. She wasn't blaming them, because she felt for them. Therefore, she spoke in a resigned tone. The woman and the man were embarrassed. It was indeed their fault. After the man woke up, he was curious about what had happened. How did they get into their place? Who was this girl? He knew that Ji Yuning was a cultivator, but why did she come here? The woman could see that the man was curious about it, so she said, "Let's deal with the man and the soul first. I'll tell you the whole story in a while." Chapter 2359, Why should we listen to you? Sure. If so, the man stopped asking them. He immediately got up and joined the fight. The man helped Ji Yuning deal with the soul, while the woman continued to beat Nicholas. Nicholas was badly injured now, but he could still fight, so the woman had to beat him till he couldn't fight back at all. The man was at a higher level than the woman, so the soul was soon at a disadvantage once he joined the fight. However, if they wanted to get rid of the soul, they had to beat it to pieces, which was very hard and energy-consuming. If they were fighting against a human, they could easily beat a human to death, but it took a lot of time to beat a soul to pieces. As the man and Ji Yuning worked with each other, the soul gradually weakened. Within a short time, the woman seriously injured Nicholas, but didn't kill him. When Nicholas couldn't fight back or run away, she stopped and went to help Ji Yuning deal with the soul. The three of them were stronger together, so finally, the soul was beaten to pieces and disappeared. At this moment, Nicholas was in complete despair. He was seriously injured and even his soul was ruined by them. It was his last hope, but it was gone now. Ma Shibiao had the same feeling. He hoped that Nicholas and the soul could save them, but the result was quite the opposite. All right, you can take them out now. Do keep your promise and don't tell anyone what has happened here. The woman said to Ji Yuning. Of course, I'll do what I promised, but can you tell me what you plan to do next? Ji Yuning asked. She wanted to persuade them to leave with her. I don't think it has anything to do with you. The woman gave Ji Yuning the same reply. She was a little cold, because Ji Yuning was a stranger. There was no need for her to be friendly to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't mind it at all. Instead, she understood why the woman did that. Ji Yuning smiled and said, I don't know how many years you've stayed here. Given the clothes you are wearing, I bet it must have been hundreds of years. Are you sure you can get used to the current world after you leave this place? Well, if you have no intention of leaving here, you can continue to live your own life in hiding. I can't judge, but you have such a long life. Do you really want to stay here forever? There is thinner magical power in this world now. So it'll be difficult for you to cultivate, unless you can find a place with thick magical power. The woman and the man both frowned. They had no intention of leaving this place right now, but they didn't think it would be a problem for them to continue to live. Nicholas, Ma Shibiao, and the other men were stunned when they heard that the woman and the man had stayed here for hundreds of years. Even though Nicholas was also a man with superpowers, he could only live as long as other ordinary people. As a result, it was beyond his imagination that some people could live for hundreds of years and still look so young. Ma Shibiao and his subordinates couldn't believe their ears, because it was totally beyond their knowledge. What's your purpose? Asked the woman. They were very smart, so they knew that Ji Yuning said that to them for a purpose. Ji Yuning decided to be straightforward. I hope you can work for me. Hearing that, the woman and the man were mad. The man coldly said, work for you. Why do you think we'll agree? Just because we won't be able to get used to the current world after we've stayed here for hundreds of years? That's ridiculous. We don't think it'll be a big problem. The man felt slighted. He was a cultivator at a high level after all, so he had great pride and felt displeased when Ji Yuning slighted him. Of course not. I'm just impressed by your abilities. That's why I need you, said Ji Yuning. You're at a lower level than us. Why should we listen to you? The man asked. Although he knew that Ji Yuning was stronger than her level, they could feel that she wasn't at a high level. The man also wanted to test Ji Yuning's abilities. It's true that I'm at a lower level than you, but I didn't mean to make you my subordinates. I just hope we can team up. We can help each other when we need it. You're still free. You can go wherever you want, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't domineering, and wouldn't force outstanding people to work for her. In fact, she wouldn't work for other people either. She would choose to be friends with other people and help them when they needed her. The woman and the man felt better. It sounds good. If you really mean it, we're willing to do that, but it's just our first meeting. We barely know each other. How can we trust you? The man said. It had been hundreds of years, so they indeed needed guidance to get used to the current world, but they couldn't blindly trust a stranger. Ji Yuning understood their worries. After all, nobody was willing to trust a stranger at their first meeting. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning thought of Shengguanyang. She bet that they must know Shengguanyang. If they trusted Shengguanyang, they should be less alert to Ji Yuning. Oh, do you know the elder of the Kunlun sect, Shengguanyang? Ji Yuning said. The woman and the man were surprised. They didn't expect that Ji Yuning could know Shengguanyang. Do you mean Shengguanyang, the elder of the Kunlun sect? The man asked. He heard it clearly, but he still wanted to make sure of it. Do you know him? The man asked again. Since Ji Yuning mentioned Shengguanyang, she should know him, but it didn't mean that Shengguanyang also knew her. Chapter 2360. Leave with Ji Yuning. Therefore, the man wanted to know whether Ji Yuning had a relationship with Shengguanyang. If she had, it meant that Shengguanyang was still alive, which was shocking news. Thinking that Shengguanyang might still be alive, the woman and the man got excited. Although they controlled themselves, Ji Yuning still noticed their reaction. She guessed that they might have a relationship with Shengguanyang too. They were wearing clothes from a sect, but Ji Yuning didn't know which sect they belonged to. However, now Ji Yuning thought that they might be disciples from the Kunlun sect. If they weren't disciples of the Kunlun sect, they should be from other sects. Their master must have a good relationship with Shengguanyang, so they got to know Shengguanyang. However, that was just Ji Yuning's guess, so she didn't say anything. If she was wrong, it would be embarrassing. Ji Yuning didn't rush to tell them about her relationship with Shengguanyang. Instead, she only answered their question. Yes. In that case, is he still alive? The man asked. It also proved that he knew Shengguanyang. Of course, he's fine and healthy, said Ji Yuning. Shengguanyang now lived a good life and he had made some friends in the modern society. He often had fun with them and even spent less time on cultivation. Anyway, one must enjoy himself during his life. It would be meaningless to live a long life, but be unable to enjoy his life. What's your relationship with him? Asked the man. We're teacher and disciple, said Ji Yuning honestly. Both the woman and the man were shocked. It turned out that this young girl was Shengguanyang's disciple. In that case, they actually belonged to the same sect. However, they didn't believe it just because Ji Yuning said so. It seems that you're familiar with my master. Ji Yuning asked. Yeah, he's senior to us. We're also disciples of the Kunlun sect, said the man. When he said that, he stared straight at Ji Yuning to observe her reaction. To be frank, he simply wanted to see whether Ji Yuning would panic after knowing that. If she panicked, she must be lying. If not, they might believe her words. Ji Yuning was a little surprised. She had guessed, but unexpectedly it was true. If so, I guess we belong to the same sect. You don't need to be suspicious of me then. I know you still have doubts, but I can prove it after daybreak. Anyway, do you dare to go out with me now? We can't prove anything here, said Ji Yuning. She tried to get the woman and man out of this ancient grave. Of course, the man said. He accepted Ji Yuning's challenge, and was persuaded by her. Like Ji Yuning said, if they didn't go out, how should they prove what they just said? Even if Ji Yuning really lied to them, they should be able to handle it given their abilities. Ji Yuning smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Let me introduce myself now. My name is Ji Yuning. My name's Zhang Liluo. She's junior to me. Her name is Si Jin, said the man, who was Zhang Liluo. Oh, can you tell me what's behind this stone door? Ji Yuning pointed at the stone door and asked curiously. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin looked upset. Our master's coffin is behind it. Because of the barrier, nobody can get inside. Our master was seriously injured that year, and he was dying, so we built this tomb and wanted to bury ourselves with him. However, our master didn't allow us to do that. He cast a spell on us with the Taoist talisman, so that we could live for this long, said Zhang Liluo. Oh, I see. Ji Yuning also felt a little sad after hearing the story. She went ahead and bent 3 times in front of the stone door. Disciple Ji Yuning, trained by Shengguan Yang, the elder of the Kunlun sect, I'm so sorry for bothering you. Please forgive me. Ji Yuning didn't come in by accident this time, but for a purpose, so she felt guilty. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were displeased with Ji Yuning's intrusion, but they woke up due to their intrusion, so they couldn't blame Ji Yuning for that. After that, Ji Yuning walked back to Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, then said, "What else do you need to prepare?" "Nothing, we just need to knock our heads against the ground 3 times to our master before we leave with you," said Zhang Liluo. Although they were filled with sadness, their master was already dead, so they had to get over it. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin knelt down before the stone door, then knocked their heads against the ground 3 times. "Master, since we're awake now, we can't stay here and keep your company any longer. Don't worry, we'll come back and visit you." Once they finished, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin knocked their heads against the ground 3 times again before standing up. "All right, we can leave now." They picked up their swords. Following Ji Yuning, they escorted Nicholas, Ma Shibiao, and the other men out. Nicholas and Ma Shibiao were too injured to walk on their own, so Zhang Liluo and Si Jin dragged them. Ji Yuning walked at the front to lead them out, while the monster fox guarded the other 3 men who could still walk behind Ji Yuning. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin weren't surprised that Ji Yuning was able to find the chamber where they had been, since strong cultivators could find it with their senses. What they didn't know was that Ji Yuning actually had a pair of jade eyes, which was more useful than her senses. Before they left, they filled the hole, because they didn't want other people to interrupt their master. On their way out, Ji Yuning hid her breath as a cultivator, which reminded Zhang Liluo and Si Jin of her strange skill. Therefore, Zhang Liluo asked, "Junior Ji Yu, can I ask you about something?" "Sure," said Ji Yuning. She knew what Zhang Liluo wanted to know about her. "Can you tell me your level? How can you completely hide your breath as a cultivator?" Zhang Liluo asked. Chapter 2361, It takes time, I'm at the peak of the heartbeat stage. Ji Yuning was very honest, but she refused to tell them too many details. It's because of my special physical condition that I can completely hide my breath as a cultivator. I don't know how to explain it. I have great strength too, so I can fight with cultivators at the golden core stage. Ma Shibiao and the other men didn't understand what they were talking about. Anyway, they would be punished according to the law after they were arrested, so they wouldn't have any chances to say anything. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were surprised. Although they were also cultivators, they didn't know everything. There were many strange things that were hard to explain anyway, so they didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words. They hadn't seen such a thing before, but that didn't mean it didn't exist. When they got out of the ancient grave, it was already 6 a.m., but because it was winter, the sky became bright late, so it wasn't fully bright yet. Once they were out, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin filled the hole made by the gravediggers. Ji Yuning's phone could also receive signals, so she called Xinbei right away. Xinbei and the others were still waiting in the living room. As soon as his phone rang, Xinbei picked it up. "Hi, Ji Yuning, how is it?" Xinbei asked in a hurry. "I caught them. There are 8 of us. 5 are criminals. 2 are my friends. Arrange for a car to pick us up. Dao Lin will guide you to find us. I'll see you at the place where I parked my car," said Ji Yuning. She knew that Dao Lin was fine now, so it wasn't a big deal to let him be the guide. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin turned to look at Ji Yuning. When they saw her talking to a small box, they were confused. What was that? Why was Ji Yuning talking to it? "Sure, we'll be right there," said Xinbei. Without delay, Xinbei and 3 other men drove 3 cars to their destination. "Ji Yuning, what's that in your hand? Why were you talking to it just now?" Si Jin asked. Ji Yuning raised her hand and said, "This is called a smartphone. It can help you talk to people who are far away. You can also have a video talk. After the sky is totally bright, I'll have a video call with my master. We can see his face on this phone at that time. My master is in the capital, which is over 1,000 kilometers away. We can't see him face to face right away, so I can only settle everything here before we go to meet him." "What? This thing can help you talk to people who are far away. We can also see Senior Shengguan in it." Si Jin and Zhang Liluo were both shocked. "Yes, I wasn't talking to it, but to someone else through it," said Ji Yuning. "Jesus, that's unbelievable." Si Jin and Zhang Liluo were too shocked to believe it. Ma Shibiao and the others, however, were scared. In fact, they were horrified the entire time. What kind of people were they? How could they live for hundreds of years? Was it true? Ma Shibiao and the others still couldn't believe it was true, but they didn't think they were acting when they had no idea what a smartphone was. Besides, there was no need for them to act. They just witnessed that Nicholas took out a wooden stick and made black gas. Nicholas could even become invisible for a few seconds. Even if they refused to believe in ghosts, they had to face the reality that ghosts might really exist. However, although they believed it, they still couldn't accept it. There are many unbelievable things in today's society. You need more time to learn about them. If you can't learn how to use them, you won't be able to live properly. Well, given your abilities, I don't think you'll have no food, but you have a long future ahead. You still need to learn about them. Can you teach us? Asked Si Jin. At the beginning, they didn't think it was a big deal, because they had great survival skills, but there were indeed many new things in this world waiting for them to learn about. They were already shocked by a smartphone, but there were many other inventions. They had doubted Ji Yuning's words, but gradually they were convinced by her sincerity. "Of course I can, but I don't have much free time. I can't teach you everything in person. I'll arrange for someone to help you with it." Ji Yuning said, "I think you can live with my master for the time being. You just left the ancient grave and you don't know anyone except for my master. He'll introduce the current world to you." "Thanks," said Si Jin and Zhang Liluo. Although they stood in awe of Shengguan Yang was the only person they knew now. They would feel safe if they lived with Shengguan Yang. "Are you Senior Shengguan's only disciple?" asked Si Jin. "No, there is another senior disciple. He's also my fiancé. I'll introduce him to you later," said Ji Yuning. She didn't want to tell them Leng Xiaoting's name in front of Ma Shibiao and the other men. It took them about half an hour to escort Nicholas and the other criminals back to where Ji Yuning stopped her car. There was still a distance away from the intersection, but they didn't go to wait at the intersection since it was almost bright now. Shinbei and the other men wouldn't arrive until more than half an hour later, and they didn't want other traffic to see them. At 7 a.m., Shinbei and the other men arrived. When Zhang Liluo and Si Jin saw 3 large boxes moving around on the road, they asked curiously, "What's that?" "It's a car. We move around in it now. It's just like a horse or a carriage, but I don't know how it's made," said Ji Yuning. "Oh," Zhang Liluo and Si Jin nodded. Hearing Ji Yuning's explanation, they understood that cars were of the same use as carriages in their age. It was a way of transportation. Shinbei and the others saw them from a distance, and quickly drove to them. Once Ma Shibiao saw Shinbei, he realized who wanted to catch him. Shinbei and the others were amazed by Ji Yuning's efficiency, because she easily caught the criminals that they had been chasing for a long time. Actually, if Leng Xiaoting was present, they could easily have caught the criminals as well. Chapter 2362. We belong to the same sect. Although they admitted that Ji Yuning was very impressive, Leng Xiaoting was still the best in their eyes. After all, they had been Leng Xiaoting's comrades for years and had witnessed his abilities. When Shinbei and the others walked closer, they saw Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, then felt surprised. They were wearing ancient costumes. What was going on here? Were they actors? Were they shooting nearby? Did they meet Ji Yuning by chance? It made no sense. Ji Yuning understood their doubts, but she had no intention of explaining it. "Take the criminals. I'll drive my friends back to the city," she said. "Sure." Zhao Weixian nodded, then gave Ji Yuning the car key, because he drove Ji Yuning's car here. They had questions, but they didn't say anything. Oh, Ji Yuning, Xiaoting came over. He should be out of the plane in a while, said Xinbei. All right, I know, said Ji Yuning. After that, she walked to her car along with Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. Because it was the first time that they had ever seen a car, they didn't know how to open the car door. Ji Yuning helped them with it, and let them get in. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin hesitated for a second, then sat inside. After the door was closed, Ji Yuning started the car and left. Hey, don't you think Ji Yuning's two friends look a little strange? Xinbei didn't say that until Ji Yuning's car was gone. Yeah, they look indeed a little strange. The others agreed, but they had no interest in it. No matter how strange they were Ji Yuning's friends. Strange. They're not human beings. They've lived for hundreds of years. The girl is also a ghost, said Ma Shibiao, but he seemed to be out of control of his emotions. He had been too frightened by them earlier, so he couldn't calm down now. Anyway, he didn't lose his reason, he just wanted to stir things up between them. He felt that Xinbei didn't know Ji Yuning's background. If Xinbei knew that Ji Yuning and her friends were ghosts, he should catch all of them. Ghosts. Except for Dao Lin, Xinbei and his other comrades immediately understood what Ma Shibiao was talking about. They were aware that Ji Yuning had superpowers, so they weren't surprised. As for the strange man and the woman, since Ma Shibiao said they were not human beings, they must have superpowers too. They didn't care about whether they had really lived for hundreds of years. They just believed that Ma Shibiao was crazy now and said many ridiculous things. Dao Lin had no idea about it, so he was astonished. What? They've lived for hundreds of years? He asked. All right, he's obviously crazy now. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Let's get him back now. Xinbei interrupted at once. He didn't want Dao Lin to ask about it and wanted to stop Ma Shibiao from saying more. After saying that, he immediately took out ropes and tape to tie them up and seal their mouths to prevent them from talking nonsense again. It wasn't a big deal that Xinbei and his other comrades heard it, because they were aware of the existence of people with superpowers. However, Dao Lin had no idea about it, and they didn't want more people to know. When Ji Yuning drove far away, she called Leng Xiaoting at once, but his phone was still turned off, so he should still be on the flight. Ji Yuning stopped calling him. She didn't send him a message either, because Leng Xiaoting would call her back once he saw the missed call from her. It was their first time to take a car, so Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were anxious. Ji Yuning didn't know how to help them relax, so she could only chat with them. Senior C, I bet you two aren't just senior and junior disciples, right? Ji Yuning asked meaningfully. She could see that they were very close. Si Jin flushed a little, and gave a glance at Zhang Liluo. There was obvious love in her eyes. Zhang Liluo also looked at Si Jin with affection. We almost got married, but we had to delay it because of the accident that year. Unfortunately, we didn't leave the ancient grave until now, said Si Jin. Oh, I see. Don't worry, Senior Shengguan can preside over a wedding ceremony for you, said Ji Yuning. Thanks, Si Jin said, looking shy. They were born in an ancient age, so they were very timid in a romantic relationship. People nowadays were much more straightforward. Yeah, we do need Senior Shengguan to help us with that, said Zhang Liluo. Given the current situation, it was the best solution. Everything was different now, but he and Si Jin still loved each other as deeply as always. Therefore, he was determined to present a wedding for Si Jin. It was once in a lifetime. Moreover, he wanted Si Jin to marry him legally. It's still early now. All the shops aren't open yet, so I'll take you to my home first. We can have breakfast, then you can have a shower and change your clothes, said Ji Yuning. Great, thank you so much, Junior Ji Yu. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin thanked Ji Yuning. From what Ji Yuning and other people wore, they knew that people put on different clothing nowadays. It was inappropriate for them to go out in their own clothes. Those people who were called over by Ji Yuning were surprised by the clothes they were wearing earlier. We belong to the same sect. You don't need to thank me, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't helpful to strangers, but she was more than willing to help people who she was familiar with. "Oh, we have nothing with us now. We don't know what to do, so please help us with it, Junior GU. We'll do our best to learn about the new world as soon as possible, then we'll find a job," said Zhang Liluo. They couldn't rely on Ji Yuning forever, and weren't that lazy and useless. "No problem," said Ji Yuning. She was willing to help them, but she had no intention of supporting them forever. They must be independent. About 20 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning back. He was extremely anxious on the way there. Even if he believed that Ji Yuning would be fine, he was still worried about her safety. It was pure torture for him during the hours of flight. Chapter 2363, safe and sound. The moment the plane landed, he turned on his phone and saw the missed call from Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning called him, which meant she had finished the task, but he was worried that she might have encountered some trouble, so he called her back at once. Once Ji Yuning answered his call, Leng Xiaoting asked anxiously, "Ningning, how is it?" "Everything went well. I already handed the criminals to Xinbei and I'm on my way to Wufu Hills now," said Ji Yuning with a warm smile on her lips. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was finally relieved, but he still asked, "Are you injured?" "Not at all. I'm safe and sound," said Ji Yuning. "Great, I'll go to Wufu Hills to meet you right away," said Leng Xiaoting. He should deal with the criminals first, but he was too worried about Ji Yuning. He had to see her first so that he could relax. "Sure," said Ji Yuning. If she didn't allow Leng Xiaoting to come over, he wouldn't relax. Therefore, she agreed and they would deal with the criminals later. "Is that your fiancé?" Si Jin asked. They had good hearing, so they heard Ji Yuning's conversation with Leng Xiaoting on the phone. They could feel that Leng Xiaoting was very worried about Ji Yuning. "Yeah, he'll come in a while, so I'll introduce him to you later," said Ji Yuning. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin nodded. After sitting in the car for a long time, Si Jin began to feel dizzy. She was carsick. Zhang Liluo also felt a little uncomfortable, but it wasn't serious, so he didn't pay much attention to it. "Jin, are you all right?" Zhang Liluo asked with concern. "I'm a little dizzy," said Si Jin. She's carsick. Normally, people who don't often drive in a car will feel carsick. It's like you're drunk. "Don't worry, she'll be fine after she gets out of the car," said Ji Yuning. Then she took out a porcelain bottle with power crystals inside and gave it to Zhang Liluo. "Tell Senior C to take this medicine, she'll be more comfortable. If you're uncomfortable as well, take a pill too." "Thank you, Junior GU." Zhang Liluo didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words. He took the porcelain bottle and thanked her, then opened it. Once he opened the porcelain bottle, a flow of magical power came out, which surprised Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. "Junior GU, this is a magical pill." The first idea that appeared in Zhang Liluo's mind was that it was a magical pill. If it was really a magical pill, it must be very precious. It would be a waste if they used them to treat car sickness. "It's solidified magical power. It's very useful," said Ji Ning. "It's too precious. I don't think it should be wasted to treat such a minor illness," said Zhang Liluo. He felt that he shouldn't take it. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy. I'll be fine in a while," said Si Jin. "Don't worry, I have countless power crystals. I always give some to my family to help them stay healthy. If you need more, you can ask me for it in the future," said Ji Yuning. She was very generous to them. Both Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were touched by Ji Yuning's kindness, so they accepted it. "Thank you so much, Junior GU." Zhang Liluo and Si Jin thanked her. "Don't say that. We belong to the same sect after all," said Ji Yuning with a smile. Hearing that, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were very touched and had a better impression of Ji Yuning. After that, each of them took a pill. As soon as they took the power crystal, they felt much better. Half an hour later, Ji Yuning took Zhang Liluo and Si Jin back to Wufu Hills. At the gate, Ji Yuning parked the car. She told Zhang Liluo and Si Jin to wait for her in the car, while she went to do grocery shopping in the supermarket. Then with all the ingredients they needed, they went to Ji Yuning's house. At this time, it was only 8:30 a.m. Cao Wenxin wasn't up yet, so she didn't know that Ji Yuning was already back. That was good, because Ji Yuning didn't know how to explain it if Cao Wenxin saw Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. After all, Cao Wenxin didn't know that people with superpowers really existed. Ji Yuning brought Zhang Liluo and Si Jin into her place and told them to sit on the sofa. She had called the staff at Gufan to bring several sets of clothes over, so Zhang Liluo and Si Jin could have a shower and change their clothing afterwards. However, at the moment, Ji Yuning needed to make breakfast for Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. She made noodles for the three of them. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin hadn't eaten for a long time and Ji Yuning was afraid that noodles might not be enough, so she bought some beamed buns and eggs as well. Ji Yuning was right. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin hadn't had any food for too long, so a bowl of noodles was hardly enough. They ate several big beamed buns and eggs to fill their stomach. Sorry, we haven't eaten for so long, so we're starving, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin said, feeling slightly embarrassed. It's fine. Actually, when my master left the tower, he alone ate as much food as 8 men. Ji Yuning joked. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were amazed. It was too much. It seemed that Shengguan Yang was also starving back then. Oh, you just said Senior Shengguan came out from a tower. Can you tell us what tower it is? Zhang Liluo asked in confusion. The tower at the back of the Kunlun sect's place. He had been cultivated in it for hundreds of years. He never left it. There was food on it, so he wasn't too hungry. He's just bad at cooking, so he couldn't help eating a lot once he saw delicious food. Ji Yuning laughed. Oh, I didn't know that Senior Shengguan never left the Kunlun sect's place. Junior Ji Yu, may I know how you met Senior Shengguan? Zhang Liluo asked. He was very curious about it. Well, my fiancé's mother is a cultivator. She went missing about 10 years ago. We thought she was already dead since we didn't know that she's a cultivator. After that, we ran into evil cultivators and my fiancé was injured in the fight. When the evil cultivator attacked him, a strong power suddenly erupted from his energy center. He managed to become a cultivator like that, but because the magical energy is very thin now and is barely enough for cultivation, my fiancé and I went to the Kunlun sect's place after we heard that there was thick magical energy. That's how we ended up at the back of the mountain. Chapter 2364, You're naughty. We found thick magical energy at the back of the mountain, so we went over. We tried to open the tower at the beginning, but failed. We gave up in the end, then we roasted a chicken outside. My master smelt it and came out on his own. He saw my fiancé's talent, and took him as his disciple. Then I brought him down the mountain. How about you? When did you become Senior Shengguan's disciple? Asked Si Jin. It happened afterwards. I used to be a mortal, and I became a cultivator after going through a lot, said Ji Yuning. What? You became a cultivator after being a mortal? Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were shocked, because it was extremely rare. It impressed Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. At this time, Ji Yuning heard sounds of a car stopping outside. She thought that it should be Leng Xiaoting, so she immediately stood up and went to open the door. Once the door opened, Leng Xiaoting strode inside. As soon as he saw Ji Yuning, he walked faster towards her. Leng Xiaoting wanted to hug her, but he sensed 2 cultivators in the room, so he decided against it. Because there were strangers, he felt embarrassed. However, when Ji Yuning went to him, he still placed his hands on her shoulders. Are you all right? He sized her up. Ji Yuning put on a resigned smile and said, Didn't I tell you that I'm fine on the phone? I'm safe and sound. After making sure that Ji Yuning was safe, Leng Xiaoting was finally relieved. Here, let me introduce 2 people to you, said Ji Yuning, then she pulled Leng Xiaoting into the house. In the living room, Leng Xiaoting finally met Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. When he walked inside, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin stood up to face him. Although Leng Xiaoting already sensed them before he walked in, he was still surprised and confused when he saw their clothes. Because they were brought back by Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting treated them as guests. However, he always wore a cold face in front of strangers, so he seemed unhappy. However, even if Leng Xiaoting looked cold, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin didn't sense any malice. They felt that perhaps he was used to keeping a distance from other people. Xiaoting, I met them at the ancient grave. He's Zhang Liluo, while she's Si Jin. They were kept in the coffins. Ma Shibiao opened the coffins by accident and they woke up after the Taoist talisman was removed. I thought they were ghosts at the beginning, but they turned out to be humans. After we talked, I learned that they're also disciples of the Kunlun sect. Their master is junior to senior Shangguan, so we actually belong to the same sect. I brought them home and I plan to take them to visit senior Shangguan. They'll live with senior Shangguan. Also, because they've slept for hundreds of years, they need time to learn about modern society before they take the next step, said Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting was surprised that they had been kept in the ancient grave for hundreds of years. After Ji Yuning introduced them to Leng Xiaoting, she turned to Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. Senior Zhang, Senior Si, this is my fiancé. He's also senior to me. His name is Leng Xiaoting. He's a major general in our country. He's a little introverted, and he's used to keeping a distance from other people. Please don't mind it. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin didn't mind it at all. After that, they greeted Leng Xiaoting. Nice to meet you, Junior Leng. Nice to meet you too, Senior Zhang, Senior Si. Leng Xiaoting greeted them too, doing his best to be gentle. Since Ji Yuning said that they were also disciples of the Kunlun sect, Leng Xiaoting believed it. Even if he didn't trust them, he trusted Ji Yuning. Unless Ji Yuning knew that they were fake and wanted to do something without pointing it out. Oh, have you eaten? Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. Not yet, I rushed here once I got off the plane, said Leng Xiaoting, sounding aggrieved. I'll cook noodles for you. You can chat with Senior Zhang and Senior Si for a while, said Ji Yuning. I'll do it by myself. You can chat with Senior Zhang and Senior Si. Leng Xiaoting stopped Ji Yuning right away. He didn't want to bother her, and he had no idea what to talk to Zhang Liluo and Si Jin about. He wasn't talkative after all. Fine. Ji Yuning understood his worries, so she didn't insist. She took Zhang Liluo and Si Jin to sit down on the sofa, then had a video call with Shangguan Yang. Hey, Ningning, this is our first video call. Are you missing me? Once Shangguan Yang answered the call, he joked. Hearing his voice, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin felt it was very familiar, and got excited. Ji Yuning didn't turn the camera to Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. Instead, she talked with Shangguan Yang first. Yeah, but not really. I just don't want you to end the video call if I deny it, said Ji Yuning and laughed. What a naughty girl you are. Shangguan Yang was amused. Master, I need to talk with you about something serious. I have two people with me now. Do you know them? Ji Yuning said and turned the camera to Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. The moment Shangguan Yang saw Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, he was shocked. With a glance, he recognized them. That was the reason why he was astonished. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin saw Shangguan Yang too. Because Shangguan Yang had the same face, although his clothes were different, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin recognized him with a glance too. Therefore, they excitedly called, Uncle Shangguan. Liluo, Jin. Shangguan Yang was also thrilled to see them. It had been hundreds of years, and he didn't expect to see them again. Tears welled up in his eyes at once. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin cried. Chapter 2365, Get used to it over time. Although they were very scared of Shangguan Yang in the past, Shangguan Yang was the closest elder to them in the Kunlun sect except for their own master. Therefore, they called him Uncle Shangguan. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoting still had doubts, but seeing that, he was fully convinced. There, stop crying now. We should be happy that we can meet again. Shangguan Yang fought back his tears and comforted them. He would be embarrassed if he cried in front of the young people. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin did their best to stop crying. Where is your master? Shangguan Yang asked. That year, their master, who was junior to him, the sixth elder of the Kunlun sect, left and traveled around with Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. A year later, he moved into the tower for cultivation. Afterwards, the whole world changed and he was the only one left in the Kunlun sect's place. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin looked sad. Our master has passed away for many years. He took us out to travel around that year, but we ran into the evil king after half a year. We had a battle and no one won. We escaped, but our master was seriously injured. He said he would soon die, so we dug a grave for him. We prepared 3 coffins, because we decided to stay with our master in the grave. Our master didn't want us to do that, but we insisted, so he cast a spell on us. We were kept in the coffins till today. Junior Gu chased the criminals and got into the grave. Then the Taoist talismans on us were removed by accident, so we woke up, said Zhang Liluo. Oh, I see, said Shengguan Yang. Although he thought that the whole Kunlun sect was ruined, he still had hope that Zhang Liluo and Si Jin's master might have survived when he saw them again. When he heard that their master was already dead, Shengguan Yang was very upset. Liluo, Jin, if you don't mind, you can stay with me from now on. Although I'm not your master, I'm your uncle. I'll treat you as family, said Shengguan Yang. He understood that they knew nothing about the new world, so it would be hard for them to live a life in modern society. Given their abilities, they would have no problem with food, but they should learn more about the new world if they wanted to live a good life. Moreover, Shengguan Yang had known Zhang Liluo and Si Jin for hundreds of years. They were more like a family, so he wouldn't abandon them. Of course. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin agreed excitedly. Great, when Ningning is free, she'll take you to my place, said Shengguan Yang. At this time, Leng Xiaoting approached. Before he said anything, Shengguan Yang exclaimed. Oh, you're there too. Yeah. Leng Xiaoting nodded and said, they don't have ID cards now, so they can't take a plane. Ningning needs to keep her mother company, so she can't leave either. However, I'll go back to the capital by private jet this afternoon, so I can bring them to see you. I'll deal with their ID cards later. Since they needed to live in this society, they needed an ID card. They belonged to the same sect after all, so Leng Xiaoting wouldn't hesitate to help them. Great, you can take them to my place this afternoon. Thank you for your help with their ID cards, said Shengguan Yang. He was very grateful to Leng Xiaoting for everything he had done for him. Although Leng Xiaoting was his disciple, it didn't mean Leng Xiaoting had to do everything for him. My pleasure, said Leng Xiaoting. After that, they ended the video call. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were still surprised. They knew nothing about smartphones and video calls, but they were sure that it was their uncle Shengguan that they saw just then. After having the call with Shengguan Yang, clothes from Gufan were delivered. Ji Yuning had prepared 2 sets for each of them so that they could have a change of clothing. Because Ji Yuning planned to send Zhang Liluo and Shengguan Yang to the capital to see Shengguan Yang, she didn't prepare too many clothes for them. It would be troublesome if they carried too many clothes with them. They could buy more in the capital anyway. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to take Zhang Liluo to the guest room on the 2nd floor to have a shower. Leng Xiaoting would teach him how to do it, while Ji Yuning took Si Jin to the guest room on the 3rd floor. She directly filled the bathtub for Si Jin. After that, Ji Yuning taught her how to wear the clothes women normally wore nowadays. After all, Si Jin was from ancient times, so she had totally different habits. In ancient times, women always put on a piece of loose cloth to cover their chest, so even an ample bosom couldn't be seen at all. So because Ji Yuning didn't know Si Jin's bust circumference, she could only prepare several bras of different sizes. After knowing what a bra was, Si Jin flushed totally red. She felt it was too scanty. Seeing Si Jin's reaction, Ji Yuning put on a resigned look and explained. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Women all wear this nowadays. You just wear it inside. No one can see it. Si Jin obviously knew that, but this was the first time that she had ever seen such a thing, so it was unavoidable for her to be embarrassed. Anyway, since Ji Yuning said that women all wore this nowadays, she had to do the same thing. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting also taught Zhang Liluo how to turn on the faucet and how to put on men's underwear and clothing. After Leng Xiaoting walked out, he suddenly thought that Ji Yuning would have had to do that by herself if he didn't come. Upon thinking of that, he was extremely uncomfortable. Luckily, he came. Although they hadn't taken a shower for hundreds of years, their bodies weren't very dirty, so they took a quick shower. Zhang Liluo came out first. Although it was his first time to wear modern clothes, and he wasn't very used to it, he was a grown man after all. No matter how uncomfortable it was, he would soon get used to it. Si Jin, however, might have some trouble with it. Because her bosom became much more noticeable after she put on a bra, she was quite embarrassed. When she walked out, Si Jin covered her chest with her hands. Chapter 2366, Pleasant reunion. They were from ancient times, so they weren't as open-minded as people in today's society. Women nowadays tried to make their boobs more noticeable and would lack confidence if they didn't have big bosoms. They were even willing to have breast surgery. In the ancient times, on the other hand, most women felt shy when they had ample bosoms, so they normally wrapped it tightly till it wouldn't attract any attention. It was the difference in people's values. Therefore, Ji Yuning understood why Si Jin did that, but Si Jin had to learn to live in the modern world. It's winter now, so we're wearing a lot of clothes, but you still feel embarrassed. In the summer, we normally only put on a piece of thin clothing. Will you lock yourself at home and refuse to go out? Ji Yuning joked. Si Jin flushed red. She knew Ji Yuning was right, but she was still embarrassed. All right, put the coat on. Nobody can see it then. You'll get used to it, said Ji Yuning. She handed a loose, long coat to Si Jin, so no one could see whether she had an ample bosom. As a cultivator, Si Jin didn't need to wear too many clothes and wouldn't feel cold. She only put on thin long johns, a loose sweater, and a coat. Her pants were also a medium thickness. Normal people would be shaking if they only put on so few clothes, but Si Jin felt very warm. After putting on the coat, her ample bosom was indeed hidden well, so she felt greatly relieved. It was uncomfortable to wear the bra, but she could stand it since it was inside. It was the first time that she had put on modern clothes, so it was still uncomfortable, but it wasn't too much of an issue. After all, she needed to live like every other woman. If she continued to wear her own clothing, she would look abnormal in the crowd. Your hair is too long. I think you better cut it shorter to the waist, said Ji Yuning. Si Jin's hair was too long and it reached her butt. If it was at her waist, it would be prettier. In fact, she was already out of style when her hair reached the butt. It was fine if she was wearing ancient costumes, but it wasn't beautiful when she was wearing modern clothes. Sure, said Si Jin. Since Ji Yuning said that, she was willing to accept her advice. It wasn't a big deal to shorten her hair a little. If it was too short, Si Jin wouldn't be willing, but she just needed to leave her hair at her waist. Can you help me with that? I'm afraid I can't do it on my own, asked Si Jin. She didn't know how to do it, so she could only turn to Ji Yuning for help. Of course. Have a seat. I'll go get scissors. It was Ji Yuning's advice, so she was obviously willing to help. Without delay, she went to get scissors. Because she only needed to cut the end of Si Jin's hair, it wasn't difficult and Ji Yuning soon finished. Therefore, Ji Yuning had soon shortened Si Jin's hair and it looked very pretty. Actually, when her hair was shortened, Si Jin had a totally different air. And she was very satisfied with it. If you don't want it down, you can have it in a ponytail, said Ji Yuning. Sure, Si Jin agreed. She was indeed not used to having her hair down, so she tied it up to a ponytail. Once she put her hair in a ponytail, she looked more like a mature woman than an elegant lady. In fact, Si Jin was more like a mature woman than an elegant lady. She practiced kung fu every day after all, and was very agile and strong. Afterwards, Ji Yuning helped Si Jin put on light makeup. Every woman looked different after putting on makeup, and women were normally prettier with makeup on. Although Si Jin was very beautiful without makeup, she was even more attractive with some makeup. Si Jin would wear light makeup in her daily life, so she didn't feel it was bad when Ji Yuning helped her put on some makeup now. She was only amazed by the makeup products in modern society. I'll send you a set of makeup products later. Xiaoting's mother, or Aunt Meow, can teach you how to use them. They often stay in my master's place for a bit. They are also women, so you can ask them whenever you have questions. Don't feel shy. My mother will deliver her baby in a few days, so I can't go to the capital with you right now, but I'll go to the capital after the New Year holiday, said Ji Yuning. Junior Leng's mother. Didn't you say? Si Jin was surprised, because Ji Yuning had told them that Leng Xiaoting's mother was missing, but she didn't say whether his mother was found or not. Oh, I forgot to tell you that we found Xiaoting's mother. Aunt Miao is a friend of Xiaoting's mother. She became an evil cultivator after going through some bad things. However, my master caused her to lose her abilities as a cultivator and she became immortal. She started to cultivate again later, and lives with Xiaoting's mother now, said Ji Yuning. Oh, I see, said Si Jin. It was good news that they could meet again after being lost for over a dozen years. They also felt lucky and happy to see their uncle Shangguan. Don't worry, they're very easy to get along with. Ji Yuning comforted Si Jin in case she was nervous. She didn't want Si Jin to be burdened. Si Jin nodded. However, it was unavoidable for her to be nervous. After all, they were all strangers and were senior to her. If they were junior to her, she wouldn't be as nervous, but she had to be careful before the elders. Perhaps because she cared about their opinions of her, she was nervous. If there was no relationship between them, she wouldn't feel anxious at all. After putting on makeup and adjusting her clothes, Si Jin followed Ji Yuning downstairs. In the living room, although Zhang Liluo had changed his clothes, he kept the same hairstyle, so he looked strange. If Zhang Liluo went out like that, he would attract attention and passers-by might discuss him. He could have his own style without caring about other people's opinions, but he would feel embarrassed if people wouldn't stop talking about him. Besides, it was better for men not to keep long hair. Anyway, it was up to Zhang Liluo whether he wanted to keep it or not. When Zhang Liluo saw Si Jin walking downstairs, he was a little distracted because Si Jin looked different yet attractive after changing her look. Chapter 2367, Want to Quarrel. Perhaps because he was so used to Si Jin's old look, he felt that she looked unusually attractive now. Si Jin also felt that Zhang Liluo was different when she saw him, but his hairstyle didn't match his clothes. Liluo, I think your hairstyle doesn't match your look, said Si Jin with slight embarrassment. She didn't want to embarrass Zhang Liluo, but it was indeed strange. Hearing that, Zhang Liluo was a little awkward, but he agreed with Si Jin. Well, I actually had the same thought. Because you're wearing modern clothes, but your hairstyle is ancient, they don't match at all. Are you willing to cut your hair? You can have the same hairstyle as Xiaoting. Well, there are many other hairstyles. You can also go to a barber shop, but men normally have short hair nowadays, said Ji Yuning. She actually felt slightly embarrassed to point it out, but now that they noticed it by themselves, she could talk about it. Zhang Liluo hesitated for a while. He was reluctant to cut his long hair. However, men in today's society mostly had short hair. He was going to live in this new world now, so it was inappropriate for him to keep his long hair. Fine, let's do it now. Zhang Liluo agreed with alacrity. Although men all had long hair in their world except for monks, they were in a different world now, so they had to learn to get used to it. All right, we can go out for a meal together later. You can have a haircut then, said Ji Yuning. Ningning, I need to know more about the criminals, said Leng Xiaoting all of a sudden. Ji Yuning agreed, then brought Leng Xiaoting upstairs to her room. Once they were in the room, Leng Xiaoting closed the door and pressed Ji Yuning against the wall. Didn't Leng Xiaoting want to learn more about the criminals? Ji Yuning wanted to ask him about that, but Leng Xiaoting shut her mouth with his lips before she could say anything. Ji Yuning didn't realize what he really wanted to do until now. Leng Xiaoting wasn't going to learn more about the criminals from her, he simply wanted to kiss her. Leng Xiaoting's kiss was very passionate at the beginning. He seemed to lose control of his desire. He wanted Ji Yuning badly, but gradually he became gentle. However, he didn't let Ji Yuning go until both of them were out of breath. In fact, he wanted more, but his reason stopped him because now wasn't the right time. After letting Ji Yuning go, Leng Xiaoting stared straight at her. Ji Yuning panicked a little. She didn't know what she had done wrong to make Leng Xiaoting like this. What's wrong? Ji Yuning didn't think that she had done anything wrong, but she somehow felt guilty when she met Leng Xiaoting's dangerous eyes. If I didn't come, would you have taught Zhang Liluo how to wear underwear? Leng Xiaoting asked, sounding dangerous. Hearing that, Ji Yuning blinked with a guilty conscience. Why should she feel guilty? Although she had never thought about that, Leng Xiaoting had told her that he would come. Therefore, Ji Yuning argued. No, before I came home, you told me that you were coming. Even if you didn't come, it was a male employee who delivered the clothing. I could let him do that. Oh, really? Then why did you panic just then? Leng Xiaoting squinted. Ji Yuning understood that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't believe it, so she didn't know what to say now. She indeed panicked a little just then, but it didn't mean anything. Staring at her, Leng Xiaoting said nothing, nor did he let it go. He wanted to see how Ji Yuning would explain it. I didn't panic. You misunderstood me. Do you want to quarrel? Ji Yuning denied it and said angrily. Leng Xiaoting put on a resigned smile. There was deep love for her in his eyes. All right, I'm just joking. Although Leng Xiaoting was indeed displeased with what happened earlier, he felt that he shouldn't vent his anger on Ji Yuning after hearing her explanation. He had to admit that he easily got jealous. Even though he could keep his reason most of the time, he would still lose control a bit when he got jealous. Fine, I forgive you. Ji Yuning stopped arguing about it when Leng Xiaoting softened. I have to leave now. I won't finish until 2 p.m. If you're going to have a meal somewhere, tell me where you are eating. I can drive them there, said Leng Xiaoting. I can send you all to the airport together, said Ji Yuning. Great, but I'll drive later. Leng Xiaoting agreed. He thought that Ji Yuning wanted to stay with him for a while longer, and he wanted to spend more time with her too. Sure, said Ji Yuning, because she indeed wanted to stay with Leng Xiaoting for a while longer. After that, they went downstairs and Leng Xiaoting left. It was already 10 a.m. when Leng Xiaoting left, so Ji Yuning was ready to take Zhang Liluo and Si Jin out. Before they left, Ji Yuning looked at Zhang Liluo's long hair and felt it wasn't appropriate. She said, Senior Zhang, let me help you cut your hair a little. It's too long. I don't think you want to be the focus of everyone's attention. It was unnecessary trouble, thanks. Since he already decided to cut his hair, Zhang Liluo didn't think it was a big deal. Therefore, Ji Yuning cut Zhang Liluo's hair till his shoulders, then tied it up. Some men kept their hair to that length, mainly artists and stars, so it wasn't strange. Other people might just take Zhang Liluo as an artist or a star. Afterwards, Ji Yuning found a suitcase and told them to put their clothes in. They would take it with them, because after eating, they would leave with Leng Xiaoting. Once they were out, Ji Yuning took Zhang Liluo to a barbershop first. Chapter 2368, You can pay me back in the future. Only when Zhang Liluo's hair was as short as other men would he look normal in the crowd. People would only be attracted to Ji Yuning's beauty and some of them might recognize her. Although several passers-by came to say hi to Ji Yuning or take photos with her once in a while, Ji Yuning wasn't affected. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were curious about what they were doing when they took photos, but they didn't ask about it in front of strangers. They knew it would cause unnecessary trouble. After having a haircut, Zhang Liluo had a totally different air. He was more handsome now than when he had long hair. Even Si Jin was amazed by his change. When Zhang Liluo saw that Si Jin was impressed by his new hairstyle, he was cheered up at once, since he actually felt a little sad after losing his long hair. Jin, what do you think? Zhang Liluo asked. Although he already had the answer from her expression, he still wanted to hear the answer from her. You're really handsome, said Si Jin, feeling a little shy. Hearing that, Zhang Liluo was happy. After that, Ji Yuning paid the money and took them away. Junior Ji Yu, I'm sorry that you have to pay for everything for us. Zhang Liluo was slightly embarrassed. It's fine. You can pay me back in the future after you have money, said Ji Yuning. She was unwilling to hurt their pride or burden them. If she said it was nothing and she didn't need them to pay her back, it might hurt their dignity. Hearing that, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin indeed felt much better. They didn't think it was wrong that Ji Yuning wanted them to pay her back in the future, and they didn't think she was mean. She simply did it to protect their pride. Of course, we'll pay you back once we make money, said Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. Great, said Ji Yuning. She could feel their emotional change. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin didn't work for her like Gao Yi and Chao Ya, so she couldn't treat them the same way. Ji Yuning gave Gao Yi and Chao Ya money because they worked for it, so they wouldn't feel burdened. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin would live with Shengguan Yang, and Shengguan Yang would accommodate them. In that case, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin would feel more relaxed. After all, they had a closer relationship with Shengguan Yang. And after they learned more about modern society, they would find a job on their own. In fact, she and Leng Xiaoting could easily help Zhang Liluo and Si Jin get a job, but it depended on them whether they were willing to rely on Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning to make a living. They had their pride after all, so they might feel hurt if Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning helped them too much. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing for a person to have a lot of pride, because he or she could easily get paranoid. In that case, he or she would accept little help and live a difficult life. Therefore, people could have pride, but should also learn to seek help when it was necessary. People built friendships with one another by giving and accepting help. Anyway, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin weren't in a rush to get a job right now. Ji Yuning took Zhang Liluo and Si Jin to the Wangdeng Hotel and booked a private room. She gave the menu to them and told them to order whatever they wanted to eat. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin felt a little embarrassed, so they only ordered 2 dishes, then quickly returned the menu to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning understood that they felt embarrassed to order many dishes, so she ordered more. Junior Ji Yu, there are only 3 of us. You don't need to order so many, said Si Jin. In fact, they could eat a lot of food and they were aware that Ji Yuning ordered many dishes for them, but they only felt embarrassed because Ji Yuning spent a lot of money on them. Don't worry, we can eat more. Ji Yuning said, I don't want you to be hungry. We only have enough energy to deal with our business when we're full. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin said nothing further. Ji Yuning had already finished ordering, and they could indeed eat a lot. Oh, you're going to take a plane to the capital, so I need you to learn about it now, said Ji Yuning and took out her phone. She showed Zhang Liluo and Si Jin photos of planes. See. This is a plane. It can fly in the air, but it's very safe. You don't need to worry about your safety, said Ji Yuning. It can fly in the air. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were shocked, because the plane was so large, but it was able to fly in the air. Is this faster than Uncle Shengguan's flying sword? Si Jin asked curiously. She knew little about planes, but she was aware that Shengguan Yang's flying sword was super fast, so she believed that planes weren't comparable to the flying sword. Zhang Liluo also had that opinion. The plane could fly 2/3 faster than the flying sword. It only takes 2.5 hours for us to get to the capital by plane, and it might take 3 hours and 15 minutes by flying sword, said Ji Yuning. Wow, it's so fast. It's unbelievable. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were astonished. They felt that Shengguan Yang's flying sword should be much faster, but it turned out that planes were faster. Moreover, planes were a lot faster than the flying sword. They felt this new world was full of unbelievable things. Actually, people were always surprised by unknown things. People in modern society would also be amazed by monsters and ghosts because they didn't think they really existed. However, it was very normal for cultivators. You think it's unbelievable, because you weren't born in this age. If you were born here, you wouldn't think it's unbelievable. It is like how people nowadays don't believe in monsters or ghosts, but they're very normal in your eyes, said Ji Yuning. Chapter 2369 Dumb Woman. After that, Ji Yuning suddenly thought of something important, so she seriously reminded them. Oh, don't show your abilities in front of other people. Even if you have conflicts with mortals, don't use your magical skills. It'll only cause more trouble. You can only do that when you encounter monsters, ghosts, or other people with superpowers. Of course, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin understood it was very serious, so they agreed. They chatted for a while, then the dishes were placed on the table and they began to eat. Ji Yuning, Zhang Liluo, and Si Jin ate a lot, so they ate almost all of the food. After all, they were cultivators who ate much more than ordinary people. In fact, even if they had eaten nothing for several days, they wouldn't feel very hungry. They just needed to eat more food the next time. After the meal, Ji Yuning took Zhang Liluo and Si Jin to a tea house before Leng Xiaoting called her. They stayed in the tea house for a while, then Leng Xiaoting called her and asked about where they were. Ji Yuning told him that she was in the downtown Wangdang Hotel, but Leng Xiaoting needed more than 20 minutes to arrive, so they had to wait for a while longer. 25 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting arrived and called Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to wait for them in the hall, and they would go downstairs. Because Leng Xiaoting was too handsome, he easily attracted attention from other people, especially from women. So shortly after Leng Xiaoting hung up the call with Ji Yuning, two beautiful young women walked out of the elevator and saw him. They were immediately attracted to him. Wow, what a handsome man. Let's go talk to him. I must get his WeChat account. What if he rejects me? I'll be embarrassed. Cici, you're so beautiful. No man will say no to you. You've never been rejected. Do you need me to start it for you? Said the other woman. Although she meant to please the woman called Cici, she had her own purpose and was scheming something. Cici filled herself with confidence. Sure, let's go over now. After making the decision, they walked towards Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting had already heard their conversation, so he was displeased. Seeing them walking towards him, Leng Xiaoting directly turned and walked away. The two women didn't know that Leng Xiaoting was deliberately avoiding them, so they continued to walk to him. Leng Xiaoting was annoyed. How could they be so shameless? This time, Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to walk farther away. Instead, he released a cold aura to show that he didn't want strangers to approach him. As a result, once the two women were closer to him, they felt the cold air and stopped at once. Jesus, he was so cold and aloof. I think we should give up. Lin Cici became timid and said quietly to the woman who encouraged her to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting. It's fine. The woman was unwilling to give up right now, because they hadn't even started yet. Do it yourself. I don't want to, said Lin Cici. She had a feeling that she would be rejected and embarrassed. An idea dawned on the woman and she directly said to Leng Xiaoting, Hi, Mr. Handsome, my friend, Cici, wants to make friends with you. Can I know your WeChat account? Xiaoyun, Lin Cici was a little mad when her friend ignored her feelings, but she didn't think further about it. She thought that her friend was just joking. No, Leng Xiaoting refused without hesitation. Why? Cici is so pretty. Qin Xiaoyun didn't stop just because Leng Xiaoting refused. Instead, she kept on praising Lin Cici. It sounded as if Leng Xiaoting was wrong. However, she actually knew that Lin Cici couldn't match Leng Xiaoting even though Lin Cici was very beautiful. Therefore, she said it on purpose. Xiaoyun. Hearing Qin Xiaoyun's words, Lin Cici immediately tried to stop her, but Qin Xiaoyun wouldn't listen. Leng Xiaoting ignored them and directly went to the elevator, because Ji Yuning was coming out. Once Ji Yuning was out, she saw Lin Cici and Qin Xiaoyun standing in front of Leng Xiaoting, but there was a distance of 2 meters between them. Obviously, they tried to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting, but Ji Yuning could see that Leng Xiaoting had already rejected them. In fact, Leng Xiaoting never accepted other women's affection. When Leng Xiaoting suddenly walked away, Qin Xiaoyun was mad. She turned and wanted to follow him, but she stopped as soon as she saw Ji Yuning. She recognized Ji Yuning, but unexpectedly this man knew Ji Yuning too. Was he Ji Yuning's boyfriend or something? If he was, didn't she just, in an instant, Qin Xiaoyun yielded. She dared not offend Ji Yuning. What's wrong? Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. A dumb woman was fooled by her friend, said Leng Xiaoting loudly, so Lin Cici and Qin Xiaoyun could hear him. Qin Xiaoyun was humiliated and had a guilty conscience, because Leng Xiaoting told the truth. However, she didn't expect that Leng Xiaoting saw through her and even pointed it out, which was unacceptable in her eyes. Leng Xiaoting said that aloud, not because he wanted to remind Lin Cici to be careful, but because he was displeased that he was also a part of Qin Xiaoyun's scheme. Therefore, it was Qin Xiaoyun who did unacceptable things. Since she dared to do it, she should be prepared to be embarrassed when her evil purpose was exposed. Lin Cici subconsciously turned to look at Qin Xiaoyun. She felt it couldn't be true, but she had to face it when she saw Qin Xiaoyun's guilty expression. It turned out that Qin Xiaoyun deliberately embarrassed her. Although she was unwilling to believe it, Qin Xiaoyun indeed insisted on striking up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting after she tried to stop her. Besides, Qin Xiaoyun panicked just then. Did she really do it on purpose? Why? Why did she do that to her? Lin Cixi believed that she had been treating Qin Xiaoyun very well. She had never made her unhappy before. Chapter 2370. Very sensitive. Although Lin Cixi was easily attracted to handsome men and paid little attention to details, she wasn't dumb and soon figured the whole thing out. Ji Yuning also turned to stare at Lin Cixi and Qin Xiaoyun. After seeing Qin Xiaoyun's guilty expression, she immediately realized what had happened. However, she said nothing. Cixi, don't listen to him. I didn't. Qin Xiaoyun explained it to Lin Cixi at once in case Lin Cixi cut off the friendship with her. After all, Lin Cixi was from a rich family, while her family had nothing special. Because of Lin Cixi, she was able to meet quality men from high society. Although Qin Xiaoyun relied on Lin Cixi to meet quality men, she still schemed against her because she was jealous of Lin Cixi. He didn't say it's you. Why are you nervous? Are you guilty? Lin Cixi coldly asked Qin Xiaoyun. Although she believed that Qin Xiaoyun deliberately embarrassed her and she was very mad at Qin Xiaoyun, she didn't lose her temper in public. She was reluctant to damage her image. Qin Xiaoyun didn't know what to say. Let's go now. Leaving Lin Cixi and Qin Xiaoyun behind, Ji Yuning pulled Leng Xiaoting away. Upon seeing Ji Yuning holding Leng Xiaoting's hand, Lin Cixi and Qin Xiaoyun were sure that they were a couple. Qin Xiaoyun felt that it was Leng Xiaoting who made her dirty her image, but she didn't dare to blame him for that because he was Ji Yuning's boyfriend. Lin Cixi felt nothing when Leng Xiaoting was gone, but she was very disappointed at Qin Xiaoyun. Qin Xiaoyun, how could you do that to me? I told you to stop. Why wouldn't you listen? I thought you didn't mean it, but now I suddenly realize you've done such a thing to me many times before. If you really care about me, would you ignore my feelings again and again? Cixi, please let me explain. I didn't. Qin Xiaoyun still tried to win Lin Cixi's trust. No need. I'm not an idiot. I didn't take it seriously because I trusted you. I could tolerate your mistakes, but now I don't think we should continue to be friends. So, stay away from me as of today. Lin Cixi was unwilling to talk to Qin Xiaoyun any longer, so she directly interrupted and quickly walked away. Cixi, Qin Xiaoyun wanted to catch up, but she clearly knew that Lin Cixi didn't want to be her friend any longer. If so, she thought it was meaningless to explain or beg for Lin Cixi's forgiveness. So what? I don't need your money. There are a lot of people who are richer than you in this world, said Qin Xiaoyun angrily in humiliation, watching Li Cixi's retreating back. Although she seemed to disdain Lin Cixi, she was actually jealous of the rich. If she really thought Lin Cixi wasn't important, she wouldn't have made friends with her and wouldn't dream about marrying into a rich family through her. She just got angry because she felt humiliated. When Ji Yuning and the others left, they went directly to the airport. Leng Xiaoting drove the car, Ji Yuning sat on the front passenger's seat, while Zhang Liluo and Si Jin sat on the rear seats. Did they go first? Ji Yuning asked. Yeah, they went there before us, said Leng Xiaoting. How about Xinbei? Ji Yuning asked. Xinbei was supposed to visit the Cao family today, so Leng Xiaoting should let him free. Ji Yuning understood that Leng Xiaoting was very sensitive, but she was afraid that he might not think of that. Leng Xiaoting understood Ji Yuning's concern, so he said, Xinbei went back to Wufu Hills after driving me to the hotel. He's going to visit the Cao family today, so I won't make him leave with us. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was satisfied. About an hour later, they arrived at the airport. Because of Leng Xiaoting's officer certificate, they could go through the special passage and directly drive the car nearest to the plane. However, they still needed to have a security check for public safety. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin carried their swords with them, so Leng Xiaoting explained that they were antiques after which they could take them into the flight. Although Zhang Liluo and Si Jin had already seen photos of the plane, they were still amazed when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, it could fly and was even faster than Shengguan Yang's flying sword. Ai Weishan and his comrades had escorted the criminals into the plane. So when Leng Xiaoting and the others came, they directly boarded. After they were aboard, Ji Yuning turned around and left. When Ai Weishan and his comrades saw Leng Xiaoting coming with Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, they were slightly surprised because they didn't know that Leng Xiaoting left to pick them up. Even if Leng Xiaoting went to pick them up, it wasn't a big deal. However, when Ma Shibiao and his men saw Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, they were scared. They had witnessed Zhang Liluo and Si Jin's abilities, and knew that they weren't ordinary people. Unfortunately, their mouths were gagged, so they couldn't make any sounds. They tried to struggle, but their limbs were handcuffed, so it was useless. When Zhang Liluo and Si Jin saw Ma Shibiao and his men, they were expressionless. Ai Weishan and Zhao Weixian were aware that they were people with superpowers, so they weren't afraid at all. After all, they were friendly towards them. Hi. Ai Weishan greeted Zhang Liluo and Si Jin first. Nice to see you, Zhao Weixian and Dao Lin said. Nice to see you too, said Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. After that, Leng Xiaoting arranged for them to have a seat and reminded them to fasten their safety belts. Ji Yuning had taught them in the car earlier, so they were able to do it now. After they were all seated, the plane took off on time. As it drove, it gradually accelerated, which scared Zhang Liluo and Si Jin a little, but they soon calmed down. After a while, the plane was about to leave the ground. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin felt as if they were losing their balance, so they subconsciously stiffened and got nervous. They didn't get used to it until the plane stabilized in the air. Chapter 2371. I think you have enough time. Although they went up and down on flying swords as well, they were already used to it, so it was fine for them. However, it was the first time that they had ever taken a plane, so it was very uncomfortable. Luckily, they had great acceptance, so they soon got used to it when the plane stabilized. They weren't worried that this plane might encounter any danger. They trusted Ji Yuning, and they could fly with swords even if an accident happened, so they weren't afraid of falling. They weren't at a high level in their cultivation and couldn't fly for long, but it was enough for them to safely get down to the ground. After Ji Yuning left the airport, she went directly to the Tang family's house. She didn't ask about what Cao Wenxin was doing now, nor did she tell the Tang family about her pregnancy. When they visited the Cao family, they would hear the news. Ji Yuning had to deal with a lot of things today. An hour after she went back to the Tang family's house, she received Qi Tianline's call. Although Qi Tianline was very displeased that Ji Yuning was already engaged to Leng Xiaoting, and had been mad about it for a few days, he wouldn't cut off his relationship with Ji Yuning just because of that. In addition, he needed to buy magical pills from Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning couldn't care less about Qi Tianline's attitude. He was a little unkind to her now, but they didn't quarrel and she would still keep in touch with him. Hi. Ji Yuning answered his call. Well, it seems that you really don't take me as your friend. You've been back to City B for 2 days. Why didn't you call me out for a meal? Qi Tianline complained. In fact, once Ji Yuning got back, he heard the news, but he wanted to see whether Ji Yuning would call him before he called her. Even though she already had a fiancé, they were still friends. They could still meet and dine together. However, he was only disappointed. Ji Yuning rolled her eyes. Come on, I have too many friends in City B. I can't dine with all of them when I'm back. They're all my friends. I can't ignore any of them, right? I don't have much time. You don't have time. I think you have enough time. Stop lying to me. Just a meal. It won't cost you much money. You've made a lot of money from me. Qi Tianline understood that Ji Yuning was always busy, but she should have some free time, so he believed that Ji Yuning didn't take him as her friend. I make money from countless people. Do I have to buy every one of them a meal? If you don't want me to continue to make money from you, you can stop making deals with me, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't mad, but felt resigned. Hearing that, Qi Tianline was angrier than ever. Ji Yuning could easily get him mad. Hearing his heavy breathing, Ji Yuning understood that she angered Qi Tianline, but she didn't think it was too much. Qi Tianline asked for it himself. Boss, time to change dressings. At this moment, Ji Yuning heard Yu Hao's voice from Qi Tianline's side. Get out. Qi Tianlin roared. Ji Yuning cocked her eyebrow. Change dressings. Qi Tianlin, are you injured? She wasn't caring about him, but he was her friend to some extent after all. She treated different people according to their different relationships. None of your business, said Qi Tianlin coldly. He was venting his anger on Ji Yuning, but he was actually pleased when Ji Yuning asked him about his injuries. Fine. Ji Yuning stopped asking further about it. Anyway, Qi Tianlin sounded strong, so he should be fine. If he was seriously injured, he wouldn't have time to argue with her on the phone. All right, if there is nothing else, I need to hang up now. My mother needs to go to the hospital, said Ji Yuning. They were just friends, so Ji Yuning was unwilling to pay too much attention to his injuries. She didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. If Qi Tianlin was really in danger, as his friend, she wouldn't hesitate to help him. However, obviously, Qi Tianlin was fine. Once Ji Yuning finished, Qi Tianlin directly hung up on her. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, then shook her head with a resigned smile. Qi Tianlin had a bad attitude towards her, but she didn't care. They weren't very close, so she actually wouldn't be affected by his treatment. She just wanted to keep an appropriate distance from him. Although Ji Yuman's estimated due date was still 4 days away, it wasn't too early to go to the hospital now. After all, the estimated due date wasn't 100% accurate, and she might deliver a few days earlier or later. Therefore, it was better if she went to the hospital earlier in case anything happened. If she needed a cesarean section, she could do it right now. However, because Ji Yuman was physically strong, the doctor advised her to have a natural delivery, since if she had a natural delivery, she could recover more quickly. Although Ji Yuning could help Ji Yuman have a quick recovery without leaving any scars no matter how she delivered, Ji Yuman also preferred to have a natural delivery. The new baby was a boy, and the Tang family was very happy about it. They didn't value boys over girls. They treated Ji Yuning very well after all. They simply felt it was better for Tang Yunfan and Ji Yuman to have a son since they already had a daughter. Tang Yunhang and his wife didn't think it was bad news, because they didn't think the boy would steal Tangguang. Actually, before Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning joined their family, Tang Yunfan trained Tang Jiayang as the heir of Tangguang. Therefore, even though they didn't have that idea, it would be understandable if they really had that worry. Nevertheless, in their eyes, Tang Yunfan built Tangguang. Without Tang Yunfan, Tangguang wouldn't have become so successful today. Therefore, they wouldn't be mad even if Tang Jiayang couldn't become the heir of Tangguang. They cared more about their familial relationships than money. Chapter 2372, Xinbei visited the Cao family. In fact, all of their family members had shares in Tangguang. They didn't need to do anything and would still receive a lot of money every year. There was no reason for them to complain. Therefore, they only wanted a harmonious family and were reluctant to hurt their family just because of money. As soon as Qi Tianlin hung up on Ji Yuning, he regretted it, but it already happened. He also couldn't call her again, because it would be embarrassing. Ji Yuning also said that she needed to deal with something, so he shouldn't call her again. Besides, she already had a fiancé. It wouldn't change anything even if he continued to pay special attention to her. He was just being impulsive, so he called Ji Yuning and scolded her for not seeing him after she came back to City B. Now that he calmed down, he felt that he couldn't force Ji Yuning to see him. He knew that very well, but he couldn't control his emotions. After all, Ji Yuning was the first girl he had ever sincerely liked. A while later, Ji Yuning received Leng Xiaoting's call and he told her that they had already arrived at the capital and that he was taking Zhang Liluo and Si Jin to the Sihewan now. Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting about Zhang Liluo and Si Jin's condition. After all, it was the first time that they had taken a plane. Leng Xiaoting told Ji Yuning that they were fine. They only felt a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but they soon got used to it. After the call with Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting told Ai Weishan and his other comrades to take Ma Shibiao and his men to their military base, while he brought Zhang Liluo and Si Jin to the Sihewan. An hour later, they arrived and Sheng Guanyang finally met Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin cried tears of joy and they shared old stories. Only after a long while did they feel better. All right, let bygones be bygones. We finally met again. We can live a good life together from now on, said Shengguan Yang. He had a close relationship with Zhang Liluo and Shengguan Yang, so now he cherished their reunion very much. Uncle Shengguan, thank you so much for your accommodation. We're so lucky to have found you. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were touched. Well, your rooms are already prepared. Let me take you there now. You can have a rest if you want. If not, you can walk around in the yard to get familiar with the place. Xiaoting's mother will be back in a while. I'll introduce them to you then, said Shengguan Yang. Sure, said Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. They were even more touched now, because Shengguan Yang had prepared rooms for them beforehand. After that, Shengguan Yang took them to see their rooms, while Leng Xiaoting left to deal with his own business. At 5 p.m., Cao Wenxin and Xinbei visited the Cao family. In the morning, Cao Wenxin had told Tang Yunrong that Xinbei would come to see them, so the Cao family was prepared. Xinbei brought gifts for every member of the Cao family. Tang Yunrong and Cao Ruowa were very satisfied with Xinbei. The other members of the Cao family also approved of their marriage. In fact, the other members didn't have the right to oppose their choice. Although Xinbei's family wasn't comparable to the Cao family, he was a very outstanding man. Only when he was outstanding in his own right could he win people's respect. If he relied on his family to become successful, it meant nothing. He relied on himself to become successful, and his success could last for a long time. If he relied on his family, it wouldn't last. Moreover, Xinbei was a distant relative of the Cao family, so they weren't actually strangers. However, although they were relatives, Cao Wenxin wasn't related to Xinbei by blood, so it wasn't a big deal that they were together. In the Cao family's house, all the major members were present. Because Cao Ruowa was busy, he wasn't home yet, but he would come back later. After all, it was Xinbei's first formal visit. Xinbei was nervous. To be honest, he had never been so nervous even when he faced criminals. Most importantly, he wanted Cao Wenxin's family to agree to let him marry her today. No matter how nervous he was, he had to face it, so he could only calm himself down by taking a deep breath. Xinbei's only relatives were his uncle and aunt. Therefore, he invited them to come over and directly told them that he would make a formal request for their approval of their marriage. However, Xinbei didn't tell them that Cao Wenxin was already pregnant. Although they had been together for only a short time, it had been 8 months, so they could get married now. Anyway, they both thought that the other was the right one, so they would get married sooner or later. They weren't young anymore, and it was time for them to marry, so Xinbei's uncle and aunt also supported him. They arrived at the Cao family's house earlier, but they didn't say that Xinbei wanted to marry Cao Wenxin. They decided to let Xinbei do it himself. After Xinbei came, he greeted them one by one, and the Cao family was very happy to see him. Because Cao Ruowa wasn't home yet, Xinbei didn't bring it up for the time being. He felt it was more appropriate to talk about it with Cao Wenxin's parents. When it was nearly 6 p.m., Cao Ruowa got home. The majority of the Cao family was present, and only several young members who were working outside were absent. The moment Cao Ruowa was back, Xinbei got nervous, because it meant he had to talk about his marriage with Cao Wenxin right away. However, even if he was nervous, he had no idea of giving up. Right after Cao Ruowa sat down and exchanged greetings with Xinbei, Xinbei suddenly stood up and made a deep bow towards everyone. It surprised everyone, because they didn't know what he was going to do. "Bei, what are you doing?" Cao Ruowa asked in confusion. "Well, in fact, I came today for 2 important things. First, I must apologize, especially to Mr. Cao and Mrs. Cao," Xinbei said seriously to Cao Ruowa and Tang Yunrong. I have to be honest that I disappointed you. I got Wenxin pregnant before we got married." He was very sincere, because it was his fault. Everyone was stunned. Cao Wenxin was pregnant. At this moment, Cao Wenxin lowered her head. She didn't dare to meet their eyes in case they criticized her. Although, even though she didn't look at them, they might still criticize her. She just felt guilty. Chapter 2373 Wedding Date. It shocked everyone that Xiao Wenxin was pregnant and they all had mixed emotions. They weren't mad, because they were open-minded and supported Xiao Wenxin and Xinbei when they were together. However, Xiao Wenxin got pregnant before they married, which wasn't good news. Xinbei continued. And second, I hope you can allow me to marry Wenxin. I know it's my fault that I got her pregnant before we got married. No matter how mad you are at me, I know it's my fault and I accept your blame. I promise I truly love Wenxin and I really want to marry her. Please allow us to marry. I'm busy with work, but I'll do my best to spend as much time with Wenxin as possible. I'll treat Wenxin to the best of my ability. No one said anything, and all turned to look at Cao Ruowa and Tang Yunrong. They were Xiao Wenxin's parents, so they should make the decision. It was indeed not good that Xiao Wenxin had a premarital pregnancy, but it already happened. The Xiao family was satisfied with Xinbei and Xinbei had a very sincere attitude, so it was the best choice to let them marry. After being silent for a while, Cao Ruowa released a deep sigh, then said seriously, I will never approve of a premarital pregnancy, but it has already happened. So it's meaningless to criticize you for that now. I can't force Wenxin to have an abortion. It's not good for her health and I don't want to separate you two. As a father, all I want is for my kids to be happy. Given the current situation, you should marry as soon as possible. Don't delay it till Wenxin's belly becomes too large or the baby is born. Cao Ruowa was dissatisfied with Xiao Wenxin's premarital pregnancy, but it had already happened, so he didn't want to waste time criticizing them. Hearing that, Xinbei and Xiao Wenxin were greatly relieved and excited. Cao Ruowa continued. Although you two should get married as soon as possible, Xinbei should still prepare the betrothal gift for the marriage. The Xiao family didn't lack money and they would prepare a lot of dowries for their marriage, but Xinbei must show his sincerity according to their custom. After all, the Xiao family enjoyed a high status, so the betrothal gift couldn't be little. Even though it was just a ceremony and all the gifts would be given to the young couple, the Xiao family still wanted Xiao Wenxin to have a grand wedding. Of course, said Xinbei. He surely didn't want Xiao Wenxin to feel aggrieved, so he would give her the best he could. Normally parents should handle that, but Xinbei doesn't have parents. We're his closest relatives, so I think we can do that for him, said Xinbei's uncle. They knew that Xinbei wanted to marry Xiao Wenxin, but they didn't expect to hear that Xiao Wenxin was already pregnant. Great, said Tang Yunrong. At this moment, Tang Yunrong had mixed emotions. When Xiao Wenxin was single, they always wanted her to have a boyfriend. After she had a boyfriend, they hoped that they could love each other and get married. However, when they were really going to marry, they suddenly felt reluctant to see Xiao Wenxin leave them. In fact, most parents had the same feelings. It was their beloved daughter and she was going to leave them now. No parents could accept that. However, no matter how unwilling they were, it would happen sooner or later. Xinbei didn't have parents, and he was very busy at work, so Xiao Wenxin would still live with her parents after they got married. She was pregnant after all, and needed to be taken care of. And when she delivered, she needed even more care. Because Xinbei didn't have parents, he didn't have a fixed abode. Therefore the Xiao family asked him to buy a house in City B. Although Xinbei had a house in the capital, he was too busy to take good care of Xiao Wenxin. If Xiao Wenxin moved to live with him in the capital, nobody would look after her. Therefore, it was better for them to buy a house in City B. Xiao Wenxin owned many houses, but people might have negative opinions about Xinbei if he moved in to live with his wife after they got married. For the sake of Xinbei's reputation, the Xiao family asked him to buy a new house for their future. Xinbei agreed without hesitation. Given his abilities, it couldn't be easier for him to buy a good house in City B. The Xiao family was aware of that, so they made that request. If he couldn't afford a house, the Xiao family would help him secretly, but he had to stand out and pay for it on his own. Xinbei didn't have a car, because he normally drove the team's car. Therefore, the Xiao family also asked him to prepare a good car. Xinbei also agreed at once. As for the betrothal gift, because Xinbei already agreed to buy a new house and a new car, the Xiao family didn't ask him for much money. It was just a part of the custom, so the Cao family would take his money. Xinbei was a soldier who wasn't born in a powerful family, so he wouldn't be very rich. If the Cao family asked him for too much money, Xinbei wouldn't be able to afford it. Therefore, they only asked Xinbei to prepare 1,000,000 yuan. Normally, families of power didn't prefer a luxurious wedding. Only families in business were interested in luxury. They had to arrange the wedding as soon as possible, but there were a lot of preparations to be done, so it took at least half a month to a month. The New Year festival was about a month away, so they had to finish the wedding before the holiday. Therefore, they decided on the date 22 days later, which was a good day. Xinbei couldn't get leave from now till their wedding was over, so he had to talk about that with the Cao family. He could only have maternity leave for half a month, so he planned to take wedding photos, and buy their wedding gowns and rings with Cao Wenxin in the following 2 days. After that, he would go back to work at the military base. It was cold, so they decided to buy traditional, thick wedding gowns. They could put on more pieces of clothing inside to keep themselves warm. They would hold their wedding indoors due to the low temperature. The Wangdeng Hotel was their obvious choice. Xinbei could take his maternity leave a week before their wedding. His annual leave was also a week long, so he would have enough time to finish his wedding and celebrate the New Year festival with his family. Because the Red Flame was different from other military teams, they couldn't have days off during any holidays. Even if they had to leave, they could only do it in turns. They couldn't be absent altogether. There might be sudden tasks, and it was their duty to protect their country. Chapter 2374 Gu Man's worries. Everyone was satisfied with Xinbei's plan, especially when he took Cao Wenxin and her family into consideration, so they decided to listen to him. In the capital, Zhang Liluo and Miao Jingjing returned to the Sihewan at about 6 p.m., then they met Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing. After knowing about Zhang Liluo and Si Jin's relationship with Sheng Guanyang, Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing were very friendly to them. However, they just met, so they weren't overly familiar. It would take time to build a relationship. Anyway, they shared the same interests, so Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing were willing to help them whenever they needed it. After a long day, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin finally learned about the cultivation world, but it had already lost its glory. Only a few cultivators survived after going through the heavenly tribulation, and there were fewer masters. Now, it was necessary to mention Zhang Liluo's and Si Jin's level. Zhang Liluo was in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage, while Si Jin was in the primary stage. They were talented cultivators, because they were very young when the accident happened. Back then, Zhang Liluo was only 22, while Si Jin was only 19 years old. Even though they looked as young as their ages, they were still senior to Leng Xiaoting because they became cultivators earlier than him. Yao, if you have free time these days, take them to walk around and learn more about modern society. You can also buy some clothes for them. I'll give them money. They can pay for them by themselves, said Sheng Guanyang. Sheng Guanyang's money was given by Leng Xiaoting, but that was very reasonable. As Leng Xiaoting's master, Sheng Guanyang taught him many priceless things. Moreover, cultivators in the cultivation world paid tens of millions of yuan for a single magical pill. Sheng Guanyang was very generous and he never asked for anything in return when he gave Leng Xiaoting something. For example, the 2 Chenkin bags which Sheng Guanyang gave Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao were highly valuable. Other cultivators might not be able to get it no matter how much they were willing to pay for it. Sheng Guanyang also gave Leng Xiaoting a flying sword and he had also saved Leng Xiaoting before. Therefore, what Sheng Guanyang had done for Leng Xiaoting was priceless, and it was very reasonable that Leng Xiaoting supported Sheng Guanyang now. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin couldn't make money on their own yet, but they belonged to the same sect as Sheng Guanyang, so Sheng Guanyang should take care of them. After they could make money, they would also look after Sheng Guanyang. No problem, said Jing Yuniao. She didn't say that she could settle the bills for them, because it was best to leave it to Sheng Guanyang. Uncle Shengguan, I don't think we need to buy more clothes, because Junior Gu has prepared 2 sets for us. We have a change of clothing. Right. Zhang Liluo and Sheng Guanyang were unwilling to spend Sheng Guanyang's money. 2 sets are barely enough. You need at least 5 sets for winter. You also need more clothing for spring and summer, especially for summer. You need to change every day in summer after all. Don't worry, I have enough money to buy everything. If you feel a little guilty, you can buy me stuff too after you make money, said Shen Guanyang seriously in order to persuade them to use his money. Well, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin couldn't turn him down, because they didn't want to hurt Shen Guanyang's feelings, and they agreed to do the same thing for him after they made money in the future. Even though they would treat Shen Guanyang well whether Shen Guanyang gave them money or not, they knew that Shen Guanyang would be mad if they refused to take his money. Therefore, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin accepted his kindness. Thanks, Uncle Shangguan. Good kids. Shen Guanyang smiled again when Zhang Liluo and Si Jin agreed. After having a meal in the Cao family's house, Tang Yunrong called Tang Haifeng and told him the news about Xinbei and Cao Wenxin. Tang Haifeng released a deep sigh when he heard that Cao Wenxin had gotten pregnant before marriage. He didn't think it was a good thing, but he wouldn't scold Cao Wenxin, because it had already happened. It was useless to blame her for it, especially since he was unwilling to make his granddaughter sad. In addition, since the wedding date was already settled, they should start preparing for the wedding. The other members of the Tang family had the same opinions. When Ji Yu-man heard the news, she pulled Ji Yu-ning aside to have a private talk. Ning-ning, I'm not conservative. I don't think it's awful that Wenxin got pregnant before she's married, but it's not good news. Although the same thing happened to me that year, I don't want it to happen to you. Promise me that you won't have a premarital pregnancy, alright? Once you get pregnant before getting married, there will be rumors. You're a celebrity now, said Ji Yu-man. Mom, relax, I want. Ji Yu-ning made a serious promise to Ji Yu-man. Ji Yu-ning never thought about premarital pregnancy before, and she wouldn't allow it to happen. She had her own way to prevent it from happening, but Cao Wenxin was just an ordinary girl, so accidents could happen. Ji Yu-ning was still young, and she was still a kid. Even if she married Leng Xiaoting, she wouldn't have a baby quickly. She planned to have their first baby at 30 years old. After all, they still had a lot of things to do and they really shouldn't become parents so early. However, that was just her idea, and she might change her mind after she got married. It was hard to tell what would happen in the future. Ji Yu-man trusted Ji Yu-ning unconditionally, so she believed that Ji Yu-ning would keep her promise. Ji Yu-man had to go to the hospital today, but Tang Yunfen had a business meal this afternoon, so she decided to go to the hospital tomorrow. Although they could do it on their own without Tang Yunfen, as Ji Yu-man's husband, and the baby's father, he surely hoped that he could go with Ji Yu-man. The next day, Tang Yunfen took Ji Yu-man to the hospital in the morning, followed by Ji Yu-ning. Because Ji Yu-man just needed to have a medical check and stay in the hospital for a few days, the other members of the Tang family didn't need to go with her. They would visit her again when she was about to deliver. They had their own business to manage, so they would visit Ji Yu-man when they had time. Even Tang Yunfen needed to manage a large business group. Chapter 2375 No need to stay with me all the time. Therefore, Ji Yu-ning stayed with Ji Yu-man in the hospital these days. She wouldn't leave unless she needed to deal with something. Tang Yunfen paid 2 professional and reliable nurses to take care of Ji Yu-man, and they were ready for her delivery anytime. Although they were nurses, they were very good at cooking too, so they cooked for Ji Yu-man. Ji Yu-man stayed in a VIP ward, which was like a luxurious apartment with a living room, a kitchen, a master bedroom, and a guest room. The pregnant woman slept in the master bedroom, and people who took care of her slept in the guest room. There was a large double bed in the master bedroom, so Ji Yu-ning could sleep with Ji Yu-man if she needed to take care of Ji Yu-man in the night. And if Tang Yunfen came over, Ji Yu-ning would go back to Wufu Hills or the Tang family's house. She would leave the space to the two of them. Ji Yu-man came to the hospital earlier, but she needed to walk around before the baby came. Therefore, when Tang Yunfen was absent, Ji Yu-ning would take Ji Yu-man out for a walk. This was the most advanced obstetrics and gynecology hospital in City B. It was large and there weren't many people or patients, so it wasn't a big problem to have a walk outside. If it had been a normal hospital, there would be too many patients with all kinds of diseases, which wasn't good for pregnant women. In the end it was cold outside, so Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman didn't go out. They only walked around in the building. Because of Ji Yuning's presence, Ji Yuman wouldn't be in danger, so the nurses rested in the ward. Ningning, if you need to do anything, you can leave and deal with it. You don't need to stay with me all the time, said Ji Yuman after Ji Yuning had kept her company for a long time. She knew that Ji Yuning was very busy, so she didn't want to waste her time. It's fine. If there really is anything I need to deal with, I'll go, said Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning said that, Ji Yuman didn't insist. Ji Yuning was very smart. If there was anything she needed to deal with, she would leave on her own. Your aunts will come tomorrow. I think they can stay in Wufu Hills as always, said Ji Yuman. Because Ji Yuman was about to deliver, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuqinyong would surely be present. However, they were occupied with work too, so they couldn't come too early. Zhang Shu was the busiest among them. His Zuri construction material store was no longer a small store, and had developed into a big company with over 100 million yuan in assets. He had already joined the high society in City F. Many building materials dealers from City F and many other cities around City F would purchase from Zhang Shu. Although many of them did that because of Ji Yuning, Zuri construction material store was indeed reliable and had reasonable prices. If Zhang Shu only relied on Ji Yuning to manage his business, people would soon hear about it. After all, news about Ji Yuning would easily go viral on the internet. Ji Yuqinyong also received a promotion, so he had a lot of work to do now. Although he hadn't yet become an official, he was a member of the leadership. As long as he did a good job and became a director, it would only be a matter of time. Because both Zhang Shu and Ji Yuqinyong were busy, they could only come when Ji Yuman was about to deliver and would only stay for 2 days. Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan could come days earlier, and could stay in the hospital for a few more days. Cami Beauty Salon was very popular and the store was always full of customers. However, as the boss, Ji Yuqing didn't need to do everything on her own. She just needed to check the accounts and socialize with their customers, so she had enough time. Wen Yulan already quit 2 months ago and was now managing a branch of Cami Beauty Salon in City D. Although it had only been open for a month, it was extremely popular. After all, Cami Beauty Salon had great fame. When there was no Cami Beauty Salon in City D, many women flew to City F for their skincare. Out of 10 women who had skincare in Cami Beauty Salon, 8 became loyal fans and joined the membership. Now there was a branch of Cami Beauty Salon in City D, so they could enjoy the skincare service in City D. Many people saw that opportunity and tried to join Cami Beauty Salon, but Ji Yuqing turned them down. It even caused them some trouble. Wen Yulan was their relative, so Ji Yuqing allowed her to join the business. After all, there would be more and more branches of Cami Beauty Salon. Wen Yulan didn't hesitate to quit her job and became a businesswoman. After all, she couldn't make much money by having a regular job. Her salary could only afford an average life. Her children were still young and didn't need much money, but they had to make more money after their kids started studying at university. Actually, families with lower income could afford the tuition fee for college, and they should be able to do that too, but they wanted to provide their kids with a better life. Everyone had ambition. If they could make more money, they wouldn't miss the chance. Although it was risky to run a business, she could make more money by managing a business, and Cami Beauty Salon was a popular brand now. There were countless people who wanted to join it. Wen Yulan wasn't dumb and wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Perhaps she could make enough money to support her for her whole life within a year. The reality proved that her choice was right. Within just a month, she made over 300,000 yuan, which was enough to pay the decoration fee. After 2 months, not only could the decoration fee be paid back, but the rent was also paid for. After that she could start making money. However, even if the business was profitable, Ji Yuqinyong still needed to work, because he also wanted to have a position in the government. Moreover, if Wen Yulan's business went bad, Ji Yuqinyong could still support their family. Sure, said Ji Yuning. She agreed to let Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan stay in Wufu Hills. After having a walk for about 20 minutes, they were ready to go back and have a rest. However, at this moment, 2 men and 3 women suddenly came out of a ward not far from them. They were all young, except for one older woman. A young woman was carrying a baby in her arms and a pale-faced woman in a turban and pajamas chased after her, crying along the way. She had just delivered and wanted to snatch the baby. Chapter 2376. The baby that falls to the ground. Give the baby back to me. Give it back to me. It's a cheap girl. We only want a boy. We don't want a girl, said the woman acidly. Hearing that, Ji Ning was immediately mad. Ji Man was also angered. They were unwilling to hear people say girls were cheap. Besides, she was also a female. How could she disdain girls? I really don't understand why there are women who disdain girls. It's unreasonable, said Ji Man furiously. She had suffered the same painful experience where her family valued boys much higher than girls, so she was very sensitive to it. Mom, have a seat. Let me have a look. Ji Ning supported Ji Man to sit on the sofa nearby. Because she felt the situation might get worse and she might need to interfere in it, she had to let Ji Man sit down first. Great, go have a look. If it's possible, help that poor woman. Don't let her be robbed of her baby. Ji Man understood that Ji Ning wasn't going to just watch the drama, so she didn't stop her. Instead, she really hoped that Ji Ning could help the poor woman. The poor woman reminded her of what she had suffered, so she really couldn't tolerate the tragedy. Of course, said Ji Ning, then walked over. However, an accident happened at this time. When the group of people were pushing and pulling each other, the baby fell from the young woman's arms. Seeing that, Ji Ning was scared. It was such a little baby. It might die after it fell. After all, a baby was too vulnerable. No, the mother screamed. She wanted to grab her baby, but it was too late because there were too many people standing in her way. Although Ji Man didn't see when the baby fell, she was frightened by the mother's scream. Ji Ning rushed over at once, but she was still seconds late. The baby already fell to the ground with a loud sound. Nobody knew whether the baby was knocked unconscious or died, but it didn't make any cries, but Ji Ning's heart ached at this moment. She really hoped that the baby was fine. As long as it had a breath, she would do her best to save the baby. Other people were struck dumb by the accident and didn't know what to do all of a sudden. Ji Ning rushed to them a second after the baby fell to the ground, and directly knocked away 2 people who stood in her way. One was a man, while the other was the older woman. Because Ji Ning was furious at this moment, she used a lot of strength and directly knocked them away. They heavily fell to the ground and screamed in pain, especially the older woman. She screamed as if she was going to be killed. It was understandable, because the man and the woman both had an arm dislocated after the hit. The man just didn't scream as loudly as the older woman. At this moment, everyone was shocked by their scream. They turned to look at them, but no one went to help them get back to their feet. Instead, they stared at Ji Ning in surprise, because she was so strong and easily knocked 2 people down. Without hesitation, Ji Ning picked the baby up and put magical power into her. Luckily, the baby had just passed out and was still breathing. However, it was seriously injured after the fall. Without Ji Ning, the hospital might not be able to save it. After all, a baby was too vulnerable, and it couldn't take the force of the fall. The baby's mother wanted to carry the baby right away, but Ji Ning was too quick and did it before her. Right at this moment, Ji Man saw that the baby had been thrown to the ground. She couldn't help shaking in horror. How could they do that? Ji Man wasn't aware whether they did it on purpose or whether it was just an accident, but the baby fell to the ground because of them, so she didn't think it was wrong that Ji Ning injured them. If Ji Man could move freely, she would surely go to help Ji Ning. My baby, my baby. The baby's mother ran over and tried to take the baby away from Ji Ning's arm, but Ji Ning avoided her. If you don't want the baby to die, don't touch her right now, said Ji Ning seriously. Hearing that, the mother stopped at once. She didn't want her baby to die. At this time, several doctors and nurses went up and wanted to take the baby away from Ji Ning to give it a medical check and treatment, but Ji Ning avoided them too. Miss, please give the baby back to us. We'll treat it right away. You can't bear the result if any accidents happen, a female doctor said seriously. Please, please, save my baby. The mother got anxious at once. She obviously trusted the doctor more than Ji Yuning. Wait a second, said Ji Yuning. Wait, how dare you tell me to wait? Can you take the responsibility if any accidents happen to the baby? The doctor snapped at Ji Yuning. Sure, I'll take the responsibility if anything bad happens to the baby, said Ji Yuning seriously with a frown. Although the doctor had a bad attitude, it was understandable, so Ji Yuning wasn't mad. After all, no one would believe a stranger. Besides, the baby was indeed badly injured, and needed immediate medical treatment. Can you take responsibility? The doctor asked again. She still couldn't believe Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning looked too young. It was impossible for them to trust her. This time, Ji Yuning got angry. She turned to coldly look at the doctor and said, if you're responsible, you shouldn't have watched them fighting without doing anything. Why didn't you stop the tragedy from happening in the first place? The doctor didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Because of the older woman, Mrs. Shen's high status, she didn't dare to stop them earlier. However, unexpectedly, the baby was thrown to the floor. It was their fault to some extent, so they were also worried about the baby's safety. What are you doing? Help me up now, the older woman yelled angrily. Because it was too painful for her to stand up on her own, she even cried in pain. Hearing that, other people by her side came back to their senses and immediately went to help her get back to her feet. However, as soon as they touched the arms of the older woman and the man, they screamed in pain. It hurts. Be gentle, the older woman shouted. My arm seems to be dislocated, said the man. Chapter 2377. Who told you to save the cheap girl? You little bitch. How dare you do that? Mrs. Shen glared at Ji Yuning as if she was going to tear Ji Yuning to pieces. Facing her glare, Ji Yuning wasn't affected at all. Because they were arguing, Ji Yuman couldn't hear what they were talking about from a distance. If she heard how Mrs. Shen called Ji Yuning, she would surely be furious. The female doctor soon calmed down and said again, Miss Ji Yu, even though it's our fault that we failed to stop the baby from falling, you should give it back to us. We must give it a medical check and treatment as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll call the police, because you deliberately stopped us from saving the baby. Hearing that, the baby's mother was scared. Although she didn't think that Ji Yuning was stopping them from saving the baby on purpose, she was still worried about her baby's safety. Most importantly, her baby needed to be treated right away. Miss, please, give my baby to the doctor. She begged. Ridiculous. It's just a cheap girl. It's better that she's dead. Once they finished, Mrs. Shen shouted at them. She was unwilling to let the doctor save the baby. She was frightened earlier when the baby fell to the ground, but now she thought it was better that the baby died. Mom, the baby's mother, Mrs. Shen's daughter-in-law, was heavily hit. How could Mrs. Shen be so cruel? She was also a female. Don't call me mom, unless you can give birth to a boy. I won't accept you until you do that. Mrs. Shen snapped at her. Right at this moment, the baby cried. Its life was out of danger and it finally woke up. My baby. Junior Mrs. Shen got excited at once and wanted to take the baby away from Ji Yuning's arms, but Ji Yuning avoided her once more. If you don't want the baby to be hurt, let me carry it. You can't protect it right now. Don't worry, since I can save its life, I'll make sure it's fine. After everything is settled here, you can take the baby for a medical check. It already survived now. Ji Yuning said that to remind Junior Mrs. Shen that the baby was able to wake up again because of her. She wasn't seeking a compliment, but wanted to get Junior Mrs. Shen's trust. Hearing that, Junior Mrs. Shen chose to trust Ji Yuning, not because she could easily be convinced by a stranger, but because she cared more about her baby's safety. Her baby indeed fell unconscious and it woke up later after Ji Yuning carried it for a while. Therefore, she listened to Ji Yuning. Besides, she could barely stand steadily now. If she carried the baby, she could fall by accident or she might be robbed of the baby again. It was bad for the baby. Other doctors and nurses, however, couldn't believe their ears. They refused to believe that Ji Yuning saved the baby. They felt that the baby might not have been injured badly. Although it was very likely for such a vulnerable baby to be injured after the fall, it could also be fine. It depended on its luck. Anyway, they were also relieved that the baby survived, or they might be blamed for it. Damn you, little bitch. Who told you to save the cheap girl? Senior Mrs. Shen was angered when she saw that the baby was saved. If she weren't injured and could move, she would definitely rush over to slap Ji Yuning's face. Junior Mrs. Shen was heartbroken. She couldn't believe that her mother-in-law was so cold-blooded. What a shame that your mother didn't strangle you to death after you were born, said Ji Yuning coldly, staring straight at Senior Mrs. Shen. At this moment, Ji Yuning really wondered to herself why those women who valued boys much higher than girls weren't strangled to death after they were born. It was a crazy idea, but those women who valued boys much higher than girls were really evil. They were also females, so how could they hold bias against other females? Shouldn't they have sympathy for girls? Little bitch, what did you say? You should be strangled to death. Senior Mrs. Shen was furious. She turned to the two men with her and ordered, "That little bitch injured me. Go catch her now." The next second, the two men took action. Junior Mrs. Shen was scared. She didn't want Ji Yuning and her baby to be hurt, so she stood out at once to protect Ji Yuning and the baby. "You can't do that." "Off," a man shouted, then reached out to pull Junior Mrs. Shen away. However, before he touched Junior Mrs. Shen, Ji Yuning pulled her away first and directly kicked them away. One of them knocked down the young woman who carried the baby out of the ward earlier, so the woman fell heavily to the ground too. In an instant, they both screamed in pain. Because Ji Yuning used some magical energy in her feet, the two men felt sharp pain in their stomach and all over their limbs. They could hardly get back to their feet now. Everyone was shocked by that scene because Ji Yuning was so strong. It was unbelievable that she easily kicked an adult a few meters away. Senior Mrs. Shen was scared by Ji Yuning. If she could move, she really wanted to stay far away from Ji Yuning. Because she was injured too, she didn't doubt that Ji Yuning would attack her once more. Anyway, even if she was scared of Ji Yuning, she still refused to give up. On the contrary, Ji Yuning had injured them and saved the baby she didn't want, so she decided to sue Ji Yuning. "Do you know who I am? How dare you injure us? I'll make you pay for this." Senior Mrs. Shen threatened. She tried to bully Ji Yuning with her high status because she had no idea about Ji Yuning's background. Hearing that, Senior Mrs. Shen was no longer worried, because the Shen family had great influence in City B. It couldn't be easier for the Shen family to cause trouble for a young girl. Ji Yuning, however, didn't care about it at all. "Great, show me what you can do." Chapter 2378. Do you think I can do nothing? Senior Mrs. Shen was mad when Ji Yuning disdained her. "Very well, let's see." Without delay, she took out her phone and made a call. Ji Yuning stared at Junior Mrs. Shen, then asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Junior Mrs. Shen looked sad. "I'll get a divorce. It's my baby. I'll raise her by myself." Ji Yuning actually wanted to know Junior Mrs. Shen's attitude. If it was just Senior Mrs. Shen's idea and had nothing to do with Junior Mrs. Shen's husband, there was no need for Junior Mrs. Shen to get a divorce. However, it seemed that Junior Mrs. Shen's husband also valued boys over girls, so Junior Mrs. Shen chose to get a divorce. "You can leave, but don't ever try to take the manor back," said Senior Mrs. Shen in a hurry. It was a very expensive manor, and she wouldn't allow Junior Mrs. Shen to take it back. "It's my family's property. Why can't I take it back?" Junior Mrs. Shen shouted angrily. Given the current situation, she didn't need to please Senior Mrs. Shen any longer. After all, Senior Mrs. Shen wanted her newborn daughter to die. She hated Senior Mrs. Shen to death now. In the past, she tolerated Senior Mrs. Shen's temper for their family's harmony, but it didn't mean that she would grin and bear it. The way Senior Mrs. Shen treated her newborn daughter really hurt her deeply. "Shu Fangyi, the manor is your dowry, and it belongs to our family now," said Senior Mrs. Shen in a domineering tone. Shu Fangyi was the name of Junior Mrs. Shen, it was mine before I got married. It belongs to me. Even if I marry into your family, the manor has nothing to do with the Shen family. Don't forget that I'm not your daughter-in-law yet according to the law. Although my father's gone, you can't bully me as you want. I can sue you, said Xu Fangyi. Because Xu Fangyi's father had already passed away and her mother was in bad health, Senior Mrs. Shen always disdained and slighted her. She had no support behind her. Normally, Senior Mrs. Shen only hurled verbal abuse at Xu Fangyi and wouldn't really torture her. Xu Fangyi's husband, Shen Liang, treated her without much affection, but she accepted it for the baby. In fact, she was aware that both Senior Mrs. Shen and Shen Liang valued boys over girls. Once they learned that it was a girl baby, Senior Mrs. Shen told her to have an abortion. Shen Liang agreed, but she refused. Afterwards, Shen Liang's father, Xu Fengyi's father-in-law, stood out and stopped them, so the baby was kept. Shen Liang's father also wanted a grandson, but he disagreed on having the girl baby aborted. Anyway, Xu Fengyi could deliver again. Therefore, Xu Fengyi didn't have an abortion. Unexpectedly, Senior Mrs. Shen didn't want the girl baby and insisted on sending it away. She even said that Shen Liang agreed. Therefore, Xu Fengyi decided to get a divorce. If Shen Liang had treated her well and stood out for her, she wouldn't divorce him. If it had nothing to do with him, they could just keep their distance from Senior Mrs. Shen. Unfortunately, even her husband was unwilling to protect her. Don't try to scare me with the law. It's the dowry, and it belongs to us now. Senior Mrs. Shen didn't take Xu Fengyi's words seriously at all. She knew little about the law, and was extremely selfish, so she believed it was hers. Let's go and see, Xu Fengyi argued. No matter what, she wouldn't allow them to steal the manor from her. The property deed of the manor belonged to her. She didn't believe that they had the ability to transfer it to their name. As long as they didn't have her signature, it would still be illegal even if they stole the manor from her through connections. Don't keep me waiting, Senior Mrs. Shen snorted. May I help? Ji Yuning asked. Xu Fengyi showed worries. The Shen family is a major family in City B. I don't want to drag you into trouble. Although the manor was hers and they couldn't get the property right without her consent, she was worried that they would play dirty tricks. Do you think I dare to help you without any influence? The Shen family is barely comparable to me. I promise you can keep your own property and you'll get paid for what you've suffered, said Ji Yuning. She couldn't care less about the Shen family. Hearing that, Xu Fengyi realized that Ji Yuning must be an important figure. No way, we won't give her a cent, said Senior Mrs. Shen furiously. She refused to return the manor, so it was impossible for her to pay compensation. Oh, and it's none of your business, so you better not get involved. Senior Mrs. Shen was afraid that Ji Yuning was more influential than the Shen family, so she didn't want Ji Yuning to be involved. If you don't want me to be involved, after the divorce, she should get back what belongs to her and the compensation paid by the Shen family, said Ji Yuning. She definitely knew that Senior Mrs. Shen wouldn't agree, so she was just making fun of her. Impossible. Without surprise, Senior Mrs. Shen got angrier. It was impossible for her to agree on that. Miss, please help me hire a good lawyer. I'll be very grateful for your help, said Xu Fengyi. She didn't lack money to hire a good lawyer, but she couldn't find one by herself. First, she didn't have power or influence, while the Shen family was much more influential than her, so it was hard for her to find a good lawyer who was willing to help her against the Shen family. Xu Fengyi felt very lucky that she ran into a young girl who had a strong sense of justice, or she honestly would have had no idea what to do today. Sure, said Ji Yuning. She didn't need Xu Fengyi to thank her. She simply hated them bullying a weak woman and a newborn baby like that. After that, Ji Yuning handed the baby to the doctor. At this moment, the baby was totally fine, but it still needed a medical check to set Xu Fengyi's mind at rest. You can take the baby to have a medical check now, but don't let anyone take it away except for the mother. Although the doctor was displeased with Ji Yuning's attitude, she didn't dare to allow anyone else to take the baby away because she was unwilling to be dragged into trouble. Senior Mrs. Shen wanted to steal the baby, but she could barely move now, let alone steal it. Chapter 2379. You recognized me. However, her arm was too painful and she couldn't stand it any longer. Get a doctor to treat my arm, she shouted to the female doctor. Mrs. Shen, please wait a second, I'll call another doctor over to treat you right now, said the female doctor. Although she should take care of the newborn baby right now, she didn't dare to leave Senior Mrs. Shen unattended. Although this was an obstetrics and gynecology hospital, it didn't mean that all of the doctors only knew about obstetrics and gynecology and couldn't treat other patients. Knowledge in the same field was related, so doctors should know how to treat different patients to some extent. Moreover, dislocation wasn't a serious injury, and many doctors could solve that problem. Ji Yuning didn't stop other doctors from treating Senior Mrs. Shen and the other man, but she wouldn't. Even if she was going to do something about it, she would only make it worse. You can go now. Just leave it to me, Ji Yuning said to Xu Fangyi. Thank you so much. Xu Fangyi thanked Ji Yuning once more, then followed the female doctor away. Little bitch, don't you dare leave. I promise I'll pay you back, Senior Mrs. Shen shouted to Ji Yuning. Relax, I won't leave. I'll just wait here, but you better watch your language. If you dare to swear at me again, I'll slap your face till you shut up, said Ji Yuning. You, Senior Mrs. Shen was unwilling to give in, but she didn't dare to say anything now. Because once Ji Yuning used violence, it was impossible for her to fight back. Afterwards, Ji Yuning didn't bother to leave, but took out her phone to make a call. She called a nurse first and told them to take Ji Yuman back to her ward, then she called Tang Yunfan and told him what had just happened in the hospital. She needed him to hire a lawyer for her. Tang Yunfan was more than happy to help Ji Yuning, and was also mad about what happened in the hospital. Senior Mrs. Shen took out her phone to call someone right away when she saw that Ji Yuning did. She just called her son, Shen Liang, but failed to get through to him. This time, he finally answered her call. Shen Liang's father was unaware of what they did today, so Senior Mrs. Shen didn't call her husband. Because Shen Liang teamed up with his mother, Senior Mrs. Shen told him the whole thing. She said that they wanted to take the baby away, but Xu Fengyi stopped them and the baby fell to the ground by accident. She also argued that the baby was fine. Senior Mrs. Shen refused to believe that the baby was injured because of them and was saved by Ji Yuning afterwards. After all, she only saw Ji Yuning picking the baby up and not doing anything else. Shen Liang didn't care about the baby, so he said nothing about it. However, when Senior Mrs. Shen told him that a strange girl interfered and injured them, Shen Liang was shocked. How could a girl injure 5 of them, including 3 men, by herself? It was unbelievable. Shen Liang was a little scared. Actually, he only dared to bully the weak and could never make decisions on his own, or he wouldn't listen to his mother all the time. In the end, Senior Mrs. Shen told him that Xu Fengyi wanted to get a divorce. Xu Fengyi also asked to take back the manor and wanted the Shen family to pay her for her loss. Shen Liang didn't accept that. Although the Shen family had hundreds of millions of yuan in assets, Xu Fengyi's manor was worth over 100 million yuan, so he was unwilling to let her take it away. Besides, it was hard to run a business now and the Shen family was already losing money. Therefore, they had the idea of selling the manor for some money to keep their family's business afloat. If they divorced and Xu Fengyi took the manor back, they would suffer a great loss. Therefore, Shen Liang was unwilling to have a divorce right now. He knew about the law. If Xu Fengyi divorced him, he couldn't keep the manor, so he had to persuade Xu Fengyi to give up. All right, Mom, I think you should stop now. If Fengyi really divorces me, we can't get the manor, said Shen Liang. He didn't want his mother to continue to annoy Xu Fengyi, or it would become serious trouble. What are you afraid of? The manor is her dowry. It should be ours now. She can't take it back, said Senior Mrs. Shen airily. Don't be so dumb. Although it's her dowry, it was also her property before she got married. According to the law, it belongs to her, not us. If we steal it from her, we might be put in jail, said Shen Liang in annoyance. His mother knew little about the law. Really? Senior Mrs. Shen panicked a little. She didn't believe Xu Fengyi's words, but she believed her son. Of course, don't mess with Xu Fengyi again. I'll go to the hospital right now. We must keep her in the marriage, said Shen Liang. Great, come over as soon as possible, said Senior Mrs. Shen. If that was the truth, she would stop arguing with Xu Fengyi. In fact, she didn't have any more energy to do that now anyway. Saying that, Senior Mrs. Shen gave Ji Yuning a glance and said, come with more men. She didn't want her son to be injured by Ji Yuning. No problem. Shen Liang understood his mother's worries. He was also afraid of that, so it was impossible for him to come alone. Ji Yuning clearly heard their conversation, and she was totally disgusted by them. If it was possible, she couldn't wait to beat them again. Right at this time, the nurse came and Ji Yuning told her to take Ji Yuman back to the ward. Ji Yuning understood that Ji Yuning could handle it, so she wasn't worried about that and went back to the ward along with the nurse, but before she left, she reminded Ji Yuning to be careful. At this moment, Senior Mrs. Shen saw Ji Yuman. In an instant, she rounded her eyes in shock, because she recognized Ji Yuman, but Ji Yuman didn't know her. All of a sudden, Senior Mrs. Shen turned to look at Ji Yuning and felt that she was very familiar. Ji Yuning made her think of a man. Are you her daughter? Senior Mrs. Shen asked. Although she clearly heard Ji Yuning call Ji Yuman mom, she still wanted to make sure of it. What? You recognized me. Are you scared now? Do you regret it? Anyway, we still need to deal with this problem. Ji Yuning stared at Senior Mrs. Shen with a vague smile. Since Senior Mrs. Shen already recognized her, there was no need for her to keep it a secret any longer. Actually, she had planned on telling Senior Mrs. Shen about her family background when she handled the situation. After all, it was much easier. Chapter 2380 Won't divorce. If she could solve the problem quickly, she was unwilling to waste time. Hearing Ji Yuning's answer, Senior Mrs. Shen was full of anxiety. She realized that she had offended someone she shouldn't mess with. Although it was Ji Yuning who interfered in their family's affair, it was hard to end the argument now that she was involved. The Shen family was a major family in City B, but it was not comparable to the Tang family. Mom, who is she? The young woman also panicked when she saw her mother's anxious expression. It was obvious that even her mother was afraid of this young girl. Senior Mrs. Shen's daughter was named Shen Jing. As for the three men, one was Shen Jing's husband, one was Shen Jing's uncle, while the last one was Senior Mrs. Shen's nephew. The Tang family, said Senior Mrs. Shen. She had heard about Tang Yunfan's story with Ji Yuman, because it was an open secret in high society. She often socialized with those rich wives, so it wasn't surprising that she was aware of that. In addition, she had also seen Ji Yuman's photos. Photos of Tang Yunfan were everywhere in finance magazines, so Senior Mrs. Shen was very familiar with his face. The Tang family. Everyone was terrified. Which Tang family? Shen Jing asked. Even though there was only one famous Tang family, which was the richest family in City B, it was so shocking that Shen Jing must make sure of it. If it was the well-known Tang family, how should they handle what they had done today? The other people all turned to stare straight at Senior Mrs. Shen. They wanted to make sure of it and hoped that it wasn't true. Even if it wasn't the well-known Tang family, it couldn't be poorer than the Shen family given Senior Mrs. Shen's reaction. Don't worry, I won't bully you with my connections. I think we should solve the problem fairly, said Ji Yuning. In fact, although Ji Yuning did nothing, they didn't dare to argue with her anymore after knowing about her family background. Senior Mrs. Shen was in awe of the Tang family, but she was still unwilling to give in. Miss Tang, I don't think it has anything to do with you. Please don't interfere in our family's affair. We won't blame you for injuring us. It might damage your reputation if other people know what you've done, said Senior Mrs. Shen. After knowing about Ji Yuning's family background, she didn't dare to shout at her again, but she still threatened Ji Yuning. She was reluctant to let Ji Yuning go after she injured her, but she could do nothing about it. Therefore, she decided to take a step back and hope that Ji Yuning would stop interfering in it. I have a great sense of justice. I'm willing to help Miss Shu. I don't think people will criticize me after they know why I beat you. You'll be criticized instead, Ji Yuning said, and I think you might be kept in the Public Security Bureau for a few days for stealing a baby from its mother. There was a mocking smile on Ji Yuning's lips. You, hearing that, Senior Mrs. Shen was mad. The baby fell to the ground by accident. We didn't do it on purpose. Isn't the baby fine now? Why should we be punished? Shen Jing argued at once. Because the baby fell from her hands, she would be punished first if they had to take the responsibility. However, she didn't mean to let the baby fall. She was bumped when they were pushing and pulling each other, so the baby fell. The baby is fine. Ridiculous. Ji Yuning sneered. The baby almost died. Without her help, the baby wouldn't have survived. Even if the baby was indeed fine now, Shen Jing was still wrong. Although the baby is fine now, you still dropped it, said Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, Shu Fengyi won't divorce my son. As long as they don't divorce, nobody can blame us for it, said Senior Mrs. Shen. However, Senior Mrs. Shen wasn't sure of it. After all, Shu Fengyi seemed determined to get a divorce, otherwise she wouldn't have turned to Ji Yuning for help. If so, let's see what Miss Shu will choose to do. Ji Yuning was unwilling to waste more time arguing with them. To be honest, Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether Shu Fengyi would give in after Shen Liang came and said something to please her. Shu Fengyi seemed determined earlier, but she was angry at that time. She might not really mean what she said. Not every woman had the courage and determination to leave her violent or disloyal husband. Therefore, if Shu Fengyi really forgave Shen Liang, she couldn't continue to interfere in their family's affair even though Shen Liang was only catering to Shu Fengyi. Because of her manner, she was an outsider after all. At this time, a doctor came to treat the Senior Mrs. Shen and her nephew's injured arms. It was painful to put the dislocated arm back to its original place, so Senior Mrs. Shen screamed loudly. Once it was back in its original place, it wasn't painful any longer, but it would still take some time for them to make a full recovery. After a while, Shu Fengyi came back with the baby after having a medical checkup. The baby was totally fine. Other people believed that the baby wasn't injured at all, but Shu Fengyi believed that Ji Yuning had saved the baby's life. Even though the baby survived, Shu Fengyi hated Senior Mrs. Shen and the others as deeply as usual. At the same time, she also stayed alert in case they rushed over and hurt the baby again. However, Senior Mrs. Shen and the others wouldn't do anything to hurt Shu Fengyi now, because they wanted her to stay in the marriage. Because of what Senior Mrs. Shen just did, she couldn't say anything about it now. She could only leave it to Shen Liang. After Shu Fengyi took the baby back, she subconsciously moved to Ji Yuning's side, because only Ji Yuning could protect her now. The baby was carried by a nurse, who was Shu Fengyi's caregiver, so she followed her to Ji Yuning's side. Because Senior Mrs. Shen and Shen Liang had no intention of keeping the girl baby, they didn't bother to pay for a babysitter. Luckily, the caregiver in the hospital could do the same thing. She cooked for Shu Fengyi and took good care of her. The caregiver had great sympathy for Shu Fengyi. She was scared of marriage now because she didn't want to have such an evil mother-in-law. If the same thing happened to her in the future, she would be helpless. Chapter 2381 We should divorce. She didn't understand it either. Senior Mrs. Shen was also a female. How could she disdain other females? Moreover, it was Junior Mrs. Shen's daughter, not hers. Mothers-in-law nowadays were difficult to get along with. Just as Ji Yuning said to Senior Mrs. Shen, Senior Mrs. Shen's mother should have strangled her to death when she was born. In fact, she felt that all the women who hated girls shouldn't live a good life even if they weren't killed. Let's go in now, Ji Yuning said to Shu Fengyi, your mother-in-law just called your husband. We can come out after he comes. Hearing that, Shu Fengyi wasn't surprised. Her husband should be present. Even if Senior Mrs. Shen didn't call him, she would do it. Upon thinking of Shen Liang, Shu Fengyi felt hurt. Although there was no love between them, they used to like and care about each other. In fact, if they had a divorce because Shen Liang cheated on her, she wouldn't be too sad, but her mother-in-law wanted to send her baby away. It was completely unacceptable. "Let's go in now," Xu Fengyi said to the caregiver. After that, they walked into the ward. Ji Yuning closed the door and shut Senior Mrs. Shen and the others outside. Senior Mrs. Shen was furious, but she didn't dare to do anything right now. She could only wait outside till Shen Liang came. She immediately called Shen Liang and wanted to tell him that the girl turned out to be a member of the Tang family. Unfortunately, the line was busy and she couldn't get through to him. When they were in the ward, Ji Yuning told Xu Fengyi that she had heard Senior Mrs. Shen's conversation with Shen Liang on the phone. Shen Liang was unwilling to have a divorce because he wanted her manor. Hearing that, Xu Fengyi felt it was ridiculously funny. He doesn't want to divorce. I don't think it's up to him. I won't allow anyone to hurt my baby. If they didn't hurt her daughter, even if they disliked her daughter, Xu Fengyi wouldn't have made up her mind to get a divorce. Given her ability, she could raise her daughter properly by herself. She could get pregnant again, not because she wanted to have a son, but because she was just willing to do more for their family. However, they disliked her daughter and even hurt her daughter, which was totally unacceptable. Even though they apologized and wouldn't hurt her daughter again, she couldn't forgive them. What had already happened was reality, and apologies couldn't make it up. Seeing Xu Fengyi's reaction, Ji Yuning was sure that she really wanted to divorce her husband. After Senior Mrs. Shen tried a few times, she finally got through to Shen Liang. Shen Liang arrived at the hospital with 5 strong gangsters who were good at fighting. Since the girl was unusually strong, he needed gangsters to help him deal with her. When Shen Liang received his mother's call and learned that the girl was Miss Tang, he was totally shocked. In that case, he shouldn't mess with her. The Shen family couldn't bear the result if the Tang family was angered. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to divorce Xu Fengyi now, and Miss Tang couldn't do anything about it as long as Xu Fengyi forgave him. Shen Liang believed that Xu Fengyi wouldn't divorce him. He could hurl the blame on his mother and make a promise that he would protect her and their daughter in the future. In order to give the baby an intact family, he bet that Xu Fengyi wouldn't insist on getting a divorce. It seemed that he didn't know Xu Fengyi very well, or he wouldn't be so ridiculously confident. Shen Liang brought his men to the ward and met Senior Mrs. Shen. "They're in the ward, including Miss Tang," said Senior Mrs. Shen. "You can stay outside. I'll go talk with Xu Fengyi," said Shen Liang. After that, Shen Liang went to knock on the door. It was soon opened and Ji Yuning showed up. Although Shen Liang didn't know Ji Yuning, only a caregiver, Xu Fengyi, and Miss Tang were in the ward. The caregiver obviously wouldn't be Miss Tang, so this girl who opened the door for him must be Miss Tang. However, Ji Yuning was too beautiful, so Shen Liang was stunned the moment he saw her. "Hi, are you Miss Tang?" Shen Liang asked to make sure of it. "Yes, I am," said Ji Yuning and moved aside to let Shen Liang in. "Miss Tang, nice to see you. I'm Xu Fengyi's husband. Can I have a private talk with her?" Shen Liang said. He was a little displeased that Ji Yuning stood in his way, but he had to curb his anger. "Come on in." Ji Yuning invited Shen Liang to come inside, but she didn't seem willing to leave. Seeing that, Shen Liang frowned and said, "Miss Tang, can you leave for a while?" "Sorry, this is Xu Fengyi's ward, and she wants me to stay," said Ji Yuning. Since she said that, Shen Liang didn't insist. No matter how unhappy he was, he dared not chase Ji Yuning out. He didn't want to mess with her. In case Shen Liang argued with Xu Fengyi and woke the baby up, the caregiver took the baby to the guest room for a rest. Xu Fengyi looked cold when Shen Liang stepped inside. She didn't bother to give him a glance, and directly said, "I think we should divorce." Because Shen Liang was aware that Xu Fengyi wanted to divorce him, he wasn't surprised and only showed sadness on his face. "Honey, I know what my mom did this time is really unacceptable, but I wasn't there. It's my mom's fault. I should apologize to you on behalf of her. Please, for the sake of the baby, we can't divorce. If you don't want to see my mom, we can move out. I promise I won't let anyone hurt you and our daughter again, all right?" Since he didn't want Xu Fengyi to divorce him, he would keep the baby. It was easy for him to raise a kid anyway. Shen Liang seemed serious and sincere, but he actually had his own purpose. "Really? Xu Fangyi sneered because Shen Liang was hypocritical. Chapter 2382 You're the unreasonable one, Shen Liang, I'm not dumb. I know that you agreed with your mother. Don't lie to my face and say that you know nothing about it. It's ridiculous. After living with you for a year, I clearly know how you really think of me. I tolerated it for the sake of an intact family. I know that your family values boys over girls, but I thought that you wouldn't hurt the baby because it's related to you. However, it turns out that I was wrong. I couldn't believe that you would rather kill it, said Xu Fangyi. Fangyi, don't get me wrong. I don't want to kill the baby. If I had that idea, I would have told you to have an abortion. I honestly had no idea about my mother's behavior today. It was my mother's idea. Shen Liang explained. You did try to force me to have an abortion, but your father stopped you. Xu Fangyi sneered. I admit that I value boys over girls, but I've changed my mind. I accepted the baby and I even thought of a name for her, said Shen Liang. It doesn't mean anything. You just did it for fun. You don't want me to divorce you because you want my manor. I'm telling you it's impossible for you to take it away from me. Xu Fangyi shouted emotionally. Fangyi. Shen Liang suddenly didn't know what to do. He didn't expect Xu Fangyi to see through him. All right, let's get divorced tomorrow. If you're willing to be cooperative, we can finish it harmoniously. I'll only take away my belongings. I don't want a cent from your family. I also need you to sign an agreement to cut off your relationship with my daughter. My daughter will have the same surname as me. She'll have no relationship with your family and I won't tell her anything about you after she grows up, said Xu Fangyi. If you don't agree, I think we can only talk about it in court. If so, I'll take away my belongings and the compensation. Your mother brought some people and tried to take my baby from me. If I call the police and sue her, she'll be punished for threatening the baby's life. Your family's reputation will be ruined by then. Xu Fangyi was obviously threatening Shen Liang. It was what Ji Yuning told her to do. After all, the baby was fine now, so the Shen family wouldn't pay a high price for that even if they called the police. They would only be held in detention for a few days and pay a compensation of a few thousand yuan. On the other hand, with that bargaining chip, Xu Fangyi could force Shen Liang to get a divorce and solve the problem as soon as possible. Actually, if they really took it to court, it would also be troublesome. Xu Fangyi just gave birth to the baby, so she needed time to make a recovery. Besides, there might be new problems after she leaves the hospital. Shen Liang felt cornered. If the drama spread abroad, it would indeed damage the Shen family's reputation. Their family's business could be affected too, which was a terrible result. Most importantly, Ji Yuning was with Xu Fangyi here, so he didn't dare to do anything. Shen Liang blamed Xu Fangyi for being so lucky. Xu Fangyi luckily met Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning helped her out. Who told you I want your manor? My family isn't poor. Why should I steal your manor? Shen Liang refused to admit it and pretended that he couldn't care less about Xu Fangyi's manor. Then do you care about me or the baby? Do you think I'll trust you given what I've just been through? The baby's been born for a week, but you barely came to see her. Every time you showed up, I could see that you dislike her. Don't tell me you're busy. I know you always have free time. I think you should stop wasting time persuading me, because I don't buy a word you say, said Xu Fangyi. Shen Liang was awkward, but was reluctant to give up. Do you have to do this? Can't you give me another chance? Do you have to let the baby have no father? Stop talking about the baby. If it hadn't been for Miss Ji Yu, the baby could have been killed or sent away. You're not a qualified father. In fact, I can sue your family for human trafficking. In that case, you'll be severely punished, said Xu Fangyi. Hearing that, Shen Liang was scared and suddenly realized that he knew very little about Xu Fangyi. He thought that she would only be mad for a while after the baby was sent away, but unexpectedly she seemed determined to put them in jail. If you agree to divorce, I won't sue you for what your family has done to me today. Anyway, I won't lose anything if we have to take it to court, said Xu Fangyi. Shen Liang fell into silence. It was a very difficult decision. After being silent for a few seconds, Shen Liang said, I need some time. I'll reply to you tomorrow. If I don't receive your reply before 12 p.m. tomorrow, I'll see you in court, said Xu Fengyi. After that, Shen Liang walked out and Xu Fengyi sank to the bed. She was completely exhausted now. It was very tiring, but she had to be strong, or she wouldn't be able to protect her baby against the Shen family. How is it? Did she agree? Senior Mrs. Shen immediately asked Shen Liang once he walked out. Xu Fengyi is determined to divorce. She says if I don't agree, she'll sue me, said Shen Liang in disappointment. If Xu Fengyi divorced him, his family couldn't get the manor. What? She still wants to divorce after you tried to please her. How could she be so unreasonable? Senior Mrs. Shen was mad. She thought that Xu Fengyi wouldn't divorce her son as long as her son came. You're the unreasonable one here. The moment Senior Mrs. Shen finished, Ji Yuning showed up at the door. She coldly said, if your mother-in-law wants to send your baby away and even tries to kill your baby, your husband dislikes your baby and only wants to steal your property, would you be willing to accept that and give them your property? Senior Mrs. Shen didn't know what to say. If she were the daughter-in-law, she surely wouldn't do that. She could only blame Xu Fengyi for being unreasonable because she wasn't the victim. Mom, let's talk about it at home. Shen Liang was unwilling to embarrass himself in public, so he pulled his mother away. Senior Mrs. Shen didn't want to leave, but she could do nothing about it even if she stayed. She was also afraid of Ji Yuning, so she had to leave in the end. Chapter 2383 What else can we do? When they were gone, Ji Yuning went back to Ji Yuman's ward, but before she left, she gave Xu Fengyi her number and told her to call whenever she needed help. Back in Ji Yuman's ward, Ji Yuman asked Ji Yuning about everything. Although she went back to her ward earlier, she couldn't forget what Xu Fengyi had suffered. She felt great sympathy for the poor woman. Ji Yuning told Ji Yuman everything. Although Ji Yuman thought it was tiring for a single mother to raise a kid alone, she supported Xu Fengyi in making that decision, because Xu Fengyi could only protect her baby by getting a divorce. No one should accept such a bad and calculating family. It's not a bad thing for her to get a divorce. She can only protect her baby by doing that. Anyway, she can look after herself and raise her baby on her own. There is nothing to worry about, said Ji Yuman. Right, I know some people value boys over girls, but I can never understand why some women disdain girls like that. A nurse said. In fact, she was born in a family which also valued boys over girls, but she never understood that phenomenon. Although there was a saying that people relied on their sons to support them when they got old, normally daughters took more care of the family. It happened to the nurse's family. Her parents valued boys over girls, but only the daughter cared about her parents. The son never bothered to pay special attention to them. The nurse had a son and a daughter as well. Her kids had already grown up, but her daughter cared more about her than her son. Well, there are many women who are suffering whether in their own family or after they marry into another family. Women are always regarded as outsiders no matter how well they do, said another nurse. She had suffered the same treatment, so she was very sensitive to it and hated that phenomenon. Tang Yunfan already hired a good lawyer, but they didn't need it right now. They would see what Shen Liang would decide to do tomorrow. If Shen Liang agreed to get a divorce and stopped causing trouble, they wouldn't need a lawyer. However, if Shen Liang caused more trouble, they would contact the lawyer. After Senior Mrs. Shen and Shen Liang went home, they told Shen Liang's father everything. They didn't dare to keep it a secret, because it would only get worse. Shen Liang's father was scared when he heard what they had done. To his surprise, his wife and son could be so evil. He was so mad at them that he suddenly felt they were extremely strange. He angrily criticized Senior Mrs. Shen and Shen Liang. Although he didn't have a strong sense of justice, he wasn't as selfish and cold-blooded as Senior Mrs. Shen and Shen Liang. He also wanted Xu Fengyi's manor, but he wouldn't rob Xu Fengyi of it. They were a family after all, so he thought that Xu Fengyi could be willing to help him if his company needed money. It was impossible for him to violently steal it from her. Therefore, Shen Liang's father didn't want Xu Fengyi to get a divorce and take the manor away, but he still agreed to it. Xu Fengyi only wanted what belonged to her, which was very reasonable, and they couldn't take it from her. Honey, can't we think of another way? That manor is worth over 100 million yuan. Senior Mrs. Shen didn't want Xu Fangyi to leave with the manor. No matter how much it's worth, it has nothing to do with us. Stop arguing about it. If it ruins our family's reputation and business, I'll divorce you and chase you out. Shen Liang's father snapped at Senior Mrs. Shen. If it hadn't been for you, it wouldn't have become such a serious problem. You don't like girls, but we can tell Fangyi to get pregnant again after she has recovered. If it's still a girl, she can give birth to another one. We'll eventually have a boy. Anyway, we're rich enough to raise even 10 kids. I don't understand why you're so stupid to dare to break the law. Senior Mrs. Shen was very unhappy when Shen Liang's father criticized her, but she didn't dare to argue with him. Shen Liang's father was right. It was her fault that she was so impulsive. If she disliked girls, she could keep her distance from them. She didn't have to send the baby girl away. Shen Liang's father turned to him and said, "Talk with Xu Fangyi again tomorrow. If she's determined, listen to her and get a divorce. You should know what you've done is totally unacceptable." The next moment, Shen Liang's father went upstairs. He was furious and didn't want to see Senior Mrs. Shen. He wanted Shen Liang to keep Xu Fangyi, but he understood that it was impossible. Shen Liang's father didn't know that Ji Yuning was involved in it yet, or he would have been angrier at his stupid wife and son. "Liang, what should we do now? Should we listen to your father?" Senior Mrs. Shen asked unwillingly after her husband left. "What else can we do now? It's all your fault. If it hadn't been for you, Xu Fangyi wouldn't have insisted on divorcing me." Shen Liang blamed his mother for everything. Although he was wrong too, he wouldn't have thought of sending his own daughter away if his mother hadn't brainwashed him. Like his father said, they were rich enough to raise many kids and Xu Fangyi could give birth to more kids till there was a boy. "I did it for you." After being criticized by her husband, Senior Mrs. Shen was very displeased, but now her son also blamed her for it, which only made her angrier. She felt that nobody could understand her. "Yes, for me, you caused it to be like this now." Shen Liang shouted at his mother, then directly went back to his room. He was unwilling to let Xu Fangyi leave him. After all, Xu Fangyi was a very good wife although there wasn't much affection between them. However, if he was being honest, he was more unwilling to lose the manor. After being shouted at by Shen Liang, Senior Mrs. Shen was furious. However, she couldn't argue with her son, so she could only sit heavily on the sofa. She swore at Xu Fangyi in her heart. If Xu Fangyi was dead, she wouldn't be able to take the manor away. Thinking of that, Senior Mrs. Shen suddenly felt it might not be a bad thing if Xu Fangyi was dead, but she didn't dare to do anything to hurt Xu Fangyi now. She knew her husband's character very well. Her husband would do what he said. If her husband divorced her and chased her away, she would lose everything she had now. Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing went shopping with Zhang Liluo and Si Jin today and they bought many clothes. Chapter 2384. He couldn't wait. Each of them bought 3 coats. Because they were all cultivators, they didn't need thick clothing so they bought thin coats for spring and autumn. They didn't change coats often, so 3 were enough. In addition to coats, they also bought more sweaters and pants, which they often changed. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin felt they didn't need so many clothes, so they tried to stop Jing Yuniao from buying more, but Jing Yuniao insisted. In fact, they didn't buy too many clothes, but it was their first time shopping for clothing, so it seemed that they had bought a lot. Afterwards, Jing Yuniao took them to buy underwear, shoes, and socks. Once they were in the underwear store, both Zhang Liluo and Si Jin flushed red and hesitated to go in. Finally, they summoned up their courage and walked inside. They needed to buy underwear for themselves in the future, so they had to learn how to do that. Zhang Liluo waited outside and randomly bought some male underpants. After walking into the lingerie shop, Jing Yuniao told Si Jin to look around and choose her favorites. Si Jin was too shy to pick, so she quickly grabbed a few pieces. Because the underwear Ji Yuning gave her was suitable for her body, she directly picked lingerie of the same size. Jing Yuniao understood that Si Jin was shy, so she didn't force her to shop for long. Si Jin was a woman, so she needed to buy some things for women, like makeup, bags, jewelry and so on. They went to Gufen for bags, and Kuzi for the makeup products. Jing Yuniao didn't call Ji Yuning when they went there even though Ji Yuning could give them a discount. Ji Yuning had sent them too many things for free, so they didn't want to bother her whenever they shopped outside. Moreover, they were willing to shop in Ji Yuning's stores. It wouldn't cost them much anyway, not to mention that Jing Yuniao had a VIP card, and could get a discount of 20%. As for jewelry, Si Jin didn't have the habit of wearing jewelry, so they didn't buy any. By the time they had finished shopping, it was afternoon and time for dinner, so they went home. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were a little embarrassed to see Sheng Guanyang afterwards, because they had bought so many things, but they couldn't reject Jing Yuniao's kindness. However, when Sheng Guanyang saw what they bought, he didn't think it was too much. He even asked them whether it was enough, and said that if it wasn't enough they could buy more, which amused Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. Because of that, they felt a lot more relieved. They were spending Sheng Guanyang's money, so they cared a lot about his feelings. Sheng Guanyang didn't think money was very important. He preferred to enjoy his life, so he ate and bought whatever he liked. If he lacked money, he would go make some. Although Sheng Guanyang only had the money that Leng Xiaoting gave him, he had many valuable things with him. He had a lot of magical pills. He could sell a random magical pill for over 1,000,000 yuan, which was enough for him to live a good life. Sheng Guanyang, personally, spent most of his money on delicious food. He never cared about clothing. He only needed clothes to fit him well and couldn't care less about the quality. Cao Wenxin contacted Yu Zi last night, because she liked gowns designed by Charm and had decided to buy one at Charm. Charm focused on designs at the beginning, but it also provided photography later on. It hired experienced photographers, so the service wasn't cheap. Once it started offering photography services, it attracted many more customers. Some people who came to do a style would also take some photos if they had time. Although it wasn't cheap, people who bought gowns at Charm were normally very rich. Many people were interested in it, but Charm wasn't a professional photography studio. Photography was just an additional service. In addition, the price was very high, so ordinary people couldn't afford it. As a result, it wasn't crowded. When Cao Wenxin came to see Yu Zi quickly arranged for a photographer to take wedding photos for them. Because Cao Wenxin was pregnant, they didn't take photos for long in case she got tired. They were a very beautiful couple and the photographer was professional, so each of their photos came out quite charming. Yu Zi didn't know that Cao Wenxin was already pregnant until they met. Premarital pregnancy wasn't an honorable thing, so Cao Wenxin didn't want to tell everyone. In fact, it didn't take much time to take wedding photos, and they actually spent more time on their looks. Therefore, when they finally finished, it was already 5 p.m. After taking the photos, Xinbei and Cao Wenxin didn't leave right away, because they needed to choose their wedding clothes. Cao Wenxin wanted Yu Zi to make her wedding gown. They didn't have much time and Yu Zi had other orders to finish, so she couldn't design a new gown for Cao Wenxin. She could only adjust one of her original designs for her. After all, it took time to create a new design. Cao Wenxin agreed on that, because she knew that they didn't have much time. When it was time for dinner, Cao Wenxin invited Yu Zi to share a meal with them. At this time, Yang Ziqin came to see Yu Zi, so they dined together. Yang Ziqin felt a bit envious when he heard that Cao Wenxin was going to get married. In fact, he couldn't wait to marry Yu Zi. He wanted to propose to Yu Zi, but she was too busy and he didn't want to burden her. However, it seemed that he should start to plan for their wedding, because he couldn't wait any longer. When you met someone you wanted to spend the rest of your life with, you would care a lot about getting the marriage certificate. With that certificate, you would become a legal couple and you could have your own kids. Tang Yunfan went to the hospital to see Ji Yu Man that afternoon and planned to stay with Ji Yu Man for the night. Therefore, he told Ji Yuning to go home first after they ate. Ji Yuning didn't go back to Wufu Hills but went to the Tang family's house by herself. Chapter 2385, A Misunderstanding or Grudge. Back in the Tang family's house. All the elders were home, so once Ji Yuning got back, they asked her about Ji Yu Man's condition. Zhang Lihu originally wanted to visit Ji Yu Man, but she had an appointment that afternoon, so she didn't go to the hospital. She only got home a short time ago. Although they didn't go visit, they had called Ji Yu Man to show their care for her. Anyway, when they saw Ji Yuning, they still asked Ji Yuning about Ji Yu Man's condition. Chatting with the elders, Ji Yuning suddenly had a vision. In the vision, Tang Jokai and two friends were in the wilderness. They were lost and called each other's names, but they couldn't see or hear each other's voices even when they were close to one another. What was more surprising was that Tang Jokai and one of his friends directly walked through each other's body when they walked past one another. They were both human beings. Neither of them was a ghost. After that, Ji Yuning saw the answer. Next to them, there was a grave and a ghost was on it. It was obvious that this ghost was causing trouble. Under the effect of the ghost, the three boys were put in different spaces, so they couldn't hear or see each other. It was very dangerous, so Ji Yuning had to immediately go to rescue them. However, Ji Yuning didn't want to worry Tang Haifeng and the other family members, so she made an excuse that she wanted to hang out with her friends and needed to go out for a while. The Tang family never stopped Ji Yuning from gathering with her friends. They knew that Ji Yuning could protect herself, so they said nothing about it. After Ji Yuning drove out of the Tang family's house, she rapidly rushed to the destination. At the same time, she called Tang Jokai. She didn't know whether it had already happened or which space Tang Jokai was in right now, but she still needed to call him. Tang Jokai answered her call, and Ji Yuning felt greatly relieved. It meant that Tang Jokai was still in the same space. "Hi, Ningning." Tang Jokai's voice was trembling a little. "Where are you?" Ji Yuning asked. Although she already knew the answer, she still needed to ask him about it. "I'm in a mountain and I'm lost. I can't find my friends. They won't answer my calls or reply to my shouts. I don't know how to leave this place. I can't find the way out," Tang Jokai said, trembling heavily. He was scared because of the creepy situation. "Stand there and don't move. Send me your location. I'll pick you up right now," said Ji Yuning. She knew what had happened, but she couldn't frighten Tang Jokai. She asked for his location because she didn't want him to know that she already knew where he was. It would be hard for her to explain later. "Sure," said Tang Jokai. Because Tang Jokai was scared and helpless after he got lost and separated from his friends, he was very relieved when Ji Yuning said that she would come to find him. He was very anxious to find his friends, so he forgot to call Ji Yuning for help. He didn't realize that he could turn to her for help until she called him. The mountain Tang Jokai was on wasn't close to the city B, so Ji Yuning spent nearly an hour on the road even though she drove very fast. During the hour, it was great torture for Tang Jokai. Because he was alone in a remote mountain late at night, it was impossible for him not to be terrified. Tang Jokai couldn't be fully relieved until he saw Ji Yuning. Once Ji Yuning showed up, he wasn't scared any longer. When Ji Yuning walked over, she saw Tang Jokai and his two friends nearby. She could see them because she had a pair of jade eyes. In addition to that, Ji Yuning also saw the ghost floating above the grave. "Why did you come here with your friends? How did you get lost?" Ji Yuning asked. There had to be a reason for it, and she needed to know it in order to save them. After all, Tang Jokai was free, but his two friends were trapped. Although the ghost didn't trap Tang Jokai, it cast a spell on him and he couldn't leave until dawn. However, the two boys trapped in another space might not be able to leave even after daybreak. As Ji Yuning talked, the two boys could vaguely hear her, but it wasn't clear, so they thought that it was an auditory hallucination. Because Ji Yuning was a few meters away from them and didn't speak loudly, they couldn't hear her clearly. They could hear Ji Yuning's voice, but they couldn't hear Tang Jokai's because Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary human being. The two boys actually suffered the same situation as Tang Jokai. Both of them felt that they were separated from the other two friends. They couldn't hear any responses nor could they leave. Besides, there was no signal. Therefore, their experience was even stranger than Tang Jokai's, so they were really scared and wondered whether they had encountered a ghost. They refused to believe in ghosts, but they were too frightened to think normally. What was worse, the more they felt it could be a ghost, the more terrified they were. Today's the death anniversary of a friend of my friend. His grave is right here. My friend wanted to visit his grave to mourn his death, so he called me and another friend. After we finished the custom, we walked away, but we noticed that we were lost, said Tang Jokai. Hearing that, Ji Yuning pondered over it. It seemed that Tang Jokai's friend wasn't just the friend of the dead person who was buried here, or the ghost wouldn't deliberately trap them here. Therefore, Ji Yuning felt that there must be a misunderstanding or a grudge. Frankly, Tang Jokai's friend might have something to do with the person's death. If there was a grudge between them, Tang Jokai's friend must have come here out of guilt. Well, you're going to witness something creepy and shocking. Be mentally prepared, Ji Yuning said seriously to Tang Jokai. Tang Jokai panicked a little, then became serious too. Ningning, is there really a ghost? He asked subconsciously. He didn't believe that ghosts really existed, but what he had just been through was too strange. Chapter 2386, I've never killed anyone, it was just a thought. He didn't actually think it could be true. Ji Yuning gave him a meaningful glance, then nodded. Yeah. Tang Jokai rounded his eyes in shock. He focused on Ji Yuning's face, trying to see whether she was just joking. However, Ji Yuning was very serious. It's true. Tang Jokai's face turned deathly pale and he began to tremble in horror. Yes. Ji Yuning said, don't worry, it's fine since I'm here. Tang Jokai was more surprised. How could Ji Yuning stay so calm even though she knew there was a ghost? Why did she say that it would be fine since she was here? How strong was she? She wasn't afraid of ghosts at all. Was Ji Yuning just joking? Tang Jokai was full of questions, but his throat was too dry to make a sound. When the male ghost floating above the grave heard Ji Yuning's words, it turned to look at Ji Yuning coldly and began to observe her. Was she joking with Tang Jokai by saying that there was a ghost? If she meant it, could she see the ghost? And if it was true, why wasn't she scared? Who was she? What did she do? Was she a threat? Thinking of that, the male ghost became alert. If she was an ordinary human, the ghost wouldn't be afraid, but she couldn't be an ordinary human if she meant what she said. Follow close behind me, Ji Yuning said to Tang Jokai. If any accidents happened, she could quickly protect him. Although the ghost wasn't very aggressive, Ji Yuning didn't want Tang Jokai to be in danger. Moreover, even if the ghost wasn't very aggressive and Ji Yuning could easily catch it, she couldn't destroy it right away. She had to help the two boys out of its trap first. If she didn't save the two boys, they might be trapped in different spaces even after the male ghost was destroyed. The only way to save the two boys was to persuade the male ghost to let them out. If Ji Yuning wanted to do that, she had to figure out the grudge between them. Only when Ji Yuning solved the problem could the male ghost let go of his obsession. Sure, Tang Jokai agreed and followed close behind Ji Yuning. He was a grown man and it was embarrassing that he hid behind a girl, but Ji Yuning was much stronger than him. She was his idol, so he didn't care whether it was embarrassing or not. Besides, his life was more important than his face. There might be a ghost. It was scary enough when he had just heard about it, so he was afraid that he might be scared to death if he really saw it. After that, Ji Yuning walked towards the grave. She stopped 2 meters away from it, then met the ghost's eyes. The male ghost wasn't sure that Ji Yuning could really see it until she stared straight at it. Instantly, the ghost became even more alert. What do you want? Ji Yuning asked straight to the point. Tang Jokai and the male ghost were amazed by Ji Yuning's question. Even the two boys who were trapped were surprised. However, they could only hear a girl's voice, but couldn't see anyone, so they were scared and trembled in horror. Was it a female ghost? Who was talking? The two trapped boys shouted at the same time, but only Ji Yuning and the male ghost could hear them. Ningning, who are you talking to? Tang Jokai asked. Could it be a ghost? He thought to himself. He couldn't see anything and only saw Ji Yuning talking to the grave. Was it because Tang Jokai suddenly rounded his eyes in shock? Was there a ghost in this grave? Was Ji Yuning talking to the ghost? The next second, Tang Jokai's face turned pale and he trembled heavily. You can see me. The male ghost was taken aback. Although he had thought about it earlier, he was still astonished when she stared straight at it and talked to it. Right. Ji Yuning replied to the male ghost, but didn't answer Tang Jokai's question. What do you want? Can you let them go? She asked again. Who is talking? The two trapped boys continued to shout. Was there someone talking to them? Let them go. Why? They had done nothing. Let them go. Impossible. If it hadn't been for Chen Yushi, I wouldn't have been killed. The male ghost said emotionally, showing his deep hatred. If your death is caused by Chen Yushi, how about the other boy? Why did you trap him too? Ji Yuning asked. She wasn't sure whether it was true that Chen Yushi caused the male ghost's death. It could be true, but it could also just be a misunderstanding. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, both Tang Jokai and the two boys were scared. Whose death was caused by Chen Yushi? Who had Chen Yushi killed? Because Ji Yuning was talking to the ghost in the grave and it was Chen Yushi's friend who was buried inside, Tang Jokai thought that the dead person might have a relationship with Chen Yushi. However, in his eyes, Chen Yushi was a good boy. He shouldn't have committed any crimes. People shouldn't judge a person from his appearance, but Tang Jokai still refused to believe that Chen Yushi was a criminal. Because he's also involved, said the male ghost. No, I've never killed anyone. I've never killed anyone. One of the two trapped boys argued at once when he heard Ji Yuning's words. He was Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi, how did the person in this grave die? Ji Yuning asked. She couldn't jump to conclusions just because of the male ghost's words. Hearing that, Tang Jokai was sure that Ji Yuning was indeed talking to the grave, or to be specific, the ghost in the grave. He couldn't find his two friends because the ghost stopped him from doing so. The ghost believed that it was Chen Yushi who caused its death. Tang Jokai wasn't certain, but he felt it was unbelievable. Anyway, Ji Yuning was asking Chen Yushi. Did that mean that Chen Yushi was nearby? Chapter 2387, Why do you think they wouldn't? However, Tang Jokai could see nothing, but Ji Yuning could. Tang Jokai was even more scared now. He wanted to ask Ji Yuning about it, but it wasn't the right time. Although Chen Yushi didn't know where the voice came from, he still answered the question and he knew whom Ji Yuning was talking about. 3 years ago, the year after the National College entrance examination, Zhang Lihong, Wang Qiwei and I went to travel in country tea. We stayed in a hotel. When it was late at night, I was starving. I asked Wang Qiwei and Zhang Lihong whether they wanted to have some night snacks. Zhang Lihong was in a deep sleep, and we couldn't wake him up. I didn't want to bother him, so Wang Qiwei and I left to buy some food. After we had night snacks and came back, we found that the hotel we stayed in was on fire. Because Zhang Lihong was asleep, he failed to run away and was caught by the fire. I blamed myself for leaving the hotel. If I hadn't gone to buy night snacks, we could have woken Zhang Lihong up and he wouldn't have lost his life in the fire. I feel very guilty, but it was an accident, said Chen Yushi. If so, it was really just an accident. Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei were innocent. However, from Zhang Lihong's perspective, they went to travel together and stayed in the same hotel. Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei went to have night snacks, but left him alone. It was understandable that Wang Qiwei harbored a grudge. If you had woken me up back then, I wouldn't have been caught by the fire. Zhang Lihong shouted, but Chen Yushi couldn't hear it. Zhang Lihong, I understand your anger. You went out for a trip together. You stayed in the same hotel. If they had woken you up and went out for night snacks together or if they had stayed with you, you could have survived the fire, but it isn't their fault. They didn't know what would happen when they went out. If they had known about the accident, they would have woken you up and taken you out. You were asleep, and they didn't want to bother you, so they left you in the room, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't criticizing Zhang Lihong, because he was in a terrible mood. If he was angered, he could become violent. Hearing Ji Yuning's conversation with Zhang Lihong, Tang Jokai, Chen Yushi, and Wang Qiwei were all frightened, especially Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei. They thought that Zhang Lihong was already dead, but Ji Yuning was still talking to him. Was she talking to a ghost? Who are you? Are you talking with Zhang Lihong? Isn't he? Chen Yushi asked Ji Yuning and thought to himself that she might also be a ghost. Otherwise, he should be able to see her. You don't need to know that. Don't talk again until I ask you another question. Be honest with me, but close your mouth when I'm not talking to you, said Ji Yuning. She didn't want Chen Yushi to annoy Zhang Lihong, and she mainly needed to deal with Zhang Lihong right now. Oh, sure, Chen Yushi agreed. He somehow felt that this girl wouldn't hurt him no matter who she was. Obviously, she was defending him. Zhang Lihong thought that Ji Yuning's words were reasonable, but he was still reluctant to accept the result. So what? I died and they survived. What will make you willing to get over it and let them go? Ji Yuning asked. She stopped persuading him and tried to figure out his purpose first. I want them to die with me, said Zhang Lihong with strong hatred. He couldn't get over it until they were dead too. Ji Yuning was displeased. They're innocent. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to get into the next incarnation by doing that? Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei trembled heavily, and were filled with horror. To their surprise, Zhang Lihong wanted them to die with him. I don't care. If I get into the next incarnation, I'll forget who I am, said Zhang Lihong. Some ghosts wanted to get into the next incarnation, while some had no interest in it, because they would lose all of their memories of the previous incarnation. Aren't you afraid that your family might be affected? They could have bad luck and be dragged into unnecessary trouble because of you, said Ji Yuning. Zhang Lihong was surprised and hesitated. Seeing that, Ji Yuning understood that he cared about his family. Chen Yushi heard from Ji Yuning's words that Zhang Lihong wanted them to die with him. Although Chen Yushi was aggrieved, he felt guilty upon thinking that Wang Qiwei and Tang Jiakai were completely innocent. He didn't want them to die due to his mistake. Besides, Tang Jiakai was born in a family of high status. If the Tang family learned that Tang Jiakai died because of him, the Tang family would certainly punish his family for that. Chen Yushi didn't want his family to be affected. Thinking of that, the timid Chen Yushi summoned up his courage and said, if Zhang Lihong wants someone to die with him, I'll do it. Let Tang Jiakai and Wang Qiwei go. They're innocent. Ji Yuning and Zhang Lihong were shocked. They didn't expect him to make such a decision. It was hard to see a man who cherished friendship nowadays. Even if Chen Yushi felt guilty for causing trouble for his friends, it wasn't an easy decision. Zhang Lihong, I can see that Chen Yushi cherishes friendship very much. Your death was an accident, but they never stopped blaming themselves for it. If they were caught in the fire instead, I believe that they wouldn't harbor a grudge, said Ji Yuning. Although it didn't happen and Ji Yuning actually had no idea what they would do, she still tried to persuade Zhang Lihong by saying so. They weren't caught by the fire. Why do you think they wouldn't? Zhang Lihong questioned. Do you have no confidence in your friendship? Ji Yuning asked. If so, there is nothing I can say now. Instantly, Zhang Lihong fell silent. In fact, he was convinced by Ji Yuning, but it was hard for him to get over it after he had harbored the grudge for so long. Chapter 2388. Completely convinced, Chen Yushi, during these years, have you visited Zhang Lihong's family? Ji Yuning asked Chen Yushi. Because Zhang Lihong cared about his family, Ji Yuning tried to persuade him with his family. If they often visited Zhang Lihong's parents, Zhang Lihong might be persuaded and give up on forcing them to die with him. Chen Yushi answered, of course. I know Mrs. Zhang isn't in good health, and she was heavily hit by Zhang Lihong's death. Wang Qiwei and I visit them once a month. Mr. Zhang is very busy, so we normally take Mrs. Zhang to the hospital for the medical check. She's much better now. Zhang Lihong's younger sister is now studying in the same school as us and we're taking care of her. Even though we have nothing to do with Zhang Lihong's death, he's one of our best friends. We would obviously look after his parents after he died. Hearing that, Zhang Lihong was touched. In that case, it would be unreasonable if he still wanted them to die with him. After all, they didn't cause his death. Do his parents still blame you for the accident? Ji Yuning continued. At the beginning, they blamed us for it, because we went to travel together, but only Zhang Lihong died. They got over it afterwards. We're all adults after all, and we should take responsibility for our own safety. We didn't want the accident to happen, so they forgave us, said Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi didn't know that Zhang Lihong could hear him, so He wasn't deliberating saying that to Zhang Lihong. He just told the truth. Zhang Lihong's anger was going away. Ji Yuning said nothing. She only stared at Zhang Lihong. She wanted to see what he would choose to do after hearing Chen Yuqi's reply. Well, my parents are right. Adults should take responsibility for their own safety. They didn't cause the accident. I can't blame them for that. Finally, Zhang Lihong was completely convinced. If so, I shouldn't ask them to die with me. I can let them go, but they must promise me to visit my parents more often for me. If my parents encounter any trouble, they must help them, said Zhang Lihong. He understood that it wasn't his friend's duty, but he was already dead. The thing he cared about the most was his parents and younger sister. Chen Yuxi, Wang Qiwei, Zhang Lihong said if you can help him take good care of his parents and help his parents whenever they encounter trouble, he can let you go, Ji Yuning said to Chen Yuxi and Wang Qiwei. No problem, said Wang Qiwei. Even if Zhang Lihong didn't ask them to do that, they had been doing it these 3 years. Even if he didn't say that, we'd continue to do that, said Chen Yuxi. They had never stopped looking after Zhang Lihong's parents. Although they couldn't treat them as if they were their own parents, they would call and visit Zhang Lihong's parents when they had time. Hearing their answer, Zhang Lihong was relieved and disappeared. The next second, the spell cast on the other boys also disappeared. Chen Yuxi and Wang Qiwei immediately appeared in front of Ji Yuning, and they could see Tang Jiakai. Jiakai. Chen Yuxi and Wang Qiwei shouted and ran towards Tang Jiakai. Tang Jiakai was excited to see them, but he didn't dare to run, because he was still trembling in horror. In fact, Chen Yuxi and Wang Qiwei were also still afraid, but they had to run to Tang Jiakai in case they were separated again. When they saw Tang Jiakai, they noticed Ji Yuning too, but they couldn't clearly see her face. They could only see that it was a girl. Therefore, they guessed that she was the one who was speaking to them and Zhang Lihong. Who was she? How could she talk with Zhang Lihong? At the beginning, they thought that she was also a ghost, but they could see her now, so clearly she wasn't a ghost. They were curious about the girl, but they were shocked after they recognized her. They had heard of Ji Yuning and were aware that she was the chairman of the Shengning organization. She was also Tang Jiakai's cousin, but this was their first meeting. To their astonishment, the girl turned out to be Ji Yuning. Hi, Miss Ji Yu. Chen Yuxi and Wang Qiwei greeted her at the same time. Nice to see you. Ji Yuning politely responded to them. Did you? Chen Yuxi opened his mouth and wanted to ask whether she was the one who was talking to them earlier. He guessed so, but he felt that he needed to make sure. Let's go now. We can talk about it after we leave. Ji Yuning interrupted. Although Zhang Lihong was already gone and wouldn't appear again, this wasn't a good place for them to stay. It could harm their health. Upon hearing that, Chen Yuxi stopped and they quickly left with Ji Yuning. Because they were too scared and could barely walk properly, Ji Yuning gave each of them a power crystal and told them to take it. It wasn't the first time that Tang Jiakai had taken a power crystal, so he was aware of its effect. And although Chen Yuxi and Wang Qiwei didn't know about it, they trusted Ji Yuning and took it without delay. Once they took the pill, they felt an immediate change in their bodies and their limbs were full of strength again. Chen Yuxi and Wang Qiwei were shocked, but didn't ask about it. Zhang Lihong's grave was on the mountain, and their car was stopped at its foot. Since his family lived in a nearby village, he was buried here. There were mountains surrounding the villages, so there was enough ground to bury people. If it had been in the city, dead people could only be cremated. A spot in the cemetery was very expensive and could cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, so ordinary people couldn't afford it. Tang Jiakai drove there, but he was still horrified and couldn't drive back yet. Therefore, he could only get in Ji Yuning's car and would send someone over to drive his car back after he got home. Chapter 2389, Not afraid of ghosts. Tang Jiakai and the others weren't fully relieved until they were finally in the car. Even then they were still trembling a little. What they had experienced today was extremely dangerous. Ningning, did you really see Zhang Lihong? Could you really see ghosts? Tang Jiakai asked. It was still quite unbelievable in his opinion. Chen Yuxi and Wang Qiwei were curious about it too. Although they felt that Ji Yuning had indeed seen ghosts just then, it was too unbelievable. Yeah, Ji Yuning said, there are far more unbelievable things in this world. Before I saw ghosts, I didn't believe in them either, but now I'm convinced that they really exist. After all, I've met them. Hearing that, Tang Jokai and the other boys drew in a deep breath. It wasn't really a surprising answer, but it was still shocking. Why can you see ghosts? And why can't we? We were shouting each other's names, but we couldn't hear any voices except for yours, asked Chen Yushi with great curiosity. Yeah, and you don't seem scared at all, said Wang Qiwei. Not only could Ji Yuning see ghosts, but she was also not afraid of them. She had saved them, so Wang Qiwei took her as his idol now. He admired her more than he had admired anyone else before. Normally, humans can't see ghosts, but one kind of person can. They have different eyes, and I am one of them, so I can see ghosts. And since I can see ghosts, I can see and hear you too. I can also talk to ghosts, said Ji Yuning. She could only give them that explanation. I've seen ghosts many times before, so I'm not afraid of them. In fact, weak ghosts can't really affect human beings. They could only do some magic and change the surrounding magnetic field and trap you in a different space. In that case, you can't see or hear each other. Hearing that, they figured out what had happened, but they were still scared in retrospect. Ji Yuning continued. Anyway, it's very dangerous. If the ghost is unwilling to let you out, you can't leave and will starve to death. Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei inhaled in fear and trembled a little. They were quite lucky that Ji Yuning helped them out. Without her help, they could have been trapped to death inside. Ji Yuning was their lifesaver. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, we could have lost our lives today. Right, I'm unable to say how grateful I am for your help. No matter what you need, please feel free to let us know. We won't spare any effort to help. Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei thanked Ji Yuning. They knew that she didn't lack money, so they didn't offer her money and instead offered help. Sure, said Ji Yuning. She didn't reject their kindness and agreed right away. She might not need their help, but she had indeed saved their lives, so they would feel relieved if she accepted their offer. Moreover, Ji Yuning wouldn't slight them just because they were still students. Even though they were just students now, they could have influence in the future. Sometimes, it didn't require much influence to achieve something, and even strong people might need help. Miss Ji Yu, how's Zhang Lihong now? Chen Yushi asked. Although he was very terrified tonight, he still cared about his friend. His soul completely disappeared from this world and went into the next incarnation, said Ji Yuning. Can people really get into the next incarnation after they die? Tang Jokai asked. I'm not clear about that. Perhaps some can, and some can't, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't sure of it because it had never happened to her. Oh, remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone else, alright? Ji Yuning told them seriously. Sure. Tang Jokai and the other two boys agreed with a serious expression. They understood how serious it was. If they told other people about it, other people might not believe it and it might also cause unnecessary trouble. Miss Ji Yu, you're really amazing. After they calmed down, Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei began to compliment Ji Yuning. Ha ha, Ningning is always this impressive. Ji Yuning didn't think it was a big deal, but Tang Jokai felt very proud of her. As usual, Ji Yuning was his and the Tang family's pride. She was perfect in every aspect. Tang Jokai believed that there was no other kid who could be as impressive as Ji Yuning. People who learned that Ji Yuning was the Tang family's granddaughter never hesitated to compliment her once they met members of the Tang family. Moreover, Ji Yuning never stopped achieving greater things, so he was also curious about her abilities. After they were back in the city center, Ji Yuning drove Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei home before she went back to the Tang family's house with Tang Jokai. That night, Tang Jokai, Chen Yushi, and Wang Qiwei couldn't sleep at all. They had nightmares about what had happened to them, leaving them to wake up from the dreams in horror. Although it was already past, they couldn't get over it within a short time. Whenever they thought about that, they would still feel scared. Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei were targeted this time, so they were more scared. They didn't even dare to turn off the lights. Once the lights were off, they felt that Zhang Lihong was right by their side. Early the next morning, Ji Yuning went to see Ji Yu Man in the hospital, because Tang Yunfan had to leave for work. After she was in the hospital, she stayed with Ji Yu Man and didn't pay a special visit to Xu Fengyi. She helped her out of kindness, but there was no need for her to pay special attention to Xu Fengyi the entire time. If Xu Fengyi needed help, she would call Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning would see what she could do. Xu Fengyi had told Shen Liang to make a decision before 12 p.m., so Shen Liang arrived at the hospital at about 10 a.m. When he walked into Xu Fengyi's ward, he didn't see Ji Yuning and felt relieved. He stood in awe of Ji Yuning to some extent. However, even if Ji Yuning was absent, Shen Liang didn't dare to harm Xu Fengyi, because Ji Yuning would know about it if he did. And if Ji Yuning helped Xu Fengyi again, it wouldn't do him any good. Chapter 2390, Thank You Face to Face. Although it was their family affair and Ji Yuning was an outsider, Ji Yuning was much more influential than his family. Shen Liang tried to persuade Xu Fengyi not to get a divorce, but Xu Fengyi was determined, so Shen Liang had to give in. If he didn't agree, his family would suffer a greater loss at the court. Because they agreed on the divorce, there was no need to hire a lawyer and they directly went to finish the documents at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for the divorce agreement, Xu Fengyi had already finished it last night and they just needed to print it out later. Therefore, once Shen Liang agreed to get a divorce, Xu Fengyi pulled him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. She just gave birth and should stay indoors, but she couldn't wait any longer. She had to finish it as soon as possible in case any accidents happen. Shen Liang carried his household registration and the marriage certificate with him, so they could go directly. Xu Fengyi would pack up her staff in the Shen family's house after she had made a full recovery. She still needed to stay in the hospital for more days to recover. After all, she could get better care in the hospital. Because her mother wasn't in good health, Xu Fengyi didn't want to exhaust her. If her mother came, her mother only needed to chat with her and see the baby for a while. Moreover, she hadn't told her mother about what had happened yesterday and her divorce yet. She decided to do it after finishing the divorce documents. At 11 a.m., they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau and soon they were finished with the documents. Shen Liang gave up custody and cut off his relationship with the kid. Because it was a girl, the Shen family didn't think it was a big deal. After finishing the divorce documents, Xu Fengyi went straight back to the hospital. On the way, Xu Fengyi called Ji Yuning and told her that she had already divorced Shen Liang. She also wanted to thank Ji Yuning. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, her daughter could have been killed and she wouldn't be able to divorce Shen Liang so quickly. Ji Yuning comforted and encouraged her for a while. After having the call with Xu Fengyi, Ji Yuning told Ji Yu Man about the result. Ji Yu Man was also relieved when she heard that it was done. Xu Fengyi found her mother in the ward when she was back in the hospital. Her mother looked very displeased. As soon as her mother saw her get back, she angrily swore at the Shen family. Her mother criticized the Shen family for being cold-blooded and even cried in fury in the end. Obviously, Xu Fengyi's mother heard about what had happened yesterday. Actually, shortly after Xu Fengyi left, her mother came to the hospital and heard some of the nurses talking about what had happened to her. Her mother was furious after hearing the whole story, then quickly walked to Xu Fengyi's ward. She didn't see Xu Fengyi. Only a caregiver and the baby were in the room, so she asked the caregiver what was happening. The caregiver shouldn't have told Xu Fengyi's mother about it, but Xu Fengyi's mother had already heard of it, so the caregiver told her everything. After a long while, Xu Fengyi's mother finally calmed down. Undoubtedly, after the terrible drama, she supported Xu Fengyi in getting a divorce, so she didn't call Xu Fengyi right away. Instead, she waited to talk about it when Xu Fengyi was back. It wasn't easy to raise a kid alone, but it was better to be a single parent than have such a horrible family. She truly loved her daughter and she loved her granddaughter deeply as well. She couldn't tolerate what the Shen family had done to her two beloved babies. She was also grateful to the girl who had saved Xu Fengyi's baby and helped her out, and wanted to thank the girl face to face. However, she had no idea where the girl was right now. Although she knew that the girl was also in the hospital, she felt embarrassed to pay a sudden visit. She could only wait till Xu Fengyi was back and told Xu Fengyi to contact the girl. Xu Fengyi immediately comforted her mother because it might hurt her mother's health if she cried too much. After a long while, Xu Fengyi's mother stopped crying, but she was still very mad. Yi, I think I should thank the girl face to face. Can you ask her whether she has time? Do you know which ward she's in? We can prepare a gift when we thank her, said Xu Fengyi's mother. Of course, Xu Fengyi had the same idea. Although she had already thanked Ji Yuning on the phone, it would show her sincerity by thanking Ji Yuning face to face. Afterwards, Xu Fengyi called Ji Yuning and said that her mother wanted to thank her face to face. She asked Ji Yuning whether it was convenient for them to pay a visit. It wasn't a big deal in Ji Yuning's eyes, but she understood that it was very important for Xu Fengyi. If Xu Fengyi couldn't thank her face to face, Xu Fengyi and her mother probably wouldn't feel relieved. Therefore, Ji Yuning told Xu Fengyi the number of her ward. Xu Fengyi and her mother didn't immediately go there, because they hadn't prepared any gifts yet. As soon as they had Ji Yuning's permission, Xu Fengyi's mother went to buy a gift. At 1 p.m., Xu Fengyi and her mother went to Ji Yuman's ward. Once they saw Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman, Xu Fengyi and her mother repeatedly thanked them. Ji Yuning invited them to have a seat and a nurse went to pour water for them. Ji Yuning stopped the nurse, then went to do it herself. She secretly put a power crystal in each of the glasses for Xu Fengyi and her mother. Xu Fengyi had suffered a lot yesterday, which must have had a bad effect on her body. She just gave birth to a baby, and it could affect her mental condition as well. Therefore, Ji Yuning's power crystal could help her feel better. As long as she had a good recovery afterwards, she would be fine. As for Xu Fengyi's mother, Ji Yuning could see that she was in bad health and couldn't walk steadily. In that case, Ji Yuning's power crystal could fill her body with more strength. Once Xu Fengyi and her mother drank the water Ji Yuning gave them, they felt the change in their bodies. They were full of strength and energy, but they didn't think it was the effect of the water, so they said nothing about it. Ji Yuman encouraged Xu Fengyi to be strong. Although she proposed to get the divorce, she was really hurt by what had happened. She would be lying if she said that she didn't feel sad. However, she was also greatly relieved. After getting a divorce, she decided not to get married again. She wasn't totally disappointed at marriage, because there were happy marriages. She just didn't want her daughter to be aggrieved in the future. After all, if she married again, her second husband wouldn't be her daughter's biological father. She was afraid that her second husband wouldn't treat her daughter well. Chapter 2391, thought it's just a coincidence there were good men, but Xu Fengyi was unwilling to take the risk. Besides, not many men would really accept another man's kids. She could raise the kid on her own and she would do it. Xu Fengyi didn't expect Ji Yuman to be so nice and accepting. She thought rich wives were all arrogant. After Ji Yuman's encouragement, Xu Fengyi indeed felt better. Although she couldn't get over it within such a short time, she was in a much better mood now. Xu Fengyi and her mother thought that they shouldn't stay in the ward for too long in case they bothered Ji Yuman. They also cared about the baby in their ward, so they left after chatting with Ji Yuman for about 20 minutes. After they left, Xu Fengyi's mother said to her, "It's really strange. When we were in their ward just then, I suddenly felt full of strength and energy again. I can walk steadily now. I had the same feeling. I thought it was just a coincidence. I didn't expect that you had the same feeling." Xu Fengyi was surprised. She didn't pay much attention to it, because her body was only a little weak now and she wasn't in bad health, so she didn't notice a big change. However, after hearing what her mother said, she suddenly felt it was strange. "Perhaps we shared their good luck. They're so nice so they must have a lot of good luck," said Xu Fengyi's mother. It was the only explanation she could think of. Xu Fengyi didn't know how to explain it, so she agreed with her mother and didn't think further about it. Anyway, it was good for them. When Xu Fengyi and her mother were gone, Ji Yuning had to go to the airport to pick up Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan. They would arrive at 3 p.m. and it was currently 1:30 p.m., so she had to leave for the airport now. The moment Ji Yuning showed up at the airport, many people recognized her. She caused a sensation and people kept on coming to say hi and take photos with her. Ji Yuning knew it would happen, so she didn't go to the arrival hall until she estimated that Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan would be out of the plane. In that case, she only needed to wait about 10 minutes. Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan would soon come out and they would leave together. However, although Ji Yuning only waited there for about 10 minutes, she was still surrounded by many people. People who didn't know her were very curious to know what was happening. She seemed very popular, but she wasn't a star. After they figured out that she was a very outstanding entrepreneur, people were all amazed and had a deep impression of her. 10 minutes later, Ji Yuning saw Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan, and they left together. Ji Yuning drove them straight to the hospital. When Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan came out, they saw how popular Ji Yuning was and felt extremely proud of her. Ningning is even more popular than a star. Ji Yuqing joked. Right, Ningning is more influential than a star. I can't think of another person who can be as successful as Ningning at such a young age, said Wen Yulan. She didn't say that to fawn on Ji Yuning. It was her real thoughts. A long time ago, Wen Yulan had changed her attitude towards Ji Yuning. She wouldn't be jealous of Ji Yuning no matter how successful Ji Yuning was. She would only feel proud of her. Ji Yuning didn't feel embarrassed when her family complimented her. After all, it was the truth. Ji Yuning brought Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan to the hospital, and they were all amazed by the high-end equipment inside. They didn't think it was a waste of money that Ji Yuman stayed in this hospital. The Tang family was super rich, so if Ji Yuman stayed in a normal hospital, it would become a joke in their circle. Other people would also think that Ji Yuman wasn't important in the Tang family. In the afternoon, Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong also came to see Ji Yuman, and they went to have a meal in the cafeteria in the hospital. After having a meal and a rest, Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong went home. Tang Yunfan had a business meal that afternoon, so he only arrived at the hospital at 8:30 p.m. When Tang Yunfan came, Ji Yuning brought Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan to Wufu Hills. They would go see Ji Yuman again the next morning. After Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan came to City B, they had nothing else to do, so they decided to stay with Ji Yuman all day. And since Ji Yuman had Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan by her side, Ji Yuning didn't need to stay in the hospital all the time. When she had time, she would go to her company. Xinbei also left that afternoon, so Cao Wenxin went to live in her own family's house. After breakfast the next morning, Ji Yuning took Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan to go visit Ji Yuman in the hospital. Ji Yuning left when she finished lunch, deciding to go to her company to see how everything was going. However, halfway there, Ji Yuning received Ji Yuqing's call. Ji Yuqing told her that Ji Yuman's belly became painful and she was about to deliver. As a result, Ji Yuning immediately went back to the hospital. At the same time, she called Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng. Tang Yunfan wasn't busy, so he directly left work and went to the hospital. Tang Haifeng also rushed over, followed by Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong. They all came to the hospital as fast as possible. Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan shared the news with Zhang Shu and Ji Yuqinyang. Ji Yuman was about to deliver, so they should come right away. It was difficult to give birth to a baby. Even if it was quick, a pregnant woman might have to suffer for 2 hours before the baby came out. If it was slow, it might be over a dozen hours. Therefore, it was excruciating. However, for the baby, mothers could be very strong and were willing to do everything. Looking at Ji Yuman's face contorting because of agony, Tang Yunfan didn't know what he should do. He clasped her hand and kept on comforting her by calling her darling. Although everyone's heart ached for Ji Yuman, nobody cared about her more than Tang Yunfan did. When Ji Yuman could barely stand the pain, she was pushed into the delivery room. Because it was getting more and more painful, it meant that she could deliver at any second. Standing outside, everyone was restless. An hour later, the baby was out, and it only took nearly 2 hours from the beginning to end. It wasn't the fastest, but was still very quick. When Ji Yuman was pushed out of the delivery room, Tang Yunfan didn't check the baby first. Instead, he ran to ask Ji Yuman how she felt. Other people did the same thing. They went to see Ji Yuman before the baby. Ji Man was sweaty and out of strength after giving birth to the baby. Therefore, Ji Ning secretly put magical power into her body when she held Ji Man's hand. After absorbing the magical power, Ji Man's breath became steady and she gradually regained her strength. Ji Ning only put an appropriate amount of magical power into Ji Man's body in order to not attract special attention. She couldn't let Ji Man recover right away, because it might cause unnecessary trouble. Chapter 2392, Who's the Important Figure? Thank you so much. I love you, darling. This was the first sentence Tang Yunfen said to Ji Man. His eyes were wet with tears and his body trembled a little because he was too worried about Ji Man. Only when a man loves a woman deeply would he suffer the same pain as her. In fact, it was rare to see a man who cared so much about his wife. Nowadays, many people believe that it was a woman's duty to give birth to kids. Some would even criticize a pregnant woman for moaning in pain when she was about to deliver. Moreover, it was also important for a woman to have a full recovery after delivery, or it might cause problems when she got old. However, some people thought that women should go to work right after they had rested for several days. If they stayed at home without doing anything, they would be criticized. Therefore, most women nowadays lived a tragic life. They needed to give birth, take care of the babies, do housework, make money, and even look after the old. They were merely free all-around nannies. Men, on the contrary, could play on their phones and wait to be served by their wives. Not every couple was the same, but it was like that in most cases. Women always tolerated the pain for their kids, and would only get a divorce if they suffered from domestic violence or betrayal. Anyway, Tang Yunfen and Ji Man were a loving couple. Even Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan were envious of Ji Man, although their husbands also treated them well. At least, they valued their wives' efforts and didn't ignore what their wives had done for the family. However, they were hardly comparable to Tang Yunfen, perhaps because they didn't know how to express their love for their wives. Everyone went to see Ji Man first after she delivered, so when Ji Ning put magical power into Ji Man's body, she had a look at her younger brother. A newborn baby was normally ugly and wrinkled, but it had everyone's love. Both Tang Yunfen and Ji Man were very good-looking. They had a stunning daughter, so their son should also be attractive. Tang Yunfen had thought of a name for the kid, and he was named Tang Jiayu. Ji Ning shared the good news with Jing Yunyao, who congratulated them. She couldn't come over right now, and wouldn't be able to see them until Leng Xiaoting was back in the capital. Master Leng also received the news. He didn't go to see Ji Man in person, but sent other people over. Leng Yuanjun and his wife would go visit Ji Man with Jing Yunyao in a few days. As for Zhang Shuyuan, Master Leng wouldn't let her go to see Ji Man because of her terrible relationship with Ji Ning. Zhang Shuyuan was reluctant to go as well. Ji Ning also called Leng Xiaoting, but his phone was turned off. He should be carrying out a task. Xu Fengyi and her mother came to see Ji Man right after they heard the good news. They also prepared a thick red envelope for Ji Man. They came to visit Ji Man, not to ride on her coattails, but because Ji Ning just did them a big favor, so they should pay a visit. If they didn't show up, it would make them seem ungrateful. Although they had already sent a gift, it wasn't enough to return Ji Ning's kindness. Xu Fengyi and her mother understood that they weren't very familiar, so they didn't come until there were fewer people in Ji Man's ward. If Ji Man's family was there, they would be embarrassed. Therefore, when Xu Fengyi and her mother walked in, Tang Haifeng, Zhang Lihua, and Tang Yunrong had already gone home and only Tang Yunfen, Ji Yuning, Ji Yuqing, and Wen Yulan stayed. Xu Fengyi was aware of Ji Man's status and recognized Tang Yunfen, so she was very nervous when they met. Although her family was rich too, she had never met an important figure like Tang Yunfen before. Therefore, it was understandable that she was nervous. Xu Fengyi's mother didn't know them, so she wasn't nervous. However, they understood that Ji Man needed a rest after delivery and Xu Fengyi felt very nervous since Tang Yunfen was here, so they left after staying there for a few minutes. Ji Man didn't want to hurt their feelings, so she accepted the gift in red envelope. She decided to prepare a gift for them too when Xu Fengyi's daughter was a month old. She couldn't forget her manners after all. After they left Ji Man's ward, Xu Fengyi felt a lot more relieved. Yi, what's wrong? Xu Fengyi's mother asked in confusion. This is the first time that I've seen such an important figure. I was so nervous, said Xu Fengyi. Who's the important figure? Xu Fengyi's mother asked. She knew that Xu Fengyi was talking about a certain person in Ji Man's ward, but she didn't know who it was. Mrs. Tang's husband. They're members of the Tang family. Her husband is the chairman of the Tangguang organization, said Xu Fengyi. Although she didn't tell her mother earlier, she had no intention of keeping it a secret. Xu Fengyi's mother was shocked. She didn't expect them to be members of the Tang family, and even less that the man turned out to be the chairman of the Tangguang organization. Jesus, they somehow got the chance to meet such an important figure. So Shen Liang agreed to get a divorce after Miss Tang got involved, said Xu Fengyi. When Xu Fengyi brought up Shen Liang, both she and her mother felt disgusted. Luckily, it was already over, and they could continue to live their lives. After staying with Ji Man for a few hours, Tang Haifeng and the others also left. There was nothing they could do for Ji Man, and Ji Man needed a rest. Only Tang Yunfen, Ji Ning, Ji Qing, and Wen Yulan stayed. Tang Yunfen stayed in the room to keep Ji Man company, while the other people went to watch TV in the living room. Zhang Shu and Ji Qinyang immediately flew over once they heard that Ji Man was about to deliver. They had cleared their schedule for the visit. Because they knew that Ji Man would deliver these days, they came right after they finished arranging their work. They heard the news at 1 p.m., but their flight would only take off at 3 p.m., so when they arrived at City B, it would be about 6 p.m. Ji Qingxiang reached the airport 20 minutes earlier than Zhang Shu, so he waited at the terminal for a while. This time, Ji Ning didn't come to pick them up, Tang Yunfen did. As soon as Tang Yunfen picked them up, they went to the hospital. Chapter 2393, Treat You. It was nearly 7:30 p.m. when they reached the hospital, so Tang Yunfen took them to have a meal after they had been at the hospital for about 20 minutes. Although they were relatives, Zhang Shu and Ji Qinyang still felt nervous when they faced Tang Yunfen. Tang Yunfen was very kind to them, but they couldn't relax. After all, Tang Yunfen had a very high status. There was a large gap between their statuses, so it was hard for them to be at ease. The Wangdang Hotel wasn't far away from the hospital, so Tang Yunfen took them to have a meal there. Because Ji Ning would drive them to Wufu Hills where they were going to stay after having the meal, she went with them. There were 2 nurses who were taking care of Ji Man, and Tang Yunfen would go back later. Knowing that Tang Yunfen was coming, the hotel manager waited in the hall with great respect. As soon as Tang Yunfen showed up, he walked forward to welcome him. However, before he could talk to Tang Yunfen, someone interrupted. Oh, isn't it Ji Qinyang? It was a man who sounded acidic. Hearing his voice, everyone turned to look at him and saw a fat, middle-aged man. There were 2 other men along with him, but Ji Ning didn't know any of them. He used to be Ji Qinyang's classmate and he was a director of a certain bureau in a second-tier city now. He was comparatively more successful than their other classmates, so he kept a high profile. Wherever he went, he put on airs. However, he only dared to bully the weak. He didn't recognize Tang Yunfen, or he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Although Tang Yunfen was a businessman, common officials didn't dare to slight him. Ji Qinyang was unhappy to see the man, but he still politely greeted him. Hi, Yang Mingji. Upon hearing the way Ji Qinyang greeted him, Yang Mingji was displeased and criticized. Ji Qinyang, how could you call me by my full name? I'm a director after all. I think you should call me Director Yang when we're outside. I know you're an ordinary public servant. Hearing that, both Tang Yunfen and Ji Ning slightly raised their eyebrows. They disliked Yang Mingji's behavior, but said nothing about it. Fine, it's my fault. Please forgive me, Director Yang. Even if Ji Qinyang was angry, he still did what Yang Mingji wanted him to do. Alright, I have to go now. Wait a second. We're going to have fun in a clubhouse. Why don't you join us? We're old classmates after all. It's rare for us to meet, said Yang Mingji. Sorry, I came with my relatives, said Ji Qinyang. Yang Mingji didn't notice Tang Yunfen and Zhang Shu until this moment, but he thought they weren't important. They can go with us. No need, we have to deal with something later. Ji Yu Qinyang turned him down again. Given their relationship, it was unnecessary for them to hang out together. Besides, Ji Yu Qinyang understood that Yang Mingji invited him to dine together simply to make him pay the bill. Although Yang Mingji didn't lack money, he was mean and greedy. He would never pay the bill on his own if it was possible. Ji Yu Qinyang, what do you mean? We rarely meet. Shouldn't you treat me? You should know that I have a relationship with your leader, said Yang Mingji. Obviously, he was implying that Ji Yu Qinyang should buy him a meal. If Ji Yu Qinyang didn't do that, he would stack the deck against him. Tang Yunfen and the others were surprised by Yang Mingji's words. How could he be so shameless? He just threatened Ji Yu Qinyang in public. Treat you. Tang Yunfen couldn't stand it any longer. He wouldn't allow other people to bully his brother-in-law right in front of him. What treatment do you want? Tang Yunfen asked. Due to his high status, Tang Yunfen had an air of authority. Although he didn't show his anger, Yang Mingji already felt stressed. Looking at Tang Yunfen, Yang Mingji began to guess who he was, but he didn't think that Ji Yu Qinyang would have a relationship with important figures. Therefore, Yang Mingji did his best to calm down and answer. Isn't it obvious enough? Sir, I think you should improve your comprehension. The hotel manager opened his mouth when Yang Mingji was so rude to Tang Yunfen, but Tang Yunfen stopped him at once. Surely I know what you're implying, but I'm just surprised. I've never seen such a shameless person like you before. How could you force other people to pay your bills with your power? Didn't you hear that he needs to deal with something later? How dare you threaten him? Do you think you're really somebody? Tang Yunfen said. He was very straightforward and loud, so he attracted a lot of attention from other people. Other people all turned to look at Yang Mingji disdainfully. Yang Mingji felt very embarrassed. He didn't expect Tang Yunfen to humiliate him and make his intention public. However, he didn't realize that he actually asked for it himself. He couldn't blame Tang Yunfen. One could only earn respect by himself. Yang Mingji was mad and immediately put on airs. What do you think you are then? How dare you talk to me like that? I was talking to Ji Yu Qinyang. It's none of your business. Ji Yu Qinyang's my brother-in-law, so it has something to do with me. As for who I am, I'm surely more influential than you, said Tang Yunfen. Yang Mingji was angrier. Ji Yu Qinyang, you're aware of my position. How could you let him talk to me like that? Yang Mingji turned to scold Ji Yu Qinyang again. He still had no idea how important Tang Yunfen was. He refused to believe that Ji Yu Qinyang could have a relationship with any important figures. He believed that Tang Yunfen treated him badly only because Tang Yunfen didn't know his position. Your position? Ridiculous. Ji Yu Qinyang snorted and said nothing further. Compared with Tang Yunfen, Yang Mingji was merely a nobody. However, he didn't say it aloud, because he wasn't sure whether he should. If he said it aloud, he felt that he would be the same kind of person as Yang Mingji. Both of them trying to bully other people with power. Chapter 2394, Really Dumb or Acting Dumb? What's wrong with my position? Yang Mingji didn't understand what Ji Yu Qinyang was implying. He only heard irony in Ji Yu Qinyang's words, so he was displeased. The two men who were with Yang Mingji, however, figured it out. Although they didn't know Tang Yunfen's importance, they bet that he must have a high status. Therefore, they were unwilling to mess with him and decided to persuade Yang Mingji to give up. Director Yang, forget it. I think you should stop embarrassing yourself. Forget it. No way. I was humiliated publicly. Yang Mingji refused to give up, as if he was aggrieved. Humiliated? You can feel humiliated. I thought you're too shameless to have that feeling. Tang Yunfen laughed at him. Even if he had seen shameless people before, he was still surprised by Yang Mingji's shameless behavior at this time. What do you mean? Yang Mingji questioned angrily. I mean what I said. You should earn respect by yourself, but you're embarrassing yourself instead. You even blame other people for it. I can see how shameless you are, said Tang Yunfen. You're the shameless one here. Yang Mingji argued. All right, I have no patience with you now. Let me put it frankly, I'm Tang Yunfan, the owner of this hotel, said Tang Yunfan, then he meaningfully stared at Yang Mingji. He wanted to see what Yang Mingji would say next. Tang Yunfan wasn't tolerant. Even though Yang Mingji didn't break the law, he wouldn't be polite to him if he dared to annoy him. Tang Yunfan never liked bullying other people with his influence, but he wouldn't hesitate to pay bullies back. What? Yang Mingji was shocked. Tang Yunfan, the owner of this hotel. He had definitely heard of Tang Yunfan, who wasn't only the owner of this hotel, but was also the chairman of the Tangguang organization and a member of the Tang family in City B. Yang Mingji was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Yunfan to be Ji Yuqinyang's brother-in-law. How was it possible? Given what he knew, Ji Yuqinyang's family was very ordinary. Ji Yuqinyang had two sisters. One married a blue-collar worker, while the other was a single mother with a daughter. If Tang Yunfan was Ji Yuqinyang's brother-in-law, Tang Yunfan must have married Ji Yuqinyang's sister. However, it was impossible for Tang Yunfan to fall in love with a poor, single mother. Yang Mingji, his friends and the onlookers were very surprised. The onlookers didn't know Ji Yuqinyang, so they didn't think it was impossible for his sister to marry Tang Yunfan. Looking at Yang Mingji, everyone believed that he asked for humiliation himself. How could he mess with such an important figure? Mr. Tang, at this moment, Yang Mingji lost all of his confidence and pride. Whether he believed that Ji Yuqinyang was a relative of Tang Yunfan or not, it was obvious that they had a relationship. As a result, he didn't dare to slight them. Yang Mingji didn't doubt Tang Yunfan's words, because this hotel was owned by the Tangguang organization. If anyone dared to pretend to be the chairman, the staff would easily find out. What can you say now? Tang Yunfan asked with a vague smile. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, I failed to recognize you. I didn't mean to annoy you. Please forgive me this time. Yang Mingji begged for Tang Yunfan's mercy and didn't seem arrogant at all. He couldn't care less about his face now. If Tang Yunfan was mad at him, he could be easily removed from his position. Most importantly, he wasn't a good public servant, so he felt guilty. Forgive you this time. I think we're at the same age and you should be mature enough, right? How could you be so dumb? Tang Yunfan made fun of Yang Mingji. Yang Mingji understood that Tang Yunfan did it on purpose, but he dared not say anything. Mr. Tang, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. I promise it won't happen again. Yang Mingji continued to beg for Tang Yunfan's mercy. He was truly scared this time. Didn't you want my brother-in-law to treat you? He doesn't have time, and you threatened him, added Tang Yunfan. No, I should buy you a meal instead, said Yang Mingji. He hoped that they could accept his invitation and let him go today. We don't need that. It's just a meal. We can pay for it by ourselves, said Tang Yunfan deliberately. Given Tang Yunfan's wealth, he could afford as many expensive meals as he wanted. Yang Mingji was embarrassed. Even though he knew that Tang Yunfan was making fun of him, he didn't dare to argue. In fact, he had no idea what to say at this moment. Although Yang Mingji was shameless, he didn't do anything to hurt them, so Tang Yunfan had no intention of punishing him. He only wanted to humiliate him for a while and didn't think it was a big deal. Unfortunately, Yang Mingji was too dumb to figure out who he should apologize to. Mr. Yang, are you really dumb or are you acting dumb? Shouldn't you apologize to my brother-in-law instead? Tang Yunfan said. He didn't want to waste more time on Yang Mingji, but Yang Mingji must apologize to Ji Yuqinyang. Hearing that, Yang Mingji finally realized what he had done wrong. Although he always disdained Ji Yuqinyang, he didn't dare to slight him right now. Given Tang Yunfan's influence, Ji Yuqinyang would become rich sooner or later. Therefore, he had to please Ji Yuqinyang from now on. Ji Yuqinyang, I'm sorry, please forgive me. It's all my fault. I promise it won't happen again. Yang Mingji had a good attitude. Actually, he was pretty good at fawning on other people. All right, I think it should be over now, said Ji Yuqinyang. He understood that Tang Yunfan asked Yang Mingji to apologize to him. He didn't want to waste more time on Yang Mingji either, so he let Yang Mingji go. Thank you so much. Yang Mingji felt relieved when Ji Yuqinyang was willing to let him go. Without delay, he quickly left with his two friends. Chapter 2395, Ji Yuning's family background. I'm sorry for the trouble. I hope it doesn't ruin your appetite. When Yang Mingji was gone, Ji Yuqinyang apologized to other people. He mainly apologized to Tang Yunfan. Even if he knew that Tang Yunfan wouldn't mind, he couldn't forget his manners. Zhang Shu and Ji Yuning were his relatives, so he understood that they wouldn't blame him and that it wasn't necessary for him to apologize to them. It's fine. He caused you trouble. It's his fault, said Tang Yunfan. After that, they went upstairs. On the other hand, as soon as Yang Mingji walked out of the hotel, he sank to the ground. His two friends were scared and immediately helped him get back to his feet. They were frightened too, but they hadn't offended Tang Yunfan, so they could stay calm. However, they felt that they should cut off their friendship with Yang Mingji since he had annoyed Tang Yunfan. Even if it seemed that Tang Yunfan forgave him, Yang Mingji wasn't a good man. Actually, Yang Mingji had visited City B many times, but had never settled the bill once. Instead, they treated him every time. As a result, they were mad at Yang Mingji, but couldn't argue with him right now. They could only decide not to treat him again when he came next time. The dishes were already prepared, so Ji Yuning and her family enjoyed the meal right after they arrived. At the same time, a post about Ji Yuning on Weibo went viral. What's the relationship of goddess Ji Yuning, and the Tang family in City B? Why does she closely resemble the chairman of the Tangguang organization? Photos attached. The first photo was taken when they were in the hall of the Wangdeng Hotel and Ji Yuning stood next to Tang Yunfan. It wasn't very clear, but they looked very alike. That wasn't the most important clue, it was only used to prove that Ji Yuning and Tang Yunfan were together. The second photo was the valuable clue. Tang Yunfan's and Ji Yuning's faces were very clear in the second photo. Because both of them were famous, there were pictures of them on the internet. However, when they were in the same photos, many people could see that they closely resembled each other. Although the world was big and there were a lot of people who looked familiar, Ji Yuning and Tang Yunfan strongly resembled each other, which made people think that they could be father and daughter. Jesus, I think it's possible. Are they father and daughter? No way. The world is so large and there are many people who look familiar. They closely resemble each other, but they are still different. Although there are many people who look similar. Most people don't make others think that they're related by blood, but some do. I have a feeling that Ji Yuning and Tang Yunfan are related. Well, that's just my opinion. I agree. If there is no close relationship between them, Master Tang and Tang Yunfan wouldn't have attended the opening ceremony of the Shengning organization in person. They could just send someone else to go. In fact, I had that doubt when the Shengning organization was established and Master Tang and Tang Yunfan went to congratulate Ji Yuning. It caused some discussions, but we couldn't be sure of it. Anyway, I believe they're related. I heard that Ji Yuning was born in City F, not in City B. How could she be related to the Tang family? Everyone was guessing, but no one knew the truth. Before long, someone who claimed to know about it stood out and clarified it. As far as I know, Tang Yunfan got lost about 20 years ago. A year later, he came home without any memories. Early last year, Tang Yunfan married Ji Yuning's mother, so I guess he met Ji Yuning's mother during the year when he was lost. They had a family reunion after nearly 19 years. In that case, Ji Yuning is really Tang Yunfan's daughter. Did Ji Yuning's mother have a premarital pregnancy? Does it mean that Ji Yuning grew up in a single-parent family? Some people began to question Ji Yuning and her mother's behavior and became a little offensive. It might not be a premarital pregnancy. Perhaps they got married back then. Don't attack them before you know the truth. Right, but I don't think it's a problem that a woman has a premarital pregnancy. It's not uncommon nowadays. It's a totally different era now. Now it's very normal, but it was unacceptable 20 years ago. That's a double standard. I don't think it's different now. Premarital pregnancy is always unacceptable. Anyway, it's their family affair. Why are you guys so excited? Are you jealous? Many women were indeed jealous of Ji Yuman. Although Tang Yunfan was already in his early 40s, he looked much younger than his age. Moreover, he was handsome and rich. There were countless young women who ached to marry him, but they had no chance. I think they're merely jealous. Tang Yunfan is handsome and rich. He must be the perfect man in many gold diggers' eyes. Right, it's what many women want nowadays. Look at those famous actresses. Even if they are young, they still choose to marry old rich men for money. No matter what Ji Yuning's mother did, she and Tang Yunfan at least truly love each other. Why is someone criticizing single-parent families? What's wrong with a single-parent family? Don't hold any bias against single-parent families. Even though Ji Yuning was born in a single-parent family, she was still raised to become a very successful businesswoman. It proves that her mother is excellent at education. Calm down. No one is biased against single-parent families. Right, don't be so sensitive and emotional. Were you born in a single-parent family as well? As they talked about that, some began to argue over single-parent families. Because many kids who were born in a single-parent family were treated unfairly, they were sensitive and hated to hear other people's discussions on single-parent families. However, the majority of the internet users continued to talk about Ji Yuning's family background. Chapter 2396, Why did you come to City F? If so, Ji Yuning didn't become successful on her own. The Tang family must have helped her a lot. In that case, I don't think she's very impressive. Some people started doubting Ji Yuning's abilities once they learned that she was Tang Yunfan's daughter. However, most people still believed in her. If she didn't have abilities, she wouldn't have become successful no matter how much help she had. In addition, Ji Yuning wasn't only a successful businesswoman, she was also a straight-A student. She had many other achievements to prove that she was very outstanding. Ridiculous, isn't it obvious enough that Ji Yuning is unbelievable? Why do you have to deny her abilities just because of her family background? You're either jealous of her and refuse to admit that she's far better than you, or you're dumb and can't understand her comprehensively. Right, Goddess Ji Yu is much stronger than you think. She's my idol forever. Me too. I love Goddess Ji Yu forever. Whether she's Tang Yunfan's daughter or not, she has my support. When Ji Yuning read the news, she was already back at Wufu Hills after they finished eating. She played on the phone and Chu Peihan had mentioned her. Ji Yuning couldn't care less, because it wasn't a big deal or a new topic. No matter how she proved herself, people who refused to admit that she was better than them would always doubt her abilities. People who believed in her, on the other hand, would support her as usual. If they were familiar with Ji Yuning, they would know that her success had nothing to do with the Tang family. As for her relationship with Tang Yunfan, it wasn't a secret. She just didn't bother to make it public, so she didn't care about what other people were saying about her. Anyway, when Ji Yuning saw that her fans kept on defending her on the internet, she felt very touched. The next day, Ji Yuning got up to run in the morning, since she hadn't run in the morning for a long time. When Ji Yuning came back, Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan had already prepared breakfast, so they ate together. After a while, Ji Yuning brought them to visit Ji Yuman in the hospital. They would leave tomorrow because they had their work to deal with, and Ji Yuman didn't need their help. There were many people who were taking good care of her after all. If no one was looking after Ji Yuman, Ji Yuqing would surely clear her schedule and stay with her. Ji Yuman had helped them a lot, and they were sisters. Sisters should help each other. Tang Yunfan didn't go to the company today, so he dealt with his work on the phone. Luckily, he wasn't busy currently. Because Tang Yunfan and the nurses were taking care of Ji Yuman and Ji Yuman just delivered, she was weak and needed a good rest. Ji Yuqing and the others decided to leave in order to not bother Ji Yuman. Therefore, Ji Yuning brought them to have lunch, then they walked around in City B for a while before going back to Wufu Hills. They would go to see Ji Yuman again after dinner later. Ji Yuqing and the others were leaving at 10 a.m. the next morning, so Ji Yuning would directly take them to the airport after they had breakfast. Therefore they wouldn't be able to see Ji Yuman the next day. At noon, Ji Yuning received Leng Xiaoting's call. He finished his work and would be going back to the capital very soon, so he would go to City B tomorrow. When Yu Mixi went to enjoy her vacation back in City F, she didn't fool around all day. She was still an intern at xianxia real estate, but she worked 9 to 5 and she had weekends so she could date Mu K. Mu K also had his own business to manage. He owned a jewelry store, so he was busy managing it during the vacation. His jewelry store wasn't large or very popular, but it was profitable. Now he had 2 branches. One was also in City F, while the other was in a city next to City F. Mu K was only an ordinary businessman, so his business didn't expand as quickly as Gu Ning's. And because Mu K's jewelry store wasn't large, he didn't have his own factory. He worked with other factories and would give them his designs to make jewelry. Chu Peihan spent most of her time at home. She either hung out with Hao Ran and her other friends, or went to drink in their bar. Xianxia used to be a very obedient daughter and she seldom had fun in bars. She rarely stayed outside late, and normally went shopping with her friends. However, she changed after becoming friends with Gu Ning, and now she hung out every day with Chu Peihan. It didn't mean that she was a bad girl now, but she was better at socializing. She became more mature and gained more experience. The Su family witnessed her positive changes, so they didn't stop her from going out. Chu Peihan and the others weren't bad people. Although they were naughty sometimes, they had a bright future ahead. So it would only do Xianxia good if she spent time with them. That day, Chu Peihan was having a nap in the afternoon. All of a sudden, her phone rang and she immediately woke up. However, when she saw the name of the caller, she frowned. It was Han Chengelin. Why did he call her at this moment? She was having a good dream. However, even though she was displeased, Chu Peihan still answered his call. What? She sounded mad. I came to City F. Shouldn't you come out and buy a meal for me? Han Chengelin asked in excitement, but Chu Peihan didn't hear it. Why did you come to City F? Chu Peihan asked in surprise and confusion. For work, but I'll deal with it tomorrow. I'm free today, so shouldn't you, as my friend, be my guide in City F? Why don't we go have some delicious food? Han Chengelin said. Where are you now? Although Chu Peihan didn't get along with Han Chengelin, she didn't hate him and accepted him as a friend now. So since a friend came to her city, she should treat him. I just got off the plane. You can make a schedule for the tour first. I'll call you when I reach the city center, said Han Chengelin. No problem, said Chu Peihan, then hung up. Without delay, she got up and washed herself. She was going out, so she put on light makeup. Chapter 2397. Not easy to impress me normally. Stars put on a baseball cap, a mask, and a pair of glasses to avoid being recognized by their fans, but Han Chengelin only wore a simple baseball cap. He felt it might attract more attention if he put on too many accessories. Moreover, Han Chengelin didn't have a lot of fame yet, so he would be fine in the crowd. In that case, a baseball cap was enough for him to disguise himself. After the call with Chu Peihan, Han Chengelin put on a satisfied smile, which surprised his assistant. His assistant understood that Han Chengelin was just having fun in the entertainment industry and that he would actually take over his family's business sooner or later, so there was no need to worry about his future. After all, Han Chengelin had just gotten some fame, and rumors could ruin his career, but Han Chengelin didn't care about that. However, what his assistant was dissatisfied with was that the activity in City F actually had nothing to do with Han Chengelin, but Han Chengelin went to settle it by himself. He asked for no money and the host only needed to pay for the cost of the trip and the accommodation fee. It was a good thing for the host, so the host agreed. At the beginning, the assistant didn't understand why Han Chengelin did that, but he had a guess after hearing their conversation on the phone. Chengelin, who's that? The assistant gossiped. A friend, said Han Chengelin. What friend? The assistant continued. Han Chengelin gave the assistant a glance. Before he said anything again, the assistant gave in. All right, just ignore it. Anyway, the assistant believed that it must be a girl Han Chengelin liked, or he wouldn't have proposed to attend the activity without pay. Han Chengelin was very friendly, but he was born in a business family. He was much more shrewd than ordinary people, and he wouldn't be willing to suffer losses unless he wanted to. The host sent people to drive Han Chengelin and his assistant to a downtown hotel first. After checking in, Han Chengelin told his assistant to rent a car from the hotel. At the same time, Han Chengelin called Chu Peihan. He asked where she was and said that he would go to pick her up. Chu Peihan told Han Chengelin where her family lived, then Han Chengelin left his assistant in the hotel while he left. He was going on a date, so he didn't take his assistant with him. His assistant was reluctant to let Han Chengelin go out alone. After all, this was their first trip to this city, and they barely knew anyone. In fact, Han Chengelin was a grown man, and he wouldn't get lost. The assistant simply wanted to meet the girl Han Chengelin was going to see. He was curious about her looks and her relationship with Han Chengelin. Unfortunately, Han Chengelin didn't allow him to go no matter what reason he gave. The assistant could do nothing about it. Han Chengelin was his boss, and he had to listen to him. As a result, the assistant went back to his room alone. He didn't want to rest, because he wasn't tired at all. Instead, he began to play mobile games. Han Chengelin wasn't familiar with City F, but there was GPS in the car. When he reached Chu Peihan's home, he called her. 2 minutes later, Chu Peihan walked out. Upon seeing her, Han Chengelin beamed with happiness. Chu Peihan, on the other hand, was expressionless. However, although she was expressionless on the surface, she didn't hate seeing Han Chengelin. She was actually a little happy. After Chu Peihan got in the car, she said, "I'll take you to a popular tourist attraction in our city first. I haven't visited it yet, but I think it should be fun. My friends and I always wanted to go there, but some of us are often absent, so we haven't had a chance." Great. Han Chengelin didn't care where they went, but he was glad to hear that this was also Chu Peihan's first time visiting the place. Chu Peihan didn't know its location, so they used the GPS. It was located in a suburb, because there were many outdoor activities. Although it was a cold day, the sun was out. The temperature wasn't too low, so there were still many people coming out to have fun, especially now that it was a holiday. Most of the visitors were high school and college students. Among them were a lot of couples. Both Han Chengelin and Chu Peihan were very beautiful, so they attracted a lot of attention once they arrived at the tourist attraction. Some girls wanted to strike up a conversation with Han Chengelin, but none of them had the courage because of Chu Peihan. Because when a young man was with a young woman, they were usually either a couple or siblings. Most girls liked handsome men, but it didn't mean that they would steal the man from his girl. "Well, I think I should give you some space. Look at the girls. They can't wait to get close to you, but they are hesitating to start a conversation with you because of me." Chu Peihan joked with Han Chengelin. Hearing that, Han Chengelin was unhappy. "Why do you think I'm interested in them? I'm not a playboy. How could I know what kind of man you are? Men enjoy flirting with beautiful girls. I don't think you're different," said Chu Peihan. "Have many men tried to impress you before?" Han Chengelin asked. "It's not easy," said Chu Peihan disdainfully. She disliked men who had no wisdom and were self-centered. "I can see that." Han Chengelin nodded. Han Chengelin actually didn't have much interest in outdoor activities, but he enjoyed himself because Chu Peihan played with him. When they were done, Chu Peihan and Han Chengelin were about to leave. However, Chu Peihan saw 3 familiar faces at this time. They were her classmates. However, they weren't friends, so Chu Peihan had no intention of saying hi to them. If they normally met each other, they wouldn't bother to talk to each other because the girls were jealous of Chu Peihan because of her beauty and family background. Although they didn't know the details, they were sure that Chu Peihan had a powerful family. Now they saw a handsome man beside Chu Peihan, and thought it must be her boyfriend. However, they weren't certain, so they decided to talk to Chu Peihan. "Hi, Chu Peihan, it's been a while." Chapter 2398. Just a meal. Chu Peihan understood that Han Chengelin was their target when they came to talk to her. Because although they talked to her, they were staring at Han Chengelin the entire time. Chu Peihan gave Han Chengelin a cold glance. Whenever she was with him, she would always encounter trouble. Han Chengelin felt he was innocent, because he had done nothing wrong. Even though Chu Peihan understood that they targeted Han Chengelin, she had to be polite since they greeted her, so she said in a flat voice, "Hi, what a coincidence. Is this your boyfriend?" one girl asked. She was the deputy class leader of their class, Lu Lufei. Upon thinking that such a handsome man might be Chu Peihen's boyfriend, Lu Lufei and the other girls got jealous. Why could Chu Peihen have a powerful family and a handsome boyfriend? Moreover, given the man's clothes and his watch, which was from an international brand, he must be rich too. Yeah, I'm Peihen's boyfriend, said Han Chengelin before Chu Peihen opened her mouth. He didn't mean to embarrass Chu Peihen at this moment, although he wanted to see her reaction after he said that. In fact, he could see what Lu Lufei wanted to do. If he didn't say that he was Chu Peihen's boyfriend, Lu Lufei would start to strike up a conversation with him, and he didn't want to waste time on her. Therefore, he directly said that he was Chu Peihen's boyfriend to keep the girl away. Chu Peihen, however, gave Han Chengelin a glare. Since when did he become her boyfriend? She understood that Han Chengelin purposely said that to Lu Lufei because he was Lu Lufei's target. If she denied it, Lu Lufei would certainly strike up a conversation with Han Chengelin. Therefore, Han Chengelin simply wanted to keep his distance from Lu Lufei. Chu Peihen was a little displeased, but didn't deny it. She didn't care whether Lu Lufei misunderstood their relationship. Anyway, she could kick Han Chengelin away after she got a real boyfriend. Han Chengelin didn't miss Chu Peihen's reaction. Although she disliked what he said, she didn't deny it, which meant she didn't hate him. It wasn't very satisfying, but it wasn't too bad. Perhaps he was losing his patience. Hearing Han Chengelin's reply, Lu Lufei and the other girls were disappointed, but they weren't surprised because they had thought that they might be a couple. All right, we have to leave now. Enjoy yourself. Han Chengelin then ignored the girls and left holding Chu Peihen's hand. Chu Peihen struggled a little in vain before she eventually accepted it. In fact, if Chu Peihen really wanted to get rid of him, it was impossible for Han Chengelin to hold her hand. After all, compared with Chu Peihen, Han Chengelin was too weak. Chu Peihen gave up simply because she didn't want Lu Lufei to laugh at her. She just agreed that Han Chengelin was her boyfriend, so she couldn't get rid of him right now. Well, since we have met and it's time for dinner, why don't we sit together? Lu Lufei suddenly stopped them. Although she knew that the man was Chu Peihen's boyfriend and she didn't dare to do anything to him, she still wanted to know more about such a handsome man. Sorry, we already have an appointment, and we're not familiar enough to share a meal, said Chu Peihen in a flat voice. Afterwards, she left Lu Lufei behind and quickly walked away with Han Chengelin. They were indeed unfamiliar, so Chu Peihen didn't hesitate to embarrass her. Lu Lufei was furious. She knew that Chu Peihen did it deliberately, but she couldn't do anything about it because she didn't dare to anger Chu Peihen. If Chu Peihen was angered, she might be beaten. Chu Peihen is as arrogant as always. I think she'll cause herself trouble sooner or later if she doesn't change, said Girl A. She only dared to badmouth Chu Peihen now that Chu Peihen was far away. Right, I wonder whether she'll be arrogant when she's amongst kids of wealth and power. If she annoys those trust fund kids, she might be punished seriously, said Girl B. Although Chu Peihen was born in an influential family, her family only had influence in City F. It meant nothing after she went to the capital. I bet she has already been punished many times, said Girl A. She wasn't sure of it, but she hoped that it had happened to Chu Peihen. Did you forget that Chu Peihen and Ji Yuning are close friends? Ji Yuning has unbelievable connections. Chu Peihen will be fine unless she offends someone who has a very high status, said Lu Lufei. She had heard a lot about Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Girl A and Girl B closed their mouths. They almost forgot that. Chu Peihen held Han Chengelin's hand, so he felt very excited, although he knew it was just an act. When they had walked far away, Chu Peihen let Han Chengelin go at once. Han Chengelin felt upset, but didn't show his feelings, nor did he say anything. Chu Peihen felt it was weird when she held Han Chengelin's hand. She didn't hate it, but her heart was pounding. However, Chu Peihen composed herself, because she didn't want Han Chengelin to know what she was thinking. It would be embarrassing. There is always trouble when I'm with you, Chu Peihen complained. Well, how about this? I'll buy a meal for you this afternoon to make it up to you, said Han Chengelin. He asked Chu Peihan out to see her, so he had no intention of asking her to buy him a meal. You came to my city. I should pay the bill. It's just a meal. I can afford it, said Chu Peihan. She couldn't forget her manners. Fine, you can buy me a meal this afternoon, and I'll buy you a meal after I finish my work tomorrow. Han Chengelin stopped arguing with Chu Peihan, and instead directly used that excuse to ask her out again tomorrow. Sure. Chu Peihan didn't think further about it. She thought it was acceptable, so she agreed. When Chu Peihan wasn't paying attention to him, Han Chengelin put on a satisfied smile. After that, they got in the car and left. Chapter 2399, You're a Star. Back in the city center, they went to have steak at a fancy Western restaurant. Because Han Chengelin was the guest, Chu Peihan let him decide what to eat. Han Chengelin felt it was more romantic to have a Western dinner, so he decided to have steak. Also, there were only two of them, so if they went to have a traditional meal, it would be difficult for them to order appropriate dishes for two. It would be a waste of food if they ordered too much, but it would be inappropriate if they only ordered 3 dishes. Chu Peihan seldom talked to Han Chengelin because she didn't know what to say, but Han Chengelin was very talkative and wouldn't stop talking with Chu Peihan. Why don't we go to a karaoke bar tonight? Asked Han Chengelin. There are just 2 of us. It'll be boring. I prefer to go home and play mobile games, said Chu Peihan. Even if they were going to do karaoke, it would only be fun when there were a lot of people. Han Chengelin, however, wanted to have some private time with Chu Peihan, but it seemed that Chu Peihan didn't want to go do fun stuff when there were only 2 of them. Why don't you call your friends? I don't know what to do after going back to the hotel. In order to spend more time with Chu Peihan, Han Chengelin had to tell Chu Peihan to call her friends. Chu Peihan hesitated for a second, then said, I need to ask them whether they're free. I have about 6 friends in this city, who always hang out together, unless we're busy. No problem, said Han Chengelin. He didn't care how many friends Chu Peihan had. He simply didn't want to leave her right now. Without delay, Chu Peihan had mentioned her friends in City F in their WeChat group. Other than Ji Yuning, they were all back to City F for the vacation. At this time, they had finished dinner, and most of them were free, so they agreed to meet up once they read Chu Peihan's message. However, only 5 of them could come, because Anyi and Chin Zixin were busy. Han Chengelin booked a private room on the internet where they would meet at 9 p.m. Since Han Chengelin invited them out, he had to arrive earlier than his guests, so at 8:30 p.m., he and Chu Peihan reached the karaoke bar. Hey, why don't we sing a song together? Han Chengelin asked. Before her friends came, Han Chengelin hoped that they could sing a song together first. They could also sing a song together after Chu Peihan's friends came, but it was a different feeling. At that time, he might be ignored. Sure. Chu Peihan felt bored just sitting there, so she agreed and chose a song both of them could sing. They worked in the entertainment industry, so it was easy for them to sing. Han Chengelin was good at acting, dancing, and singing. Chu Peihan had many skills too. After professional training, Han Chengelin could sing as well as the original singer, while Chu Peihan wasn't as good. When they sang the second song, Xianxia arrived. The moment she pushed the door open, she was struck dumb. She heard the singing from outside the private room and thought that it was the original song, but it turned out that someone was singing. Jesus, he was so good at singing. He was nearly as good as the original singer. For unprofessional people, he indeed sang as well as the original singer. There was no big difference. The next moment, Xianxia saw Han Chengelin's face and was surprised again. She didn't expect him to be a handsome man. The first idea that appeared in Xianxia's mind was that he must be Chu Peihan's boyfriend, so she turned to look at Chu Peihan meaningfully. Seeing that, Chu Peihan knew that Xianxia had misunderstood. However, she didn't know how she should explain, because she had told her friends that Han Chengelin was senior to her in their school on the phone. Even though she had explained that to her friends, Han Chengelin invited her friends to have fun together, which meant she was very important to him. After Xianxia came in, Han Chengelin put down the microphone at once. Since Chu Peihan's friend was here, it would be impolite if he continued to sing and said nothing. Hi, I'm senior to Chu Peihan in our school. My name is Han Chengalin. Han Chengalin immediately introduced himself to Su Anya. Hi, I'm a close friend of Chu Peihan, Su Anya. Su Anya also introduced herself, but she felt Han Chengalin's name sounded a little familiar. However, she was afraid that she was wrong, so she didn't mention it. Although Su Anya believed that there was a special relationship between Chu Peihan and Han Chengalin, she didn't point it out. After a while, Mu Kei and Yu Mixi came and greeted Han Chengalin too. They didn't know it was Han Chengalin who invited them to have fun together, so they were surprised to see him when they met. At the same time, they also gave Chu Peihan a meaningful glance. Anyway, they didn't tell Chu Peihan that Han Chengalin might have special feelings for her, because it was their personal affair. After that, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping arrived. Han Chengalin was only 2 years older than them, so there was no age gap between them. They all soon became friends, then drank and played games together. About half an hour later, Su Anya still felt that Han Chengalin's name was very familiar, so she took out her phone and looked it up on the internet. After reading news about Han Chengalin, she finally realized who he was. Actually, she had watched TV shows starring Han Chengalin. Although his role wasn't very important, she was impressed by his good looks. She had even searched for his real name. Hey, Anya, what are you doing? Hao Ran sat next to Su Anya. When he saw her staring at the screen of her phone, he asked curiously. Hearing his voice, Su Anya came back to her senses, then handed her phone to Hao Ran. Read it yourself. What? Hao Ran was confused. He took Su Anya's phone and read the news, then was astonished. The young man who was senior to Chu Peihan turned out to be a star. It greatly surprised him. Although it was very normal that there were stars in Chu Peihan's school, he didn't expect that Chu Peihan could become friends with them. Chengalin, are you a star? Hao Ran asked excitedly. Although he didn't have an idol, he still got excited since a big star was drinking with him. Hearing that, Zhang Tianping also turned to look at Han Chengalin in surprise. Han Chengalin was a star. Yeah, I'm an actor, but I've only played a role in 2 TV shows, said Han Chengalin. He didn't elaborate on it, but nor did he bother to keep it a secret. Since they found out, he was willing to admit it. Can we take some photos together then? I must show off, Hao Ran asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. Chapter 2400, Whether he's good doesn't matter, of course. Han Chengalin normally disliked taking photos with strangers, but it was Chu Peihan's friend, so he was more than willing to do it now. It wouldn't do him any harm if he could form a good relationship with her friends. I want photos too, said Zhang Tianping. Although he didn't want to show it off, it was a rare chance to see a big star, so he wanted to keep the memory by having some photos. And me. Su Anya joined them at once. Seeing that they were so excited to see Han Chengalin, Chu Peihan rolled her eyes. He wasn't very famous. Did they have to be so happy? She was working in the entertainment industry now, and she was going to play an important role in a show. That night, they enjoyed themselves very much, but they didn't drink too much, because it wouldn't be as fun if they got drunk. They usually stopped drinking when they felt that they had had enough. They also usually didn't stay out too late and would separate at about 11 p.m. Therefore, when it was 11 p.m., they separated. Because they had known that they would drink, they didn't drive and directly took a taxi back home. Han Chengalin had told his assistant to come to pick them up, so he would send Chu Peihan and Su Anya home. Mu Kei would send Yu Mixi home, and Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping were both strong men, so they could protect themselves and took a taxi home. Han Chengalin's assistant didn't know that he went out to see Chu Peihan until now. If so, Han Chengalin must have come to City F for Chu Peihan. It seemed that there was chemistry between them. Han Chengalin's assistant recognized Chu Peihan because of the rumors about them not too long ago. He used to think that they were just friends and it was a misunderstanding, but now it turned out that he was wrong. He didn't know that Han Chengalin went out to see Chu Peihan before he came to pick them up because he wasn't aware that Chu Peihan lived in City F. Nice to see you, Miss Chu. The assistant greeted Chu Peihan. Because she might become Han Chengalin's girlfriend, he had to be nice to her. Do you know me? Chu Peihan was surprised that Han Chengalin's assistant recognized her. In fact, she didn't know that he was Han Chengalin's assistant. Yeah, I learned about you when you had those rumors with Chengalin, said the assistant. At the same time, he carefully gave Han Chengalin a glance. He wanted to see whether Han Chengalin would get mad when he talked about the rumors. Han Chengalin didn't seem mad at all. Instead, there was a vague smile on his face. Upon hearing the rumors, Chu Peihan felt a little uneasy. She was unhappy about it, because whenever she was with Han Chengalin, there was always trouble. Rumors. What rumors? Why is there a rumor about you? Are you? Xianxia got interested at once and wanted to hear more gossip. When rumors about Han Chengalin and Chu Peihan went viral, only a few of them had read the news. Because it didn't cause a sensation and Chu Peihan didn't talk about that stuff with them, they weren't aware of it. Chu Peihan understood what Xianxia wanted to hear, so she angrily knocked Xianxia's forehead with her knuckle. Stop asking about it. There is nothing between him and me. It was just a misunderstanding. Ouch! Xianxia shouted in pain. It actually wasn't very painful, but she deliberately shouted loudly. Don't you know that women love gossip? Why are you so eager to deny it? Did you panic? I denied it because it's not true, said Chu Peihan in annoyance. I didn't know that. That's why I asked you about it, said Xianxia. She wasn't fully convinced by Chu Peihan's explanation. She didn't know the truth, but she could feel that there was something different between Chu Peihan and Han Chengalin. At this moment, some passers-by turned to look at them, so Chu Peihan directly pulled Xianxia into the car, in case any rumors were caused again. Get in now, Chu Peihan shouted at Han Chengalin when she saw that he still stood outside. Han Chengalin gave her a smile, then walked to sit in the front passenger's seat. His assistant was the driver. After the car started, Xianxia whispered in Chu Peihan's ear. Hey, is there really nothing between you two? Her voice wasn't loud, but Han Chengalin could still hear it. However, he pretended that he heard nothing. Chu Peihan gave Xianxia a glare. Nothing. Come on, he's so handsome and he's a star. Why didn't you do something? Doesn't he like you? Xianxia asked. Chu Peihan was angered and shouted, how could you say that to my face? Why do you think he is the one that doesn't like me? I have no interest in him. Miss Chu, Chengalin is a quality man, Han Chengalin's assistant defended him. Although he wasn't clear about Chu Peihan's family background, he knew that Han Chengalin's family was very rich. In fact, even if Chu Peihan's family was the richest in City F, it wasn't comparable to Han Chengalin's family. He didn't say that to scold Chu Peihan, but he wanted to let her know that Han Chengalin was a good choice. It's none of your business. Focus on driving, said Han Chengalin. He understood that Chu Peihan was just mad and didn't mean to attack him. He also knew that his assistant misunderstood Chu Peihan, so he stopped the assistant. Fine. The assistant felt a little aggrieved, but he said nothing further since Han Chengalin didn't care about it. After all, it had nothing to do with him, and he was just an outsider. It doesn't matter whether he's good or not. It's just my feelings. Do you understand? Chu Peihan replied to Han Chengalin's assistant. Han Chengalin's assistant nodded, because it was the truth. Different women had different preferences. Some preferred money, some preferred a good-looking face, while some wanted love. When a woman didn't lack money and was good-looking, she undoubtedly wanted love. Han Chengalin was a little upset, because it meant Chu Peihan had no special feelings for him now. Never mind, he had time and patience. But, Xianxia still wanted to ask about something, but Chu Peihan glared at her again. If you dare to say another word, I'll gag your mouth. Xianxia felt aggrieved and pouted, but stopped asking, because she knew that Chu Peihan meant what she said. Could she fight with her? It was impossible for her to win, so she had to give in. Chapter 2401. I saw it with both of my eyes. However, Xianxia felt she was treated unfairly, so she complained. Peihan, don't be so aggressive. Men don't like that. However, she was just joking. I haven't decided whether to get married or not yet. I don't think it's bad to stay single. I can do whatever I want. I feel free when I'm single, said Chu Peihan. Although she felt like that now, she might change her mind in the future. She just hadn't met a man who could steal her heart. Even if she met her Mr. Right and they got together, she wouldn't change herself for him. It was hard to change one's character. Chu Peihan understood that Xianxia was joking, but she was very serious. If a man couldn't accept her character, she wouldn't be together with him. She might have a quick temper, but she was reasonable and wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. Han Chengelin, however, was disappointed when he heard her reply. She hadn't decided to get married or not yet. He was surprised to hear that she enjoyed being single. Why do you have that idea? Why do you think you can be free by staying single? Han Chengelin asked. Because it's a cruel society. I read so much news about irresponsible and violent men. Women, however, are asked to be perfect. We must give birth to kids and raise them. We have to do housework and take care of the old. We're not even allowed to live with our own parents after we get married. I know there are good men and bad women, but it's too hard to find a good man. I don't know what man I'll meet. After all, most bad men only show their real color after getting married. I'm not weak, and I'll surely pay the man back if he dares to hurt me after marriage, but it doesn't seem worth it, so I think it's not bad to stay single, said Chu Peihan. She saw through today's society. Hearing that, Han Chengelin suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, what Chu Peihan said wasn't uncommon in today's society. Once men got rich, they could easily go bad and cheat on their wives. Most rich men kept mistresses although they were already married. However, Han Chengelin wasn't one of them. In his family, his father and third uncle were good men. On the other hand, his second uncle married a mistress. Because of that, his second uncle was never welcome in their family. His second uncle was even chased out by his grandmother to live outside. The Han family was a large family with multiple generations, but they lived together. Besides, they didn't allow Han Chengelin's second uncle's current wife to visit the Han family's mansion, unless his grandmother wanted to see her for something serious or when it was a festival. Han Chengelin's grandmother still allowed them to see her because his second uncle was her son after all, and it didn't cause a big sensation back then. The Han family hadn't been humiliated, and outsiders all thought that Han Chengelin's second uncle got a divorce before marrying again. Anyway, it wasn't important. I know there are many terrible men nowadays, but there are a lot of good men too. You said you don't know what kind of man you'll meet, so you'll instead choose to stay single. I think you're simply terrified to give it a try, said Han Chengelin. He said that to challenge Chu Peihan, because he didn't want her to be determined to stay single. If she made up her mind to stay single, how could he chase her and make her his girlfriend? I'm terrified. I'm not a coward. Chu Peihan was dissatisfied when Han Chengelin said that to her. Since you're not terrified, why don't you have a try? Don't tell me you don't want to waste time or energy. It's just an excuse. Life is full of challenges. You'll never know if it's worth it unless you try, said Han Chengelin. He tried to encourage Chu Peihan to be positive. Well, let me ask you a question. Are there more good men than bad men in your life? Do you trust them? Of course, there is no perfect person in this world. Everyone has shortcomings. If a man isn't violent or disloyal, if he cherishes what his wife does for the family, if he's the breadwinner, if he loves his wife, do you think he's a good man? Can your male friends do that? Han Chengelin asked. Chu Peihan didn't answer his question right away, but pondered over his words. She didn't know whether her male friends could do that, but she believed that they could, so she said honestly, I don't know whether they can do that, because they're all unmarried, but given my knowledge of them, I believe they can. At least, they're not terrible men. Since you believe they can do it, why have you lost confidence in men? Asked Han Chengelin. Hey, why are you suddenly becoming so serious? I'll think about it after I meet someone I like. Chu Peihan wanted to change the topic. She just said that, and didn't really mean to stay single forever. Hearing that, Han Chengelin felt more disappointed, because it meant that he wasn't the man she wanted. Well, it seemed that he still needed to work on that. After that, they dropped the topic. After driving Xianxia home, Han Chengelin sent Chu Peihan home. Before he left, Han Chengelin was afraid that Chu Peihan might forget to dine with him tomorrow, so he reminded her. Don't forget that I'm buying you a meal tomorrow. Sure, said Chu Peihan, then walked away without looking back. Chengelin, do you like Miss Chu? His assistant asked. How did you see that? Han Chengelin asked. He didn't deny it, which meant he admitted it. I saw it with both of my eyes. Anyway, you treat her differently, said the assistant. If he couldn't see it, he wouldn't have asked that question. Han Chengelin said nothing, and his assistant stopped asking about it. However, he believed that Han Chengelin had special feelings for Chu Peihan. Unfortunately, given Chu Peihan's reactions, she obviously felt nothing for Han Chengelin. The assistant wondered whether she was aware of Han Chengelin's feelings for her. Chapter 2402, It's Xiaoting's mother. In the morning, Ji Yuning drove Zhongshu and the others to the airport. Ji Yuqing sat on the front passenger's seat, because she often got car sick. Along the way, Ji Yuqing looked at Ji Yuning, wanting to say something. Ji Yuning focused on the road, but she could feel that Ji Yuqing was staring at her, so she asked, Aunt Qing, what do you want to say? Ji Yuqing hesitated for a few seconds, then said, Ningning, I know you hate your grandma, but I heard from your older uncle that your grandma is dying. If she's really going to die, will you go to see her before she takes her last breath? Knowing that, Ji Yuning fell into silence. In fact, even if her grandmother was really dying, she was reluctant to see the old woman, but she had to think about Ji Yuman's feelings. Although Ji Yuman deeply hated the old woman as well, it was her biological mother after all. Therefore, Ji Yuman hadn't visited the old woman in the hospital once during the past year, but she would attend the funeral if the old woman really died. I'll go if I have time, said Ji Yuning. However, Ji Yuman just delivered. If the old woman passed away now, it would be inconvenient for Ji Yuman to attend the funeral. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning took out a bottle of power crystals and handed it to Ji Yuqing. This medicine can treat her illness. Take it back and tell her to take a pill every 3 days. She'll be fine for a while. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not doing this for her, but for my mother. She's my mother's biological mother after all. If she really dies, my mother will surely go to her funeral, but she just gave birth to my younger brother. She needs more rest. Ji Yuning explained. The 2 power crystals were enough to keep the old woman awake. She could eat and talk, but Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether she could become clear-headed. It was also unlikely for the old woman to walk again. Because Ji Yuning had no kindness towards the old woman, she simply wanted the old woman to live a little longer. It was the most she could do. They had been apart for about a year, so her hatred went a little away. However, Ji Yuning still hated the old woman. Ji Yuqing understood that Ji Yuning's medicine had a great effect, but she didn't know it could keep her mother conscious. She thought that it could probably only help her mother stay alive. Either way, it was very nice of Ji Yuning to do that, and Ji Yuqing felt very touched. Ji Yuqing didn't hate their mother as deeply as Ji Yuman, because they were in different situations and were treated differently. Therefore, Ji Yuqing still cared about her mother's condition. Even if her mother was in a vegetative state now, her mother was at least still alive. Ningning, thank you, said Ji Yuqing. Ningning, thank you so much. Ji Yuqinyang also thanked her. Among all the people here, Ji Yuqinyang was the last one who wanted the old woman to die. After all, Ji Yuqinyang was always spoiled by their mother, so there was deep affection between him and their mother. Whenever he was free, he would go to visit her in City F. Although their mother was in a vegetative state now, he would still feel happy as long as he could see their mother. He understood that their mother treated Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman badly. And although it wasn't right, he wouldn't hate their mother just because of that. I'm glad to help, Ji Yuning said. When Ji Yuning drove Zhongshu and the others to the airport, Leng Xiaoting and his family went to City B from the capital to visit Ji Yuman. This time, Leng Xiaoting came with Jing Yunyao, Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin. They brought many gifts with them, which they had prepared earlier on. It would be too late to do it after they arrived at City B. When Ji Yuning talked with Leng Xiaoting on the phone last night, she said that she could go to pick them up, but Leng Xiaoting had already made arrangements, so he told Ji Yuning to wait for them at the hospital. In that case, Ji Yuning didn't insist. After she drove Zhongshu and the others to the airport, she went directly back to the hospital. Back in the hospital, Tang Yunfan was still there. He didn't go to work today either. He stayed because he wanted to keep Ji Yu Man company and because Ji Yu Ning had told him that the Leng family would come today. They would be arriving at about 12 p.m. Therefore, Ji Yu Man had a meal first at noon, while Tang Yunfan and Ji Yu Ning waited for the Leng family so that they could eat together. The Leng family also told Tang Haifeng that they would come, so Tang Haifeng came to the hospital at 11 a.m. At this time, Tang Yunhang was free, so was Zhang Lihua and Tang Jiakai. Because Tang Jiakai had encountered a ghost that night, he was still in a bad mental state. His two friends were in an even worse condition than him. They had a fever after that night. Luckily, they were fine now and the fever was gone. A few minutes past 12 p.m., Leng Xiaoting and his family arrived with their many gifts. Although Tang Haifeng scolded them for carrying so many presents, it showed that they cared a lot about the Tang family. Therefore, Tang Haifeng still felt happy. May I know this lady's name? Tang Haifeng's sight fell on Jing Yuniao next. He didn't know her, so he asked that question. Because there were no outsiders in the ward, Ji Yuning directly said, "This is Jing Yuniao. She's Xiaoting's mother." Knowing that, everyone was shocked because it wasn't a secret that Leng Xiaoting's parents had already passed away about a dozen years ago, but now Ji Yuning told them that this woman was Leng Xiaoting's mother. In addition, she looked very young. The fact that she looked young wasn't the point because some people took good care of their skin and looked much younger than their real ages. Ji Yu Man was a great example. She was over 40 years old now, but she seemed to be in her early 30s. Zhang Lihua was in the same state. The issue was, why did a person who was dead over a dozen years ago suddenly show up? If she was really Leng Xiaoting's mother, there must be a reason for that. The Tang family was unaware of it, so they were curious. Looking at their surprised faces, Ji Yuning continued to explain. Xiaoting's mother had an accident over a dozen years ago, but she didn't die. She just lost her memories. We met her by chance not too long ago, and we helped her regain her memories. Hearing that, everyone nodded. Tang Yunfan had suffered the same thing. Both of them had lost their memories in an accident, and they got their memories back after they had a family reunion. Chapter 2403, destined to stand out because of what Tang Yunfan had been through before, they didn't think it was strange that she regained her memories. Moreover, there was no reason for Ji Yuning to lie to them. Great, great, great. Tang Haifeng felt touched. He was old and cherished familial relationships more than ever. To him it was very touching that a family could have a reunion. The others had the same feeling. After chatting for a while, Tang Yunfan took them to eat at the Wangdang Hotel. Ji Yu Man ate before the Leng family came, so the nurses stayed to take care of her while the others went to eat. After eating, the others would come back. Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin wouldn't stay at the hospital for long. They had to leave that afternoon, but Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao would stay for a few more days. Therefore, after having lunch, Tang Jiakai and Tang Haifeng went back to the Tang family's house. Tang Yunhang left to deal with his business. And Tang Yunfan, Zhang Lihua, Jing Yuniao, Ji Yuning, and Leng Xiaoting returned to the hospital. After 1 p.m., Zhang Shu and Ji Yuqing had gotten back to City F. However, they didn't go home, but went straight to the hospital. They even gave Ji Yuqingxiang a call on their way there. Although Ji Yu Man forgave Ji Yuqingxiang, she didn't tell him that she just gave birth to a baby. She didn't hate him, but Lin Liwan was mentally ill now, and Ji Yuqingxiang needed to take care of his crazy wife. Ji Yuqingxiang had hired a nurse and Ji Yuqingyan was back home for the vacation, but Ji Yu Man still felt that she shouldn't bother them. Ji Yu Man told Ji Yuqing to help her explain that to Ji Yuqingxiang. In fact, even if Ji Yu Man didn't want him to come simply because she disliked him, it was understandable. After all, Ji Yuqingxiang felt guilty for what he had done to Ji Yu Man before. At this time, it was noon and Ji Yuqingxiang was resting in the company. Relying on Ji Yuning's help, his company was becoming more and more profitable, so he was busy now. He normally stayed in the company at noon for lunch and a nap. When he received Ji Yuqing's call, Ji Yuqing told him that Ji Yuning gave them a medicine which could keep their mother alive. Ji Yuqingxiang was excited to hear that, but he had mixed emotions afterwards. Their mother treated Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Ning badly, but Ji Yu Ning was still willing to help their mother. Ji Yu Ning's kindness impressed Ji Yu Qingxiang. Ji Yu Qingxiang was the one who had been the most spoiled in their family, so he had the deepest connection with their mother. He was the last one who wanted to see their mother die. Otherwise, he would have already given up on treating their mother because it cost a lot each day to keep their mother in the hospital. Once Ji Yu Qingxiang heard the news from Ji Yu Qing, he rapidly went to the hospital. Because he was closer to the hospital than Ji Yu Qing was, he arrived 5 minutes earlier than Ji Yu Qing and Zhang Shu. After being still in bed for a year, old Mrs. Ji Yu had lost a lot of weight. During this year, she had no food, other than being fed intravenously. Nevertheless, Ji Yu Qing immediately did what Ji Yu Ning told her to do. She helped her mother take a power crystal. Both Ji Yu Qing and Zhang Shu had taken the pill before, so she knew that it would melt once it was put into the mouth. Can Mom swallow it? Ji Yu Qingxiang asked worriedly. Don't worry, the pill will melt the second it's put into the mouth, said Ji Yu Qing. Ji Yu Qingxiang watched it quietly and really saw the pill melt as soon as it was put into her mouth, but he wondered whether it was effective. Thinking of that, Ji Yu Qingxiang asked, is it really effective? Since Ningning said it's effective, it must be effective, said Ji Yu Qing. She trusted Ji Yu Ning. Hearing that, Ji Yu Qingxiang was convinced, because he believed that Ji Yu Ning wouldn't joke about that. Because their mother was in a vegetative state, the medicine didn't come to effect as quickly. They stayed for an hour, then left. However, shortly after they left, old Mrs. Gu's face changed. Her pale face became ruddy, but it was very slow. At 3 p.m., Ji Yu Ning and Leng Xiaoting drove Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin to the airport. Jing Yuniao stayed in the hospital to chat with Ji Yu Man and Zhang Lihua. Even though this was their first meeting, Jing Yuniao didn't feel nervous at all. After all, she was very nice and easy to get along with. Therefore Zhang Lihua and Ji Yu Man had a good impression of Jing Yuniao. Actually, Jing Yuniao only treated people who were close to her nicely. If it were strangers, she would be as aloof as Ji Yu Ning. Yuniao, if Ningning does anything wrong in the future, please be tolerant, Ji Yu Man said to Jing Yuniao. Although Ji Yu Ning hadn't married Leng Xiaoting yet, it would happen sooner or later, so it was understandable that Ji Yu Man said that to Jing Yuniao. In fact, Tang Haifeng and Master Leng already treated each other as family members. As a mother, Ji Yu Man didn't want Ji Yu Ning to have a bad relationship with her mother-in-law. After all, it was never easy to get along well with mothers-in-law. Among 100 mothers-in-law, perhaps only 2 or 3 of them were easy to get along with. Normally, mothers didn't want their daughters to suffer the same pain as them, while mothers-in-law had the opposite idea. Even old Mrs. Ji Yu had treated Lin Liwan and Wen Yulan unfairly in the past. Ningning is a very good kid. I like her very much. Because of her, I was able to meet Xiaoting again. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that I actually have a kid and a family, said Jing Yuniao. She truly liked Ji Yu Ning and would never pick on her. Knowing that Jing Yuniao liked Ji Yu Ning very much, Ji Yu Man was relieved. She could see that Jing Yuniao was very sincere. When they talked about Ji Yu Ning, Ji Yu Man gave a sigh. Ningning suddenly became so strong after having a car accident. She's so young. She should be enjoying her youth, but she is carrying a lot on her shoulders. I feel proud of her, but she's just a kid. Right, Ningning is too outstanding. She's destined to be different. Jing Yuniao agreed with Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Ning was different from what she was before. She was a strong woman now, not an ordinary girl. However, Jing Yuniao still had to admit that Ji Yu Ning was very outstanding among her peers. Chapter 2404, Engagement Date. Although I hope she can just be an ordinary girl and live a simple and happy life, I respect her choice since she already made her decision. All I want is for her to be safe and healthy, said Ji Yu Man. She never interfered in Ji Yu Ning's personal affairs, because she knew that Ji Yu Ning was able to handle everything well. Because of Ji Yu Ning, they were able to live a good life and she finally met Tang Yunfan again. Don't worry, she'll be safe and healthy, said Jing Yuniao. Given Ji Yuning's abilities, nobody could easily hurt her, but she might often be in danger. After all, she stood out from the crowd now, so she had to face all kinds of challenges. Oh, it's a new year now. Shouldn't we let Xiaoting and Ningning get engaged? Jing Yuniao said. She knew the reason why they hadn't gotten engaged last year. Since Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were sure that they found their true love, they might as well get engaged as soon as possible. Ji Yu Man laughed. Right, we can choose a good date for that. Although Ji Yu Man didn't want Ji Yuning to marry into another family so soon, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would get married sooner or later. So it would be good if they formally got engaged now. I think Xiaoting's master can do that. Xiaoting's master is an expert, said Jing Yuniao. It couldn't be easier for Shengguan Yang to choose a good date for the young couple to get engaged. Great, please help us with that, and we'll get prepared once the date is settled, said Ji Yu Man. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting drove Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin to the airport. They didn't leave until Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin passed the security check, and then they directly returned to the hospital. On their way back, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting about what Tang Jiakai and his friends had encountered that night. Afterwards, Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting how Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were doing now. Because they were living with Shengguan Yang, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin soon got used to their new life. Don't you care about me at all? Why didn't you ask me how I've been doing recently? You just met them a few days ago, but you care so much about them. Leng Xiaoting complained jealously. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. She didn't expect that Leng Xiaoting would be jealous, so she was amused and asked at once. So, Xiaoting, how are you these days? Are you feeling well? You're only asking about me because I asked you to do so. I don't see your sincerity, said Leng Xiaoting. Well, Ji Yuning was surprised. What happened to you today? Why did you suddenly become so mean? You weren't mad before when I didn't ask you those questions. Exactly because you didn't care about me, I'm mad now, said Leng Xiaoting. In fact, he suddenly cared about that because he heard Xu Jinchen, Xinbei and Ximing's conversations with their girls on the phone. Their girls always asked them those questions, so he wanted the same treatment from Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning thought it was a little childish, but she indeed seldom cared about Leng Xiaoting by asking him those questions. Fine, it's my fault. I'll ask you those questions when we meet in the future, all right? Great. Leng Xiaoting was satisfied and stopped arguing with Ji Yuning. They went back to the hospital. After staying there for a while, it was time for dinner. Tang Yunfen wanted to invite them for a meal, but Ji Yuning stopped him. She told him to stay in the hospital to look after Ji Yu Man, while she would treat the Leng family on his behalf. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao agreed, so Tang Yunfen didn't insist. He only felt it was what he should do, so he apologized to them. Ji Yuning treated Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao on behalf of the Tang family, but Leng Xiaoting paid the bill in the end, and Ji Yuning said nothing. Given their relationship, it wasn't all that important. After the meal, it was still early, so Leng Xiaoting suggested that they have a walk in the park. It was already January, so it wasn't so cold and there weren't many people outside. Because of Jing Yuniao's presence, Ji Yuning stood a little away from Leng Xiaoting. Even if Jing Yuniao didn't care about it, they would be embarrassed. Ningning, I talked with your mother today. I think you can get engaged first and your master can help you settle the date. You've been together for a long time after all, said Jing Yuniao. If they were just girlfriend and boyfriend, it wouldn't be stable and other people might not see Ji Yuning as a member of the Leng family. However, if they were engaged, it would be different. At least it meant that the Leng family already accepted Ji Yuning. Sure, said Ji Yuning. She didn't think it was embarrassing. She didn't get shy easily, anyway they were very familiar with each other. They were like a family now. I'll call our master right now. Leng Xiaoting took action without hesitation. There was a broad smile on his face. He was obviously excited and couldn't wait any seconds longer. No need to rush. Jing Yuniao was amused by him. If Ningning reached the age of consent, I would marry her right away, said Leng Xiaoting. He was very honest and didn't feel embarrassed. Ha ha, Jing Yuniao laughed. She and Ji Yuning didn't stop Leng Xiaoting. They watched him call Shengguanyang and they told Shengguanyang their date of birth and horoscope. After that, Shengguanyang needed to decide what date was best for the young couple. Before long, Shengguanyang found that May 2nd this year was a good date. Why isn't it next month? Or the month after the next month? Hearing the answer, Leng Xiaoting was upset. He felt it was still long away. Jing Yuniao was once again amused by Leng Xiaoting's reaction. It seemed that he really wanted to marry Ji Yuning as soon as possible. It's just an engagement, not the wedding day. Why are you in a rush? Jing Yuniao asked resignedly. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting became even unhappier, because he indeed couldn't wait to marry Ji Yuning. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning hadn't reached the age of consent yet. They walked for a while, before they went back to Wufu Hills. Because of Jing Yuniao, Leng Xiaoting couldn't sleep in the same room as Ji Yuning. And he didn't dare to sneak into her room late at night either, because Jing Yuniao would definitely hear it once he moved. If it was Ji Yuman, on the other hand, there would have been nothing for Leng Xiaoting to worry about, because Ji Yuman didn't have the acute senses of a cultivator. Chapter 2405, Smell of a Corpse in the morning. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got up to run for a while. Jing Yuniao didn't join them and instead stayed at home and made breakfast for them. Jing Yuniao was a master at cooking, but she hadn't cooked for a long time. Both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting missed the delicious food she made. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting often encountered trouble. After they ran for about 20 minutes, they reached a lake and saw a man being bitten by a large dog. The dog crazily threw itself at the man. The man fell on the ground while the dog began to bite him. There were 4 people around and they immediately grabbed a few sticks to hit the crazy dog. Unfortunately, it was not very helpful. The sticks were too thin and it didn't cause much pain. Besides, the dog was so violent that they didn't dare to go near it. Someone already went to call the security guards, but they hadn't arrived yet. Seeing that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went forward at once. As soon as they approached, they put on a serious face, because they could feel that the dog was covered in an evil aura. In other words, this dog wasn't a normal dog. Luckily, the evil force on its body wasn't strong, so it hadn't become a monster. It was just affected by the evil force and lost control of itself. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting quickly ran towards the crowd, then Leng Xiaoting directly kicked the crazy dog away. With a loud crash, the dog fell on the ground. It didn't die, but the kick was very painful, so it cried in pain and could hardly stand up again. Witnessing that scene, everyone was surprised by Leng Xiaoting's unbelievable strength. The man who was bitten by the crazy dog didn't realize that the dog had already been kicked away. He continued to fight back by waving his hands. Ji Yuning walked over and pressed his hands down, then squeezed a power crystal into his mouth. Whether he was willing to take it or not, she was rescuing him. The man was injured all over his body. Although it was just superficial injuries, it could still cause serious issues because he was just bitten by a dog. Normally, if people were bitten by a dog, they had to be vaccinated right away, otherwise they might get rabies. After all, the crazy dog left more than 10 wounds on the man's body. Most importantly, this dog wasn't a normal dog, but was covered in evil force. If the man wasn't treated at once, he might die. Although Ji Yuning didn't understand why the crazy dog ran to bite this man, the man's life was in danger, so it wasn't the right time to blame either of them. Even if it was this man who annoyed the crazy dog first, he shouldn't be bitten to death. After Ji Yuning squeezed a power crystal into his mouth, the man finally came back to his senses and realized that the crazy dog was already gone. Instantly, he gave a sigh of relief. However, because he was scared, he was still trembling. He didn't feel much pain from the wounds, but was uncomfortable. Ji Yuning helped the man take a power crystal, which could stop the wounds from bleeding and get rid of the pain, but it couldn't heal the wounds completely. If the wounds healed right away, it would cause unnecessary trouble. "Miss, what did you put into his mouth?" someone asked. He was worried that Ji Yuning gave the man the wrong medicine. "It's good for him," said Ji Yuning, but she didn't elaborate. "Did anyone call the hospital?" she asked afterwards. "I don't think so," someone replied. Everyone was terrified just now, so nobody remembered to call the hospital. Ji Yuning turned to look at Leng Xiaoting. Xiaoting, call the hospital please. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting, taking out his phone at once. At the beginning, the man was also afraid that what Ji Yuning put into his mouth might be harmful, but he relaxed after hearing her answer. He felt that he shouldn't think too much about it. If Ji Yuning really wanted to hurt him, she wouldn't have helped him. Thank you so much. The man thanked Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Why did the dog suddenly attack you? Ji Yuning asked. There must be a reason for that. I just went for a run and passed by house no. 35. I smelt something stinky, so I wanted to figure it out. I went closer, but then this dog suddenly rushed out from the grass. I was scared, so I turned around and ran away, but it flung me to the ground, said the man. Something stinky. Hearing that, everyone frowned. This was a very expensive block. How could there be a stinky smell? Didn't the owner of number 35 house care about hygiene at all? Everyone thought it was just a problem about hygiene, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had a different opinion. Therefore, they decided to find out the truth. Since this dog belongs to house number 35, its owner should take responsibility, someone said. Right, the owner should be responsible for the dog's behavior. Other people agreed. The ambulance should be here in a minute. You should get treated as soon as possible. Anyway, there are surveillance cameras. I think the dog's owner can't deny the accident. I'll go to see whether the owner is at home or not right now. If its owner is home, we can leave it to the owner, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't being helpful. She was simply curious about house no. 35. Other people agreed with Ji Yuning. In fact, none of them were willing to get involved in this trouble, so they did nothing. Since Ji Yuning wanted to handle it, they immediately agreed. Thank you for your kindness. The man felt very grateful towards Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Whether or not they went to number 35 house for their own reasons, they were helping him, so he had to thank them. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked to house no. 35. When they went to house number 35, they took the dog with them. The dog had a leash around its neck, so Leng Xiaoting directly lifted it up and walked ahead. House number 35 wasn't far away. It was only a distance of about 50 meters from where they were. Because it was a little secluded, normally people wouldn't pass by it when they ran in the morning. As a result, it wasn't easy to discover the stench it had. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were about 10 meters away from house number 35, they also smelled the stench, which came from a dense holly bush at the corner of the house. If ordinary people smelt that, they might not know what it was, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting immediately realized what it was. The moment they smelt it, they became serious, because it was from a corpse. Chapter 2406, Who's the Criminal? Ji Yuning immediately used her jade eyes and looked into the holly bush. There was a mess under the holly tree, but it couldn't be seen from the surface, because the leaves of the holly tree were very lush, covering everything under the ground. Under the holly tree, the soil had been dug up, and a piece of cloth was exposed 50 centimeters down. Ji Yuning looked deeper and saw a corpse. The piece of cloth was the clothing it had on. It was a female, and she should be about 30 years old. The corpse had already begun to decompose, so there was a rancid smell, but it wasn't completely decomposed. In that case, the woman should be dead for no more than a week. Other than the rancid smell of the corpse, Ji Yuning did not feel any evil from it, which confused her. If the body wasn't covered in evil force, how was the dog affected by it? It seemed to be complicated. However, when the dog came here and smelled the stench, it began to struggle. Although Leng Xiaoting had let it go, it was temporarily unable to get up and walk, and was still lying on the ground. The woman was buried here after being killed, so it was obviously a murder. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting what she saw, and Leng Xiaoting's face became cold. Let's call the police. The police can deal with it. It was the police's job, so they shouldn't and didn't need to be involved. Of course. Ji Yuning nodded. She had the same idea. After that, Leng Xiaoting called the police, while Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see whether there was anyone else in the house. Ji Yuning thought that there shouldn't be anyone else in it, because the stench was extremely unpleasant. If there was anyone else living in this house, the corpse would have been removed already. Without surprise, she saw nobody in the house. Because there was no investigation yet, Ji Yuning didn't think further about that. She directly left it to the police. As for who could be the criminal, both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting believed that it was highly possible to be the owner of this house. Only when the criminal was the owner of this house could the holly tree attract no attention when it was moved. If the criminal was really the owner of this house, what could be their motive? There could be countless motives. If they were family, the criminal might be the dead woman's husband. They might have become enemies in their relationship, or for money, or in a fight. It was just Ji Yuning's doubt, and might not be the truth, but she thought it was. Very likely. Leng Xiaoting didn't call the police station, but directly called a leader in the Public Security Bureau. Because it wasn't work hours, it would be faster if a leader received the report. It was Leng Xiaoting's call, so the leader sent some policemen to Wufu Hills at once. Although it wasn't work hours, they had to be up and ready for work by now. Therefore, the team of policemen immediately took action. The deputy director of the Pucheng District Public Security Bureau was sent, because Wufu Hills was located in Pucheng District. It was faster for them to come. About half an hour later, they arrived. There were 6 policemen in all. In addition to the deputy director, the rest all had a high rank, and 2 were even medical examiners. When Leng Xiaoting reported the case, he had explained the situation to them, so they directly brought medical examiners with them. "Hi, honored to see you. Are you Major General Leng?" Upon seeing Leng Xiaoting, the deputy director asked him respectfully. Even though the deputy director was years older than Leng Xiaoting had a higher rank than him, so he had to respect Leng Xiaoting. "Well, I'm the deputy director of the Pucheng District Public Security Bureau, Zhang Jingnan." Zhang Jingnan introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Director Zhang. Please help us deal with this case. We need to know who the criminal is," said Leng Xiaoting. He was putting pressure on them, to prevent the criminal from getting away with it. If the criminal was really the owner of this house, the criminal should have some influence. After all, people who lived in Wufu Hills were either rich or powerful. "No problem, Major General Leng, we will surely find the truth as soon as possible," said Zhang Jingnan. It was an order from Leng Xiaoting, so he didn't dare to take it lightly. After that, they took over and conducted an investigation. Even if the owner of the house wasn't home, the police came to carry out their duty, so they could get in without permission. Although Zhang Jingnan took over, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't leave right away. They had confidence in Zhang Jingnan, but they wanted to know who the woman was. Leng Xiaoting just called Jing Yunyao and told her that they encountered some trouble and would be home a little later. Jing Yunyao could have breakfast before them. After the police entered the yard, they soon smelt the stench. It was so unpleasant that they immediately put on a mask. It was what medical examiners always carried with them, because they often touched smelly corpses. They would only feel less uncomfortable with a mask on. "Major General Leng, do you need one?" Zhang Jingnan asked Leng Xiaoting. If there was a distance, it actually wasn't that stinky, but it was better if they put on a mask before going closer. "No need," said Leng Xiaoting. Since Leng Xiaoting didn't need it, Zhang Jingnan didn't insist. Afterwards, 2 policemen went to move the holly tree, and saw what was inside, then immediately dug into the soil. While they tried to dig the body out, a policeman was sent to the estate management company for the number of the owner of this house. They got through to the owner of this house, but the man hung up in horror once he heard that the police had found a female body in his yard. When the police called him again, his phone was turned off. Given his reaction, the police believed that the male owner of this house was highly likely to be the criminal. And they needed to catch him. After the female corpse was examined, they found many bruises on the woman's body, but they weren't serious. The back of her head had been severely hit, which caused her death. After examining the woman's body, the police went into the house to search for clues. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting followed them. They had confidence in the police, but they also wanted to find out how the dog ended up covered in the evil force. Chapter 2407, have something to do with the male owner. After they got into the house, they walked to the living room and saw the wedding photos hanging on the wall. Now they were sure that the dead woman was the female owner of the house. In addition to that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting felt the evil force in the house, which seemed to come from the upper floor. Ji Yuning exchanged a glance with Leng Xiaoting, then they went straight upstairs. Zhang Jingnan said nothing about that. Actually, he was glad that Leng Xiaoting was willing to help them. After all, Leng Xiaoting had been promoted to Major General at such a young age, so he should be very strong. Zhang Jingnan was a smart man, so he didn't doubt whether Leng Xiaoting got his rank through connections. A rank in the military was different from a position in politics. Even though Zhang Jingnan was unaware that Leng Xiaoting was a member of the Red Flame, he knew that he was a special force who carried out special tasks. It was a very dangerous job and Leng Xiaoting had to risk his life. Therefore, if he wasn't strong enough, he could lose his life anytime. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting followed the evil force to the study on the second floor, and felt that it was coming from the safe. Without delay, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look inside the safe. There she saw a wooden box. Lying in the box was a jade pendant which was covered in black gas. The black gas was also the evil force which was generated by this jade pendant. In that case, the dog must have been affected by this jade pendant. However, the weird thing was, why hadn't the woman been affected by the evil force if she and the dog lived under the same roof? Was the male owner of this house affected? They hadn't seen the male owner, so they weren't sure yet. Anyway, since this object was covered in evil force, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had to take it away. They couldn't let Zhang Jingnan know about it, so they decided to destroy the safe. Relying on his magical energy, Leng Xiaoting quickly broke the lock of the safe, then he took the box and handed it to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning directly put it into her telepathic eye space. As for the other valuable objects in the safe, Leng Xiaoting didn't have an interest in it, so he naturally wouldn't take them. He took the jade pendant only because it generated the evil force. Because of this jade pendant which was covered in evil force, they believed that the male owner of this house might be a bad man. It was good that they took it, because it might harm more people. After taking the jade pendant, they continued observing the other parts of the house. They found nothing else special in the study, so they walked out and went to search every room. Although it was more likely for the man and the woman to have conflicts in the bedroom, study, and living room, they shouldn't ignore the other parts of the house. They failed to find more clues on the second floor, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the landing and were ready to go to the third floor. However, when they returned to the landing, they saw 4 scratches left by nails on the wall next to the stairs. Right at this moment, a picture appeared in Ji Yuning's mind. She saw a man and a woman arguing, pushing, and pulling on this landing. It seemed to be a violent argument. Afterwards, the woman was pushed hard by the man, then fell down the stairs. When she fell, she wanted to grab something with her hand, but there was nothing to grab, so her hand scratched across the wall. Seeing that picture, Ji Yuning immediately realized what had happened. Whether the man did it purposely or by accident, he caused the woman's death. The bruises on the woman's body were made when she fell down the stairs. In the end, she knocked the back of her head against the ground, and died. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting what she saw in the picture, then Leng Xiaoting called Zhang Jingnan over. He pointed at the scratches on the wall and told Zhang Jingnan what Ji Yuning just told him. Although Leng Xiaoting said it was just a guess, Zhang Jingnan felt it was very likely. Most importantly, they couldn't find any other clues and evidence. Only the scratches on the wall could give them some information. When they walked in just then, they checked the surveillance cameras first, but they were already broken. Because it was a very expensive block, there were no surveillance cameras in the yards in order to protect the owner's privacy. Even though there were a few surveillance cameras which faced a corner of the yard, it was not very clear. Anyway, each household would install their own surveillance cameras. Therefore, the surveillance cameras installed by the house owner were deliberately damaged. After that, Zhang Jingnan and other policemen were left in the house to continue the investigation, while Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left, because they had already found what they wanted. Before they left, Leng Xiaoting reminded Zhang Jingnan to take away the dog and kill it, because it had already gone crazy and might bite other people after it recovered. He also told Zhang Jingnan that the dog had attacked an innocent man earlier, so the owner of this house must take responsibility if the police caught him. Then, they could deal with the murder. Moreover, he asked Zhang Jingnan to inform him when they caught the criminal, because he needed to see the man. After that, he gave Zhang Jingnan his phone number. Leng Xiaoting didn't tell him the reason, so Zhang Jingnan didn't ask. In fact, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning simply wanted to see whether the man was also affected by the evil force. Zhang Jingnan obeyed Leng Xiaoting's orders. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came back, it was almost 8 a.m. Leng Xiaoting had told Jing Yunyao to have breakfast before them, but Jing Yunyao didn't do that. Instead, she waited for Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning to come back so that they could have breakfast together. She didn't ask them what had happened. It was Ji Yuning who told her the whole story. After hearing what had happened, Jing Yunyao was also scared. Although it had nothing to do with her, it was hard for anyone to stay calm. Why was the dog affected by the evil force? Jing Yunyao asked. We found a jade pendant covered in the evil force in the study. Obviously, it was taken from an ancient grave. The dog was affected by it, said Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had been gone for half an hour, Zhang Jingnan and his men finished their work, because they couldn't find more clues. What happened in house number 35 didn't attract much attention, because it was still early. There weren't many people outside and the block was very large and lightly populated. However, people who lived next to house number 35 noticed the police. There were police cars stopped outside house number 35, which meant there might have been a crime. After they gathered there, the police had already finished their work and two of them carried out the corpse wrapped in white cloth, which scared all of them. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.